Chapter 1. What purpose does it serve to keep such a fickle woman? Ignore her after all. She was just bitten by a zombie. The state of our team is thanks to her brothers are actually fighting for this calamity in broad daylight. Only for her to shamelessly crawl into the captain's bed afterward. Truly, she is a worthless creature who relies solely on her charms to survive. Amidst the ruins, several silhouettes clad in bulletproof vests and equipped to the teeth stood their ground. The man at the forefront wore a look of disdain and spat on the ground. The captain is not someone she can simply curry favor with. Who could have imagined that the most renowned and powerful S1 team in the entire base would nearly be defeated by a mere woman? Initially, they had taken her in out of kindness because Pei Xiqing was the younger sister of Pei Xiqing, the captain's girlfriend. Little did they know, this woman was not only restless but also a seductress, having flirted with nearly every man in the squad, causing the brothers to harbor ill feelings toward one another, embroiled in daily disputes fueled by jealousy. Today, amidst a massive zombie outbreak, they neglected their mission to slay the undead, squabbling instead over this enchantress. She was nothing but a disruptive force, sowing discord among them. Had the captain not arrived in time to provide support, all members of S1 would have perished here, all due to this woman's reckless actions. And that wasn't even the most outrageous part. After being rescued by the captain, this woman shamelessly crawled onto the bed of the injured captain. Caught in the act, the captain's girlfriend, who is also Pei Xiqing's sister, was so enraged that she spat blood and fainted, and has yet to regain consciousness. Fortunately, fate was kind. This woman was finally bitten by a zombie during the latest wave of attacks. Through his earpiece, a directive came through, and he relished in the moment, saying the captain instructed to leave her a few days' rations and then disregard her. Whether she lives or dies is her own business. Keeping such a woman only brings calamity to our team. Everyone, stay alert, don't let her bite you and drag us down with her. As he spoke, he casually tossed a few packs of expired emergency rations and a bottle of water towards the unconscious woman before turning to leave with his companions. Hours later, the cool raindrops fell upon the woman's thin eyelids, bringing a refreshing sensation. Pei Xiqing slightly fluttered her eyelids. Every part of her body ached, especially her lower back. She could only recall that she was filming a period drama, and the director had instructed her to perform a complex martial arts move just as she descended from a platform over 10 meters high. The wire above her snapped. Her back hit the ground with a jolt of excruciating pain, and she instantly lost consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself enveloped in a thick darkness, accompanied by distant howls of creatures. As a cold breeze swept past, she realized she was sitting amidst a pile of zombie corpses in the ruins. Stunned for a few seconds, Pei Xiqing thought she might be dreaming or had wandered onto the set of an apocalyptic film, and instinctively rubbed her forehead, which felt as if it had been cleaved open. Suddenly, memories of this world and her own flooded her mind. This was indeed a brainless, exhilarating narrative about a male and female lead tormenting antagonists in an apocalyptic setting. And she was merely one of the many antagonists, a flirtatious woman who thrived on seduction, a fairy-like supporting character who was perpetually enamored with new romantic interests. After the apocalypse erupted, she spent her time either flirting with men or on her way to do so, relying on her charms for sustenance and shelter, all while expertly toying with their affections, leaving them in a state of yearning. However, this was the apocalypse, and many had begun to see through her tricks. Survival took precedence over frivolity when zombies descended. The men who had previously sworn their devotion disappeared in an instant, leaving her to fend for herself. The original owner of her body, with no escape route, was left to navigate the treacherous landscape of survival. After narrowly being rescued, she joined the crew led by the story's female protagonist, Pei Xiqing. But after only a couple of days, she resumed her troublesome antics, seducing men and creating chaos within the team. What made matters worse was that she was the younger sister of the female lead. After witnessing her sister with the top-tier dual-ability male lead, Xiao Yu, jealousy consumed her, prompting her to sneak into the male lead's bed in a bid to seduce him. When her attempts failed, she faced the dire consequences and was bitten by a zombie, ultimately abandoned by all to await her fate amidst the undead. Pei Xiqing gazed upon the vast expanse of zombie corpses, her expression crumbling. She had read this script, but had never performed it. At this moment, she had already joined the ranks of the male and female leads, and was now in a plot where she would be bitten by a zombie and await death. Before long, she would become one of the countless zombies, howling in the midst of the horde. Pei Xiqing lifted her arm. Indeed, she noticed a faint green zombie bite mark on her forearm. The zombie virus was already spreading from her wound, her entire arm infected, a sickly greenish-gray hue resembling a merciless iron hand. The pain and itchiness were unbearable, as if her skin were on the verge of being torn apart. At this point, whether she believed in transmigration or not, she had no choice but to accept it. Enduring the agony, she tightly wrapped her arm with a strip of cloth to prevent herself from uncontrollably clawing at it until it was raw. She unsteadily rose to her feet. Ahead lay a vast expanse strewn with zombie corpses, and behind her was a city long abandoned, rife with pollution and black smoke. She limped toward the city, discovering that it too was littered with zombies in disarray, a clear indication of the fierce battles it had endured. After sifting through the stench of the corpses for what felt like an eternity, she finally found a few relatively clean garments, as well as a gun, a dagger, and other weapons. It seemed this world had only recently experienced a zombie crisis, but its historical context was unknown to her. She could only surmise that the world prior to the apocalypse had progressed to a point where firearms were readily accessible, as evidenced by the weapons scattered about. Moreover, the zombies, though grotesque in death, had clearly once been ordinary citizens of this city. She gathered a plethora of items, but alas, no food, even the nearby water sources, had been contaminated by the zombie virus. Fortunately, at her feet lay a few packs of expired emergency rations and a bottle of water that the male leads group had discarded when they left her behind, and upon checking the expiration date, she found they had expired a month prior. Pei Xiqing smirked slightly. In this world, as the zombie apocalypse unfolded, humanity simultaneously awakened to various supernatural abilities, with dual ability users being exceedingly rare and regarded as the strongest. The male lead, Xiao Yu, was one such dual ability wielder, and the female lead, Pei Xiqing, would later awaken her own dual abilities, together dominating their foes. As for her, the universally despised supporting character, she had yet to awaken any powers. But that no longer mattered. After all, she had been bitten. It wouldn't be long before the virus consumed her consciousness, her body rotting and decaying, limbs contorting grotesquely as she crawled in the shadows. As the apocalypse wore on, resources would dwindle, survival would become increasingly arduous, and conflicts over food would drive people to turn against one another. While this reality might still be obscured, most individuals were currently fleeing, seeking allies to form factions. Yet, the speed of the zombie infection far exceeded anyone's expectations in the end. Only a select few strong individuals would survive. The male and female leads would undoubtedly emerge victorious. For everyone else, it was a brutal elimination game, and she had unwittingly aligned herself with the enemy faction. Not having awakened her abilities and being bitten was indeed a pity. Pei Xiqing had no desire to engage in a game of pursuit. Unable to run, she resolved to embrace her fate, opting for a leisurely exploration of the apocalypse before her inevitable infection. As night fell, she wandered aimlessly through the sea of corpses when suddenly, the sound of an engine echoed behind her. Vehicles were tools meant for humans alone. Could it be another group of supernatural beings? At this moment, she was already half immersed among the zombies. She absolutely could not be captured by these ability users. As a zombie, at least she could roam freely, but being caught would surely lead to her demise. Pei Xiqing promptly hid within a nearby, dilapidated building. The engine noise grew closer. She crouched behind a floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, peering toward the source of the sound. The city was shrouded in a terrifying darkness, the desolate streets swept by a cold wind as the acrid smoke lingered in the air. A sleek black G-Wagon slowly emerged onto the road. With a resounding bang, the car door slammed shut, and a pair of long, straight legs stepped out. The black trousers hugged the muscular thighs, and at a towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, the man wore a black shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders and solid frame. The sleeves of his shirt strained against his biceps as he closed the door, as though they could barely contain his impressive physique. The man's visage was strikingly aggressive, with sculpted features and an air of aristocratic sharpness. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and as he stepped onto the ground littered with dismembered limbs, his heavy footsteps resonated with a sense of authority. Before long, another vehicle approached from across the street. The individual who disembarked from the vehicle handed a secure case to the driver by his side. Positioned at a distance, Pei Xiqing concealed herself behind the window, daring only to reveal her eyes. She could barely catch the fragmented sounds of their conversation. It seemed they mentioned something akin to a transaction. Indeed, it was a moonless night, the perfect setting for clandestine dealings. Before long, their collaboration concluded. The man exchanged a handshake with his counterpart and turned to prepare to leave in his vehicle. The expansive street lay deserted, save for the presence of the individual beside her, the silence punctuated only by the whispering wind. As the man with gold-rimmed glasses indulged in a cigarette, his gaze subtly shifted towards an unseen point, his eyes darkening momentarily. Pei Xiqing instinctively shrank back. Surely, he couldn't have seen her? After several tense seconds, as the sound of the vehicle faded into the distance, she finally dared to peek out. The street was now void of any presence. She exhaled in relief, preparing to leave the loft when a sudden voice emerged from behind her. Is that a zombie? In that moment, she felt as if she had heard the voice of judgment from the depths of hell. Kill it. Wait. Pei Xiqing gasped, nearly losing her balance on the staircase, clutching the railing and shouting urgently, I haven't fully turned into a zombie, yet you cannot commit senseless slaughter. As she turned, she found herself confronting the barrel of a gun. Ling Lang scrutinized her for a couple of seconds, his gaze immediately landing on her arm, now tinged with an ominous green hue. And he scoffed, You're certainly not yet a full zombie, but you're close. How can that be deemed senseless slaughter? Pei Xiqing tilted her head to see a striking face framed by white hair, obscured by a black mask. He was not the man she had seen smoking earlier. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, he struck her as familiar, though she could not place it at that moment. Ling Lang remarked, What are you staring at? I should eliminate you now to prevent any future calamity. As he prepared to pull the trigger, Pei Xiqing hurriedly retreated until her back pressed against the wall, her complexion pale and fragile. I can become a good zombie. I swear I won't bite anyone, even if infected. Truly, otherwise he'll never eat meat again. Ling Lang tilted his head. What kind of punishment is that? To humanity, it is quite severe. I do not trust the zombie's assurances. Pei Xiqing could only devise an escape plan. Surely, the pain for being shot would not be overwhelming for a zombie. Might she possess the remarkable regenerative abilities often described in literature about zombies? However, just as she turned to flee, she collided with a body as solid as stone. The man stood motionless, devoid of any discernible emotion, his features sharp as a blade. His expression was so neutral that it was impossible to gauge his feelings, and the darkness only enhanced his otherworldly aura. His suit starkly contrasted with the chaotic surroundings, exuding a sense of enigmatic danger. As he lowered his gaze, his chilling stare settled upon her cheek, his emotionless eyes creeping over her like predatory ants, sending shivers down her spine. Pei Xiqing slightly parted her lips. It felt as if she had encountered an even more formidable and powerful entity. From the moment he appeared, she sensed a profound oppression, terrifying in its intensity. Infected individuals cannot leave the city alive, it is the rule. Pei Xiqing found herself entirely enveloped in a shadow. Faced with such a terrifying force, perhaps the virus coursing through her veins and his extraordinary energy formed a peculiar resistance. She was rendered voiceless under the weight of his power. Crushed by his overwhelming energy, Pei Xiqing felt the zombie virus within her stir, her body beginning to heat up, her vision blurring. Then go ahead and kill me. Perhaps if she were to perish here, she might still return, but in the realm of reality, she would undoubtedly be left severely incapacitated from the fall. That if death were to claim her here, it would be splendid to transition to the next world, provided she was not bitten and turned into a zombie. There would still be hope. The man remained silent, her head spun, and she sensed his proximity. Almost able to smell the smoke clinging to him, her heart raced uncontrollably. However, dear brother, could you wait until I am fully infected before ending my life? Duan Xiaolin lowered his gaze, his eyes fixating on her unblemished yet vulnerable cheek. Beneath the moonlight, the woman's complexion was pale, her head slightly tilted back, her eyes holding an indescribable allure, like a hook. Not only did it entice the heart, but it also ensnared the soul. My team has forsaken me. I have nowhere to go. I wish to gaze upon this city one last time while I still possess consciousness. What were you yelling just now? Ling Lang furrowed his brow. Who is your brother? Are you calling him or Duan Xiaolin? Why do you want to see this place? The man inquired softly. Because I have never seen it. She admitted candidly, I have never witnessed the world under the apocalypse. Now that I am here, how could I not take a moment to explore before I die? As she spoke, Pei Xiqing felt slightly weakened by his intensity. Duan Xiaolin swiftly caught her before she could falter. Effortlessly lifting her up with a firm grip. Steady yourself, he withdrew his hand, discreetly placing it into his pocket. Pei Xiqing quickly aligned herself against the wall that he seemed to chuckle lightly, a sound so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Have you always been this way? Pei Xiqing was puzzled, her brow slightly furrowing. Continue. His two words, though gentle, carried a chill. The man's pupils shimmered a pale green, rarely betraying any emotion, cold and exuding immense restraint. Years of military life had rendered him averse to women, and even more so to men. Especially after the onset of the apocalypse, his focus was solely on confronting various zombies and the treacherous beings that lurked within. Rather than being a valiant warrior charging into battle, he resembled a detached observer from a high vantage point, controlling the situation while the weak begged for mercy. Just like now, this woman, clad in relatively clean attire, possessed a petite face that was pale and delicate, adorned with conspicuous scars upon her neck. She appeared wary yet daringly met his gaze. Pei Xiqing wished to abandon all pretense when she heard the opportunity arise. Casually uttering, "Brother," Duan Xiaolin smiled, his voice deeper than the surrounding night, yet his eyes remained icy. I asked you which team abandoned you, not for you to say this. Pei Xiqing felt as though she wished to dig a hole and hide. It made her seem as if she were inappropriately enticing the man. However, it was not far from the truth. The original owner of her body was indeed such a person, before her transmigration. She bore a resemblance to the original character, often referred to as the Enchantress Rose, a title that filled her with shame, yet she had indeed garnered a considerable male following, even to the point of fervor. Ling Lang scoffed. Which team are you from? How come I have never seen you before? I'm from Team S1.S1. Ling Lang rested his chin on his palm. Never seen you. That's why they abandoned me. I was the least useful in the group and had been bitten by a zombie. I can tell. Ling Lang replied. So, he cocked his gun, glancing at Duan Xiaolin. Should we kill her? Pei Xiqing swallowed hard. If I lose all consciousness, you may kill me then. For now, I feel somewhat lucid and unlikely to bite indiscriminately. Even if I do lose control, I will surely move away from you. So must you be so hasty to end my life? You have delusions of grandeur. Get in the car. Two voices echoed simultaneously. Ling Lang stared at Duan Xiaolin in disbelief. Are you serious? The man's expression remained impassive. We're leaving. Ling Lang was left dumbfounded. What was his brother up to? There had never been such an exception of sparing an infected person. Throughout their journey, Duan Xiaolin had shown no mercy to any infected individual they encountered, no matter how pitifully they pleaded. Pei Xiqing stood frozen for 2 seconds, having just exhaled in relief when she was interrupted by Ling Lang. Hey, my brother wants you to get in the car. Pei Xiqing was taken aback. Huh? A zombie horde was approaching, but you needn't worry. They won't bite you. But we must leave. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Ling Lang retorted. If you don't get in the car, you will die right now. Damn, this person is truly extreme. How annoying. Once in the vehicle, Pei Xiqing sat nervously in the back seat. The spacious rear of the G-Class was filled with various documents, firearms, and ammunition, along with plans for the Apocalypse base's construction and negotiations for military supplies. These two were not to be trifled with, despite humanity having just entered the Apocalypse era for a few years. Everyone had awakened their abilities during the outbreak year, and the pace of infrastructure development had skyrocketed, resulting in the establishment of the 5 largest human bases globally within a mere 5 years. Each of these bases was more formidable than the last, with each led by a supreme commander, and above them, there was a figure named Fa Lonlin, shrouded in mystery, yet wielding immense power. Even the male protagonist, Xiao Yu, who rose to the highest ranks in the apocalypse, had to navigate carefully around Fa Lonlin's whims. This was likely the most frustrating plot point for the male protagonist. As within Fa Lan Luan was a formidable antagonist whom everyone feared. This villain not only held significant power, but had nearly taken the protagonist's life on several occasions. If not for the protagonist's halo, he would have had no chance to struggle. However, it seemed that this great antagonist exited the stage rather early. These were all matters for later in the narrative, devoid of her involvement. After all, she would not survive to witness those events. The subsequent adventures of the male and female leads would be filled with monster slaying, leveling up, and sweetly ruling the world, while she would be left amidst the horde of zombies. Drooling and screaming, treated as mere cannon fodder, Pei Xiqing sighed. Ling Lang pressed the accelerator, plowing through countless zombies, and still had the audacity to ask her, "I knocked your companions aside. Do you want to experience it?" Pei Xiqing watched the blood and unidentified matter splattering against the windshield, biting her lip. "No, thank you. Soon enough, you will become like that, no need for your reminders." Ling Lang continued to tease her. Zombies not only lose their minds and bite indiscriminately, but also drool uncontrollably and even lose control of their bowels. Pei Xiqing found herself momentarily speechless. Could this person not keep quiet? His words were truly a mood dampener. Ling Lang burst into laughter. However, before he could continue, the man beside him cast a cold glance, prompting him to hastily shut his mouth. Pei Xiqing had long since prepared herself mentally for the possibility of becoming a zombie. The city outside the window, retreating in a blur, resembled a sightseeing tour. Capturing her fascination, she was entirely captivated by the novelty of this apocalyptic world. Not far off, a hunting team was excavating something from a zombie's head, and she softly inquired, "Are they searching for nuclear crystals?" Ling Lang shot her a sidelong glance. "Did the apocalypse just start yesterday? You still need to ask about this? I have never seen it before. You still haven't answered my question. Are those nuclear crystals?" "Well, you could say that," Ling Lang replied. "However, that substance is more akin to an energy stone, utilized in constructing human bases. Got IT to IT seems Team S1 has been quite protective over you, not allowing you to see even this. With your delicate skin and tender flesh, it's obvious you have never been on a battlefield, let alone killed a zombie." "Not quite. The people in my team likely despise me by now." She rested her chin on her hand, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "They might be inclined to beat me up if they see me that you're that formidable. What exactly did you do?" "Hard to say. Did you steal something?" "No, you wouldn't." A sudden break interrupted Ling Lang's words as he cursed at a zombie that emerged from the roadside, diverting the topic. Pei Xiqing swiftly averted her gaze, inadvertently locking eyes with the expressionless ones in the rearview mirror that he stated, "Your wound has become further infected." Upon his reminder, Pei Xiqing finally noticed that the foul green hue on her arm had spread to her neck. Now, apart from her face, which appeared somewhat normal, the rest of her body was entirely engulfed in green. The itching was becoming unbearable. She inquired, "Do you have any gauze, or any fabric will suffice?" The man handed her a roll of pristine bandages. These bandages seemed specifically designed to isolate the spread of the virus after a zombie bite. Perfectly suited in both length and thickness, she began to frantically wrap the exposed skin with the bandages to prevent herself from scratching. Her pants were particularly bothersome on her legs, forcing her to roll them up to her thighs for the bandaging. The motion of lifting her leg was conspicuous within the confines of the vehicle, easily visible in the rearview mirror. Ling Lang was focused on driving and momentarily oblivious, yet she felt an undeniable gaze lingering upon her, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. Cautiously, she glanced up and adjusted her pant leg and sleeves, murmuring, "Thank you." Her voice was audible within the car in the rearview mirror. The woman possessed a beautiful face, tinged with a hint of shyness yet alluring, her hair cascading naturally to her neck. As she wrapped the bandages, a glimpse of her fair, delicate neck was revealed. Purity and desire, two extremes, manifested in a rare and tangible manner. The man nodded slightly. He opened the car window, exhaled a puff of smoke, and resumed discussing other matters with Ling Lang. Those who had awakened their abilities were brimming with energy, far beyond that of ordinary individuals, and he was no exception. However, in the apocalyptic world, desire served as the starting point of decadence, the source of all evils, and could jeopardize his plans. Only those awaiting death or with nothing to occupy their time would concern themselves with such matters. He held no interest in ephemeral idealism. The shadows of the night concealed his features and demeanor. and he no longer cast a glance in Pei Xiqing's direction, merely puffing on his cigarette, inhaling deeply. The vehicle traversed the vast expanse of the desert, and after an indeterminate amount of time, Pei Xiqing felt herself on the verge of slumber when the car finally came to a slow halt. Squinting her eyes, she peered outside, astonished to find herself in another city, similarly tainted by zombies and the virus. The buildings were entirely black, and smoke billowed from distant chimneys, releasing copious amounts of noxious fumes. Stifling a yawn, she had been restlessly fidgeting due to the incessant itching on her body, and now, just as the irritation had subsided, the vehicle halted as the door swung open and shut. Ling Lang and the man disembarked. They stood before an abandoned factory, waiting momentarily. Soon, another vehicle approached to join them. Inside were a man and a woman, who upon exiting, remarked, "We arrived late. That batch of supplies has already been taken away. However, we managed to intercept the next shipment, and the supplies will definitely not reach their destination. The third base will fall before long." Both the man and woman were clad in battle attire similar to Ling Lang's, exuding an air of competence. Furthermore, the latest experimental plans from the Research Institute have been released. "We have obtained them and destroyed the majority." The man accepted the documents and another password box from him, glancing at them briefly before stating coolly, "Once the remaining portion is found, destroy it all as well. Do not let the fifth person know." Understood. Pei Xiqing had initially been observing the layout of the surrounding city, not intending to eavesdrop on their conversation. However, their voices became impossible to ignore, and by the time she realized it, it was too late. Several pairs of eyes converged upon her. Feeling somewhat guilty, she protested, "I'm not the fifth person. I'm merely the first to know about the zombies." A woman. Duan Gu. How could you have a woman in your vehicle? Who is she? A zombie. How could you bring a zombie with you? Ling Lang interjected. She hasn't fully infected yet. Generally, the virus spreads throughout the body within 24 hours. Given your condition, it should be soon. You likely have just over an hour to maintain consciousness. Pei Xiqing's eyes widened slightly. What? Ling Lang added fuel to the fire. So after that hour, it will be your end. The passage of time felt like a death knell. And in the blink of an eye, 40 minutes had already slipped away. Little time remained as they had indicated. Pei Xiqing swung open the door and stepped out, her head buzzing and her complexion gradually paling. She couldn't die here. She needed to move further away, but she had barely taken a few steps when a sheathed dagger was tossed her way, the origin unknown. Only Duan Xiaolin stood a short distance away, his tall, imposing figure exuding a sense of calm and composure as he conversed with the man beside him, casting a glance in her direction at her swaying figure, casually grinding his cigarette. Pei Xiqing lifted her gaze. "Captain." Duan Xiaolin regarded her, fragile yet captivating, his gaze held an allure. "You must be the captain of this small team. Thank you for bringing me here and not leaving me behind on the way. I feel I am close to infection. I will just leave without disturbing you." She returned the dagger to him. "This is yours. It is not mine," Duan Xiaolin replied. "Then whose is it?" Ling Lang chimed in. "It's mine. I used the dagger to extract the necrotic flesh from the wound, which may still be effective. You should have told me sooner. It might already be too late if you haven't been infected." "There's still a chance," he said, half seriously. The woman beside them crossed her arms, affirming, "That does make sense, but those who have attempted it have all succumbed to pain. Indeed, they died from the agony," she added. "However, little beauty, it's impressive that you've lasted this long. Typically, ordinary ability users will exhibit fever, unbearable pain, and even begin to gnaw at themselves within 2 hours, and complete infection occurs within 12 hours. UVE lasted so long and still retain awareness. It seems you are quite remarkable." Pei Xiqing parted her lips, seemingly deep in thought before uttering, "I want to turn into a zombie king." "Will?" The woman laughed. "We have yet to encounter a zombie king, but it seems one must consume a certain number of zombies to manifest. Why not give it a try now?" Pei Xiqing smirked. "No, thank you." She drew out the dagger, glinting coldly and exceedingly sharp. However, before she could act, Duan Xiaolin snatched the dagger from her hand, tossing it back to Ling Lang without a glance. His expression remained impassive. His voice cool. "The jest has gone far enough." Ling Lang appeared somewhat awkward, promptly securing the dagger. "I apologize. I was just teasing you. Extracting the necrotic flesh will only heighten your suffering, given your current state. A serum would be worthwhile." Pei Xiqing immediately declined. "I would prefer to become a zombie." Ling Lang looked at her as though she were a ghost. How peculiar. Even if the serum could save you, it would be too late. We don't have any serum on us. The nearest city with serum is likely hundreds of kilometers away at the 5th base. The woman explained, if we were to send you now, it would still be too late. Then I don't have much time left. Prepare yourself mentally. All right. Pei Xiqing was indeed quite indifferent. If she couldn't hold on, so be it. Even if she survived. It felt preferable to become a zombie. She truly couldn't run anymore. Silently, she resolved that even if death awaited her, she would at least endure long enough to explore this apocalyptic world before she perished. She could not let her journey be in vain. Perhaps she could find inspiration for a post-apocalyptic theme to share upon her return. There might even be a chance to continue acting. Though the likelihood of surviving a fall from such a height was quite slim, a few minutes later, others were studying the map, seemingly deliberating the next course of action. She squatted by the vehicle, sipping water offered by the woman. Thank you, Long Yin remarked. If you can endure, we can still take you to the base for treatment, but it's highly likely you will become a test subject. Then I would rather die. Long Yin laughed, truly lacking in ambition. Surviving this long has been my greatest ambition. She smiled weakly. As an inconsequential cannon fodder character, she had managed to survive for nearly 24 hours in a seemingly fatal situation. Indeed, you have yet to awaken your abilities. Keep it up. Thank you. Having just quenched her thirst, a sudden sandstorm swept in, rendering her unable to open her eyes. The thin jacket worn by Pei Xiqing fluttered violently in the wind. Her slender figure standing in the sandy expanse as though it could be whisked away at any moment. The ferocity of the storm pushed her backwards uncontrollably, and with a swift tightening around her waist. A man embraced her with one arm, standing steadfastly in place while she clung to him like a life raft. The softness of his touch enveloped her, as if she were weightless. Duan Xiaolin paused momentarily before swiftly ushering her into the car. Cough, 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 she sputtered, the dust having provoked a relentless cough. A water bottle was handed to her, and without a second thought, she tilted her head back to drink. After a few more coughs, her throat finally felt less tormented. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Long Yin and Ling Lang both watching her intently. What's the matter? Pei Xiqing inquired. You're using Brother Duan's water bottle, Long Yin replied. In an instant. Pei Xiqing's face flushed crimson, and she returned the bottle to the man, apologizing. I didn't mean to. He appeared unfazed, calmly directing them on the route to take. Feeling somewhat guilty, she realized she had essentially used all the water in his bottle to rinse her face. After a while, noticing that the man beside her was engrossed in reviewing documents, she leaned in slightly and whispered, when we stop, I'll help you get some water. Duan Xiaolin shot her a glance, but remained silent. His gaze momentarily lingering on the fabric of his sleeve as she leaned closer. Believing she had intruded upon his space, she bit her lip and fell silent. After traveling for over 10 kilometers, the sandstorm finally subsided. Yet, it seemed they could no longer proceed along their original path. The two vehicles came to a halt, and Ling Lang exited, immediately launching into a tirade. Damn it, this is going to delay us again. This sandstorm is a nuisance. If we don't return soon, those idiots from Falunlun might stir up trouble. Long Yin interjected, let it be. It's fate. Whether we return early or late, it's still night. The presiding judge from Falunlun is still with us. They can't possibly create any major issues. How infuriating. Who knows how many zombies we'll encounter on this road. I'll have to turn into a wild man again. Relax, there's no rush. Pei Xiqing stepped out, intending to search for a water source. But after a fruitless wander, she had to return and obediently wait for them to recalibrate their route. Meanwhile, Ling Lang and the others continued discussing Falunlun. Wasn't Falunlun the organization synonymous with the main antagonist? They seemed unrelated to the protagonists. Could they possibly be affiliated with Falunlun? As darkness loomed, the unpredictable weather of the apocalypse had made day and night indistinguishable. Compared to the members of the special forces, her attire felt rather inadequate, and during her wait, she couldn't help but sneeze twice. Rubbing her reddened nose, she hugged herself tightly. Suddenly, a heavy sensation descended upon her, and her vision was obscured as someone draped a coat over her shoulders. Duan Xiaolin stood beside her with a gun in hand, his expression cool and detached as he wiped the weapon, seemingly regarding her as merely an extension of his armament. Through his thin glasses, she could barely discern any warmth in his gaze. The temperature in the desert fluctuated dramatically between day and night. He uttered a brief comment before moving ahead to survey the terrain. Unable to resist, She observed his retreating figure. It was impressive how he maintained such composure in the apocalypse. He must possess formidable self-preservation skills. As she donned the oversized coat, his icy aura enveloped her, and Pei Xiqing finally felt a bit warmer, retreating behind the car door in a daze. Hearing Ling Lang's continued rants, she curiously peeked out. Ling Lang was animatedly gesticulating, his white hair tousled by the wind, creating an amusing sight. Noticing her gaze, he playfully glared. "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll toss you into Falunlun for a meeting." Falunlun seemed to represent a force that transcended others, wielding immense power. She asked, "Isn't it the case that the squad leader can attend meetings with the United Falunlun? If you have any grievances, you could voice them." Ling Lang scoffed. "Not a chance. Let those who wish to go do so." Pei Xiqing inquired, "Are you the squad leader?" Ling Lang replied, "What else would I be?" Then he was the deputy leader. She gestured towards the man in front of them. Ling Lang laughed derisively. "Him? He my brother, and he part of Falunlun too. Didn't you know?" Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait a moment. Did she hear correctly? Was he affiliated with the very organization that had been antagonistic towards the protagonists throughout the narrative, the Falunlun established within the joint base of power? Wasn't he the stronghold of the main villain? Upon reflection, it was evident that the antagonist had persistently targeted the male lead, who had only managed to navigate perilous situations through sheer luck. The antagonist, however, wielded authentic power and means, requiring no external assistance or luck. Yet, this formidable foe ultimately met their demise, a forced downfall in the plot, as their meticulously crafted schemes were inexplicably undone by the male lead, leading to an abrupt and unsatisfactory conclusion. From the perspective of a supporting character, Pei Xiqing felt it was rather hasty for the antagonist to exit the stage so abruptly. Nonetheless, Falunlun, as a pinnacle organization in this apocalyptic landscape, indeed held immense sway, shrouded in mystery while controlling the fates of all. They could issue pursuit orders to anyone, from commanders to nameless soldiers, embodying a godlike presence. Pei Xiqing nodded earnestly. "Understood that I will keep it a secret." Ling Lang laughed derisively. The United Falunlun was hierarchical and governed by stringent regulations. The few members were all absolute powerhouses in their respective fields, making it exceedingly difficult to gain entry. This information was half public, widely known, and not a secret. Ling Lang expressed his disdain for the troublesome individuals within Falunlun, aside from his brother, that he found them infuriating, recalling how they had recently dispatched him and his troops to engage in a battle in a stinking ditch. Encountering few zombies but returning with the stench of filth that lingered even after several baths, his irritation was palpable as he denounced, "I don't care if you blab about it. Aside from my brother, they're all idiots." Pei Xiqing couldn't help but chuckle. Ling Lang glared at her. "What are you laughing at, you silly zombie?" "You're the silly one," she retorted. Suddenly, Ling Lang leaned closer. "But I truly haven't seen anyone who was bitten by a zombie and yet retained consciousness until now, especially when..." He poked her cheek with a finger. "Your skin hasn't even started peeling." Pei Xiqing touched her cheek and recoiled slightly. "I don't know. Perhaps the zombie that bit me wasn't fully infected, or maybe my infection rate is exceptionally slow. That shouldn't be the case." He replied, glancing at his watch. "In 5 minutes. It'll mark the 24th hour since we encountered you." Long Yin remarked, "Your calculations are quite precise. Of course. Ever since I met this woman, I've been vigilant regarding her infection status." Ling Lang retorted, "You like Xiqing, don't you?" Ling Lang, who had just taken a sip of water, spluttered, "Long Yin, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly like someone so foolish who's on the brink of becoming a zombie?" Pei Xiqing merely pressed her lips together faintly. She understood that the sister was joking and didn't truly mean it. Long Yin chuckled. "Is that so? Stop teasing," Ling Lang warned. "Fine." She knew if this continued, he would likely explode. Long Yin flashed a knowing smile at him before turning her attention back to Pei Xiqing. If this girl managed to endure, there was a chance she and Ling Lang could develop a bond. Despite Ling Lang's reputation as a troublemaker within the base, he was diligent and possessed formidable strength. Being one of the rare dual ability users, if Pei Xiqing joined the base, she would likely follow him. Otherwise, no one would look after her. Ling Lang observed that Pei Xiqing appeared quite young, probably in her early 20s. He asked, "Xiqing, how old are you?" Pei Xiqing pondered briefly before replying, 22. "Such a coincidence. You're the same age as Ling Lang." "Indeed," Ling Lang scoffed coldly. Pei Xiqing instinctively tightened her coat around her. Long Yin noticed the gentleman's coat draped over her petite shoulders and raised an eyebrow. Isn't that Brother Duan's jacket? Did he give it to you? Yes. Long Yin narrowed her eyes with a smile, preparing to share a secret. Pei Xiqing, slightly taken aback, leaned in closer as the woman whispered conspiratorially in her ear. Last time at the base, a female general encountered Brother Duan's military uniform, and then he was never seen wearing that set again. I heard it was burned, completely turned to ashes. Pei Xiqing replied, that seems a bit exaggerated. Just a touch, and it gets burned. Does that mean this one on me is about to turn to dust as well? He despised having his belongings tainted by others' scents. Even a mere touch was intolerable, for he would rather see it destroyed. This thought echoed in Pei Xiqing's mind, and even when Ling Lang called her name, she remained oblivious, taking a moment to lift her head. What is it? Ling Lang was busy tucking a gun into his lower back, his white hair tousled by the night wind. Let's head back to the car and sleep. Do you intend to freeze to death out here? Oh, all right. Yet, as soon as Pei Xiqing stood up, she wobbled unsteadily. Her face, initially flushed from the warmth of the fire, turned ashen, the strength in her legs giving way as she instinctively grasped the arm of the person beside her. Ling Lang was still loading bullets. When her tug caught his attention, he was momentarily startled to see her half kneeling on the ground. He hastily helped her up. Hey, what's wrong? Are you about to lose it? Speak to me. Pei Xiqing was unable to utter a word, her body trembling, desperately resisting the urge to scratch her skin. She felt unbearably itchy, her limbs tormented by a pain that felt as if she were being torn apart from within. Ling Lang continued talking, but she could no longer comprehend his words. Only catching sight of the dagger at his waist, in a moment of impulsiveness, she drew the very dagger he had just sheathed and pressed it forcefully against her arm. The pain was excruciating. The sensation surged through her nerves, and the blood that flowed forth provided a strange relief from her symptoms, a hidden pleasure intertwined with the agony. Was this what it felt like to become a zombie? She felt as though she were trapped in a harrowing cycle, uncontrollably inflicting harm upon herself. As the pain subsided, she instinctively continued, only for her wrist to suddenly tighten. The dagger slipped from her grip and clattered to the ground. Pei Xiqing, dazed, lifted her head to see a pair of tranquil eyes beneath the glasses, her surroundings shifting from Ling Lang's embrace to another's, slightly cooler. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around the stranger, her cheek brushing against him. Her soft skin stained with blood, smearing it against the man's neck. Just give me 2 more cuts, I beg you. With a pair of alluring eyes fixed on the man, she bit her lip. I'm in so much pain. Please. She truly appeared to be driven to desperation, her breath ragged. The man held her tightly, his gaze trailing down her porcelain-like face to her bleeding wrist, pressing down firmly. Stop the bleeding. Ling Lang inhaled deeply, a cold smile gracing his lips as he retrieved the dagger, examining the blood with narrowed eyes before promptly pulling out a medical kit from the car. Pei Xiqing continued to thrash about, but her feeble strength was no match for Duan Xiaolin, who overshadowed her with his towering presence, her arm weakly pressed against the car window, then dropping limply. Ling Lang worked swiftly, bandaging the wound with remarkable efficiency. It was still human blood. If she were infected, her blood would have turned green. Duan Xiaolin squinted, realizing she was not entirely infected. Long Yin and El Sudong rushed over from another vehicle. What's going on? Strange, Ling Lang replied. Sister Long Yin, come take a look. What exactly is happening to her? Perhaps it's a special ability, Long Yin mused. Examining Pei Xiqing's arm.it seems she has awakened some sort of power. But I can't decipher it. We likely need to return to the base for a thorough examination. It appears she awakened her abilities at the moment she was bitten, and the power within her body is battling the zombie virus. However, being bitten is still being bitten. Even if she hasn't been fully infected, she's already half a zombie. Ling Lang rubbed his chin, contemplating. So, does that mean we need to eliminate her? You know, in this apocalypse, once bitten, it's a guaranteed infection. Even the serum only works for those with abilities. Moreover, it must be injected within the golden hour after being bitten for a chance to combat the virus cells with their powers. Now that she is effectively half a zombie, we can't be sure when she might completely transform. Within the ranks of human ability users, the priority is always to eliminate the infected. Even if they're family, especially in organizations as strict as Frolin, the eradication of zombies is paramount. Yet, they have made exceptions more than once. Ling Lang glanced at Duan Xiaolin, whose eyes behind the glasses were inscrutable. His profile bathed in moonlight, exuding a cold, profound demeanor, a chilling detachment. He understood that his brother was leaning toward a lethal decision. With his status, he could not allow any unforeseen circumstances to arise, nor permit any zombies to appear under his watch. Throughout these years of the apocalypse, he had never shown mercy to any zombies, not even when faced with his own mother, who had been infected 5 years ago. Duan Xiaolin lowered his gaze. Pei Xiqing lay in his arms, delicate and fragile, seemingly unconscious, curled up against him. She had scratched her forehead in her turmoil, blood trickling down to the corner of her eye. Lending her already vibrant cheeks a pitiful allure, the man scooped her up effortlessly and placed her inside the car, while everyone outside awaited his decision. Duan Xiaolin extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, leisurely lighting one, his eyes behind the lenses devoid of emotion. Let's keep her for now. She is indeed a bit unusual. Long Yin exhaled in relief, recognizing that Xiqing's symptoms were clearly different from others. Although she was a zombie, at least she still retained her consciousness, not posing a threat to the apocalypse just yet. Furthermore, she was merely a powerless girl. Even if she became a zombie, she might still be rather endearing. Ling Lang scoffed. You've been blinded by her charm. Not at all. Besides, if we bring her back to the base for research, wouldn't that be more beneficial for us? Why do you have such a strong opinion against her? What's it to you? Ling Lang retorted, shouldering his machine gun as he entered the city. I'm going to see if there's anything slipping through the cracks. It's been days since I've seen blood. Long Yin shrugged. Ling Lang's prowess was evident, leaving her with little concern. Before long, she and El Sudong returned to their vehicle. Duan Xiaolin leaned against the car door, taking a single drag from his cigarette when someone gently tapped on the window. Pei Xiqing had awakened. She leaned against the window, softly asking, "Did I bite someone just now?" "No, that's great," Pei Xiqing replied, her voice slightly breathless and hoarse, feeling something within her battling for dominance, merging with her blood. Through the car window, she struggled to see the man's face clearly, her energy depleted as her body fought against the virus. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Thank you," she added. "Being a zombie isn't so bad. Although I can't guarantee the future, as long as I have consciousness, I won't bite anyone." His expression remained unchanged. "Are you trying to escape?" Caught off guard, Pei Xiqing awkwardly cleared her throat. "I am not." He lazily glanced over. "In this apocalypse, you're not the only one with such thoughts. Those who think like that often meet a tragic end." Pei Xiqing touched her arm, which was wrapped like a dumpling. Lamenting, "There's nothing I can do. I've already been bitten. S1 is one of the top 10 ability teams at the base. How did you join?" "Well, that's a long story. Make it brief. Because my sister is in that team." And then, his skepticism was palpable. He could not fathom that a sister would abandon her sibling, his gaze icy. "What conflict drove you apart?" "Just some trivial matters." Pei Xiqing fabricated a lie, thinking it unwise to reveal that the original owner had flirted with members of the team and nearly climbed into her brother-in-law's bed. Specifically, Pei Xiqing instinctively bit her lip, pondering what to concoct. Yet the man's keen perception was overwhelming. A single glance made her unable to resist, and she finally confessed. Because of a man, he exhibited no trace of disdain. Nor did he display any confusion or doubt. It was merely a tone reminiscent of an interrogation, cold and devoid of warmth. "Next time, simply speak the truth." Pei Xiqing's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Members of the Franlin seemed particularly adept at interrogation. After all, they were at the pinnacle of power in this apocalyptic world. Summoning her courage, she inquired, "That brother Duan, do you know him?" He cast her a fleeting glance, prompting Pei Xiqing to quickly clarify. "I heard them all call you that. May I address you in the same manner?" "As you wish." Within the United Franlin, there exists a formidable figure, presumably the head of your organization. Are you familiar with him? Ignorance is no crime. She had no ulterior motives and posed no threat to their lives. She was merely curious about what the antagonist was engaged in at this juncture, and she wished to understand how he had nearly succeeded in eliminating the male lead on multiple occasions. The man remained silent for a moment, his gaze indifferent, questioning the purpose of her inquiry. Pei Xiqing's eyes sparkled momentarily, a hint of innocent shyness that, if gazed upon for too long, would render one unable to look away. "I've heard that gentleman is quite formidable," Duan Xiaolin replied. "Indeed, he must be quite busy. How often does Franlin convene?" "It depends on the circumstances. If she could survive until then, she would truly like to meet that antagonist. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." After exchanging a few words, Pei Xiqing found herself once again tormented by pain. Exhausted, she succumbed to slumber. Duan Xiaolin gazed distantly at the auroras that flickered chaotically across the sky due to the inclement weather. Day and night shimmered and transformed at the horizon. Within the vehicle, the gentle sound of breathing, the soft sensation of having held her wrist, lingered upon him. In these years of apocalypse, the proliferation of supernaturals had been overwhelming. He too was one of them, possessing an acute understanding of certain physiological mechanisms inherent to supernaturals. The undeniable truth was that a strong desire was an inescapable reality for all supernaturals. The greater the power, the more intense the cravings. After finishing one cigarette, he lit another. A fleeting glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes, only to be swiftly subdued by his usual indifference, standing tall and composed. Every inch of him exuded restraint. After a brief rest, Pei Xiqing felt her physical condition had improved significantly. The itch on her skin had subsided considerably, and the greenish hue on her arm showed signs of fading. She was no longer mindlessly inflicting self-harm as she had the previous night, yet the virus still lingered within her. In the parlance of supernaturals, she was already akin to a zombie. It mattered little to her. Pei Xiqing was not particularly concerned. Being a conscious zombie had its own peculiar thrill. However, the wound from the bloodletting seemed to heal rapidly. Her skin, which ought to have rotted like that of other zombies, appeared not only to have not deteriorated but to have genuinely improved. The green hue had diminished significantly. She scrutinized her arm for a while longer, then lifted her clothing to inspect her legs. The symptoms of zombification were receding. Yet, her mind wandered to the thought that it would be delightful to bite someone, particularly the tall man smoking amidst the horde of zombies on the other side. Goodness! Pei Xiqing was startled by her own thoughts. Shaking her head, she hurriedly disembarked from the vehicle, and her eyes were immediately drawn to Ling Lang, who was dragging a mutated zombie, its body enlarged several times. Clad in black combat attire, his tall and slender figure was striking, and he bore no mask. His slightly irritable eyes were filled with ferocity as he fired 2 shots at the zombies that had begun to pursue him. The early morning was already vexing enough, and they dared to chase him down. Upon turning, he met Pei Xiqing's gaze, raising an eyebrow coldly, mouthing the words, "Idiot zombie." In that moment, it was unclear whether he was cursing the creatures behind him or referring to her. She pointed to the ground near Ling Lang's feet. He looked down to find a zombie licking his shoe, his face paling as he kicked it away. Pei Xiqing smiled, her teeth itching with the desire to bite someone. Particularly the tall man standing amidst the zombies, smoking. Ling Lang, with a grim expression, dragged the massive zombie away, drew a dagger, and began excavating the crystal core from its brain, a sight that was rather nauseating. Nevertheless, his movements were decisive, devoid of any hesitation. She was still curious as to what the extracted crystal core looked like when Long Yin called out to her. "Xiqing, come quickly, breakfast is ready." It was unexpected to encounter them while wandering in the apocalypse, and to have breakfast as well. When Pei Xiqing was handed a steaming bowl of wontons, she felt somewhat dazed, as if it were all surreal. Long Yin remarked, "We've been out for a while. Our stockpiled food is nearly depleted. If this were when we first left the base, we would have been eating beef for breakfast, but now things are a bit tight. Please bear with it. Once we return to the base, it will be better." Being able to eat wontons was already a source of great satisfaction for her. I won't complain. She was genuinely hungry. Since her arrival yesterday, she hadn't eaten a single bite. The compressed biscuits had expired and tasted terrible. At that moment, she truly felt as if she might die and become a zombie to feast on human brains. Hence she refrained from consuming the expired food, only drinking a few sips of water. Long Yin chuckled as she watched Pei Xiqing enjoy her meal. "We will be departing shortly. This gentleman beside me is also a member of the team, named Lu Sudong, primarily responsible for explosives and demolition." Pei Xiqing greeted the man beside her. "Hello. Hello. If you need anything in the future, just call on me. You can refer to me as Brother Su. The dangers in this apocalyptic world are numerous. You, as a young lady, must take care of your safety." The man was bald, often wearing a stern expression, adorned with tattoos on his neck and arms, giving him the appearance of someone from a certain faction, not to be trifled with. Yet, his thick Northeast dialect almost made her feel as if she were watching a comedic skit. She smiled. "All right," Long Yin explained. "We are both part of Ling Lang's team. Ling Lang is the captain, and I am the vice captain. Our team consists of 8 members, with others currently executing tasks in different locations. If the opportunity arises at the base, you might get a chance to meet them." Pei Xiqing inquired, "Am I truly allowed to go to the base? As long as we do not disclose your situation. No one will know you are a zombie." She assessed the innocent and bashful girl before her. If it weren't for the slight greenish hue on her skin, one might not suspect she was already infected. Provided she refrained from biting anyone, that if she were to bite someone, she would swiftly be dealt with by the powerful supernaturals at the base. Long Yin warned, I'm not joking. There are countless supernaturals at the base, each stronger than the last. If you choose to go, you must be cautious. Honestly, Pei Xiqing was not particularly keen on visiting the human base. There was a risk of encountering the protagonist group. If they discovered she was still alive, they would undoubtedly expose all her prior actions and inform everyone that she had been bitten by a zombie. She could not guarantee that she wouldn't succumb to the urge to bite. It would be better to wander outside. Yesterday, while overhearing their discussions about routes, she had heard several names of regions. Perhaps she could explore those areas later. Resolving her thoughts, Pei Xiqing lifted the bowl to sip the soup. Feeling warmth begin to envelop her, Duan Xiaolin and Ling Lang approached, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of her obedient demeanor, his expression remaining neutral as he sat down to discuss travel plans with them. Long Yin nodded. I didn't expect that the path ahead would be blocked by zombies overnight. Both cities are now swarming with a new batch of infected zombies. Their numbers are indeed quite overwhelming and troublesome. Ling Lang, with his hands in his pockets, remarked, if we encounter them, we'll just fight. There's no such thing as retreat in my life. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream shattered the air from the nearby thicket. Everyone turned to look. A group was fleeing in panic, shouting, retreat, retreat. Ling Lang strode over, firing several shots at the zombies that were frantically crawling after them. To his surprise, the number of zombies was indeed considerable. And Long Yin and Lu Sudong quickly joined the fray. 15 minutes later, this wave of zombies was entirely eradicated. Ling Lang kicked over a few of the panicking individuals, demanding, which team are you from? We are a spontaneously formed team. Who are you? Humph. Ling Lang seized one of them, ordering, call all of your team members over. They are a group that has spontaneously formed in a certain town during the apocalypse. A rather common occurrence in these times. The stronghold holds sway over the majority of the empowered individuals, while many others, disliking constraints, establish their own factions outside the stronghold, continuously expanding their influence. They flee relentlessly, confronting zombies as they arise. If they cannot prevail, they retreat. Aside from some equipment that may be lacking, the abilities of the empowered within these groups are not to be underestimated. Their party consists of at least 20 to 30 individuals, predominantly men, with only a few women among them. Several bear injuries, and Ling Lang, observing those hiding in the back, inquires, what happened to them? A person hastily steps forward to obscure her view. It was just an accidental fall. Is that so? Ling Lang rises and pushes the individual aside. I would like to see how he fell. To her surprise, the group members all rush to obstruct her. Who are you? What gives you the right to meddle in our affairs? Do we need your permission? Exactly. Who do you think you are? One retorts. That's our vice captain. He simply stumbled while on the road, and you wish to intervene. Ling Lang scorns. A bunch of foolish simpletons. Who are you calling simpletons? Who the hell are you? Before long, tensions escalate, and a confrontation looms. Hey, kid, don't think that just because you helped us a moment ago, you can dictate terms that we could have taken down those zombies without you. We don't need your assistance. Who do you look down upon? The leader of the group sneers, only to suddenly notice the flamboyant Pei Xiqing behind them, scoffing seriously. Your team is so few in number. And you brought along such a frail girl who didn't even lift a finger. Does she lack powers? Or is this all the strength your team possesses? Pei Xiqing, lost in thoughts of the zombies' mutated forms, becomes aware of the many gazes directed her way. Before she can utter a word, a tall man steps in front of her, blocking the stairs. Duan Xiaolin grips his gun firmly and presses it against the head of the injured individual behind the crowd. You, bang. Before any words escape, the bullet has already been fired. A head explodes. The acrid smell of gunpowder fills the air. Everyone stands in shock, particularly the members of that group, who are enraged. You dare kill our vice captain. You eat dead meat. One man raises his fists in fury, but before he can reach Duan Xiaolin, an overwhelming force halts him. His hand goes numb, as if a hidden rage is igniting within him. He stares wide-eyed. Is it an ability? It seems like it, yet not quite. That he's infected. Duan Xiaolin states flatly, you're talking nonsense. The man shouts, agitated, our vice captain can still be saved. Duan Xiaolin tosses the gun to Ling Lang, removes his glasses from the bridge of his nose, and slowly wipes the blood from the lenses. I don't believe so. His gaze is chillingly devoid of warmth. His tone is frigid as a demon emerging from hell, causing those present to shiver. The corpse at their feet lies twisted at an unthinkable angle upon hitting the ground, Its mouth agape, fully zombified, yet with a bullet in its head, it can only undergo a mechanical transformation. Losing all capacity for aggression, a collective gasp arises. Had the vice captain still been alive, those who supported him would have perished as well. It was a near miss. Another soul could have been infected. The stares directed at Duan Xiaolin oscillate between hatred and fear, until finally, someone in the group quietly suggests, perhaps we ought to let this go. The vice captain is indeed infected, and hiding it will ultimately harm us. Even if he is infected, you still wish to carry him. What about the rest of us? You understand nothing. The vice captain is the only one among us who has been to the stronghold. He knows the way. If he dies, when shall we reach the stronghold for refuge? The man coughs, his face pale. I apologize for my earlier haste. Ling Lang, you wish to go to the stronghold? Yes. The man replies, if we don't seek refuge there, we're simply waiting for death. Didn't you say you don't need to rely on the stronghold in the initial days of the apocalypse? Who would bother with those dilapidated strongholds? However, it has been said that the zombies are mutating increasingly ferociously. The man raises his thumb. Now, anyone not actively seeking to align with the stronghold is simply foolish. Ling Lang scoffs. Such individuals would be worthless even if they reached the stronghold. So you all plan to go to the stronghold. Why not form a team? In this world of despair, more individuals mean greater strength and another chance at survival. Ling Lang is disinclined to spare them another glance. Long Yin interjects, yes, we too intend to go. Then let us form a team, since we are all headed to the stronghold, if you catch up later. We can go together. Ling Lang responds, no need. His group has no requirement to ally with these inept individuals. Zhao Shunyin, acting as captain, finally steps forward after listening for a while. I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. However, it is because the vice captain is our only guide that we concealed his condition that if he dies, we will be like headless flies, utterly lost. He appears refined, tall and thin, as if only a skeleton remains of him. Thank you for your assistance earlier. We are headed to the stronghold, and since you are too, there should be many zombies ahead. Working together can only yield benefits. Ling Lang replies, not necessary. Pei Xiqing discreetly gives him a thumbs up. These individuals are of unknown origin. Even if they aim to reach the stronghold, one cannot ascertain their true intentions. Forming teams on the road may be advantageous against zombies, yet who knows if these individuals would turn around and betray them? Very well, Zhao Shunyin concedes, leading his group aside to rest. Members of his team gather close, whispering, Captain, they clearly belong to the stronghold. If we follow them, we should reach it without issue. Zhao Shunyin nods, indeed. But we must remain cautious. Who knows if they might intentionally lead us astray or rob us of our supplies. Understood, he organizes his belongings while glancing towards the other group. The license plates are obscured by sand, rendering them indistinguishable. The two vehicles appear ordinary, suggesting they are merely a small faction of the stronghold. As for the man who fired earlier, his identity remains unclear. He wears no uniform and is not the leader. Thus warrants no concern. His gaze falls upon Pei Xiqing within the group. This woman seems familiar, as if he has encountered her before. After a brief rest, as Ling Lang prepares to depart, Zhao Shunyin's group promptly follows suit. Ling Lang grips the steering wheel, glancing at the two trucks trailing behind in the rearview mirror. Should we drive them off? Duan Xiaolin replies, no need to bother. Very well. The vehicles continue their journey for 7 or 8 hours, rattling along the bumpy terrain. Finally coming to a stop, Pei Xiqing is the first to open the door and step out. She leans against a tree, clutching her chest, feeling nauseated but unable to vomit. Resorting only to dry heaves, Long Yin hands her a bottle of water. Are you all right? The road conditions are indeed poor. The highways have been damaged by zombies, and the remnants of past battles have left the ground pockmarked and impassable. Thank you. I'm fine. Glad to hear it. After a moment, Pei Xiqing finally notices that their vehicle has entered a new city, its damage less severe than the previous one. Yet, the streets still reveal no signs of life. Only zombies and rotting corpses amidst the ruins. However, several stores along the sides of the street have merely shattered glass, with their contents still intact. She is jostled as the group trailing behind rushes towards the stores, frantically raiding for food. Unbelievably, it hasn't expired. There are so many treasures here. Brothers, fill your bags. Take everything. Not a single item shall be left. Ha! Pei Xiqing furrowed her brows, the collision causing her considerable pain. Someone noticed her and casually remarked, oh dear, my apologies for bumping into you. little sister. Their gazes were laden with intrigue, their eyes incessantly circling around Pei Xiqing, despite being tightly wrapped in layers of bandages. With only her face exposed, she could still feel the predatory stares that scrutinized her like a hunter eyeing its prey, ferocious and insatiable. The original owner of this body had rightfully earned the title of a disaster in this post-apocalyptic world. Pei Xiqing remained silent, merely observing them, her teeth grinding slightly, as if contemplating biting them, tearing them apart. Yet, they were so filthy. Soon, it was time for free activity, and the others ventured into the city for exploration. Pei Xiqing, filled with curiosity about the urban landscape of the apocalypse, meandered for a while. Upon returning to the camp, she found Long Yin, El Sudong, and Ling Lang already prepared to set off. Long Yin looked at her from a distance and said, "Xiqing, we've received messages from our teammates and need to rush to meet them, but we'll see you later. For now, stay with Brother Duan." The situation had unfolded abruptly. They had a team to consider, bound to follow orders and prioritize their mission, unable to abandon their comrades for a hasty return to the base. Ling Lang scoffed, "In 2 days, we'll catch up with you." Then he added, "Put away your wicked thoughts. If you dare to bite, you'll meet a gruesome fate, just like the one who got shot in the head today." "Why scare her?" Long Yin interjected, "We need to leave quickly." Ling Lang lifted his chin slightly, adding, "Just behave yourself and don't bite my brother." Pei Xiqing found it somewhat amusing. She imagined that if she attempted to bite, her mouth would probably be crushed by that man before she even had the chance. "Be careful on your way," she said. "All right, see you in 2 days." Long Yin waved goodbye. As they drove away, the other team members began to stir with curiosity, approaching her to inquire about the situation. Pei Xiqing revealed nothing, cautiously inching closer to the man. His well-crafted glasses were tucked into the pocket of his coat as he rested with his eyes closed, his once sharp and indifferent brows still retaining their severity even in repose. Pei Xiqing refrained from waking him, choosing instead to quietly wait by the car. During this time, the group continued to chatter around her, and she found their incessant talking bothersome, opting to retreat into the car for a nap. It was unclear how much time passed before she was jolted awake by the cold. Upon opening her eyes, she found the sky had darkened again, and bonfires had been lit along the streets. With people gathered around for warmth, Pei Xiqing sneezed and noticed the passenger seat was empty. Instinctively scanning her surroundings, by the fire pit in front of the car, she spotted the man sitting upright. Shivering, she stepped out and moved to his side. Hearing him say, "There are clothes in the car," Pei Xiqing had only seen one of his jackets inside. Recalling Long Yan's earlier words, she hesitated and asked, "Can I wear it?" "You can wear the cold one," he replied. She promptly went to retrieve the jacket, slipping it on and fastening the buttons. Remarkably, the fabric warmed her almost instantly. The man then handed her a bamboo skewer, one that held a neatly prepared rabbit. "Thank you. Shall we eat together?" she asked. Duan Xiaolin replied, "I've already eaten." "Then, what about this large rabbit? I can't finish it alone. Don't force yourself if you can't finish it." "Did you catch this?" she inquired. "They sent it to us," he answered. Pei Xiqing was taken aback, her lips parting slightly. "They?" Turning her head, she looked toward the nearby team, who seemed to be glancing in their direction. "It's for you. Take your time eating. By the way, we found several hotels in the city that are only slightly damaged, and I heard there's a sandstorm coming tonight. You should find a room to hide in." Pei Xiqing asked, "Are we going?" He merely nodded in response. Pei Xiqing was hesitant to get too close, maintaining her distance. However, in a turn of dramatic irony, they arrived too late, as the only remaining 2 hotel rooms had been claimed by others. "Leaving just one available? Are you not a couple? Why can't you share a room?" someone questioned. Puzzled. "We have a lot of people. You'll have to make do for one night," another person chimed in. "Since you're a couple, what is there to worry about? Don't worry, if you two get busy tonight, we won't disturb you. Just remember, the soundproofing isn't great. Keep it down." Pei Xiqing felt a flutter of anxiety as she glanced at Duan Xiaolin, who was preoccupied moving supplies from the car to the room, seemingly unfazed by the conversation. She joined him to help, but as she lifted a box from the trunk, its weight nearly made her double over. Was it packed with explosives? It felt unbearably heavy. The man emerged and took the box from her grasp. His large, calloused hand brushed against her fingers for a fleeting moment, swift yet leaving behind a rough warmth. The prominent veins on his hand causing her to flinch instinctively. It reminded her of how he had held her tightly from behind yesterday, when she was delirious and unable to resist. "You don't need to carry that. Just go inside," he said in a low voice. Curious, she asked, What's inside? Explosives. The man then proceeded to bring in documents and weapons from the vehicle shortly after. It seemed the team leader approached, wanting to discuss something with him. He stepped outside to converse with the leader by the car. Pei Xiqing wandered about the room, taking in her surroundings. Most buildings in the city had been flattened, but this hotel stood as a rare bastion of luck amidst chaos. With only minor cracks in the walls, its other amenities intact. To her surprise, there was even a functioning bathroom, feeling grimy from the various zombie blood and her own, along with the dust that threatened to breed fleas. Pei Xiqing discovered that the shower in the bathroom still worked, and there were clean bathrobes available. After a moment's hesitation, she began to remove the bandages that bound her. Along with her clothes, as warm water cascaded over her porcelain skin, her slightly lighter black hair became damp, clinging to her delicate neck and flowing downwards. The bathroom was small and steamy, veiling her unclothed form in a haze. She felt a rush of urgency, fearing that the man might return at any moment. However, one must not be careless when washing one's hair. Hastily scrubbing and rinsing one's body with trepidation is simply not an option. She felt overwhelmingly dirty, so filthy that it rendered her restless, as if something were crawling upon her skin at every moment. Were it not for the fear of truly becoming a zombie, she would have hesitated to trouble others with such a request, which seemed rather inappropriate given the apocalyptic circumstances. After all, everyone had grown accustomed to crawling through the sands and dealing with the foul stench of various corpses. Mere survival was already a challenge, and who had the luxury to concern themselves with such trivialities? After washing for approximately 11 or 12 minutes, Pei Xiqing, clad in a bathrobe, peered out from the bathroom. Fortunately, no one had returned. The room was empty. She exhaled in relief and began to wash her clothes. She wondered if they would dry by morning. Luckily, during her aimless wandering in the previous city, she had found a few clean garments to wear. The undergarments were still clean, sparing her the need to wash them for the time being. She would first attend to the outerwear, which was stained with blood and various unidentifiable liquids from rolling on the ground. After washing her jacket and pants, she donned a thin sweater and a pair of shorts that reached her thighs, then climbed onto a chair in the hotel room to hang her clothes out the window. The hotel was far from a five-star establishment. This room lacked a balcony, and only featured a narrow ledge outside the window for hanging garments. To dry her clothes, she had to precariously balance herself at the window's edge. Just as she reached out to hang the clothes, the door behind her unexpectedly swung open. A tall man entered, holding something in his hand. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the slender woman, her long, graceful legs poised on the windowsill. After her shower, her previously dust-covered eyes and brows were now perfectly visible, her face flushed with warmth from the steam, exuding an air of beauty and innocence. Water dripped from her hair, cascading down her neck and seeping into the gray sweater, dampening a small patch. His gaze remained calm. What's wrong? Pei Xiqing felt her ears burn with embarrassment. I was just trying to hang my clothes after washing. Duan Xiaolin closed the door and approached the chair beside her. Let me do it. He towered over her by a full head, yet standing on the chair. Pei Xiqing was slightly taller. She lowered her eyes slightly. Thank you. As she prepared to retract her legs from the windowsill, she unexpectedly found the ledge somewhat eroded by the harsh winds of the apocalypse, causing her footing to slip. Startled, she instinctively leaned sideways. Expecting to endure a painful fall, she was surprised when the man swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her away from the precarious edge. The spot where he had touched her felt oddly weak, and she could distinctly feel the strength of his physique beneath the thin fabric. He was impeccably dressed in a button-up shirt, and the muscles beneath his suit pants were undeniably prominent. His lips brushed against her brow and eyes, his demeanor exuding a chilling yet invigorating aura laced with a hint of smoke. Just a whiff sent her heart racing, and her body instinctively recoiled. Duan Xiaolin set her down at the edge of the bed, his eyelids cast downwards. Is there anything else? Just these two pieces. He took the hanger from her and casually hung it next to the cupboard above. The winds will pick up tonight. Within the hour, your clothes will be blown away. If you want something to wear tomorrow, best not to hang them out. She nearly forgot about that. Now, her clothes wouldn't dry. What to wear tomorrow became a serious concern. She had only these two relatively clean garments left, but they provided little warmth. Venturing out in them might very well lead to her freezing along the way. Duan Xiaolin handed her the item he had been holding. Pei Xiqing accepted it, puzzled. Inside was a complete outfit, a windbreaker that offered warmth and protection against the cold. It was black and white, appearing quite cozy. Her eyes sparkled as she looked up at him. For me? Where did you get this? From another team. Duan Xiaolin loosened the button on his wrist, removed his watch, and placed it on the cupboard. His demeanor distant and cool. They offered it. Would they be so kind-hearted? They must want you to take them to the base. He unfastened another button. Yes, they want information. There must be something to exchange. Then I want to take it. I can't have you owing them a favor. She resolved to wear her damp clothes tomorrow. After all, she couldn't be sure if those people were genuinely good or bad. Until Ling Lang returned, she feared they might take advantage of Duan Xiaolin's kindness. That in this world, trust was a luxury. It was unnecessary to incur a debt for a mere piece of clothing. Pei Xiqing neatly folded the new outfit and handed it back to him. Duan Gu, please return this to them. He raised his gaze, seemingly appraising her through his glasses. Pei Xiqing blinked, convinced that avoiding excessive entanglements with them was prudent until Ling Lang returned. The man inquired, why wait for him? Because he said to wait for him. Duan Xiaolin's expression darkened slightly under the dim light. He stood, gazing at her for a moment, the exchange is not merely for a piece of clothing. It was hardly enough to barter for anything significant. Pei Xiqing obediently clutched the clothes, clad only in a loose, thin sweater. A slight movement caused her collar to slip, revealing a faint mole just below her collarbone. Her delicate cheeks soft and fragile. Leaning in closer, she asked, Duan Gu, will this truly not cause you any trouble? There was an innocent naivety about her that seemed out of place in their grim surroundings. Her eyes were filled with caution. It was unclear whether she was genuinely fearful or merely acting so in his presence. Duan Xiaolin felt an intense urge to smoke. The proximity made him crave it more than ever. Perhaps it was not just the nicotine that provided solace. He squinted slightly, his gaze lingering on her in the dim light. No, there was an unexplainable sense of danger in his eyes, yet with Duan Xiaolin's appearance and demeanor, he seemed more righteous than a paragon, a character straight from a heroic tale, and she believed that without question. Pei Xiqing could not fathom any ulterior motives lurking behind his gaze, with his firm assurance. She finally dared to don the outer garment, rubbing her slightly chilled knees as she suggested, shall I help you bring some things up? Duan Xiaolin loosened another button, revealing his well-defined chest, and turned towards the bathroom without affirming or denying her offer. Simply stating, there are 2 boxes of supplies in the car. Take whatever you want to eat. Just sleep tonight. Don't worry about me. All right. The sound of running water gradually filled the bathroom. Pei Xiqing touched her slightly flushed cheeks. Eating was a daytime affair. After 5 or 6 hours, her stomach had begun to grumble. Fortunately, the hotel was surrounded by buildings, shielding her from the winds and keeping the temperature from dropping as low as it would outside. She tightened her coat and put on the matching pants, ensuring her skin was completely covered, concealing any hint of the faint green infection that marred her exposed skin. Upon inspecting the infection while bathing, she noted that it had faded somewhat, yet there were still traces. However, unless one examined her closely, she appeared to be just like anyone else. Yet, trailing behind Duan Gu and Ling Lang felt precarious. She felt an acute lack of security. There was a constant fear of a complete infection, leaving her with nowhere to escape if the worst came to pass. She recalled the image of the man aiming his gun at the vice captain. If she were to lose consciousness, would her fate be any different? Just the thought made her shiver. Yet at this moment, she seemed to have no better options if she did not succumb to a complete infection. Her very survival depended on food, drink, and shelter. The main group had abandoned her, and if she ventured to the base, she would likely not even reach the door. She decided to take one step at a time. She felt indifferent. After all, if she were to become a zombie, living one more day in this foreign world would be a gain. If she survived long enough, the story would hardly be worth watching. In the narrative of a thrilling tale, there were only so many plots to unfold. However, there was one thing she was quite curious about. Pei Xiqing descended the stairs. Just as she arrived, the lights in the garage on the first floor flickered on. She assumed the other team was still organizing their belongings, but as she approached, she saw several men gathered around a black G-Class vehicle, wielding various tools, seemingly preparing to pick the lock and force open the door to steal something. What are you doing? She shouted. The men, having seen Pei Xiqing during the day, were quite taken with her, especially now that she appeared fresh from a shower. Not only was there no hint of guilt for being caught, but she also laughed scornfully and said, that man doesn't seem all that impressive. Has it really only been half an hour, and it's already over? As she leaned closer to him, she continued, why not join our team? Over half of our members are endowed with extraordinary abilities, especially our captain, who possesses lightning-based powers. Do you understand what that signifies? Extraordinary abilities are an advanced mutation that humans trigger under extreme circumstances. Akin to genetic mutations, a self-preservation mechanism activated in the face of an impending apocalypse. Many individuals possess formidable powers, often related to their physical attributes, while some are simply fortunate or have consumed certain substances. The manifestations of these abilities vary widely, but they generally fall into a few categories: control, attack, defense, explosion, and healing. This categorization is rather broad, with numerous subcategories within each type. However, those who wield two or more extraordinary abilities are considered elite in this apocalyptic world. The male protagonist, Xiao Yu, is a rare dual ability wielder, possessing both defensive and offensive powers, earning him the title of the unrivaled warrior of the apocalypse. The original character's sister initially had only healing abilities, but later awakened control-based powers. The protagonist group gained considerable fame due to their two dual ability members, rising to become the most formidable in this desolate era. Nevertheless, the matters of the protagonist group no longer concern her. She focused intently on the man before her as he continued. I've heard there are very few lightning-based abilities at the base. You comprehend the strength of our team now? Lightning falls under the control category, which is rather advanced. The individuals nearby chimed in. Our captain is a genius. So, what do you think? Would you consider joining our team? I assure you, you'll enjoy a life of luxury with us once we reach the base. Our captain will enlist in the army, and you will share in the glory, won't you? One could not deny the woman's extraordinary beauty. She was strikingly alluring, a captivating blend of innocence and seduction. It had been ages since he had encountered such a specimen. Over the past few years of the apocalypse, everyone had suffered greatly at the hands of zombies, and those who once had girlfriends had lost them to the relentless onslaught. The women in their group had become mere remnants of their former selves, aged and weathered by the harsh realities of their existence. They eagerly anticipated the arrival of newcomers, particularly attractive women. Pei Xiqing sensed the greed emanating from their gazes and retorted, "Share in the glory. You speak as if you are worthy of it. Given the caliber of individuals in your team, I have serious doubts about both your character and capabilities. You seem eager to embellish your own worth, but I fear that even at the base, you would only end up cleaning toilets. Do you even know how to speak?" The man, who appeared to be weak, thrust his words like daggers towards them, seemingly intent on striking their vulnerable spots. Rumors had circulated that the base held extraordinarily high standards for extraordinary ability users, and many who were deemed impressive had returned as mere lowly soldiers, with some relegated to cleaning public restrooms. Do you not understand basic human decency? Surely, you must grasp the concepts of respect and honor. In this apocalypse, one should not regress into base instincts, resorting to mindless thievery. The man raised his arm threateningly, ready to strike. However, someone nearby quickly restrained him, whispering urgently, "Remember how that man killed our vice captain in broad daylight. The captain hasn't spoken yet. Let us not act impulsively. If she stirs that man, the captain will surely blame us. We still need them to guide us to the base. Damn it," the man cursed, resigning himself to misfortune. Let's go. Pei Xiqing watched them leave reluctantly, her teeth clenched in frustration. Had circumstances permitted her to reveal her true nature as a zombie, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them all. The thought struck her with an unexpected jolt. She truly had become a zombie. The garage was still somewhat chilly as she exhaled a puff of breath and rubbed her cold hands. She inspected the area they had just pried open, noting the scratches and looseness. Had she arrived even a moment later, they might have succeeded in their attempt. Fortunately, Duan Stalin had the foresight to move the essential items from the vehicle, or their acquisition could have led to unforeseen complications. After all, they were still subjects of the Franklin, and any leaked sensitive documents could result in severe repercussions. It was said that the punishments from Franklin were exceptionally stringent. She forcefully shut the car door, ensuring it was securely locked before retrieving the key to open the trunk and gather some food. Upon returning to her room, she discovered the bathroom was empty. The man had vanished without a trace. Having declared that she need not concern herself with him, it was as if he had evaporated into thin air. Standing by the window, she noted that it was midnight. The wind outside had intensified, whipping up sand and dust, wreaking havoc upon every city, turning the world upside down. She could even feel the building tremble slightly, the windows rattling incessantly. Taking a few steps back, she drew the curtains and climbed into bed, closing her eyes to rest. Whatever happened, she was utterly exhausted. If the sky were to fall, she would simply use it as a blanket. What concern was it of a zombie? The harshness of the ecological environment would ultimately reap its own consequences. The zombies could simply lie down and accept their fate, in a half-dream state. She seemed to see the door to her room swing open, a familiar figure entering and settling into the sofa beside her. Pei Xiqing was too weary, and her eyes soon closed, sinking into a deep slumber. The room remained dim, devoid of light. While Duan Xiaolin perused the latest updates on the battle situation he shifted on the bed. A bare arm slipped from beneath the covers, exposing half of her pristine shoulder to the air. The virus within her had dissipated remarkably fast. Just days prior, her hands had been riddled with infection. Now reduced to mere patches of green, he silently observed her fragile form, his gaze darker than the night outside. The level of contamination in this post-apocalyptic world had rendered many buildings damp, and the dimness of the room inevitably birthed unspeakable desires. Pei Xiqing slept soundly until dawn, groggily opening her eyes to check the time on her phone. 7 o'clock. Thankfully, she had not overslept. She had heard that they were set to depart at 8. The original owner had been bitten by a zombie and abandoned by the protagonist group, but fortunately, her phone remained intact. Although the internet signal was poor, she could still check the time. Lying on the bed, her curiosity piqued. She opened the original owner's phone and began to peruse its contents. The phone was filled with saved information, including a few contacts from before the apocalypse, before the world fell apart. The original owner had been a beautiful streamer, known for her suggestive content and seemingly quite popular, with her WeChat friends comprising various influential figures. Many of these prominent individuals had invited her for offline meetings, showering her with flattery, but she had merely responded with vague remarks, which only served to infuriate them. As she read through these chat logs, she couldn't help but laugh. The original owner bore a striking resemblance to her. There wasn't much distinction between being a star and an internet celebrity. Perhaps the only difference lay in the monetary gains. Having clawed her way through the entertainment industry, she had encountered her fair share of similar individuals and situations. And indeed, she had missed numerous resources and opportunities due to her refusals, ultimately expending considerable effort to attain the status of a rising actress. Upon opening the photo album, she found a collection of meticulously edited images designed to craft a glamorous persona. As the original owner was fervently devoted to portraying herself as an elite socialite to garner attention, she recalled that the original owner came from a modest background, with both parents being ordinary office workers. However, their treatment of their two daughters was as disparate as night and day. The elder sister, Pei Xiqing, was a mathematical prodigy, with nearly all the family's resources devoted to her university education, as their parents poured their hopes into her, imposing stringent expectations from a young age. In stark contrast, the younger sister, who struggled academically and often mingled with unsavory crowds, was left to her own devices, with her parents largely indifferent to her whereabouts. Consequently, when the apocalypse struck, the original owner resorted to her former identity as a streamer, while Pei Xiqing, endowed with exceptional talent and various advantages, ascended to great heights alongside the male lead. While the original owner fretted over scant food supplies and sought assistance from men, Pei Xiqing thrived under the protection of the male lead, leveraging her mathematical gifts to become a revered scientist in the new world. The disparity between supporting characters and protagonists was glaringly apparent. Swiping right, she stumbled upon a photograph of the two sisters together. Pei Xiqing bore a three-quarters resemblance to the original owner, sporting glasses and possessing gentle, graceful features. Her shoulder-length hair exuded an air of sophistication and tranquility, cultivated through years of scholarly pursuit. Beside her, the original owner had alluring, peach blossom eyes, her smile youthful yet tinged with mischief. The sisters' experiences in the apocalypse diverged significantly. Some encountered kindred spirits, while others met a tragic end among the mountains of corpses, becoming mere fodder. After a while, Pei Xiqing set the phone aside and prepared to freshen up. Splashing her face with cold water, she shivered from the chill. Resources were scarce in the apocalypse, including water. Although the city's water supply had been tainted, the situation did not appear dire. Avoiding indiscriminate drinking would suffice. After washing her face, Pei Xiqing tidied herself and pushed open the door, searching the corridor for the man's figure, but finding none. He should have returned last night. In a moment of hazy recollection, she sensed fragmented memories, albeit not many. Descending the stairs, she finally spotted him leaning against the car door, smoking. Others were nearby, gathering their belongings. He had already returned everything he had brought up last night to the vehicle. He exhaled clouds of smoke. Several individuals attempted to engage him in conversation, but his demeanor was neither warm nor cold. Clearly uninterested, clutching her water bottle, Pei Xiqing jogged over. "You're up so early?" Duan Xiaolin extinguished his cigarette. Get in the car that we're about to leave." The leader of their small team, Zhao Shunyan, quickly ushered his team aboard. "Let's go." In the apocalypse, lingering in one place for too long posed constant danger, as zombies could be drawn to the scent of the living. Everyone moved with remarkable swiftness. Pei Xiqing took a seat in the back. Unable to resist glancing behind her, the large truck followed closely, as if fearing it would lose them. Duan Xiaolin paid no mind to them, driving steadily, occasionally stopping to inspect the corpses of zombies by the roadside. Using a dagger to pierce their skulls, Pei Xiqing was uncertain of his intentions. He claimed to be searching for crystal cores, yet she had not witnessed him actually retrieving anything from the zombies' heads. After approximately 10 hours of driving, as darkness began to descend, Pei Xiqing had gradually acclimated to this rhythm. When the vehicle came to a halt, their car stopped, prompting the two trucks behind them to do the same. Zhao Shunyan approached. "It seems there's a small village ahead. We should be able to camp there. How about we stay together tonight? In this desolate area, encountering a village was a rare stroke of luck. Given the late hour, it was impractical to continue alone, especially with a woman lacking any abilities." Duan Xiaolin replied, "This village isn't safe. There may be a zombie ambush at night. We have people on guard patrol. And we've encountered plenty of zombies along the way. If something does happen, it won't be a problem. If you're concerned, you can bring your team to stay at our camp. No need." He declined. "We don't intend to camp here." Just as Pei Xiqing was about to exit the vehicle, still perplexed by the situation, the man turned back. "Get back in the car. We'll drive a little further. Oh, all right," she replied, retreating into the vehicle and glancing around. Whispering, "This village feels too strange. In such a desolate place, not a single zombie is in sight. It raises suspicion." Duan Xiaolin glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "What do you mean?" Either the area was too remote to have been infected by the zombie virus, or the zombies had already been cleared out, with those responsible lying in wait for passers-by to fall into their trap. In the apocalypse, robbing others for resources and committing violence had become commonplace. To survive, there was little that one wouldn't do. Wherever there were people, there would be schemes and betrayals. Furthermore, in chaotic times, who still cared for order? As long as one wasn't from a base, they could wreak havoc in the wilderness without fear of repercussions. She merely stated her thoughts casually, not expecting the man to ponder them seriously. There were a total of 36 individuals hiding within the village, 2 being offensive abilities, 1 a healer, and the rest were ordinary abilities. Albeit well-equipped, likely having raided several military stockpiles. Pei Xiqing's eyes widened slightly. "You've already seen them?" The village bore no footprints, yet the stone tablet at its entrance was scrubbed clean. A sudden realization struck her, and she interjected, "There was a massive sandstorm last night. The absence of footprints suggests no one has approached, and the clean stone tablet indicates they are hiding within the village." Duan Xiaolin gripped the steering wheel, one hand holding a cigarette dangling out the window. "It seems you possess some reconnaissance instincts. I just wonder how adept you are at counter-surveillance." Pei Xiqing met his profound gaze, her eyelashes fluttering as she innocently asked, "What do you wish to investigate about me?" His eyes lingered on her for half a second before shifting back to the road. "How have you survived these years in the apocalypse?" "Your abilities, and..." He paused. "Your objectives." "Objectives?" She fell silent for a moment. "My objective is merely to survive. However, as I have already turned into a zombie, that has become irrelevant." Regarding her abilities, Pei Xiqing murmured, "I cannot provide you with an answer at this moment." She was still in a phase of uncertainty, only aware that something was amiss with her body, yet unable to articulate why. Nevertheless, she had a premonition that the zombie virus would not erode her consciousness. Inside the vehicle, with only the 2 of them present, even their breaths were audible in the silence. Pei Xiqing contemplated for a moment. Just as she was about to pose a question, the convoy behind them began to pursue in their large truck, pressing on relentlessly. The roar of the engine was deafening, and someone shouted, "Hey, if we keep going, it'll be dark soon. We might as well find a place to camp. It would be better for both of us. Continuing like this is a waste of energy." The man did not relent, driving forward for over an hour before finally coming to a stop. They found themselves in a barren desert, surrounded by darkness, with not a glimmer of light in sight. Only the faint moonlight above provided minimal guidance. Pei Xiqing followed the man out of the vehicle, shivering as a gust of cold wind swept through. She tightened her coat around her, questioning whether this was truly a suitable place to rest. "You'll sleep in the car." "And you?" "I'll also sleep in the car." Pei Xiqing sniffled. "All right." Fortunately, the vehicle is spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 2 individuals. The car behind us has also come to a halt that a number of people have jumped down from the truck, with Zhao Shunyan leading the way. Duan, are you certain we should set up camp here? If you feel otherwise, we can always head back. An individual behind him, visibly agitated, attempted to interject but was halted by Zhao Shunyan, who smiled and said, "All right, we understand. Tonight, let us camp here and rest. Please bring out our food. Boil some water and kindly send a portion over to them as well." As Zhao Shunyan spoke, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to the man, adding, "Given that we've come to know each other these past few days, you haven't forgotten what I mentioned last night, have you? As you can see, our group harbors no ill intentions, nor have we ever resorted to violence against you. It is far more prudent for us to cooperate and maximize our mutual benefits rather than remain in a state of constant vigilance against each other. This man is undoubtedly a potential ally, someone truly worth getting to know. To navigate through this apocalyptic world with such audacity is no small feat. One must be aware that this area is rife with zombies, to the point where a mere few steps could incite a horde. Throughout our journey with him, encounters with zombies have been remarkably scarce. Even if he is not a high-ranking official, he possesses the capability to lead them to a base and potentially escape unscathed from a massive zombie onslaught. He desired to reach the base, and collaborating with this man would provide hope. What do you wish to inquire? He needed to ascertain which of the 5 bases would be the most worthwhile to approach. Seeking the one with the strongest capabilities, the richest resources, and the best opportunities for his unique abilities, his ambitions extend far beyond merely reaching a base. He aims for the finest one. The development of the various bases in this apocalypse differs significantly, as everyone aspires to ascend in status. The man accepted his cigarette, leaning against the car door, slightly tilting his head. The crimson glow of the ember flickered in the night, a puff of smoke whisked away by the wind. A lightning elemental, level 3. How do you know this so clearly? You even know my level. Who exactly are you? Each elemental's strength is a matter of personal knowledge, known only to themselves or those they trust implicitly, making it a rather private affair. A chill ran down Zhao Shunyan's spine. Once he regained his composure, he glanced back at his team and suddenly smiled. Duan, since you're aware, you must also know that I am not weak. I am different from them. The man seemed to deliberate. The 5th base. Why the 5th? The bases are ranked in order of strength. You cannot access the first 4. Zhao Shunyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? I am the sole lightning elemental in my team, and I am level 3. Is that not sufficient to enter the 1st base? If he could only enter the 5th base, then surely the others in his team do not meet even the minimum standard. Duan Xiaolin flicked the ash from his cigarette, his long fingers moving with a calm precision. You will find out once you go. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. You must have spent some time over there. Well, with your assurance, I can rest easy. You will lead us to the base, won't you? That depends on whether you have the ability to reach the gates of the base. Understood. Zhao Shunyan lowered his gaze, an unfamiliar sensation washing over him. He found it impossible to read this man. His depths were unfathomable, and any discernible identity or useful information eluded him. Previously, in the camp, he had been the first to awaken his abilities. With lightning being a particularly rare gift, he alone possessed this elemental power within the entire camp. Becoming a team leader was a mere formality, yet the talent he took pride in seemed insignificant in the eyes of this man. With a contemplative expression, he turned and walked away. Pei Xiqing's gaze toward Duan Xiaolin brimmed with curiosity. The members of the Framlin organization are never without merit. Soon, Zhao Shunyan's group delivered 2 chicken legs, along with 2 bowls of rice and vegetables, an extravagant feast in this apocalypse. He had not anticipated their food resources to be so plentiful, and the flavors were quite delightful. Pei Xiqing, having been famished, struggled to eat at a reasonable pace. The man beside her, sleeves rolled up, revealed a slender arm adorned with a seemingly exquisite watch, consuming his meal with a calm demeanor. She, too, slowed her pace, after finally finishing her chicken leg. She couldn't help but lean over and ask, "Do you have any tissues?" Duan Xiaolin produced some tissues for her. After using a couple, she recalled Zhao Shunyan's earlier conversation and instinctively inched closer. Are we really going to collaborate with them? Not exactly a collaboration. The man noticed her movement and subtly shifted back a fraction. If they wish to follow, let them. It won't stir any significant commotion. Have you been to every base? Yes. To what extent has humanity's bases developed? The man lifted his eyelids. Haven T, you heard? I've heard a little, but I've never seen them myself. I am rather curious. She was merely a pawn in the early stages, fading away in the later ones, having never witnessed what the world's bases truly resembled. Descriptions in books painted them as grand and formidable. Yet she longed to see for herself. Didn't you express a desire to follow us? Duan Xiaolin shot her a penetrating glance. I just want to check it out. The man frowned, seemingly perplexed. A sightseeing trip? Exactly. She met his gaze directly, her eyes locked with his, then softly added, the Franlin organization possesses immense power. I truly wish to see what their base looks like. Duan Xiaolin's expression darkened as his gaze met hers. Filled with an intensity, there are far too many elemental users at the base, often leading to various conflicts. Only through absolute authority can one maintain control over these users that a level 3 lightning elemental is considered average. Level 1 and 2 users abound in the base that its no wonder you said that man could only enter the 5th base. She smiled, lifting her hand to mimic him, rolling her sleeve up. Her fair arm swayed enticingly beneath his watchful gaze. The vehicle had a heating system, and she felt slightly warm, having removed her shoes and jacket, her slim waist subtly visible beneath her sweater. What about you, Duan Go? What elemental power do you possess? Curious to know. Yes, Duan Xiaolin swallowed, diverting his gaze from her delicate form, his voice low and gravelly. I'll tell you next time. All right, she readily agreed. Yet the man suddenly smiled, his tone frosty, suggesting that such naive curiosity should be tempered, especially regarding Franlin. That he opened the window, allowing the cold air to sweep in, his fingers adjusting his glasses, his eyes harboring a distinct danger. The night in this apocalyptic world felt as if countless beasts were roaring in the darkness, growling ominously. Such sights did not sway him. He remained ever composed, unperturbed by any matter or individual. He had dealt with too many cases similar to Franlin's, fully aware of her current thoughts and feelings. Dazed man. He understood that a girl's fragility makes her susceptible, often leading to admiration for the strong. Whether through lifelong devotion, offering oneself, or youthful folly, her thoughts were in vain. In the face of the powerful, the weaker party often resorts to various tactics. He would not serve as a weapon against zombies for anyone. Nor would he become a savior for a woman. After their meal, Pei Xiqing approached to return the dishes. The women in the group, upon seeing her face, were filled with envy and eagerly pulled her into their tent. Sister, what skincare products do you use? How is your skin so flawless? Could you recommend something to us? Yes. I saw you a few days ago, but didn't dare to speak to you. Otherwise, I would have asked sooner. 3 or 4 women surrounded her, continuously pressing snacks into her hands, leaving her somewhat taken aback. Life was becoming increasingly arduous. Not long ago, they had ample skincare products, and every time they passed through a city, they would pick up whatever they could find. They had been using whatever skincare products were available in stores, but now they were nearly depleted. Pei Xiqing could only respond with a polite and perfunctory remark. Ever since she arrived, things had been this way. The original owner's face bore no distinction from her own in the real world, hence she felt no discomfort at all. In fact, she could swiftly adapt to the original owner's state of mind. Ah, what is your relationship with that man? Did you really share a bed? I'm curious. My goodness, you have no idea how handsome that man is compared to anyone in our team. What woman wouldn't he feel a stir? As she spoke, Duan Xiaolin approached alongside Zhao Shunyan. As an ability user, Zhao Shunyan's presence diminished Duan Xiaolin's aura significantly. The man walked with an upright posture, exuding an air of sternness and restraint that warded off strangers. He glanced over and quickly located Pei Xiqing, who was trapped in the tent. It was a fleeting moment, and his gaze vanished just as quickly, after getting into the back of an SUV with Zhao Shunyan. Pei Xiqing felt a tinge of confusion. He had left with Zhao Shunyan in the vehicle. Someone nearby approached her, saying, "The captain and brother Duan have gone ahead to assess the situation. Something seems to have happened unexpectedly. He said to stay here until he returns, and we will protect you, so just don't wander off." Pei Xiqing nodded. "I understand." A woman chimed in with gossip. "Hey, you and him are a couple, right?" "Isn't that so? Little sister, your taste is impeccable. He looks like an ability user. He must be incredible in bed. Ability users excel in that department, but I have a hunch that you've seen his physique. Haven to you. You must be having a blast. Don't keep it to yourself. Share it with us." As their conversation drifted further off topic, Pei Xiqing cleared her throat. "No, you've misunderstood. How could that be? You two aren't in that kind of relationship. No, then why haven't you captured him yet? Can't you seize the opportunity?" Pei Xiqing chuckled awkwardly, lowering her gaze. Before her eyes appeared the deep-set brow and piercing gaze. The cold, composed features, and every meticulous gesture of restraint. That evening, she was left behind by the women and found herself squeezed into a tent with another woman with short hair and a prominent nose. "Oh, don't go back. You've already collaborated with our captain. Why remain so distant from us? You don't even know what dangers await you out there. It's better to sleep here. I can manage alone in my tent. Besides, Zhao Shunyan probably won T return tonight, so you can take my spot." Zhang Tian handed her a blanket and drew the tent flap shut, shutting out the outside world. "You girl, it's dangerous to roam outside alone at night. There are wolves out there that could devour you." Pei Xiqing's intention to return to her vehicle was abruptly interrupted. She hugged the blanket and said thank you. No need to mention it, Zhang Tian replied. "Women should always support one another. It's tough enough as it is. If we start harboring suspicion and resentment towards each other, it'll be hard to face any woman in the future." The wind howled outside the tent, but within, most of the cold was kept at bay. Zhang Tian brought in warm water for her to wash up. "Our team still has a dozen boxes of water left, enough to last until we reach the base, so feel free to use it. Girls especially need to pay attention to hygiene. It wouldn't be good to fall ill in this environment." "Thank you. It's nothing." After washing up, Pei Xiqing lay under the blanket, listening as Zhang Tian spoke intermittently. "I've been with Zhao Shunyan for 3 years. I suppose you could call me his nominal girlfriend. But he has always been unreliable. It's been over a month since he last sought me out, and I have no idea which vixen in the team he has been fooling around with." Pei Xiqing turned on her side. "Sister Tian, do you like him? I'm not afraid to tell you. To me, men are like clothes that if they don't fit, I'll just change them. I certainly don't like hanging from the same tree indefinitely." Zhang Tian remarked, "If he weren't an ability user of the lightning element, I would have stopped paying him any mind long ago." She scoffed. "Men are worth nothing. If it weren't for the fact that we Haven T reached the base, I wouldn't even spare him a glance." Pei Xiqing smirked. Indeed, it was surprising how well she and Zhang Tian could converse. As they chatted, night deepened, and the camp fell into silence. Zhang Tian had already drifted off to sleep beside her. Pei Xiqing pulled out her phone and tapped it. There was no signal, yet it was already 2 in the morning. Duan Xiaolin seemed to have not returned either. She yawned, tried to stay awake a little longer, but eventually succumbed to sleep. In the middle of the night, Zhang Tian woke up, flung open the tent flap, and glared at a few men outside who were making a racket, hissing, "Get lost." The men leered at her. "Sister Tian, the captain Isnt here. How long has it been since he sought you out? Tonight is a perfect opportunity. I don't have time to deal with you all." One of the men noticed a lump under the blanket in the tent. Seeing a strand of hair peeking out, and before Zhang Tian could react, she threw a pillow at them. "Zhao Shunyan will be back soon. If you don't leave, do you want to get electrocuted?" Upon hearing this, the men finally settled down a little. There's zombies ahead. How could the captain return so quickly? Forget it. Let us be cautious. We can't afford to provoke him. The men exchanged glances at the lump under the blanket. Their curiosity piqued before they reluctantly departed. Pei Xiqing did not sleep soundly. She woke up around 6 in the morning. Zhang Tian was folding blankets. Upon seeing her awake, she teased, "The handsome man and Zhao Shunyan have returned, bringing back plenty of supplies. If you're worried, you should get up and take a look." Pei Xiqing rubbed her eyes, dressed, and followed suit in folding the blanket. "Sister Tian, you're up early." They woke us up with their noise, saying Zhao Shunyan is back. "I need to see him." "Sister Tian, have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet. Someone else cooking outside. Let us eat together in a bit." "All right." After washing up, she and Zhang Tian exited the tent. Outside, the campfire still emitted black smoke, likely just extinguished. Everyone was gradually rising, busying themselves with packing. Duan Xiaolin sat on a rock, while Zhao Shunyan was beside him, stepping on the head of a zombie to extract its crystal core. Upon approaching, Pei Xiqing was greeted by a gruesome sight that nearly made her gag. She turned her gaze to the man. "What happened?" "This is a zombie with a high-level crystal core. That's so. Did you go looking for it last night?" The man nodded. "High-level crystal cores contain more energy and are more valuable. They sell for twice the price of ordinary ones at the base." An hour later, everyone had packed their belongings. Zhao Shunyan seemed to have procured another vehicle from somewhere and invited her to join him. She declined, tightening her coat around herself and opting to follow Duan Xiaolin to his vehicle. The man took a drag of his cigarette, observing the little tail behind him. "If you want to pretend to be a normal person, you could try to integrate into the team. I don't wish to integrate with them." Duan Xiaolin remarked, This is merely the tip of the iceberg of human nature. Pei Xiqing parted her lips. But I am a zombie. Why should I discuss humanity with her? Her gaze was innocent and pure. She opened the car door and got in, causing a flicker of darkness to cross the man's eyes. As the team continued down the road, they suddenly encountered a horde of zombies springing forth from a derelict city. Startling everyone, this batch of zombies had been lurking within the city, emerging from buildings, sewers, and various corners, their faces smeared with blood and pus, grotesque and twisted, continuously attacking the living. The group immediately began to engage in battle with the zombies. The man opened the door and stepped out with his gun. Just as Pei Xiqing was about to follow suit, he locked the door. You stay in the car. In an instant, the street erupted with the sounds of cannon fodder and the clash of abilities against zombies. Amid the chaos, one zombie, its head half severed, pressed against the car window, locking eyes with Pei Xiqing, its tongue lewdly licking the glass. The creature, with its head precariously tilted, stared at the occupants within, preparing to attack, only to slam into the sturdy glass, halting its movement. It stuck out its tongue at Pei Xiqing, then displayed a sinister smile. Pei Xiqing. In any case, any normal person encountering such a scene would undoubtedly experience a psychological trauma. Her complexion paled visibly. Unexpectedly, the zombies ceased their relentless assault, gently tapping their heads against the car window, seemingly urging her to lower it. Pei Xiqing hesitated, choosing to remain still. The zombie tilted its head, appearing somewhat perplexed, and opened its mouth, attempting to convey something through incoherent sounds. For reasons she could not fathom, Pei Xiqing sensed no malice emanating from it. She paused her movements, gazing intently at the creature. It was a female zombie, her hair unkempt and cascading about her shoulders, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. She continued to rap on the window, the force of her blows less aggressive than before. Pei Xiqing inquired, "What do you wish to accomplish?" The zombie pointed at her, and then at itself. Pei Xiqing replied, "I cannot open the door. There are important items and documents inside. Please, seek elsewhere." The zombie appeared somewhat disheartened. She reiterated, "I truly cannot open it." The zombie dropped her hands and, after a few moments, limped away to attack a nearby ability user with her mouth agape. Pei Xiqing exhaled in relief, observing the horde of zombies outside the window. Their menacing presence palpable. For reasons unknown, she felt a strange surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Half an hour later, the majority of the zombies had been eliminated. Pei Xiqing exited the vehicle. Surveying the chaotic scene, Zhao Shunyan was inviting a man. "It seems there's another group of zombies ahead. Let us eliminate them together and then harvest their cores. The day is waning, and we should have our team set up camp nearby. If we leave them, we might not sleep soundly tonight." The man approached, stepping over the fallen zombies, carefully wiping the blood from his weapon with a handkerchief. He glanced back at Pei Xiqing and, sensing something amiss, asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just feeling a bit dizzy." Another wave of zombies approached, and Pei Xiqing regained her composure, smiling at the man. "Perhaps the earlier scenes were too intense. I feel a bit nauseous." For modern individuals, such sights were far more grotesque and visceral than anything depicted in films. Previously, she had only seen sanitized versions, but today she had finally witnessed the true horror of zombies. "Please keep an eye on her," Duan Stalin instructed. Zhao Shunyan promptly nodded and told his team, "Take care of our members. Summon Zhang Tian to look after the sister. We won't be long." Pei Xiqing watched his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, only responding when Zhang Tian approached her. "What's the matter? Come help with the cleanup. We'll have canned beef for dinner later." Okay, there were still over 10 individuals remaining nearby, all lacking abilities or possessing lower-level powers. Pei Xiqing joined them in dragging the zombies away from the campsite, while Zhang Tian led others in extracting the cores from the zombies' heads. Upon her arrival, Zhang Tian deliberately displayed a bloodied core before Pei Xiqing. The acrid stench and metallic scent assaulted her senses, causing a sharp pain in her eyes. Zhang Tian was oblivious, her focus solely on the cores. Selling these at the base would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit, allowing them to acquire better equipment and supplies, perhaps even seek specialized training to enhance their abilities. Pei Xiqing closed her eyes, refraining from responding. Night had fallen, and she sat alone by the campfire, maintaining a distance from others. A chill enveloped her, occasionally interrupted by waves of unwelcome heat, reminiscent of her earlier ordeal, particularly in the areas where the zombie had bitten her. Zhang Tian approached, and, noticing her pale complexion and poor condition, asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Immediately, she called over a healing ability user, "Xiaya, come here, check on Xiqing. She seems off." Pei Xiqing quickly stood. No, no, it's unnecessary, I'm just a bit anemic. I can handle it myself. Zhang Tian grasped her hand tightly. Don't run off, that if you're feeling unwell, the ability users can assist you. The summoned healer suddenly gasped. Ah, Tianjie. She's a zombie. Zhang Tian froze for a moment. Following the direction pointed out, and saw the faint green mark on her wrist, recoiling in shock. The camp erupted into chaos, with screams echoing as people backed away, some brandished weapons, ready to strike. Zhang Tian intervened. Hold on, don't act rashly. If she was bitten recently, the virus wound T activates so quickly. Have you all forgotten how our former deputy captain remained unaffected for over an hour after infection? Anyone who dares to fire a weapon, step out of the team. Pei Xiqing hastily pulled down her sleeve to conceal the green virus on her skin. Beneath her composed exterior, her neck veins were turning green as well. She struggled to maintain her appearance. I need a moment alone. She sought a quiet place to gather herself. Zhang Tian's mouth opened in disbelief. When were you infected? You were in the car the entire time. You didn't even step outside. How could this happen? After disembarking, she distinctly recalled no zombies approaching Pei Xiqing. How had the infection occurred? She wanted to stop Pei Xiqing, but hesitated to touch her. Fearful of the potential repercussions if the infection manifested suddenly, no one dared to approach, each keeping their distance from Pei Xiqing. Hurry and leave, someone shouted. If you don't, we'll all be doomed. My God, she's a zombie. Tianjie, you must drive her away. Otherwise, we'll be the ones who suffer. The group was in an uproar, their emotions heightened by the sight of a zombie. Everyone had lost loved ones to the infected, and their hatred for zombies was palpable. Zhang Tian moved her lips. Where will you go? When Brother Duan returns, I'll speak to him about retrieving your body. There's no need to rush. Yuri's still conscious, right? Why not wait for him to come back? There may be a solution. Tianjie, don't be foolish. Get away from her now. Are you willing to risk your life? What's left to discuss with a zombie? If you don't leave, we'll shoot her on sight. Exactly. All zombies must perish. Several individuals advanced, pulling Zhang Tian back. She looked at Pei Xiqing, her eyes filled with reluctance. Just wait a moment. Please don't be too hasty. Tianjie, stop being naive. If you continue this way, I'll shoot her myself. No, don't harm her. She means no harm. Then get out. You're aware she has become a zombie, yet you still dare to remain close. What are your intentions? This is not my choice. Pei Xiqing interjected that it is you who have followed us, preventing us from distancing ourselves. Who knows what sinister motives you harbor? Zhang Tian quickly intervened. Quiet down. Everyone, stop arguing. She hasn't lost her consciousness and hasn't committed any wrongdoing. The surrounding individuals fell silent, their guarded gazes fixed on Pei Xiqing, whispering to Zhang Tian, zombies are less than animals. It's because of those infected individuals hiding among us that the world has descended into chaos. Zombies have turned us into this. All of them should be eliminated to prevent further harm. Exactly. She's waiting for someone to return. What a fantasy. Brother Duan would shoot her on sight without hesitation. Tianjie, do you not remember how our deputy captain met his end? Zhang Tian replied. I haven't forgotten. If that man discovers Pei Xiqing has become a zombie, he will be the first to eliminate her, especially when Zhao Shunyan returns. She won to escape then. Becoming a burnt husk of a zombie was a distinct possibility. Though her time spent with Pei Xiqing had been brief, she genuinely liked the girl and felt an overwhelming reluctance to act against her. While she could be ruthless with others, she could not bring herself to do the same to Pei Xiqing. A teammate approached quietly. Tianjie, we understand your compassion, but let us handle this. We'll talk to her. She will surely leave. She cannot be allowed to remain. Every moment spent here is a risk. Zhang Tian was unable to intervene in time as her imposing teammate approached. Hey, you should leave quickly. Don't endanger us all. Pei Xiqing felt her vision beginning to blur. She shook her head. But the heaviness only intensified, rendering her speechless. Initially, she had hoped to endure and push through, but in this dire situation, she had been discovered. Now, all she could do was to flee if the man were to witness her in such a state. He would undoubtedly take her life. Pei Xiqing bit her lip, drawing blood, which momentarily restored her consciousness, her mind fixated solely on the imperative, run. Zhang Tian attempted to pursue her, yet was firmly restrained by her companions. Left to witness Pei Xiqing's frail silhouette fade away, her expression grim. Traversing through the city, they encountered vast expanses of buildings ravaged by zombies. Advancing further, they crossed a heavily polluted river, leading into a sparsely populated forest. The woods loomed dark and gray, each tree teetering on the brink of death, enveloping a large area ahead. Tio proceed. One must navigate through this desolate landscape. After over an hour of walking, Pei Xiqing glanced back only to realize she had barely covered any distance. Fortunately, scattered throughout the woods were a few small cabins where hunters had once spent the night. She entered one, only to find several decomposing zombies inside. Covering her nose, she retreated. It seemed rest was out of the question. A cough escaped her, and to avoid being pursued by the supernatural beings behind her, she pressed on. After all, this place was once a human civilization. It took her more than 3 hours to emerge from the forest. And upon raising her gaze, she spotted another city across the river not far ahead. Perhaps she could find a temporary refuge there. Gripping her aching arm where she was injured, she wandered aimlessly through the streets of the city. This area lacked the vibrancy of the previous city she had visited, resembling a small county town with few tall buildings, mostly 3- or 4-story residential complexes. As she meandered through the county, she noticed a rather large school ahead. Zia Middle School, she murmured softly. From a distance, she glimpsed the school's playground, which was eerily populated with lifeless zombies and numerous decaying corpses, skirting around the school. She finally spotted a pharmacy at the intersection ahead. The pharmacy had long been ransacked, and Pei Xiqing, utterly drained, leaned against the wall, gradually sliding down to sit. The bottle of vitamins tumbled to the ground at her feet. She reached for it, discovering it was still within its expiration date, likely left behind during the previous looting. With great effort, she twisted open the cap and consumed a tablet. The lemon-flavored vitamin was surprisingly pleasant. Pei Xiqing closed her eyes, her breaths labored. Sweat trickled down her forehead, dampening her collar. Her body felt as if it were on the verge of being torn apart, her insides trembling. She lifted her sleeves and pants to inspect her skin. To her horror, it had turned a sickly green, tinged with a ghostly pallor. She was truly at risk of becoming a zombie. Her breath quickened, and her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. She repeatedly urged herself to remain calm while consuming more vitamins. She hoped to retain her consciousness. She did not wish to become mere cannon fodder, swept away by the protagonists. Yearning to leisurely explore the world one last time and snap a photo of humanity's stronghold before her demise. She pleaded silently, desperate not to transform into a mindless creature, unwilling to succumb to the fate of a soulless zombie. Huddled in a corner of the pharmacy, she endured the agony second by second until it became unbearable, and she struck her head against a nearby shelf. The impact left a gash on her forehead, blood trickling down. Gradually, she regained a semblance of clarity, feeling the pain begin to ebb. However, before she could rejoice, an unsettling sound pierced the silence, rustling, as if something were crawling along the ground, accompanied by a moist, sludgy noise. Lifting her gaze, she was met with the sight of a zombie hanging upside down from the ceiling. Its head cocked, tongue lolling, its eyes grotesquely bulging. Pei Xiqing was genuinely startled, leaning back and bumping her head against the wall, the pain causing her to gasp. "Get away!" she shouted, instinctively kicking at the creature. To her astonishment, her foot connected with the zombie's head, causing it to tumble to the floor, where it emitted an ear-piercing shriek. Pei Xiqing's heart raced. She grabbed whatever was within reach to hurl at its face. Just as she was about to lift a chair to strike, the zombie began to retreat, making a series of hoarse sounds. She paused, confused. "What is wrong with you?" Upon uttering the question, she realized how redundant it was. The zombie emitted another round of sounds, though less jarring this time. She halted her actions. Was it asking her not to hit it? The zombie clumsily nodded in response. Pei Xiqing brandished the chair, stating, "Then you mustn't bite me. That it's a deal." The zombie let out a series of bizarre shrieks, followed by a sound akin to a blade slicing through the air. Yet, it did not attack her. After a prolonged silence, Pei Xiqing tentatively inquired, "Is that laughter?" The zombie swiftly regained its feet, circling her while sniffing the air, grotesquely baring a row of bloodied teeth before turning back to gnaw on flesh nearby. Its movements were rapid and efficient, blood and gore splattering everywhere. Pei Xiqing felt as though her eyes might fail her. In the span of a single day, she had endured a myriad of horrors. Zombies, after being infected by the virus, were reduced to primal instincts, solely driven by the desire to consume flesh. Regardless of the identity of their prey, the virus had transformed them into ravenous beasts, indifferent even to their own kin, reduced to mere meat, tantalizingly appetizing. Clutching her chest, Pei Xiqing noted that the zombie, surprisingly, made room for her, tossing a piece of meat in her direction. She felt herself on the brink of fainting. The offering was far from appetizing, and she took off running, relieved that the zombie did not pursue her. This marked her second encounter of such nature. The earlier encounter with the zombies outside the vehicle lingered in her mind. Surely, it could not be that she had become a zombie herself, thus sparing her from their wrath. The moonlit night was engulfed in darkness, the air so frigid it felt as though it might solidify. In a deserted alley, a horde of zombies with red eyes was ravenously feasting on a fresh corpse, their savage instincts indistinguishable from those of wild beasts. The sheer number of zombies was terrifying, and before long, another wave of them began to wander the streets. Pei Xiqing covered her mouth and nose, cautiously maneuvering past the stench-ridden horde. The odor was unbearable, tenfold more repugnant than decay itself. Were it not for her resolve, she would have succumbed to the nausea. One zombie crawled toward her, its head brushing against her shoe, and it seized her ankle. Startled, Pei Xiqing instinctively kicked at the creature. This was disastrous. She braced herself, ready to flee at any moment. Yet the zombie merely continued to crawl past her. Having finished its dinner, a stream of zombies ambled by her, occasionally stopping to sniff her. As if extending a friendly greeting among kindred spirits, they lingered near her forehead, wound for a moment before moving on. Pei Xiqing finally exhaled in relief, though her luck had taken a turn for the worse. The zombies truly did not seem inclined to bite her. She patted her pant leg, feeling a sense of satisfaction that it appeared she could roam freely now. Although her strength was waning, and no longer exercising caution. Pei Xiqing explored the county town, eventually discovering a hotel that had not yet collapsed or been destroyed. Exhausted, she entered the establishment, finding it to be relatively decent, stocked with clean clothes and towels. However, the water was quite contaminated. She retrieved a filter and disinfectant that had been left behind by someone prior, filtering and disinfecting the water several times before boiling it for a bath. After bathing, Pei Xiqing, clad in her nightgown, sat on the bed, meticulously observing the changes in her arms and skin. At times, she felt fine, yet at other moments, the symptoms would flare up again, leaving her utterly perplexed about her condition. Just moments ago, she had felt as though she were on the verge of transformation, her body racked with pain and itching, a primal urge to rend the world apart. Now, after her bath and 2 hours had passed, the symptoms of the zombie plague began to wane. Could it be that the zombie virus was something she could overcome? It was too early to draw any definitive conclusions. However, her current awareness was the best evidence of her condition. Pei Xiqing reclined back onto her bed, surprised that her suspicions had been validated today. In an instant, she felt a glimmer of hope. Should she return to find Duan Xiaolin? She rolled over in bed, groping for her phone, fiddling with it for a while before realizing she had no contact information for any man. It seemed that since the apocalypse, numerous new technologies had emerged, rendering her phone obsolete. That man was so aloof. Surely he would feel relieved to be rid of her, being a member of the Francelon organization, notorious for its unwavering integrity despite the presence of a major antagonist. There was no guarantee that her status as a zombie would invoke any mercy from the members. Returning could very well lead to her demise, exhausted from a long day of travel. Her entire body ached. She decided to put it off until tomorrow. After all, she was a zombie, and zombies had their own disheveled way of living. Pei Xiqing closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her, in another city, a brightly lit camp was bustling with activity. Zhao Shunyan's vehicle circled the camp, parking behind another car, effectively enclosing the area. As he opened the door to step out, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The temperature of the night was the same as the previous evening, yet it evoked an uncanny feeling that snow was imminent. Duan Xiaolin stood before several individuals, smoking, his eyes shrouded in darkness. "So, you just let her go?" Zhang Tian sighed. "We had no choice. I tried to keep her, but she likely didn't want to complicate matters for me. And then she left." "She left on her own?" "Yes." Another person interjected hastily. "She's already turned into a zombie. Her arms are covered with greenish-gray substances, symptoms only zombies exhibit. We cannot allow her to remain." "Duan, you previously said that if anyone is a zombie, we would eliminate them without hesitation, right?" The man exhaled a cloud of smoke, remaining silent, his aura heavy with a palpable darkness that deterred anyone from approaching. The others were uncertain whether he was angry or if he would simply let the matter slide. Zhang Tian noticed Zhao Shunyan approaching and hurriedly relayed the events that had transpired. Zhao Shunyan admonished, "Even if she is turned into a zombie, she hasn't been completely infected, has she, with so many of you? Is a single girl so terrifying? If she is a zombie, we could have tied her up and dealt with her later. Now that you've let her go, I'd like to ask. Who saw her being bitten by a zombie? Who witnessed any wounds or blood on her? He glanced at Duan Xiaolin, suggesting, perhaps she possesses some special abilities that caused her to appear as she does. Yet, in your fear for your lives, you've driven away Duan's friend who was merely trying to assist us. His argument was indeed compelling. Zhang Tian's face turned pale, revealing a look of regret. If only she had been more assertive, ensuring Pei Xiqing remained, regardless of whether it meant binding her or confining her, securing the person first before taking further action. She had once shared a tent with Pei Xiqing. If she truly were a zombie, she would have attacked her long ago. Yet, the members of the camp stubbornly insisted, when encountering a zombie, how could we not kill it? Not killing her earlier was already showing mercy. Exactly. Had you seen her at that moment, you would have deemed her a zombie too. Her eyes were red, her body turned a sickly green, as if she might tear her own face apart at any second. Her flesh peeling away in chunks. Zombies deserve to be shot. She had no retort. Captain, you've always been ruthless when dealing with zombies. I doubt anyone would contest our actions today, whether it be the base or Francelon. Zhao Shunyan, exasperated, said, Duan, there's no other option that if Miss Pei Xiqing herself doesn't deny her condition, we can't fault the team. They had no choice. After all, we both know how vile zombies are. Zhang Tian apologized. I'm sorry. It was my failure to keep an eye on her. Both Zhao Shunyan and she awaited the man's response. Zhang Tian felt too ashamed to face him. Her anxiety palpable. Zhao Shunyan, unusually proactive, squeezed her hand, offering a reassuring glance. When they had first encountered the group, he had been unaware of their relationship, but after these days, it seemed the bond between them was quite ordinary. As long as this person remained, capable of leading them to the base, the loss of one woman was inconsequential. Duan Xiaolin flicked away his cigarette butt, crushing it beneath his foot, and turned to enter the vehicle. Zhao Shunyan felt an uneasy premonition and hurriedly pursued him. Duan, what do you mean by this? It's already late. We've established our camp, and the surrounding zombies have been cleared. Tonight is very safe here. Where are you intending to go? That's none of your concern. Duan, what are you implying? The man shot him a glance. When did it become your place to interject in my affairs? The night was already cold. And despite his lack of action, just a glance from him was enough to make one feel utterly subdued. Zhao Shunyan had never felt such pressure, even when he had intentionally tested the man's strength during their earlier skirmish with zombies. I apologize, Duan, but if you're looking for someone, we can assist. There's strength in numbers, and we're sure to find her. That young girl likely hasn't ventured far. We've only been out for a few hours. She is probably still in the city. Let us search together. We might locate her swiftly. Duan Xiaolin replied. There is no need. He rolled up the window and started the engine, moving forward. Zhao Shunyan persisted. Duan, is this really necessary? In response, the man pressed the barrel of his gun against Zhao Shunyan's head, and the latter barely caught a glimpse of the man's movement before feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Let us speak civilly, Duan. I know you're not one to act impulsively. Is there nothing we can discuss calmly? Duan Xiaolin, with a sardonic smile, replied, Who told you I'm that kind of person? Duan, it's unwise to go out now. At least wait until dawn. We have nothing left to discuss. Our so-called cooperation ends here. The man's voice was calm yet laden with an irresistible weight, daring anyone to intervene. Zhao Shunyan's expression hardened. Stop him. They couldn't let him leave just like that. Otherwise, they wouldn't reach the base, nor would they gather any valuable information. His subordinates rushed forward to block the vehicle. But the man showed no intention of braking, barreling toward them, sending them into a panic, and only by dropping to the ground did they avoid being struck. Zhao Shunyan maintained a stern expression and conjured a sphere of blue energy in his palm. Directing it toward the vehicle ahead, as the lightning made contact with the car, it swerved to the right, narrowly evading the attack. This man had exhibited no abilities while battling zombies. It was surprising he couldn't be provoked into action now. Zhao Shunyan immediately led his team in pursuit. Stop him. Otherwise, none of us will reach the base. We'll all perish here. Everyone leapt directly onto the vehicle, while others drove in to encircle it, desperately attempting to block its path. Just as someone climbed onto the roof, a bullet grazed past their ear, causing them to tumble back in fright and roll off the top of the car. Clutching their bloodied ear, they stared wide-eyed in terror at the front. Those who sought to obstruct the vehicle were also warned by distant red dot sights. As they realized the danger, they froze in place. knowing that any sudden movement could result in a bullet piercing through them. Zhao Shunyan's chest also glowed with red light. Squinting into the distance, he spotted two armored vehicles approaching with blinding flashlights. Ling Lang stood on the windshield, assembling his weapon inside the convertible. Upon seeing them, he raised an eyebrow, flipping off the vehicle with a casual grace. "What's this? Are you seeking death by daring to lay hands on my brother's car?" He took his time, aiming the extended barrel of his gun at one of their heads. The last person who dared to stop his brother's vehicle was still confined in the water dungeon back at the base. Enduring daily whippings and electric shocks. So, you two wish to test your luck as well? Sir. Someone with keen eyes noticed his new camouflage military uniform and knelt in fear. No. We just didn't want Brother Duan to leave so soon. It's unsafe outside. Not only was Ling Lang in military attire, but the two vehicles behind him also housed 5 or 6 individuals, 2 of whom donned military combat uniforms, peering curiously through the windows. Judging by the high-grade weapon Ling Lang wielded and the aura they exuded, it was evident to all that this was a well-equipped and highly responsive team of extraordinary abilities. Zhao Shunyan's expression shifted continuously before he finally smiled and said, "UVE returned. It was all a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding." In the next moment, Ling Lang aimed his gun at him. "Repeat what you just said." Zhao Shunyan's face stiffened. "Misunderstanding. I said it was all a misunderstanding. We absolutely did not intend any disrespect toward Brother Duan. We were simply concerned about him leaving the base alone at such a late hour, given the multitude of uncertainties at night. He might encounter zombies out there." Ling Lang pressed on aggressively. "Do you take me for a fool? Or are you a bunch of beasts who can't even grasp the situation?" Zhao Shunyan's expression darkened as he secretly gathered a surge of extraordinary energy in his palm. However, before he could unleash it, Long Yin seized his arm. Instantly, the lightning energy that vastly outclassed his own devoured the power in his palm. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What is this?" Long Yin chuckled. "Haven't you seen it before? The intensity of a first-level lightning ability." The searing pain felt as if his entire arm were ablaze. High-level lightning energy seeped through his flesh into his bloodstream. As if millions of insects were gnawing at him simultaneously, the areas Long Yan's power had touched began to tremble and spasm uncontrollably. Zhao Shunyan gasped for breath before collapsing onto the ground, his eyes closing as he fainted. Ling Lang scoffed. "Long Yan, what are you doing? I hadn't even finished teaching him a lesson before you knocked him out. Oh well, enough with this fool. Let us go check on Brother Duan." Ling Lang called out, "You lot, stop spectating in the car and move these people to the center to await their fate." Understood. Several tall men disembarked from the vehicle. Point 2 approached the large G, saying, "Brother Duan, we completed our mission quite spectacularly, arriving 2 hours ahead of schedule. Thankfully, we made it here first. Otherwise, these small fry would have caused a major disaster. Hey, why are you so eager to take credit? Our captain hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already trying to leapfrog us to our superior. You won't even have your name mentioned at the commendation ceremony." They were all extraordinary individuals selected through rigorous military processes, with 2 being dual ability users, while the others were top tier in their respective abilities. Any one of them could easily be considered a formidable force within their ability ranks. A man rolled down the window and called for Ling Lang. "Captain, Brother Duan is calling for you." Ling Lang cursed at a few individuals before joining Long Yan, casting a casual glance inside the vehicle. "What's the name again? I almost forgot. That one, Pei Xiqing." "Ah yes, Pei Xiqing. Where is she? She's not hiding in fear, is she?" Ling Lang chuckled. Duan Xiaolin instructed, "Turn on the lighting system and have your team disperse to search for her." "Wait, what?" Ling Lang was taken aback. "Brother, she's missing? She left 4 hours ago, heading southwest. Wait, do you really think she is so fearless as to roam around like a zombie, invulnerable to danger, if she encounters other teams along the way? They might just shoot her on sight." Long Yin cleared her throat. "Why are you so worked up?" Brother Duan isn't even panicking. "She must have had her reasons for leaving. Otherwise, she glanced back at the group they had secured in the camp. Or maybe there's a connection." Ling Lang's gaze swept over, and he scoffed. "Ah, so it's them." He approached and kicked one person over, stepping on their chest as he pulled out his gun, demanding, "Where is she? Who scared her off?" The individual trembled, recounting the events. Ling Lang muttered in disbelief. Full it was unclear who he was scolding. He released his foot and immediately ordered his team to activate the search system. "Fu Feng, Nye Bin, you two are in charge of the city search. Lu Sudong and I, along with Brother, will head outside the city. Long Yin, you stay here to guard the people. Long Yin nodded, shouldering her weapon. Leave this to me. If you find her, bring her back quickly. They said Pei Xiqing left with her senses intact, so she likely hasn't been infected. Just don't let her fall victim to other extraordinary teams on the way. Let us go, Ling Lang commanded. Everyone prepared to set off immediately. Nye Bin and Fu Feng were adjusting the positioning instruments when they inquired, Long Yin, who is Pei Xiqing? We've never heard of her before. Is she a girl? Long Yin nodded. Yes, she is just a little unfortunate zombie we found on the roadside. Why are the captain and brother Duan so eager to find her? Is her ability particularly strong? No, Long Yin replied. She is merely a little unlucky zombie who, for some reason, hasn't died yet. Bringing her back could yield immense research value. Perhaps if we take her back, we'll no longer fear being bitten by zombies. How fascinating. We must find her quickly. The base's developed technology, whether it be the positioning system, lighting system, or even the advanced intelligent search system, could render an entire city almost transparent. Ling Lang climbed onto the large G. Brother, let us go find her. Duan Xiaolin gripped the steering wheel and drove straight out of the city. With roads on both sides, Ling Lang hesitated, but the man turned right. Brother, how do you know she would go this way? Given her mindset, she should head this way. You can actually discern what she is thinking. The man replied, have you forgotten what I do? That made sense. No one who had been interrogated by him had ever remained silent. Ling Lang crossed his arms, smirking. But it's the middle of the night. She shouldn't be foolish enough to run into the other extraordinary teams. Besides, when we came through here, we didn't see any other teams on this side executing missions. Only one S1 team not too far away. S1 should still be nearby, but there's a considerable distance, so the chances of encountering them are low. As long as she doesn't foolishly freeze outside. She should be relatively safe, yet, one could never be too sure. Who knew what zombies might lurk in the shadows? Ling Lang felt a growing restlessness, continuously scanning the sides of the road. After driving for over 10 minutes, they encountered a thicket where the vehicle could not enter. He and Duan Xiaolin disembarked, closing the door behind them. Could she be inside? The man remained silent for a few seconds. It's possible. Ling Lang asked, would she dare enter such a terrifying forest? Let us go in and take a look. The two individuals ventured into the forest in unison. This woodland was quite intricate, with a mountain looming above. He remarked, could they be hiding on the mountain? Or should we split up? I'll ascend to investigate while you continue forward, brother. Duan Xiaolin nodded. In the absence of any illumination during the night, the awakened abilities of many supernatural beings granted them excellent vision. Ling Lang navigated through the thicket, parting the bushes, calling out, Pei Xiqing. He even shouted upwards into the trees, what kind of hiding is this? Are you scared because I scolded you? On the other side, Duan Xiaolin had already traversed the forest and arrived outside the county town. Pei Xiqing, deep in slumber, was utterly exhausted, her eyelids heavy and unyielding. Her sleep was anything but peaceful, plagued by dreams of being chased and bitten by zombies. After running for what felt like an eternity, she looked down to find her hands and legs completely severed. With great difficulty, she dragged her mangled body to the film set, where the director praised her zombie makeup as exquisite, immediately casting her to portray a zombie. The scene shifted, revealing her original role usurped by a new, previously unknown actress, who, after starring in a zombie film, won the Best Newcomer award and ascended to become the latest darling of the screen. Meanwhile, she could only kneel in despair offstage, weeping as the grotesque zombie gnawed at the decaying flesh of her legs. Startled, Pei Xiqing jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath, her face awash with terror, realizing she was in an empty hotel room, her limbs intact and devoid of any bite marks. She wiped the sweat from her brow. She had been awakened by the terror of her dream. Her aspirations of becoming an actress had been abruptly ended due to an accident on set involving a harness after crossing over. The original owner's life had also met a tragic conclusion due to a zombie bite. Rubbing her aching temples, she was about to rise and pour herself a glass of water when her foot touched the icy floor. And she found herself locked in a gaze with a pair of deep, haunting green eyes in the darkness. She trembled in fright, falling to the ground. Ah, who are you? The man sat in the chair opposite her. The room dimly lit by the pale moonlight filtering through the window, his features partially obscured by shadow, enigmatic. His eyes, lurking behind lenses, were calm yet piercing, fixated on her as if assessing something. Pei Xiqing found herself engulfed in darkness. The silence deafening. In the brief time she had closed her eyes, someone had appeared before her, The man casually crossed his legs, observing her with an air of indifference. You have a knack for finding secluded spots. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Pei Xiqing breathed a sigh of relief, scrambling to her feet. Brother Duan, how did you know I was here? She attempted to approach him, but her legs trembled uncontrollably, causing her to kneel again. Just moments ago, she was grateful she didn't have a heart condition, or she would have fainted on the spot. She had thought this place was concealed, yet it seemed to be an effortless task for him. In a daze, the man had already approached her, his gaze devoid of warmth. As he slowly crouched down to meet Pei Xiqing's timid and anxious eyes, he spoke. You haven't turned into a zombie. You should be waiting for me in the city. I'm afraid to trouble Brother Duan. More than that, she wished to flee, fearing that if she became a zombie, she would truly be killed. Is that all? Indeed. She gazed at him with clear eyes. That I don't need you to worry about causing me trouble. He replied. You hold considerable research value for the base. You cannot simply run away. She obediently lowered her eyelashes. Research value? She had no desire to become an exhibit for others to observe and study. The man's voice was low and resonant. Lift your head. Pei Xiqing, somewhat baffled, responded. Duan Xiaolin gazed down at her. Her complexion was pale and delicate, with faint red imprints on her cheeks from sleep, and her long eyelashes concealed her emotions. Whether innocent or seductive, it seemed to depend entirely on her whims. He furrowed his brow. Are you unwilling? Who would willingly become such a thing? Pei Xiqing slowly blinked, her eyes reflecting fragility. Really? Kneeling on the ground, she tilted her neck slightly closer. Brother Duan, do we really have to go? What should I do if I don't want to? Maintaining a tenuous distance from him, her gaze slightly lifted. Is it possible not to go? Duan Xiaolin towered over her. This is not a decision I can make. Then what should I do? Wasn't he a member of the Falun? How could he not have a say in this matter? I don't know. His tone was icy, devoid of any room for negotiation. Like an unyielding judge, he was poised to pass judgment on her. Duan Xiaolin remained still, not obstructing her actions, allowing her to overstep her boundaries. Pei Xiqing could even feel her heart pounding wildly, causing her chest to tingle. Struggling against her growing fear, she halted when only a small distance remained between them, feeling the coldness of her body in stark contrast to the warmth radiating from him. She had no idea how he had arrived, but given his calm demeanor, he must have been there for a while. Her gaze traveled from the specks of dirt on his suit pants upwards. Beneath his composed exterior lay the essence of a beast ready to pounce. As she drew nearer, the faint scent of cold wood enveloped her, and his steady presence sent a shiver down her spine. She was acutely aware that Duan Xiaolin was not like those base creatures she had previously encountered, driven solely by base instincts, nor was he one of the fervent male fans who obsessively admired her beauty and form. He was a mature, normal man, possessing experiences and insights beyond her reach, an enigmatic past she had yet to understand, and an overwhelming strength accompanied by an unyielding self-control over his desires. Pei Xiqing's body softened, collapsing onto the ground, appearing like a forlorn creature yearning for something unattainable, kneeling pitifully at his feet. Fate was invariably cruel. She had thought she could escape calamity, yet reality rarely aligned with one's desires. The transformation of a supporting character into a research subject was a scenario she had never envisioned. All she wished was to lie down, to survive if possible, and if not, to be liberated sooner rather than later. However, if she went to the laboratory, it would surely be a fate worse than death. What liberation could there be? Just as she withdrew her gaze for a fleeting moment, a long, strong hand lifted her chin. The man's fingers were firm, leaving no room for denial, gently tilting her head upwards, and Pei Xiqing found herself once more meeting his gaze. Duan Xiaolin resembled a judge wielding the power of life and death. Looming over her like an abyss of darkness in that instant of eye contact, their breaths intertwined, as if their gazes were ensnared in a web of ambiguity and yearning, revealing a latent essence beneath. It seemed something within his eyes began to fracture, hinting at identities beyond Duan Xiaolin that could not be revealed. What? Pei Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, only belatedly realizing he was responding to her earlier question. Instinctively asking, other identities refer to what? The calloused tips of his fingers brushed against her delicate cheek, leaving an imprint upon her skin, a cold sensation spreading from their closeness, gradually warming. It hurts. Pei Xiqing frowned. His grip was strong, and it was a bit much for her to bear. The man's low, gravelly voice penetrated her ears. If you can't endure this little pain, how dare you provoke me? Suddenly, Pei Xiqing's eyes widened. He chuckled softly. Don't be so surprised. I know what you desire. Pei Xiqing inhaled sharply, hearing him say, I can fulfill it. She looked up in astonishment. The man's lips parted slightly. Then what I want, can you provide? Pei Xiqing's mind whirled, her vision blurring. She could not discern the eyes behind the glasses, yet she felt an inexplicable sensation of being seen through. Some matters were far more complex than they appeared. This man was no exception. Her lips moved, and Pei Xiqing spoke, striving to maintain her composure. If you don't say, how would I know if I can provide it? The man's gaze was somber, leaving her uncertain whether he was mocking her ignorance or simply underestimating the gravity of the situation. After a moment, a voice, rich with magnetism and laced with a hint of seduction, broke the silence with a low chuckle that sent a shiver through her, almost paralyzing half her body. You said it. Pei Xiqing instinctively withdrew her neck. Duan Xiaolin grasped her arm, urging, get up. Pei Xiqing's legs felt weak, rendering her unable to rise. Her entire form collapsed into his embrace as he lifted her by the waist and laid her upon the bed behind him. The man loomed close, as if about to lean in, but he quickly withdrew his arm, straightening his posture to say, put your clothes on. Still dazed from their previous exchange, she remained motionless for quite some time. Had she truly lost her fear of the cold after becoming a zombie? Was it she who was reckless? No, he was the one being imprudent. Pei Xiqing's cheeks flushed as she hurried to dress. Once she was presentable, she noticed the man standing by the door. She approached him, whispering from behind, now that I've turned into a zombie, are you going to continue to carry me like this? The people from Franlin would never show mercy to a zombie. Won't they blame you? She was eager to understand if everything was truly motivated by mere research value. Yet, the way this man looked at her suggested something far deeper. Though he revealed nothing, when an individual becomes extraordinary, they risk being rendered worthless once that unique utility is lost. If that were a concern, he strode ahead, descending the stairs. That I had no obligation to make you any promises earlier. Can I trust your promise? Yes, he replied, unwaveringly. Pei Xiqing felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance wash over her. Stealing a glance at him, she noted his cold, hard features, his demeanor still serious and composed, as if he had everything under control. She wondered if he would truly restrain himself from throttling her in a fit of rage. Such a scenario seemed unlikely. Yet, the more she pondered, the more restless she became. Did he not fear that she might bite him at any moment? Upon reaching the ground floor, she was startled by an unexpected figure before her. Meeting Ling Lang's slightly impatient gaze, she blinked in surprise. What are you doing here? Why couldn't I come? Ling Lang frowned. You really know how to run off, don't you? Sleeping soundly in a place like this. What a life. My brother and I searched for you all night, and here you are, snoozing in a luxurious hotel. Aren't you afraid of zombies? What else am I to do? Should I wander the streets, cowering in a corner and weeping? Weren't you doing just that before? I was not. She retorted, that was an accident. I didn't cry. Pei Xiqing protested. I am not afraid of zombies. Ling Lang responded, really? Is that true? He leaned in closer, scrutinizing her eyes intently, then suddenly asked, did you cry? Pei Xiqing's complexion was naturally delicate, pale, and fragile. Though the light was dim, it was trivial for an ability user to perceive the subtle shifts in her expression. His gaze gradually shifted from her brow to her lips. She lifted her eyes slightly. Her hair tousled, her features alluring, dressed in a hurried manner as if she had just awakened. You fool, he remarked. What is wrong with you? Why the sudden insult? I think your head is a bit muddled from sleep. She shot back. Then why is your face so red? Were you struck? Instinctively, Pei Xiqing touched her cheek, sensing a lingering pain, and turned her head away, perhaps, but please don't ask. Ling Lang was too close for comfort. She felt that if she continued to gaze at him, the events from earlier would become impossible to conceal. He was puzzled, unable to resist stealing another glance at her face. You. Before he could finish, Duan Xiaolin had already entered the car, commanding, let us go. Ling Lang complied. Coming. He turned back to her. What are you still dawdling for? Pei Xiqing hopped into the car, instinctively avoiding the man's gaze, and settled into the back seat. Turning her head to observe the scenery outside, Ling Lang felt something was off, yet he couldn't pinpoint what it was. The car was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of tires rolling over the pavement. Ling Lang felt somewhat disheartened, glancing occasionally at the rearview mirror, where he discovered that Pei Xiqing had already pulled her hat over her face and was dozing against the seat. He smirked and pressed the accelerator. After more than an hour, the vehicle gradually returned to the camp, slowing down as it neared the perimeter. Pei Xiqing lifted her hat and gazed out the window. Dawn was approaching, and the camp's torches had extinguished. After a night of turmoil, she had only managed to sleep for 3 hours. Unable to stifle a yawn, she was suddenly startled by a knock on the car window, seeing Long Yan's face outside. She quickly exclaimed, "Sister Long Yan." Long Yan nodded. "Are you all right? You little rascal, disappearing for an entire night, truly worrisome. I'm sorry," Pei Xiqing replied. Long Yan continued, "Step out. I need to check your health." "All right," she acquiesced. Exiting the car to follow Long Yan to a nearby tent, Ling Lang opened the car door and asked Duan Xiaolin, "Brother, how did you find her?" He had searched the mountains for half the night and had also combed through the city, visiting numerous places without success, until he received a location message from his brother. When he arrived at the hotel, he genuinely believed his brother had made a mistake, as that hotel was secluded and hard to find. One could hardly locate anyone without thorough searching. "Luck?" Duan Xiaolin replied nonchalantly. Ling Lang questioned, "Is my luck really that bad?" He shot Ling Lang a sidelong glance, refraining from directly answering. "Arrange the itinerary. Don't waste time." "Understood that I'll have them rest for an hour before we depart." He kept pace with the man's strides, suddenly asking, "Brother, what will happen to Pei Xiqing once we return to the base?" After all, she was still a zombie as long as she remained a zombie. Her fate was sealed. Duan Xiaolin paused for a moment. "We'll see how it goes." See how it goes, that made sense. But only if she could survive the trip to the base. There lay a considerable distance to the base, and reaching it alive was itself a question. Her zombie symptoms fluctuated, improving and worsening. Even if they made it to the base, she would likely be treated like a monster. It would be prudent to observe her condition further on the journey. Ling Lang couldn't help but glance at Duan Xiaolin. Perhaps when the time came, if Pei Xiqing remained as naive as she was now, he might step in to protect her. Pei Xiqing emerged from the tent. Her cheeks flushed. Long Yan followed closely, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and commenting, "Your zombie symptoms seem to have improved. You look almost normal, except for the bite mark on your arm that still hasn't healed. But when I had my episode yesterday, my entire body turned a grayish-green, and it felt as if I were on fire." "Sister Long Yan, you saw the scratches on my back earlier, didn't you?" "Terrifying, right?" Long Yan replied. "They are just a few scratches. You inflicted them on yourself, I presume. They seem quite severe. However, after examining you, I believe that with your current condition, they should heal in 3 to 5 days. But you must exercise caution. If this happens again, do not scratch at them indiscriminately. A moment's carelessness could lead to widespread necrosis, making recovery more challenging and detrimental to your skin." Pei Xiqing sighed. Her expression clouded with worry. How could she possibly endure this? She feared she might become the first person to itch herself to death. "Take heart. Your current condition is a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. You are truly lucky. Others, even ability users, can turn into mad monsters after being bitten by a zombie. Yet here you are, alive and well. There's no need to fret too much." "All right, thank you, Sister Long Yan." As they conversed and walked forward, several unfamiliar, tall men armed with guns stood not far away. Upon seeing them, Pei Xiqing hesitated, experiencing a twinge of PTSD, terrified they might seize her. Her unfamiliar ability users were now more frightening than zombies. Long Yan smiled and introduced, "Those are other members of our team. You can go over and greet them. They're all very nice. I asked that so." Before Pei Xiqing could approach, the men initiated their approach. Calling out, "Sister Long Yan, this is the one," Long Yan affirmed. "Yes, Pei Xiqing, currently our team's precious asset." Pei Xiqing shyly smiled. "Hello. Fu Feng," and Nye Bin's eyes sparkled upon seeing her. "What a charming beauty. Hello, hello. I am Fu Feng." "I am Nye Bin. I am Pei Xiqing. I apologize for causing you trouble last night. I didn't mean to run off and keep you awake all night. It's a trivial matter. Really, it's not your fault." "There's no need to dwell on it," Fu Feng replied. "It was those fools who couldn't distinguish themselves, driving you away. Last night, one by one, they begged for your return, but to no avail." Though he spoke thus, a zombie was still a zombie. In this world, they remained objects of disdain, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. She had prepared herself mentally for the inevitable stares and whispers, yet their response surprised Pei Xiqing. In truth, Fu Feng and Nye Bin had merely endured a few years of this apocalyptic existence, whether through the brutal trials of selection or the harrowing battles of the end times. They had witnessed so much that the distinction between human and monster had become insignificant. They had adopted a state of acceptance, so long as one did not court disaster or provoke trouble. "You should tidy up as well. We will be departing shortly," Long Yan said. "Let us go." We must hit the road soon. Given your condition, it's better to reach the base early. At least they have medicine that might alleviate your situation. Otherwise, I fear you might inadvertently injure yourself and become something unrecognizable. But if I go to the base, will I not be taken as a test subject? That applies to ordinary people. Duan Gu is still around. Long Yin shot her a knowing glance. The matter of being a test subject was merely a word from him. At that time, Ling Lang, and I will plead on your behalf. He is aware of your situation and may provide you with an opportunity. Once he speaks, the base personnel will not dare to touch you. Pei Xiqing blinked, slightly taken aback. All right. How far is it to the base? Long Yin Jia. Long Yin pondered for a moment. It's hard to say. In a straight line, it's about 100 kilometers. However, in this apocalyptic landscape, circumstances change rapidly. Many roads are impassable, and zombies are everywhere. If we encounter them, it could delay us considerably. It might take 7 or 8 days to reach there. Understood. But fret not. We are accustomed to outdoor combat. She had little to pack. As she prepared to leave with their team, she glanced across the camp and met a pair of worried eyes. Pei Xiqing tugged at Long Yan's sleeve. Long Yan Jia, they? Oh, them? In this apocalypse, there is no shortage of such people. Ling Lang said to ignore them. We should just leave. There are ways to perish in the apocalypse. And while these individuals had not committed any overt wrongdoing, their intentions were clear to everyone. One could only wonder how many innocent passersby they had robbed of supplies and life-saving rations. She had glimpsed the supplies in their vehicle last night. Many items were beyond their rightful possession, whether they were scavenged or seized through violence. Only they and fate knew the truth. Whether they met their demise along the way or reached the base alive would be determined by their fortune. I'll just say a few words to them. Go ahead, but don't linger. The vehicle is about to depart. All right. The group was confined within their large truck. Ling Lang and the others had not yet left. And no one dared to emerge recklessly. She approached to find Zhao Shunyan unconscious in Zhang Tian's arms. Her face pale. Xiqing. I'm so sorry. It's fine. I've returned safely. As long as you're back. That's enough. Sister Tian, you must survive until the base. She looked at the woman. Zhang Tian paused, then smiled, nonchalantly saying, Simple. I will definitely make it to the base. If I can see you again, that would be wonderful. You'll probably arrive before I do. Perhaps I'll have to rely on you then. If I'm still around, I surely will. Zhang Tian pushed the unconscious man away with a hint of disdain. You should hurry. Our team has always been like this. Don't mind it. Goodbye. Zhang Tian gazed after her departing figure for a moment, then glanced down at the useless man lying at her feet. A flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. What a coward. Once Pei Xiqing boarded the vehicle, she realized it was just her, Ling Lang, and Duan Xiaolin. She opened the window to look back. 2 more vehicles followed, and Long Yin smiled and waved at her, saying, Sit tight. Had it been before, she might have grown accustomed to the atmosphere of 3 people in one vehicle. But the conversation with Duan Xiaolin the night prior left her unsure of how to face him. Pei Xiqing settled into her seat, zipping up her jacket and pulling the hood over her head, closing her eyes to sleep. While she nestled back there, Duan Xiaolin had just established contact with the base headquarters. After mentioning a location, he and Ling Lang entered the vehicle from either side, ready to investigate. If it were true, not a single creature would be allowed to survive on that land. Ling Lang donned his Bluetooth headset. His expression serious. What if there are uninfected individuals? Should we request assistance from the rescue team to evacuate them? There was a possibility of such, albeit a slim one. The man shut the car door. His indifferent gaze meeting the rearview mirror, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Close the rear window. Pei Xiqing lowered her lashes, feigning innocence. Oh, the wind outside was strong, but she relished the breeze. At that moment, her eyes were beginning to feel heavy. She rolled up the window, only to hear the man's low, cool voice again. If there are any, they would have been infected long ago. Simply unaware. As for zombies, the people from Falun will not overlook them. They will pursue to the end, seeking to understand those who wish to exploit the chaos. Pei Xiqing, who had just been preparing to doze off, felt a chill run down her spine at his words. Instinctively, she opened her eyes and glanced at the rearview mirror, locking eyes with the man's calm, serious gaze. She parted her lips but could not find her voice. Silently giving him the finger in her mind. Then why not just kill her? Ling Lang stroked his chin. Falun is becoming increasingly outrageous. Their power is excessive. Brother, will you not intervene? Reason, to work for the base. Why should I get involved? Ling Lang shrugged off the concern. Whether it's a matter or not, I believe it's worth looking into. After all, you are the representative of Falun. The man shot him a glance, causing Ling Lang to falter before adding, "Representative." Pei Xiqing's curiosity piqued. "Representative? What kind of representative is Brother Duan?" Falun is the organization of the arch-villain, and Duan Xiaolin had previously mentioned encountering that grand figure. She was eager to meet him. Moreover, what kind of representative? She had never heard of such a thing. Pei Xiqing leaned over the back of Ling Lang's seat, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Can I know? Is this a secret of your base?" As Ling Lang was about to drive, he met her gaze and cleared his throat, promptly averting his eyes to focus on the road ahead. "Why are you so curious?" "Because I want to know more about Brother Duan." "What did you say?" Ling Lang replied incredulously. Even the man in the passenger seat paused in his actions. The eyes behind the lenses glanced over, seeming to scrutinize her. Pei Xiqing's heart raced, and she quickly clarified, "It's just that I find Falun quite mysterious and wish to learn more. Brother Duan is from Falun, and I genuinely want to know more." Ling Lang scoffed. "Enough. Do you wish to know about Falun? Do you want to shorten your life? If you wish to survive, refrain from prying. That's my advice to you. Those individuals are not to be trifled with." Pei Xiqing sighed in disappointment. Just as she settled back into her seat, the man in the passenger seat spoke leisurely. "I see Falun as representatives in negotiation and interrogation." "What? Are you interested in that?" Pei Xiqing's eyes widened slightly. "No, I'm not interested. Just asking." Negotiation likely pertains to internal disputes within the base, which she could comprehend, but the term interrogation sent chills down her spine. She leaned back slightly, avoiding the man's gaze. Ling Lang chuckled. "Coward, my brother said you start to fear again. Truly a fool." Pei Xiqing retorted quietly. "You're the one who's scared. You're the biggest fool." Ling Lang started the engine, seemingly oblivious to her comment. Yet in a place where no one could see, he couldn't help but smile. "Buckle up. We're off." After several vehicles shook off their persistent pursuers after 2 days, they resumed their journey. The road ahead proved to be even more arduous than anticipated. With many planned routes rendered impassable, they were left with the choice of abandoning their vehicles to trek on foot or taking lengthy detours as the vehicles carried essential equipment and important documents. Abandoning them was a last resort. Moreover, their team included Pei Xiqing, whose physical conditioning, honed through professional training, could withstand days of travel, but she found herself at a disadvantage after 2 days of navigating between cities and deserts. Pei Xiqing felt utterly depleted, curled up in the back seat, lacking the strength to even step out when the vehicle halted. It was surprising how one not trained as a special forces operative could still experience the rigors of their travel and combat methods. Throughout their journey, numerous roads had been obliterated, and they occasionally encountered zombies by the roadside, so famished they gnawed on the concrete. The jolting ride was tenfold more intense than the horses she had previously ridden during filming, and her stomach churned violently. Several times, she succumbed to nausea. While Ling Lang chuckled and slowed the vehicle as she battled her queasiness, she inadvertently caught sight of Duan Xiaolin in the vehicle, who remained unfazed and even managed to read amidst the high-pressure travel conditions. Occasionally attending to documents sent by headquarters, in stark contrast, she felt like a mere fledgling. Sometimes, when she found herself staring too long at him, the man would lift his gaze and, with a half-smile, tease, "Still feeling nauseous? Once you're done, we need to keep moving. We must reach the city within 3 days." Pei Xiqing truly felt as though the weight of the world had descended upon her. Once the vehicle stopped, she was on the verge of passing out from vomiting, while the others seemed to disembark to set up tents and prepare food, leaving her motionless in the back seat with her eyes closed in slumber. In her hazy state, she sensed someone opening the car door, a cold breeze sweeping in. She blinked awake to find Long Yin grinning at her. "Awake? Come on, let us grab something to eat. Everyone else has gone out to scout the area and clear away nearby zombies. You should come down to eat, and perhaps we could wash up." Finally, Pei Xiqing gathered her spirits. "We can wash up? Indeed. While they're away, I've already set up a shower tent, so hurry." With that, Pei Xiqing sprang up. In a post-apocalyptic world, even the luxury of a shower was rare. She was oblivious to the conditions others faced, especially those within the base. However, in the wilderness, it was an invaluable opportunity. For the past few days, she had merely wiped herself down with water, as the team maintained a grueling pace, often lacking even a moment to drink, let alone bathe. Long Yin handed her a set of new clothes. Noting that most of the attire within the group was male clothing, and she had not brought much herself. "Where did you get that jacket?" "It was given by the team that left before you." "No wonder," Long Yin remarked. I thought it looked increasingly like it was taken by force, especially since there was a supply convoy recently. Pei Xiqing chuckled. Oh, no worries, it was their spoils, since they offered it to you, and you were aware. It's all good. However, if we encounter such groups again, it's best not to use anything they provide. Who knows if they have ulterior motives, perhaps giving you something to lower your guard before revealing their true intentions. Understood. In this apocalypse, everyone was out for themselves. Kindness was but a superficial gesture, and trusting anyone was unwise. Pei Xiqing nodded obediently. Long Yin laughed. Wear this. It's new. Though it may be a bit large for you since it's men's clothing. Just use a belt to cinch it. Later, hand over your dirty clothes, and I'll take them to be washed, perhaps even have Ling Lang dry them for you. Curious, Pei Xiqing inquired. Dry them? He can do that. Ling Lang is the captain. Guess what his special ability is? Pei Xiqing pondered for a moment and guessed. Fire? Correct. Once you give him the washed clothes, they'll be dry in just a few minutes. Long Yin replied. But his abilities don't end there. Dual abilities? How do you know? Pei Xiqing laughed. Just a guess. There's another ability you'd never expect. What is it? Long Yin feigned mystery, stating it was his secret. And she would learn in due course when he was ready to disclose it. Dual ability users often kept their powers private, revealing them only during missions or to those very close to them. I see. Ling Lang was a rare genius among the bases, having awakened dual abilities at a young age, promising a bright future. Once they reached the base, she would witness how many girls secretly admired and pursued him. As she spoke, Long Yin winked, signaling her to seize the opportunity. Pei Xiqing was momentarily confused. What? Nothing. Let us go wash up together. Long Yin draped an arm around her shoulders, guiding her into the tent. Speaking of dual abilities, the male lead, Xiaoyu, was also one, though it seemed he had yet to return to the base, leaving the others unaware of this fact. Inside the tent, warm water was available, and the temperature was quite high. After Pei Xiqing and Long Yin finished their showers, Long Yin lifted the curtain to step outside first. Shall I wash your clothes for you? That jacket will be heavy once it gets wet. Long Yin stood outside, hanging clothes while conversing with her. Can you manage? Pei Xiqing, clad in a men's shirt, squatted by the water bucket. I'm fine. I can wash my own clothes. You take care of yours. All right. Just call if you need help. Okay. Indeed, Long Yin had been correct. The jacket was filled with insulation and was a heavy-duty model, becoming as cumbersome as washing a comforter when wet. It felt like 5 or 6 pounds before washing, and 50 afterward. She struggled to scrub it, sighed, and decided to wash her inner garments first, hanging them outside before returning to battle with the jacket. After a prolonged struggle, she was relieved that the water was filtered from a nearby river. Otherwise, she would have felt guilty about wasting it. While Pei Xiqing was halfway through washing, she heard footsteps outside and recognized Ling Lang's voice, prompting her to hastily quicken her pace, vigorously scrubbing the fabric. Just as she managed to finish before they entered, she collided directly with Ling Lang. Ling Lang had shed his jacket, likely having just returned from combat, and his black t-shirt was drenched in sweat. As he removed his mask and ruffled his hair, he lifted his gaze, spotting Pei Xiqing's slender figure within the tent. Startled, she initially thought he was someone else. Upon realizing, she sighed with relief and hugged the bucket as she hurried outside. Ling Lang reached out to stop her, lowering his gaze. Does washing clothes take this long? It's heavy. You can try it if you don't believe me. That he clicked his tongue, taking it with one hand and tossing it slightly. Heavy, is it? Pei Xiqing attempted to reclaim it, but Ling Lang queried. Aren't you drying it? Right. Then why are you trying to take it back? Pei Xiqing exclaimed. Can I see how you dry it? Ling Lang. Navi, you fool, can't you refrain from insulting me? That would be quite a challenge for you. He placed the bucket on the table, retrieved the clothes, and shook off the water. Then concentrated a faint red energy into his palm, transferring it to the fabric. In under 10 seconds, she could already feel the warmth emanating. Impressive, Pei Xiqing complimented. Ling Lang shrugged nonchalantly. Just a trick. You haven't seen anything truly remarkable yet. I'll strive to live long enough to witness it. Ling Lang regarded her intently. Pei Xiqing blinked. What are you staring at? You best make it to that point, he warned, or you might not even see the base. Don't worry. Besides, as long as you don't kill me, even if I turn into a zombie, I won't die. You're quite the opportunist. Pei Xiqing chuckled, her eyes narrowing in delight as she reached for the fabric, seeking warmth, but upon getting too close, she was abruptly burned by the energy. Ouch! She yanked her hand back. Before she could assess her injury, Ling Lang seized her wrist, frowning. Have you lost your mind? Those without abilities shouldn't touch abilities recklessly. You could get burned. He leaned down to inspect the minor injury on her fingertip. Has no one ever told you this? Pei Xiqing shook her head, saying, I apologize, but I am unaware. The book does not mention this. And the original host's memories lack any reference to it, as the original host possessed no supernatural abilities. TSK, Ling Lang remarked, observing her pale fingertips, which had already become red and swollen from the burn. He sighed in irritation. I'll fetch you some medicine. No, it's just a minor injury. It should heal shortly, she replied. Supernatural abilities are not something to jest about. In that moment, Pei Xiqing sensed the stark disparity in their powers, as well as the intense heat emanating from Ling Lang's palm, which belonged to the fire element. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she attempted to retract her hand. However, Ling Lang firmly grasped her hand, offering her no chance to withdraw. She was compelled to move forward, but after only a few steps, she locked eyes with Duan, who had just lifted the tent flap and entered. The man possessed a broad build and exuded an air of superiority. Nearly blotting out the light from outside the tent. In his hand, he held a paper report concerning the zombie source detection, its long fingers revealing a document devoid of creases. His indifferent gaze slowly shifted from the neatly arranged data to Pei Xiqing. Instinctively, she averted her eyes, but Ling Lang spoke first. Brother, you're here. Her hand just came into contact with supernatural energy, and I was about to take her to get some medicine. Noticing the document in Duan Xiaolin's hand, he inquired, is there any new information? Duan Xiaolin replied, handing the paper to him. This is the latest report on the zombie source detection. You should take the team to investigate. Understood. Ling Lang turned to Pei Xiqing, saying, as for your injury, it's nothing, really. You needn't worry. Just tell me where the medicine is, and I will retrieve it myself. She interrupted. It's in the trunk of the vehicle, but it requires. Leave it to me. Duan Xiaolin interjected that I have already sent the specific location and data to the recorder. We must act swiftly. Failing to control the zombie source in a timely manner will lead to a surge in the zombie population. Ling Lang nodded, promptly reviewing the data within the recorder, his expression grave as he affirmed, Received. I will strive to complete the task in the shortest possible time and detonate the zombie source. The man watched as Ling Lang led the team away. Pei Xiqing remained lost in thought regarding the matter they had discussed a few days prior. Realizing that the zombie source Ling Lang had been sent to investigate had not been mentioned in the book. Leaving her with little recollection, the zombie source served as the epicenter of the zombie virus outbreak, continuously regenerating due to the gathering of zombies. This entity was far more terrifying than the zombie virus itself, harboring highly infectious pathogens that perpetually contaminated the surrounding ecosystem and flora and fauna. However, she was unclear about the specific methods to address it. As she regained her focus, she found the man staring intently at her. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, his gaze shifted away as he said coolly, "Come with me." "All right," she replied, promptly following him. Duan Xiaolin opened the trunk of the vehicle and retrieved a medical kit filled with various medications she had never encountered before. Before she could examine the contents further, he closed the kit and seized her wrist, lifting it. Observing the burn on her skin, he frowned slightly and applied a bit of ointment. Pei Xiqing instinctively flinched at the sudden cold sensation but was held firmly by his grip. Leaving her no room to resist, the ointment spread across the wound, bringing a hint of coolness. As she looked down at her injured fingertip, she noticed it seemed to be healing at a slow pace. Her hand, previously fluctuating between recovery and a Hulk state due to the zombie virus, was now slightly reddened from a recent bath, while his broad palm enveloped the softest part, leaving an imprint. She found herself transfixed by the skin and protruding veins on his hand, swallowing hard. Duan Xiaolin gently massaged her fingertip, ensuring the ointment penetrated the cells ravaged by supernatural energy. As he lowered his gaze, Pei Xiqing's stare caught him off guard. "Pei Xiqing," he called softly. "I'm here," she replied hastily, lifting her head. "What is it?" Her eyes blinked, clarity returning as she wondered if she had already healed. The man remained silent, merely watching her intently, and after a prolonged pause, he asked, "Do you know why zombies are hunted to extinction? Because they can no longer be called human. They have long lost their reason and all semblance of human thought." Beginning to attack indiscriminately, she suggested. Duan Xiaolin released her hand and returned the ointment to its place. Research indicates that within 72 hours of a human becoming a zombie, their consciousness is gradually eroded. However, this does not imply that they have entirely lost their awareness. During this period, the desires and greed that were once suppressed within are amplified by the negative energy transmitted through their senses. So, Brother Duan, do you mean to say that as long as there are desires, those infected will inevitably become zombies? Pei Xiqing found it somewhat amusing and leaned closer, almost scrutinizing his features as she inquired. Then, Brother Duan, if one is bitten by a zombie, will they also become aware of their inner desires within 72 hours? His gaze fell upon her, cold yet imbued with an unusual warmth, making it difficult for her to bear. Instinctively, Pei Xiqing turned her face away, only to hear him ask, "Which aspect are you referring to?" "Of course, wealth and power. These are things I already possess," she replied. He maintained an unruffled demeanor, stating, "Is there still a desire for things that have already been obtained?" "That is true," Pei Xiqing mused lazily against the vehicle. "It pertains to what you have yet to acquire." Duan Xiaolin observed her discreetly, assessing her thin attire. Pei Xiqing, feeling somewhat self-conscious, tugged at the hem of her clothing to cover her thighs and awkwardly explained, "This is clothing that Long Yin's sister lent me. It's perfectly fine. Wear it," Duan Xiaolin remarked. "Once my clothes dry, I will wash this and return it. I doubt anyone will want it again." "Huh? I assure you, I will clean it thoroughly." Pei Xiqing hurriedly defended herself, sniffing her own body, which bore no trace of the foul odor associated with zombies. She had been particularly vigilant about personal hygiene these past few days, fearing that any lingering scent would betray her as a zombie. However, she had confirmed with Long Yin that she bore no other strange odors, especially since she had just bathed. Duan Xiaolin cast a glance at her, his gaze traveling from her exposed calves upward. "I did not imply that you were dirty. Rather, no one dares to wear it again." Pei Xiqing's cheeks flushed, and she could guess the implication behind his words. Turning her face away in silence, with Ling Lang's team having left the camp, only she and Duan Xiaolin remained. She took the partially dried clothing and continued to hang it outside, unable to resist glancing at the man seated nearby. Calmly reviewing documents, how could there still be so much to examine in this post-apocalyptic world? Curiosity piqued, she sneaked a glance at the papers in his hands. To her shock, the documents were covered in bloodstains, consisting entirely of confessions and criminal testimonies, each adorned with a bloody handprint. Her movement caught his attention. "Would you like to see?" he asked. "No. No," she stammered. Who knew where these documents originated or under what circumstances they were signed? Especially since he claimed to be the interrogation and negotiation representative for Framlin. It was chilling to contemplate. Duan Xiaolin remained seated, stating, "The secrets of Framlin are not for you to see, even if you wish to." "I understand," she replied, a not pique. Yes. Pei Xiqing maintained her distance from him, relieved that the temperature outside was not low. She propped her delicate legs and reclined in the chair, idly playing with a piece of grass. Pondering a thought, when the man was not preoccupied, she asked again, "Ling Lang and the others going to blow up the zombie source? Won't they be in danger?" He raised an eyebrow, casually inquiring, "Why do you ask this? Are you worried about him?" Pei Xiqing replied earnestly, "I've never seen a zombie source. It sounds quite terrifying, and I am unsure if they can handle it. Such places are likely swarming with zombies. Falling in would be akin to a piece of meat tossed into a pack of wild dogs." Duan Xiaolin replied nonchalantly, "If such matters require concern, there would be no need to sustain them at the base." As the man observed her legs swaying restlessly, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "You ought to put on some clothing. The temperature is about to drop." Pei Xiqing, relishing this rare moment of ease and comfort, found herself unencumbered by the presence of others and free from the confines of a bulky jacket. She squinted against the sun, leaning back against her chair, and replied, "I am not cold. I will dress later." In her heyday as a star, she was frequently invited to various galas, where her wardrobe boasted a different gown for each day of the year, showcasing the beauty of femininity with grace and confidence before the public eye. Now, in this apocalyptic world, changing outfits felt like a luxury, let alone wearing those exquisite dresses of her past. Here, it seemed that merely stepping out in attire could attract unwanted attention. For now, it was better to remain inconspicuous. Pei Xiqing leaned back, continuing to bask in the sun's warmth. Amidst her drowsiness, she seemed to drift into slumber, only to awaken feeling a sudden chill, which prompted a shivered eye in that instant. A coat, radiating warmth, was draped over her shoulders. Pei Xiqing opened her eyes to find Duan Xiaolin withdrawing his hand, silently observing her as he stated, "It has grown colder." "Thank you," she replied. The man resumed his previous position. Engrossed in a stack of confession papers, he sat upright, like a model of propriety, each movement meticulously measured. Pei Xiqing squinted at him for a moment, clutching the coat that belonged to him. Duan Xiaolin had also changed his attire, now donning a voluminous trench coat that concealed her calves. Pei Xiqing shrank back. Nestling herself beneath the garment as dusk descended, she fixated on the man, observing, "There are many insects flitting about behind you. Would you not prefer to sit closer? The lighting is rather poor." Occupying 3 or 4 chairs, she had found a comfortable position for herself and shifted to offer him a seat. Initially, Duan Xiaolin ignored her, until she softly inquired, "Are you truly not coming over?" With a hefty stack of papers in hand, he moved beside her. "The tea is too dim on your side. If you wish to see, it is better to come here. The lights from the camp are right behind me. Do not strain your eyes." "All right," Duan Xiaolin replied coolly. "Do you wish for me to come over? I merely want you to avoid straining your eyes while looking at things." She turned her head, assuring him, "I promise I won't pry into your confidential matters." After sitting down, he continued to address several challenging cases with a solemn demeanor, while Pei Xiqing sensed only the rustle of paper beside her and shifted slightly, wishing not to disturb him. However, in the next moment, her body felt a sudden weightlessness as her coat slipped to the floor. Pei Xiqing stared blankly at Duan Xiaolin, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. He had effortlessly lifted her into his embrace, transitioning her from her chair to his lap. With minimal clothing beneath, the movement nearly caused her shirt to ride up, revealing a generous expanse of her leg. Duan Xiaolin maintained his grip on his documents without a single item amiss, while she felt a whirlwind of emotions, her hair cascading down her neck, her eyes like captivating paintings. "What are you doing?" In a calm tone, he queried, "Can you behave this way with anyone?" Pei Xiqing felt somewhat bewildered. "What do you mean? Or is it just with me?" His relentless questioning seemed to indicate he was not interested in her response. "Isn't that correct?" The underlying coolness in his demeanor rendered his inquiry almost interrogative, his gaze penetrating, capable of piercing through to her very soul. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, her eardrums throbbed, and a tingling sensation coursed through her veins, as if electrified. At this proximity, when she lowered her gaze, her lips accidentally brushed against his nose. What had initially been an innocent misstep transformed into a moment of courage. As she lingered there, nodding ever so gently, upon glancing at him again, she noticed a shift in his expression, a hint of emotion breaking through his usual calm facade. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind, prompting Pei Xiqing to hastily dismount from his lap. Her heart racing as she donned her nearly dry coat, Duan Xiaolin proceeded to retrieve the fallen trench coat from the ground, just as Ling Lang returned with a group of individuals. Upon seeing them, his gaze lingered on Pei Xiqing for a brief moment before he casually asked, "Have you eaten?" Pei Xiqing shook her head. "There is plenty of food in the trunk. You may help yourself." "Very well," he replied. "How is your hand?" Pei Xiqing lifted her gaze to meet Ling Lang's, his white hair framing his expression. She smiled. Much better. As they conversed, she sensed Duan Xiaolin's gaze drifting toward her, albeit subtly. Pei Xiqing's smile faltered as she recalled her earlier words. "Oh no." Ling Lang paused, sensing an odd tension between her and his older brother. However, pressing matters regarding the source of the zombies took precedence. And he spoke up, "Brother, the team has made a discovery. Please come with me." Duan Xiaolin rose to follow him. Pei Xiqing rummaged through the trunk, where Long Yan approached her, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" "I prefer something light." "Then let us prepare some congee. I believe there is plenty of rice in the trunk. We can throw in some vegetables and meat to simmer, just in time for everyone returning and feeling thirsty. However, congee alone may not suffice. Do not worry. They will certainly pair it with other meats." Long Yan smiled as she assisted. Pei Xiqing noticed bloodstains on her sleeves and expressed concern. "Sister Long Yan, are you injured?" Long Yan reassured her. "It is nothing. I merely got splattered with the blood of a few infected individuals earlier. Be cautious. If there are wounds on your arms, the blood could seep in and pose a risk of infection." Long Yan chuckled. "Are you worried about me? But thank you for your concern. I have no wounds, and I am wearing protective gear. So this little blood is trivial for a supernatural being. Then I shall feel at ease. Let us go prepare the meal." Pei Xiqing joined her in starting the fire, and soon Fu Feng and Nie Bin arrived to lend a hand. As Long Yan busied herself, she remarked, "Everyone has worked hard today. Feel free to take whatever you like for dinner, but after eating, remain vigilant. Zombies may launch surprise attacks at any moment." "Understood." Pei Xiqing crouched by the pot, poking at the soil beneath with a stick. "Sister Long Yan, has the source of the zombies been resolved?" "That matter is quite challenging. It behaves like an infinitely replicating rogue cell, continuously growing. Each one eliminated only gives rise to another. As long as zombies exist, they will persist. and as long as they are not eradicated, they will continue to release more zombie viruses, infecting more individuals. That sounds incredibly difficult. You all must be exhausted. It is nothing. It is the duty of supernatural beings. Pei Xiqing noticed the iron pot beginning to tremble and exclaimed, quickly, add the meat. The water is about to spill. Long Yin and the others added the meat, and Pei Xiqing took up a large iron ladle. Stirring vigorously, before long, Ling Lang and Duan Xiaolin returned after their discussion. Upon seeing the contents of the large pot, Ling Lang burst into laughter. What is this? A potluck. It seems to have everything. Indeed, Pei Xiqing clapped her hands and rose from the ground. Ling Lang plopped down, reminiscing, it has been ages since I last had this. It feels like the training days. Have you had a taste? I have had it in the school cafeteria before, Pei Xiqing replied. I used to be quite strapped for cash and enjoyed this communal dish, mixing various vegetables together. It was cheap and delicious. Before her rise to fame, she had lived modestly, earning her own living expenses during university. And only after entering the entertainment industry did she begin to earn a slightly better income. Ling Lang teased, you have quite the side to you. I would have thought you were a pampered young lady. Pei Xiqing retorted, are you mocking me or complimenting me? Guess which? Pei Xiqing rolled her eyes. You are certainly mocking me. You guessed correctly. Pei Xiqing chose to ignore him, leaning closer to the man seated beside her. A bowl of freshly made hot congee was offered to her, causing her to blink in surprise as she glanced at Duan Xiaolin. Is this for me? He nodded. Eat it while it's hot. The wind picks up at night, and the temperature drops. It will cool quickly if you do not eat soon. His knuckles brushed against her hand, sending ripples of sensation through her. Pei Xiqing instinctively lowered her gaze. All right. She took the bowl, stirred the congee with a spoon, and tasted a spoonful. As the warm porridge entered her mouth, she couldn't help but squint her eyes in delight, exclaiming, so delicious. There is a unique charm to a communal pot of food. Long Yin remarked, right? It tastes quite good. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed that Duan Xiaolin had already shifted his gaze away. She swallowed the morsel of meat and congee, cautiously inching closer to him. His physique served perfectly as a windbreak. Otherwise, the congee in her hands would be devoured by the swirling sands. Duan Xiaolin noticed her subtle movements, and his eyes behind the lenses flickered momentarily. Pei Xiqing finished her small bowl of congee in just a few bites, and Duan Xiaolin instinctively took the bowl from her hands as he ladled more congee into it and handed it back. Ling Lang teased, you actually had my brother serve you? He's quite a figure in France. You know that if that were to get out, it would surely be a laughingstock. Duan Xiaolin replied nonchalantly, is that what you call serving? It's merely a matter of convenience. Ling Lang scoffed. Why don't I get such convenient treatment? If I were to serve you, would you dare to eat? Receiving gifts from someone associated with France is hardly a good omen. It either means capture or a lifetime of suffering in prison. He genuinely feared that something might be poisoned within. In a secluded corner, Pei Xiqing felt a slight flush creep over her ears, becoming even more pronounced in the breeze. Fortunately, Long Yin soon approached, prompting her to avert her gaze and ask while eating, did you add medicinal herbs to this? Long Yin replied, yes, it's made with some of the latest research from the base. Intended to strengthen the body. She remarked, no wonder it has an intriguing aroma, a blend of meat and herbs. Eat more, he encouraged. All right. After consuming 2 bowls of congee, Pei Xiqing felt full, while her teammates continued to devour 5 or 6 bowls. Gnawing on chicken legs, she stood up, collected her bowl and chopsticks, and stretched, announcing, I'm going to sleep now. Long Yin replied, go on. We'll be on the road soon, so rest a bit more. They won't stop until they finish everything in this pot. She wrapped her coat tightly around her and walked towards the vehicle behind the tent. She opened the car door and settled inside, just as she was about to shut it. Someone stopped the door. She looked up in surprise to see Duan Xiaolin, who had approached without her noticing, standing outside the door, one hand holding the ajar door, his tall figure almost blocking the entrance entirely. At this hour, everyone else was still eating, and yet he had come alone. Duan Gu. The man leaned closer, his lips barely moving as he whispered in her ear, I shielded you from a barrage of sand. And you don't even thank me? Pei Xiqing blinked, captivated by the proximity of his face, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of power that left her breathless. Her body involuntarily ignited with warmth. Duan Gu. How would you like me to express my gratitude? Duan Xiaolin's glasses glinted faintly, his expression inscrutable, oscillating between indifference and something more profound. He remained silent, simply gazing at her. Pei Xiqing felt a shiver surge from the base of her spine. and she instinctively closed the remaining distance, tilting her flushed face up to plant a delicate kiss at the corner of his lips, the briefest contact, scarcely half a second, as she dared not linger too long. Dazed seemed to smile, his gaze darkening as he observed the flicker of emotions in her light green eyes, intensifying the pressure in his stare as if he were fixating on prey that was about to be ensnared. His features were inherently cool and stoic. In the dim light of the car, only a sliver of moonlight seeped through the windshield, casting a shadow from his prominent nose, revealing the depths of his merciless gaze. No matter the angle or moment, it was impossible to associate him with tenderness. The people from France were notoriously cold-hearted. He was known to have slain his own mother, and he could decide the fate of prisoners with but a few strokes of his pen. Wielding power in chaotic times is hardly a blessing. France is both a savior and a target of scorn. Faced with such a man, she dared not contemplate the consequences of enticing him. Feeling only bold enough to take a single step forward, he inquired, his voice taking on a husky tone. "What are you doing?" Pei Xiqing retorted softly. "You're merely feigning ignorance," that I in response. The man's arm pressed down on her waist, causing her back to meet the cushioning of the seat. Nearly reclining in the back, she instinctively pushed against his chest, her eyelashes fluttering nervously. "What are you doing?" "Isn't it obvious?" he asked, leaning closer, their bodies inevitably brushing against one another. Through the fabric of his shirt, she could feel the solidity of his muscles, pressing against her palm, causing a slight ache. They should still be in the company of others. They might arrive any moment now. Dazed stated, "Not so soon." "Perhaps," she challenged. "Are you afraid of being discovered?" Pei Xiqing responded anxiously. If anyone were to find out, Ling Lang would likely expel her from the group, and Dazed, being his brother, would add to her peril. The thought of entangling herself with him under the watchful eyes of others was daunting. Given Ling Lang's temperament, he could easily use her as food for zombies or confine her to a laboratory. Moreover, if the team learned that he was affiliated with France, entangled with a zombie, the rumors that would spread through the base and the consequences he might face would be severe. That don't you fear. "I am half a zombie, you know," she jested, "that I might bite you. If that happens, the esteemed one from France would turn into a zombie as well. Then, the base would treat you as an outcast." Dazed chuckled lightly, fixating on her clear, watery eyes. "Then perhaps you ought to try biting." Pei Xiqing widened her eyes slightly. To make such a request of a zombie is either courting death or exhibiting excessive confidence. Seeing the man genuinely extend his hand, she initially hesitated to bite. However, upon witnessing his palm, she felt an uncontrollable urge to salivate, swallowing hard before finally turning her face away, declaring, "I want to bite." Biting would mean certain doom. "Are you attempting to test me?" she asserted firmly. "I absolutely will not bite, no exceptions." Even though this formidable ability user was incredibly tempting at that moment, she resolved to uphold the final barrier in her heart. Once she bit someone, she would be no different from those zombies. It would signify her surrender to degradation. "Are you certain you want to bite? I want to nurture a little zombie that doesn't bite? What if being treated as an outcast brings more amusement?" he said with a bemused smile. Pei Xiqing felt her cheeks flush, turning her face away as she struggled to rise from the seat. Just as she managed to sit up, still adjusting her legs, the man by the car door pulled her back with a firm grip. His hand was broad and strong, more solid than steel. Exuding the strength of an ability user that was unyielding, he grasped her waist with one hand while the other held her head, turning her face back towards him, his large palm gradually descending to her nape. Easily subduing her, "The token of gratitude is insufficient," he declared. "What I desire is more than just superficial gestures." Pei Xiqing was utterly unprepared for the sensation. The fervent warmth cascaded upon her nape as the man tenderly bestowed a kiss. His lips grazed her vulnerable neck, ascending along her porcelain cheek before landing with a hint of insistence upon her own. His movements were languorous, each caress sending tremors through the woman in his embrace. Pei Xiqing found herself unable to evade him, caught in a tempest of dominance entwined with gentleness. His breath was scorching, enveloping her, gradually claiming her. What had begun as a mere taste morphed into an insatiable thirst, akin to an insatiable abyss. Dazed's kiss had transformed into an all-consuming conquest, fixating on the delicate tip of her crimson tongue. His towering frame blocked the view from the car, shrouding the interior in shadows as his hand ventured beneath the coat she wore. Seeking the small of her back, startled, Pei Xiqing instinctively recoiled, but he firmly grasped her nape, guiding her into his embrace and into the car, where she found herself seated upon his lap. she was entirely passive. Her stature slightly taller than his, tilting her head down, compelled to accept the kiss, his palm, rough yet warm, pressed against the nape of her neck, his fingertips caressing the fragile skin behind her ear. Pei Xiqing felt an intense heat envelop her, beads of perspiration forming upon her skin as her body turned languid, devoid of strength. She was unaware of when her coat had been discarded. Left in only the man's shirt, rendered utterly defenseless, lost in the dizzying haze of his kisses. Time slipped away until Duan Xiaolin finally released her, leaving Pei Xiqing with a sultry countenance, her eyes glistening with moisture. Her lips swollen. She felt as if her very soul had been siphoned away, hanging limply against him. Duan Xiaolin seized her wrist, drawing her closer, adjusting his slightly disheveled glasses, peering at her through the lenses. I truly hope you can provide. What? Everything I desire. Pei Xiqing finally regained her composure, locking eyes with his shadowy gaze, her heart racing. What more do you want? You will know in due time. He released her. Acknowledging that the current circumstances were not conducive to further actions. A chill ran down Pei Xiqing's spine as she sensed that this man, seemingly refined and genteel, with an air of nobility, might conceal ulterior motives beneath his polished exterior. All for the empire, all for humanity. She realized with startling clarity that she knew nothing about him. He was not someone who would easily lose control. Unpredictable, with a heart still encased in ice. Duan Xiaolin's fingertips brushed lightly against her cheek, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Good girl, someone will arrive soon. You ought to calm yourself. Pei Xiqing felt akin to a pet. With him as the mastered, in a fit of madness, she clambered off him, retreating to a corner to catch her breath. The man straightened his rumpled shirt before stepping out of the vehicle. The car window rolled up, isolating the heavy, dry scent of tobacco outside. Leaning against the door, Duan Xiaolin bit his cigar, igniting it, the rich aroma wafting forth. His condition was far from ideal, stirred by the normal reactions of a man provoked. Managing to suppress it after a few puffs, Pei Xiqing huddled within the car, longing to bury herself in her clothing. When Ling Lang approached, he spotted Duan Xiaolin standing outside, peering curiously into the vehicle. Where is Pei Xiqing? She must be asleep. He then expressed his surprise. Brother, why are you smoking so fiercely? What troubles you? Unaware of the situation, Ling Lang was genuinely taken aback. Usually, his brother smoked with a languid demeanor. The last time he had smoked so intensely was during an extensive interrogation of a group of rogue abilities in Framlin, where he had spent 3 sleepless nights extracting lists of smugglers and infected individuals. Duan Xiaolin did not respond directly, casually extinguishing the cigar, readying himself to depart. All right. Ling Lang issued a command. Gather your things. We leave in half an hour. After which, he attempted to peer into the car again. Only to see a shadow, most of the light obscured by Duan Xiaolin. He inquired. Is she truly asleep? Pei Xiqing, covered with her coat, curled up in silence. Ling Lang remarked. She fell asleep so quickly. I hope nothing untoward has occurred. Duan Xiaolin fixed him with a silent stare. Ling Lang knocked on the window. Are you awake? Let me see your injury. Don't blame me if it scars later. Pei Xiqing endured a lengthy pause, and upon seeing his reluctance to leave, finally revealed herself from the coat, speaking through the window. No need. It's already healed. Oh, you're awake. Stop with the nonsense. Let me see. Really, it's unnecessary. She stubbornly insisted, vividly imagining Duan Xiaolin right beside her at that moment. Ling Lang responded. Why are you being obstinate? It's just a glance. I haven't provoked you, have I? No, then be decisive. I despise dilly-dallying. He pressed down the window, pulling Pei Xiqing's arm out to inspect her fingertips. See if you dare to touch abilities directly again. You might scorch your skin off. Pei Xiqing withdrew her hand, her face flushed in silence. Just then, other teammates called for Ling Lang, who couldn't resist glancing back at her. It was baffling. Why did her face flush every time they spoke? He hadn't done anything out of line. Once Ling Lang departed, Pei Xiqing promptly rolled up the window, lowering her head. Before long, there was a knock on the car door again. She looked up. Ling Lang, you really? Upon seeing Duan Xiaolin, she abruptly halted. The man gestured for her to lower the window. Confused, she complied. As soon as the window descended, his strong arm seized her nape, forcefully pressing his lips against hers. Ling Lang and the others were merely 10 meters away, poised to glance over at any moment. Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in shock. They will see us. He released her, his gaze darkening. They wanted at why do you keep suddenly kissing me? She sat in the car, her eyes filled with a plea, covering her mouth as though in playful reproach. And so forcefully. It's nothing. Stalin casually released her, his gaze trailing over her lips, chuckling softly, closed the window. With that, he engaged in conversation with Long Yin, who had just arrived. Pei Xiqing's mind spun in confusion. Unable to shake off the intensity of his previous gaze, engaging with him, was it a blessing or a grave miscalculation? Before long, the rest of the team began to load their belongings into the vehicle. To her surprise, Long Yin joined them, settling in the back with Pei Xiqing, chatting amiably. She considered feigning sleep, but curiosity piqued when Long Yin mentioned the appearance of an ability user team ahead, prompting her to join the conversation. "What team is it, Sister Long Yin?" Long Yin responded. "The detection system indicated that a team of ability users has been following us at a consistent distance. With a notably strong presence, it appears there is a dual ability user among them. If we proceed, we should encounter them. If they were indeed formidable, it would be splendid for sparring, and given their appearance, they seem to belong to a legitimate base team. Unlike the previous chaotic encounters, meeting a base team could lead to valuable exchanges of supplies and intelligence. A dual ability user. Such individuals were rare in the apocalypse. Could they be the protagonists?" Pei Xiqing felt a sense of foreboding, wanting to ask if they could circumvent the encounter, but Long Yin burst into laughter, as though discovering a new continent. "Xiqing, how did you cut your lip?" Pei Xiqing touched her lip, finding a trace of blood, hastily wiping it away. Perhaps she had inadvertently bumped into something earlier. Long Yin, however, regarded her with a knowing look. "Be careful. Don't injure yourself further." Her laughter drew the attention of the two men in front. Ling Lang, driving, hadn't he seen her injury earlier? Upon hearing her explanation, he lazily remarked, "I didn't realize you could injure yourself even while sleeping in the car. I was driving, and you were dozing in the back. The road ahead is tricky, so be cautious. You wouldn't want to end up injuring yourself again. This time it's just a cut on your lip. Next time you might lose a tooth if you sleep through a bump." Pei Xiqing, if you can't speak, perhaps it's best to remain silent. Just focus on driving. Ling Lang chuckled. "It seems that only you are capable of such things." Pei Xiqing, this was an accident. The man in the passenger seat glanced in her direction upon hearing this. Pei Xiqing maintained her composure. It truly was an accident. She gestured to the corner of her mouth. "I accidentally bumped it while sleeping, which caused the bleeding. I was half asleep. Otherwise, I would have noticed sooner." Ling Lang, well, I advise you to fasten your seatbelt. We are about to traverse treacherous terrain. Pei Xiqing gathered herself. "I'm fine. You can drive with peace of mind." Ling Lang, you said it. If I happen to speed up, don't go looking for a place to be sick. Rest assured, that won't happen this time. Long Yin, however, cast a meaningful glance at her. Her gaze flitted from Ling Lang back to herself. Pei Xiqing pretended not to notice, quickly leaning against the window to observe the surroundings. The road ahead was increasingly perilous, strewn with fallen boulders. The previously constructed path was riddled with various-sized potholes, and numerous zombies and corpses roamed freely. The vehicle tried its best to avoid them, yet the jolting continued unabated. Ling Lang applied the brakes, gradually decelerating. The bridge ahead appeared precarious, uncertain if it could hold up long enough for them to cross. Long Yin exited the vehicle to inspect. Feeling the stone bricks of the bridge, he remarked, "It seems stable enough. It's not at a critical point yet. After all, this bridge is our only route to the other side. Its endurance indicates we can still pass." The vehicles behind them also halted, and everyone gazed at the opposite riverbank. The road conditions here were dreadful. "If it weren't absolutely necessary, we would never consider this path. Let's attempt to cross. But we must be prepared for the possibility of failure." Long Yin re-entered the vehicle, stating that if the bridge were to collapse, they would use their powers to pull the car across. Fu Feng suggested, "Perhaps I should go first, securing a rope to the vehicle. If the bridge does collapse, I can pull it directly." Ling Lang replied, "Let's lighten the load. Everyone should cross first, while El Sudong and I stay behind to drive the car over." "Sounds good." After some discussion, they began their cautious trek towards the opposite riverbank. The bridge's condition was not as dire, but bearing the weight of two vehicles laden with various weapons felt precarious. All disembarked to walk, one by one crossing over the tumultuous, contaminated waters below. Pei Xiqing and Long Yin reached the riverbank, and the others, along with the two vehicles, arrived safely as well. To her surprise, upon arriving, the town on this side was much larger, with a landscape dominated by polluted structures. The ecological environment was in even worse condition. While the previous side had some trees, this side was utterly barren, featuring severely contaminated black soil where virtually no plant could survive. Long Yin explained. This is the first-tier metropolis be city before the apocalypse. Even the river behind us is part of its atmosphere. After crossing the bridge, there is essentially no turning back. We stand within the borders of B City. Ling Lang cautioned. We have detected a large horde of zombies ahead. Everyone be careful. He glanced back at Pei Xiqing, who was crouched behind a stone. You should return to the vehicle. Pei Xiqing replied. I'm not afraid of zombies. That so? Ling Lang loaded bullets into his gun, adding that she should not cause any trouble, lest he have to manage both the team and her. You all go ahead. She glanced back at Duan Xiaolin, who remained seated in the car. Ling Lang lowered his voice. If zombies do come, seek out my brother. However, if you dare to bite him, you will be finished. Understood, understood. Everyone follow me. It appeared that a team was engaged in combat with the zombies ahead. It was a unit dispatched from the base, and they set off to assist. Understood. After the group departed, Pei Xiqing sat on a rock, swinging her legs, covertly observing the man inside the vehicle still engrossed in his paperwork. He appeared deeply focused, undistracted by the commotion outside. The documents in his hands were likely the latest communications from the base, requiring a response within the next 2 hours. Moments later, Pei Xiqing's keen eyes spotted several zombies crawling into the vehicle. She frowned, crouching to assess one of the creatures. Just as she locked eyes with the zombie, it lunged at her with its bloodied claws. Pei Xiqing remained still, and the zombie halted, tilting its head in a bizarre manner to meet her gaze. Holding a stone in her hand, she waved it deliberately. The zombie seemed to sense the unusual energy emanating from the car and scuttled away. Once it departed, the window rolled down, and Duan Xiaolin's detached gaze fell upon her. What's wrong? Pei Xiqing replied. A few little zombies just ran off. The man lowered his gaze. Not afraid anymore? Pei Xiqing shook her head. Get in the car. Feeling a twinge of hesitation, she leaned against the window. I'm just getting some fresh air. Brother Duan, please continue with your work. I'll keep an eye out. If zombies approach, I'll fend them off. The man chuckled softly, flipping a page of his document. All right. He then handed her a handkerchief, saying, wipe the blood from your mouth. Huh? Pei Xiqing quickly glanced into the rearview mirror and indeed noticed a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Blushing, she took the handkerchief and vigorously wiped it away, unable to resist licking her lips, which bore a slight sting, presumably from their earlier kiss. After she finished cleaning up, silence fell between them. Most zombies had been held off by Ling Lang and the others, leaving this area relatively clear. Pei Xiqing, feeling drowsy, leaned against the car door and yawned. Suddenly, she heard Ling Lang's voice through the car's intercom. Brother, the number of zombies ahead has exceeded expectations. In 10 minutes, they will surround the city. Pei Xiqing's eyes widened. Having accompanied this small team for so long, she had never encountered such a severe zombie crisis. Previously, the threats had either been easily dispatched or completely absent. Now, after finally crossing the bridge, they found themselves on the brink of a zombie siege. Moreover, this seemed to align with the narrative from the book. B City, as a vital transportation hub, was a location where nearly every team returning to the base would pass through, thus accumulating a large horde of zombies. The quantity was not only substantial but diverse, potentially including more advanced mutated types, which the book hinted were not easily dealt with. Nevertheless, Pei Xiqing glanced back at the fallen city. The protagonists would surely be here. They would ultimately vanquish this horde of zombies. In the end, during this battle, the relationship between the male and female leads would deepen, propelling them to fame in the apocalypse. She recalled Long Yan's earlier words about a small team maintaining a distance, neither too close nor too far. Pei Xiqing understood deeply as a participant in this story, some events, despite one's reluctance, are inevitable. There will come a day when one must confront them. Yet, in the eyes of the protagonists, she, the expendable supporting character, had long since met her demise. Thus, there was no need to worry excessively, with everyone transformed into zombies. What could be worse? If she were to encounter the protagonists, she would adapt as needed. Pei Xiqing did not linger on her thoughts for long, ceasing her idle musings and gazing intently at the man. She had to admit that although Duan Xiaolin was aloof and enigmatic, he was undeniably handsome, worthy of the title of a leading actor in the entertainment industry. Duan Xiaolin was conversing with Ling Lang through the device. Sensing her gaze, he looked up. Pei Xiqing blinked. Had anyone ever mentioned how handsome Brother Duan was? Ling Lang. Pei Xiqing. What nonsense are you spouting? Pei Xiqing. She quickly cleared her throat. Apologies, I misspoke. The man appeared somewhat exasperated, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. She didn't mean it. Ling Lang, I think you've lost your mind. Pei Xiqing. The man took over the conversation. Continuing with Ling Lang, Pei Xiqing, blushing, whispered, Are we preparing to flee? Duan Xiaolin closed the folder with a raised eyebrow. Are you not curious to explore this world? You've come all the way to Be City. Yet you don't plan to venture inside? Pei Xiqing was somewhat surprised, not expecting him to remember. She had spoken with a hint of jest back then, but her curiosity about this world was genuine. Turning her face away, she added, If these zombies pose a challenge for you, feel free to leave first that I've been observing along the way. This place isn't particularly special. However, during her time with them, she had indeed witnessed a plethora of remarkable phenomena in this post-apocalyptic world. Yet, most of these experiences were rooted in the grim realities of urban tragedy. The more she saw, the clearer the true horror of the apocalypse became in a genuine apocalypse. One scarcely has the luxury to contemplate anything extraneous. Everyone is consumed by the singular obsession of securing food to ensure their survival. Be City was once a hub of transportation and commerce, its vibrancy tenfold that of the cities they had passed previously. Pei Xiqing's interest was piqued. Really? Yes, he replied. To the south is Be City, and to the north is a port, both thriving centers of the world before the collapse, if you ever have the chance. You might also visit a port. Despite the severe pollution and destruction, a base is being established around a port, working tirelessly to restore the town and revive its former glory. Pei Xiqing's eyes brightened. This world still harbored so many unknowns. She sincerely hoped to witness what it looked like before the corruption took hold. Duan Xiaolin resumed the call with Ling Lang, stating, You are the captain. The specific strategies and personnel arrangements are for you to command. Ling Lang replied, Brother, I'm merely an accompanying member of your team, not involved in your internal discussions or combat decisions, although we are nearing the base up ahead. You always say not to complicate matters, yet I feel compelled to push forward. I apologize, but the documents you hold in our transaction are pressing. Once this is over, I will ensure you reach the base promptly. Then go ahead. Duan Xiaolin responded nonchalantly. Having made a choice, there is no need to consult me further. You are the core of the team. Understood. The communication was severed. Pei Xiqing curiously inquired, Brother Duan, is Ling Lang truly your biological brother? One is surnamed Duan and the other Lang. How can they be biological siblings? Not quite. Duan Xiaolin replied. 5 years ago, after awakening my abilities, I happened to save him, and I have been looking after him ever since. No wonder, Pei Xiqing nodded, but she couldn't help but scrutinize the man. Having awakened his powers 5 years ago, and with the apocalypse only 5 years in the making, it seemed Duan Xiaolin's ability had surfaced quite early. Though she was left wondering what it might be, she had yet to witness it, let alone see him unleash it. Are you curious about me? Duan Xiaolin asked. Pei Xiqing caught his gaze, wondering if he was not curious about her as well. The man slightly parted his lips. Your powers have awakened. I am indeed intrigued. However, I find you even more fascinating. Pei Xiqing was taken aback. My powers have awakened? I could attempt to discover them on my own. She mused, but he assessed. You are currently a zombie. Perhaps the application of your abilities differs. Pei Xiqing smiled, leaning closer to him. Just don't kill me. Brother Duan. I am a thinking zombie. If I truly possess powers, I could protect you. Duan Xiaolin narrowed his eyes, his gaze drifting over her lips. Focus on protecting yourself first. Regardless of the type of zombie, he could dispatch them without hesitation. He was at a loss regarding her. Feeling compassion was a perilous vulnerability for him. Duan Xiaolin entered the driver's seat. Get in. We are now in the city. The zombies will eventually swarm us, so it would be better to find a quiet place to wait. Pei Xiqing nodded and climbed into the vehicle. However, with zombies roaming both inside and outside the city, finding a truly quiet location was nearly impossible. They collided with several zombies along the way. Blood splattering across the windshield, making Pei Xiqing wince at the sight. Glancing out the window, she saw multiple zombies pressing their faces against the glass, with one even attempting to gnaw at the vehicle. The unsettling sound sending chills down her spine. She gripped the passenger seatbelt tightly, her fingers instinctively clenching. Suddenly, she spotted several vehicles navigating the streets of the urban ruins, firing at the zombies lining the roadside. Upon seeing a figure on top of one vehicle wielding a machine gun, Pei Xiqing's eyes widened. By the time she processed the sight, their vehicle had already passed by the other one. She glanced back in the rearview mirror, noticing the person animatedly speaking to those beside him. Lost in thought, it took her a moment to respond to the man. What did you say, Brother Duan? Duan Stalin also looked back at the receding vehicle. That was S1 team's vehicle. You should recognize it. Pei Xiqing lowered her head. Yes, I know them, but I don't know many. Just AFEW.AS, she spoke. She anxiously regarded the man. But now that I've turned into a zombie, it hardly matters whether I know them or not. Duan Stalin chuckled lightly. True. Meanwhile, Chiu Gang from another vehicle shouted excitedly, disbelief written all over his face. No, didn't you all see clearly? That person in the car was the enchantress from before. Surely, you haven't forgotten how she toyed with our brothers. What? I was busy slaying zombies earlier. Didn't he catch a good look? Are you serious? Didn't she get bitten by a zombie? She is either dead or has turned. I swear, I really saw her with my own eyes. Damn, that wretched woman is still alive. I'm going to tell the captain. Duan Xiaolin drove the vehicle to the back of a building that had turned into ruins but still offered some cover. The number of zombies here was relatively sparse. He dispatched 2 with ease and resumed attending to the documents. These papers appeared to be of great significance. Ling Lang had mentioned them earlier, and there was a safe behind him, a safe from when she first encountered Duan Xiaolin and Ling Lang during their transaction. Uncertain of its contents, it looked cold and valuable, possibly containing advanced technological weapons or crucial items for the base. Duan Xiaolin was genuinely busy, with the sounds of gunfire from the battlefield behind them illuminating the night. He remained composed. Pei Xiqing crouched beside him, carefully illuminating the area with her flashlight. Noticing her efforts, the man glanced down at her, prompting Pei Xiqing to quickly clarify. I want to look. You can trust me. I want to peek at your documents. I just want to ensure you can see clearly. Duan Xiaolin maintained a serious demeanor, quickly returning to his task. Pei Xiqing held the flashlight aloft for what felt like an eternity. The sounds of battle drawing ever closer, as if they were merely a wall apart. Her arm began to ache, but seeing that the man was nearing completion, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Just then, a clawing zombie crawled to her feet, and she momentarily drifted into a daze. When she came to, the zombie was poised to bite her. As she prepared to kick it away, the zombie disintegrated into dust in an instant. Catching her off guard, the man finished packing the documents into the safe, and she noticed a perfectly arranged row of vials inside, alongside a canister wrapped in cloth. Duan Xiaolin secured the safe and turned to grasp her hand. Are you tired? Pei Xiqing shook her head. Not really. Duan Xiaolin earnestly massaged her wrist. Thank you for your hard work. Let us go find them and regroup. All right. Pei Xiqing nodded slightly. Yet her mind involuntarily conjured the image of the contents she had glimpsed within the password box moments ago. She recalled that the book had mentioned a certain viral entity, one cloaked beneath this black fabric, an existence that must never see the light of day. This was the very weapon wielded by the antagonist against the male protagonist. Just a mere release could spell disaster for all living beings within a 100-mile radius, rendering even the undead powerless, let alone humans. Not even those gifted with abilities could hope to escape its grasp. For now, she could not ascertain what exactly lay within. However, she surmised that even if Duan Xiaolin acquired it, he would likely pass it along to the archvillain. As Pei Xiqing exited the derelict building, she unexpectedly encountered Ling Lang and his team shortly thereafter. A blue display screen materialized before Ling Lang, who noted that the zombies had remained hidden in the city for far too long, likely due to the dense population of City B, resulting in an overwhelming number of zombies congregating here. Other small squads were also making their way towards the center. Once we regroup, we will deliberate on our strategies. The other team members nodded in agreement, upon spotting Pei Xiqing and Duan Xiaolin. Ling Lang lowered his weapon and approached them. I navigated here with the vehicle. Are you two unharmed? Pei Xiqing shook her head. Duan Xiaolin inquired. How many teams are there in the city? Ling Lang replied. We just received 3 signals and total 0.3 teams of ability users, including us. That makes 4. Cooperation among the teams was rare, but given the dire circumstances, collaboration was their only means of survival. Long Yin turned her gaze towards the street, exclaiming, they're coming. In an instant, 3 distinct squads of ability users appeared from the southeast and west. A group hurriedly approached. The first to arrive was a team designated A121243, dispatched by the 4th base. While the following team had a rather lengthy name that Pei Xiqing couldn't quite remember, only recalling that they hailed from the 5th base, Ling Lang mentioned, there's another team. They must be caught up in the zombie tide and unable to break free. Long Yin beckoned to Pei Xiqing, come here for a moment. Pei Xiqing followed her, asking, what is it? Long Yin. One of their team members is injured, but they already administered the serum at the first opportunity. I want you to observe how the ability users expel the zombie virus from their bodies after the injection. To her surprise, it seemed she was to be given a demonstration. Pei Xiqing crouched down beside the man leaning against a stone, examining the gradual fading of the greenish-gray peeling and necrosis on his skin. The once severely damaged skin was indeed disappearing little by little due to the combination of the serum and abilities. Isn't it miraculous? Long Yin remarked. This is the fastest injection, with the most potent recovery ability. The longer we delay, the less effective the medicine becomes. Pei Xiqing thought of the wounds on her own body and the symptoms of zombification. Through her tightly wrapped outer coat, she touched her arm, sensing that there seemed to be no abnormalities. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. She had no time for idle thoughts, as shortly thereafter, she joined the others in constructing a temporary camp. Ling Lang and the two team leaders were engaged in discussions about their offensive layout and strategies, with Duanstalin also listening in, though it was mostly Ling Lang speaking, and he rarely interjected. However, Ling Lang's gaze frequently drifted towards Duanstalin, and only after seeing him nod did he continue with the next arrangements. Pei Xiqing discreetly asked Long Yin, has Ling Lang never experienced such battles? She recalled that Ling Lang had been a captain for quite some time, well versed in the art of war. Long Yin chuckled. In front of Brother Duan, he acts this way, cautious and apprehensive, fearing to disappoint him. When Brother Duan is absent, he transforms completely. How should I put it? Brother Duan is his mentor, his most respected figure, and it's only natural for him to overthink in such a presence that I think he is quite capable. He doesn't need to be overly concerned with the opinions of others. You truly believe that? Pei Xiqing dusted off her hands, covered in grime. Indeed. Then I shall tell him. Say that you are encouraging him. How touching. Hey, Long Yin. Right now, crucial matters are at hand. Please cease your jesting. Pei Xiqing impatiently grasped her, pleading, don't cause any trouble. Spare me, please. Yet Long Yin leaned closer, asking, what are you shy about? You've already kissed. What is there to be embarrassed about? Just then, someone called for Long Yin, and Pei Xiqing had no time to respond before she had already departed. Why did it feel as though Long Yin had misunderstood something? The camp shifted a short distance to the right, closer to the gate, facilitating the team's subsequent retreat. Pei Xiqing bent down to move stones when a speeding off-road vehicle brushed past her back, stirring up dust that enveloped her. What on earth? She waved her hand, covering her mouth and nose, unable to suppress a couple of coughs as she glanced back at the vehicles. As her gaze settled, a burly man leapt from one of the cars. Seizing her hand with fervor and obsession, Xiqing, it's you? It really is you. You're alive. I knew you wouldn't die. Pei Xiqing quickly regained her composure, shoving him away warily, stepping back with caution. Stay away from me. The man, perplexed, asked, if you're alive, why didn't you come find me? Why didn't you tell me? He became animated once more. Xiqing, it's me. Don't you remember? I'm your main girl. You stayed by my side for over a month. During that time, I protected you every day. You always said you would love me for this lifetime and would never leave me. Have you forgotten? Pei Xiqing frowned deeper with every word. Within moments, she had grasped the man's approximate identity. He was someone whom the original owner had entangled with during her desperate flight for survival. Over the years in the apocalypse, the original owner had encountered a multitude of ambiguous men, and Pei Xiqing found it difficult to recall which one he was among the many strangers. There were few people around the tent. Others were either in meetings or preparing dinner by slicing beef, and Ling Lang's team was absent, leaving her alone to tidy up at the camp. This was not advantageous for her, especially with the unpredictable emotions of the man before her. As she took 2 steps back, he closed in, fixating on her face with an intense gaze. Xiqing, I knew you left because you were angry. It was my fault. Please forgive me. Come back with me, and I promise to treat you well. We can go back to how we were, never to part again. Pei Xiqing felt goosebumps rise on her skin. After a moment's reflection, she finally spoke. You are Meng Jinkai? Yes, Meng Jinkai exclaimed with delight. I knew you still remembered me. I'm your Meng Gu. Pei Xiqing sighed, and now that she had a name, things became simpler. Meng Jinkai was the first protector the original owner had encountered. In the early days of the apocalypse, he had taken a liking to the original owner, who was still a university student at the time and had gained a modicum of fame as a live streamer. When the apocalypse struck, she found herself utterly defenseless, hastily fleeing from a building teeming with zombies, only to cross paths with him, an ability user. At that time, the original owner needed to cling to someone for survival. and she had feigned affection towards Meng Jiankai for over a month. However, upon realizing that Meng Jiankai's abilities were inferior to those of another team leader, she had promptly abandoned him, aligning herself with a different group. Nonetheless, Meng Jiankai was hardly a paragon of virtue. While the original owner had stayed by his side, he had regarded her as an untouchable ideal while indulging in debauchery, having already mingled with countless unsavory characters. His actions utterly despicable. It was absurd for him to return, seeking the original owner's unwavering loyalty. Whether sincere or feigned, Pei Xiqing was grateful that the original owner had never taken him seriously, using him until she could move on. Had she truly become entangled with such a man, she might not even have a corpse left to identify. Meng Jiankai continued to ramble on, professing his love. I swear, I promise you, I had no other relationships with those women. It was simply chatting. You know how it is in the apocalypse. Ability users are scarce, and many girls, like you, are pitiably homeless. But in my eyes, there has always been only you. Pei Xiqing scoffed, shaking off his reaching hand. Oh, I see. So you simply have many sisters and wish to provide a home for all your homeless sisters. Meng Jiankai. No. Xiqing, that is not what I meant. You need not explain further. Our relationship dissolved long ago when you chose to stray. She retorted, if you truly cared for me, how could you have gone astray? Was it you who insisted on testing me daily? I have endured your trials all this time. Damn it. It has been so long. I search for you each day. When will your tests come to an end? Tests? Wasn't it you who said that to test me? All I had to do was refrain from touching you, and then we could marry. Pei Xiqing laughed aloud. It is a mystery whether he is foolish or naive. In this apocalyptic world, the notion of marriage is utterly ludicrous. What is your response? Meng Jiankai, anxious, gazed at her face with an almost obsessive fervor. 5 years have passed. In that time, you have blossomed. I remember when I first met you. You had just come of age. Back then, she wore heavy makeup, yet it could not conceal her alluring charm, and I fell for her at first sight. That I never expected that after 5 years apart. Pei Xiqing would have become even more beautiful. My gaze fixated upon her, unable to look away. Earlier, I heard someone in the car mention a beauty in this area, and I was skeptical, but upon seeing her, it was indeed a stunning beauty, the very person who has haunted my dreams. Pei Xiqing, however, remained indifferent. All right, I have things to attend to. I must take my leave. Meng Jiankai stepped forward, blocking her path. I am now the deputy captain of a 121243. And soon we will be besieged by zombies. This will be a fierce battle. You have yet to awaken your powers. In such circumstances, you cannot possibly survive. If you are sensible and return to my side, I can ensure you survive this zombie tide under the protection of our team. With sincerity, he gazed at her. Xiqing, I know you would agree, wouldn't you? Just give me a nod, and our team is the most powerful in the base. Pei Xiqing interrupted him. I am a zombie. Meng Jiankai was taken aback, staring at her. What did you say? Pei Xiqing flashed him a mischievous smile, her sharp canines glinting. I feel the urge to bite someone. Surely, you would be willing to let me take a nibble? Ah, Meng Jiankai gasped as he noticed the increasingly prominent green marks on her neck. Caught off guard, he shouted and collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he pointed at her. Upon seeing her mouth open, he fled in fright. Pei Xiqing smirked, finding his reaction amusing. How useless. He ran away at a mere scare. Yet, it proved effective, accidentally biting her lip. She touched her sharp canines. When did these grow? Simultaneously, the changes in her body made her breath hitch, feeling both hot and cold, with an incessant itch in her teeth. The desire to bite persisted, growing stronger. Who could she truly sink her teeth into? Pei Xiqing suppressed this escalating craving once more and resumed securing the tent with stones. That a few vehicles passed by her down the street. Pei Xiqing turned to glance at the license plates, finding one that seemed familiar. If the previous vehicle belonged to Meng Jiankai's 121243 team, then the one that just passed must belong to the main group. Pei Xiqing crouched behind the tent, quietly observing. Aware that the situation was dire, she understood that lingering here was unwise. As she pondered how to escape amidst the chaos, someone suddenly patted her shoulder. Startled, she thought it was Meng Jiankai returning. She turned, ready to lash out, only to find it was Ling Lang, who had just returned from a meeting. Ling Lang, covered in bloodstains, had taken off his shirt and draped it over his shoulder. Wearing a white t-shirt, his expression teasing. What are you doing? Do you know that a zombie scratch can lead to infection? He grasped her wrist, inspecting the green spots. What is this? Are you preparing to go berserk again? Pei Xiqing coughed, pulling her arm back. Not at all. I thought it was a thug who might retaliate. Is that so? Ling Lang chuckled. So, in your eyes, I am the thug? You think that way. But I do not. What are you squatting here for? Are you up to something nefarious? I am not doing anything wrong. Didn't you see me moving stones? She replied innocently. Ling Lang scoffed, casually picking up a hefty stone and tossing it at her feet. Is this enough? That will do. That will do. Come on, let us go feast. There's meat, he urged Pei Xiqing, who was slowly relocating the large stone to the corner of the tent. If we delay, there might not be a bone left. Pei Xiqing squatted on the ground. I am not going. Why not? I don't feel like eating. Are you craving a change of flavor, perhaps human flesh or brains? Pei Xiqing sighed. If I truly wanted to eat. Under your very noses. I fear I wouldn't even know how I'd die. Then what are you worried about? As long as you don't bite anyone, no one can harm you. Noticing her downcast gaze and lackluster demeanor, Ling Lang cleared his throat. I mean it, and my brother is with the Franlin team. He has said a word. So what are you afraid of? No matter how many teams come, none would dare harm you. Pei Xiqing lifted her eyes. Thank you, Ling Lang. Ling Lang instinctively turned away. You should have said thank you sooner, but it's never too late. Yet, I still do not wish to go. Aren't you hungry? Not at the moment. That won't do. It's rare to have such fresh meat. They are cooking hot pot over there. You must come. Ling Lang firmly grasped her wrist, pulling her up. If you're worried about being recognized, you need not fret. He handed her a sleek, high-tech mask made of black material that was the same one he had worn when she first met him. Looking intimidating alongside his striking white hair, like a vampire. What will this do? Pei Xiqing inquired. Ling Lang explained as they walked. This is a special mask. It can filter all toxic gases and purify the air. And it also obscures the enemy's line of sight. Once you wear it, no one will see your face. He paused, holding her wrist to lift it, rolling up her sleeve, and when he intended to zip up her jacket. Pei Xiqing preemptively did it herself. Ling Lang's fingers hovered in the air for 2 seconds before naturally retreating. We are used to the green marks on you, knowing they are not your true intent. However, others may still fear them. If you're concerned, just zip your jacket up. All right, let us go. After Pei Xiqing donned the mask, she asked, what will I do about eating later? Silly, our team is in a separate tent. Who hasn't seen you inside? Just take it off when you're in there. But on the way, you may encounter many ability users, so be careful not to give yourself away. Pei Xiqing obediently followed behind him. Walking a short distance before she could faintly hear the conversations of ability users, she concealed her face behind the mask, remaining silent and focusing on her steps. A few tall ability users approached. Greeting Ling Lang. Captain Ling, you're finally here. We were just looking for you. Hurry, there's beef hot pot. Captain Ling, is this the female ability user from your team? We've never seen her before. Ling Lang bantered with them casually, deftly brushing past their inquiries. Just then, another person approached, engaging Ling Lang. I heard that the esteemed one from Franlin is in your team. I wonder if I could have the fortune of meeting him? As he spoke, he slipped something into Ling Lang's pocket, smiling. I happen to have a favor to ask of him. Pei Xiqing observed closely, realizing the item was a high-grade crystal core. A coveted treasure in this apocalypse. It could serve as vital nourishment for the base, and even enhance specific abilities. Ling Lang extracted the core, scrutinized it briefly, and disdainfully tossed it back. You dare to bribe me with such trash? Captain Ling. Ling Lang led Pei Xiqing away, continuing. Today alone, I've received 5 gifts. The crystals get more valuable each time. I never expected high-grade crystals to be in their hands. A team of superhumans stationed at the base. They encountered high-grade crystal cores but chose to hoard them instead of surrendering to the base. Once I return to the base, I will certainly report each one of them. Pei Xiqing murmured. Is it forbidden to hoard such items? Lower and mid-tier cores may be freely utilized, yet high-grade and exceptional ones hold far greater significance and value. Many dispatch teams from the base are specifically tasked with seeking out such crystal cores, and hoarding them is a grave offense. Yet, there are always those who risk it all for high rewards. He lazily remarked. One such high-grade crystal core might elevate one's abilities to new heights or even awaken the latent powers within ordinary individuals. Is it truly that miraculous? Earlier, our journey had been filled with low-tier crystals. Discussing it with you would have been futile, but having witnessed it just now, I have gained some insight. Pei Xiqing fell into a deep contemplation. Unexpectedly, she lowered her head and collided with a tall, imposing figure, The man was engaged in conversation, and upon glancing down, he caught sight of her eyes beneath the mask, watching her with an enigmatic smile. Pei Xiqing edged closer. Brother Duan. Duan Stalin's voice was both magnetic and elegant. What is it? Pei Xiqing replied, I wish to enter and enjoy hot pot. Please make way. The man chuckled softly, stepping aside to let her pass. Almost whispering in her ear, make sure to eat well. Pei Xiqing blushed. Just as she was about to slip into the tent, a resonant male voice called out from behind. Wait a moment. A fully armed man and woman strode towards him. Upon hearing that familiar voice echo in her memory, Pei Xiqing involuntarily shuddered as the man and woman approached. The leading man urgently called out, Captain Ling Lang, could you assist us in locating someone? Ling Lang, with a hint of impatience, responded, looking for someone? Are you from S1 and simply bored enough to trouble me with such requests? The man replied politely, this matter is rather lengthy, but I have heard that the person I seek seems to have appeared at the camp. I have scoured all other locations without success and have come here to test my luck with Captain Ling Lang. Ling Lang inquired, who is it that you wish to find? The man lowered his voice. Captain Ling Lang, may I have a word? Ling Lang furrowed his brows, his patience waning. Speak here. My men surround us. What could be so secretive that they cannot hear? Xiaoyu cleared his throat and said, Captain Ling Lang, this matter is indeed intricate. My girlfriend has a younger sister who went missing over 5 years ago. She disappeared at the onset of the apocalypse, and for a long time, we could not find her. Recently, we encountered her while clearing out zombies, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she became separated from our group. Xiaoyu paused before continuing, just now, we overheard news of her presence in this camp. Someone claimed to have seen her nearby. And I have already searched with 2 other teams. Only Captain Ling Lang's team remains unfound. If it is not too much trouble, could you assist us? Ling Lang scoffed, looking for someone? Have they wandered into our team? Do you think I would allow you to investigate the identities of my crew? That is not my intention. I merely wish to confirm her whereabouts. I assure you, I will not inquire about any identities, nor will I divulge even a fragment of the team's secrets. Ling Lang scrutinized Xiaoyu. If my memory serves me correctly, there have been whispers of dual power users emerging within S1. Xiaoyu lowered his gaze. Indeed. Is it you? Ling Lang, straightforward, continued, you need not test my patience. Captain Ling Lang, I am steadfast in my allegiance to the base, as it was the base that rescued us all back then. I shall serve the base to the best of my abilities. Pei Xiqing listened intently from within the tent, having removed her mask and placed it aside. Before her rested a simple pot, with flames flickering beneath it. As she ate, she glanced through the mist rising from the pot towards the entrance of the tent. Standing outside was Xiaoyu, nearly as tall as Ling Lang, his physique robust and well-proportioned. The face she recalled was striking, entirely befitting the role of a male lead, standing before Ling Lang with neither subservience nor arrogance, exuding the aura of a potential savior. This couple was renowned for their fierce opposition to evil. While they feigned compliance under the base's authority, in truth, they were tirelessly plotting to overthrow the dystopian rule of the apocalypse and to forge a new world. Pei Xiqing sipped her water with an expressionless face. Long Yin observed her for a while before commenting. It must be about you, right? Pei Xiqing nearly spat out her water. Sister Long Yin. Long Yin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Pei Xiqing stifled a cough. Her voice altered as she whispered. You startled me. Long Yin replied. I am aware. Huh? S1 has been bustling about the camp searching for someone. How could it escape my notice? She leisurely twirled her chopsticks. They are indeed searching for someone, though I cannot ascertain their sincerity. Particularly some individuals within S1 seem intent on skinning and dismembering their prey the moment they locate them. Thus, Ling Lang will remain silent, and I too shall not speak of it. None within our crew will reveal any secrets. Pei Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find her words. Long Yin took a bite of beef and continued. Xiqing, though we do not know what you have endured or why they seek you, I suspect it may be related to your transformation into a zombie, compelling them to take action. However, since you are reluctant to disclose, we shall respect your choice. Regardless, whether or not you are a zombie, you will not turn against us. Pei Xiqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, Sister Long Yin. If I could guarantee that I would never become a zombie. Do not utter such phrases. It is unnecessary. That I have no interest in your past, just as I do not wish to divulge mine, that I believe no one among our team desires their friends to know their history. In this apocalypse, the past holds little significance. What truly matters is survival. Long Yin patted her shoulder. However, I must caution you. That scoundrel Ling Lang knows not the meaning of love. All right, I understand. Pei Xiqing, having been moved moments ago. Found herself bewildered the next. Long Yin winked at her and gently caressed her face. You eat at your own pace. I must go set up the electric defenses against the lightning attack. The zombies have been lurking outside, waiting for an opportunity. We cannot afford to wait until dawn. The perimeter defenses must be bolstered immediately. Pei Xiqing quickly grasped her arm. Sister Long Yin, do not overexert yourself. If any trouble arises, retreat. This place shall not fall. It will not be consumed by zombies. How can you be so certain? I, Long Yin, mistaking her concern for her own safety, chuckled again. All right, I understand that I will not overexert myself. Do not worry that I in the desolate wasteland of the apocalypse. Nothing remained worthy of protection. The knowledge that zombies were the singular target of all superhumans was clear. When confronted, no one had the luxury of retreat. Regardless of their numbers, they must be exterminated. If not eradicated now, one could only imagine how they might evolve and mutate to wreak havoc on even more lives. Before long, Long Yin departed, and the other members of the team stood up within the tent. Fu Feng and Nie Bin remarked, we shall take our leave as well. Time is of the essence, and our tasks are pressing. Yes, yes, you two brothers stay safe. Fu Feng and Nie Bin exchanged glances. Smiling, how embarrassing, yet we appreciate it. With everyone gone, the tent felt empty. Pei Xiqing had consumed a few bites of beef. It was indeed delicious. However, when she reflected on the impending crisis of the zombies surrounding the camp, her appetite vanished. The protagonists possess a halo that allows them to escape peril, yet others do not share such fortune. Previously, she believed herself detached from the main storyline, with no ties to the lead characters, as though their paths were entirely disparate. Yet now, she realized that she had unwittingly become a pawn in this narrative. Once ensnared within the plot, everything around her intertwined with the story, and she could no longer afford to be careless. Treating the narrative as mere words that could be glossed over, she genuinely feared for those who had inadvertently become involved. Lacking the protagonist's protective aura, what would they do? After all, the strength of the zombies at this plot point ranked among the top 3 in the narrative. Setting down her chopsticks, she could still hear Xiaoyu conversing with Ling Lang outside. However, the leaders of the other 2 teams had also arrived, interjecting with their remarks, leaving Xiaoyu unable to speak. Captain Ling Lang, we have nearly completed our preparations for the impending assault. We are ready for battle at any moment. The horde of zombies will not even wait for dawn. It appears we have underestimated them. My estimations regarding their numbers are utterly terrifying. The city, being a crucial transportation hub, attracts zombies from all directions, compounded by the fact that there were already many people here. 5 years ago, it transformed overnight into a city of the undead. Over the past 5 years, the base has dispatched more than 10 teams to cleanse this area, yet none have succeeded in eradicating the zombies. This time, if possible, we must ensure that we eradicate them completely. Yes, let the base know that we have exceeded our mission, and perhaps everyone will receive promotions. However, I did not expect a team like S1 to be nearby. Is it not possible that they are here intentionally because they are aware that Captain Ling Lang is present? Xiaoyu's gaze turned frosty, though his face wore a smile. My team merely passed by. The 2 captains snorted derisively. Passed by. I heard that there are individuals in Captain Zhao's team who have awakened dual abilities. Are you preparing for another promotion? I wonder if Captain Xiao can maintain his position, or is he merely a worthless captain who relies on women for his rise? Moreover, we have also heard that during Captain Zhao's time in the team, he seemed to have entangled himself with another woman, one who even climbed into your bed. Captain Xiao truly enjoys a charmed life. I have also heard that holding one woman in your arms is not enough. You must also keep an eye on others. Xiaoyu suppressed his inner fury. His face darkened as he endured. Captain Ling Lang, I hope you will consider what I just said. The 2 captains suddenly noticed Duan Xiaolin standing beside Ling Lang and interrupted Xiaoyu. Captain Ling Lang, why not introduce us to this individual? Is he a new ability user in your team? How come I've never seen him before? Just now, I saw someone come over to greet him and shake hands, yet now he has fallen silent. Duan Xiaolin, smoking a cigarette and wearing glasses that obscured his gaze. Let the smoke waft from his lips. He lifted his eyelids and replied, no need for introductions. You will see me again in the future. Ling Lang added, Captain Xiao, I do not need to consider the matter you mentioned. The person you are looking for is not in my team. However, Ling Lang pulled out the gun from his waist, gazing at the ominous clouds ahead. We have no time to waste. Everyone prepare. The group lost their inclination for jesting and chatting, promptly rising from the ground, discarding their bowls and chopsticks, seizing their weapons, and charging out. The camp soon commenced a flurry of preparations for battle. Pei Xiqing, donned in a mask, poked her head out of the tent. Outside, various ability users were moving supplies and erecting artillery, none paying her any mind. Just as she intended to step out, someone seized her collar from behind. Pei Xiqing jumped in surprise. Upon turning, she saw Duan and sighed in relief. "Brother Duan," she said, sneaking around as if she were a thief. "I was worried about causing trouble for everyone. You are not a trouble at all." Duan released her. Seeing him walk out, Pei Xiqing thoughtlessly followed. "Is there anything I can help with? I can do it immediately." Duan ascended the ruined building, stepping onto the debris of the top floor. From this vantage point, he could see part of the approaching tide of zombies. Although it was not the entirety of the horde, the sheer number of zombies converging was enough to startle Pei Xiqing, who believed she had mentally prepared herself. It was even denser than the fan meetup she had attended in the past. She recalled being surrounded by countless male fans in a hotel, and the view from her room downwards had been similarly hair-raising. Everyone was desperately pushing forward, their eyes bloodshot, devoid of any rationality. Some were trapped in the crowd, their eyes bulging, their faces pale as corpses. And the madness was even greater now. The zombies emitted incessant wails, and the sounds of their nails scraping the ground and gnawing were incredibly jarring. The horrifying nature of the zombies in the apocalypse was vividly displayed at this moment. Duan inquired, "Are you afraid?" Pei Xiqing hesitated for 2 seconds before responding. A little bit. 5 years ago, when the zombie outbreak first occurred, the numbers within the city were far greater, with only a scant few survivors remaining. He adjusted his glasses and squinted at the distant zombies. In 5 years, humanity has established bases, expending considerable manpower and resources, while the zombie population has surged dramatically. 5 years, Pei Xiqing mused. How many zombies must that have nurtured? It is important to note that zombies infect not only the living but also the dead. Moreover, during these 5 years, humanity has focused on constructing bases, meaning that every day, people have been infected. The accumulation of numbers is not to be underestimated. The bases granted the zombies breathing room. However, did the zombies not also contribute to the emergence of ability users? The man's voice remained calm. Having thoroughly contemplated the apocalypse, there are indeed so many. Pei Xiqing could not help but exclaim. Reading about it in books is one thing, but witnessing it firsthand is another entirely. As she gazed at the zombies, her legs felt a bit weak. "Did you not say you would help?" Duan pointed at her brow. "If it becomes too overwhelming, you can retreat to the vehicle." Pei Xiqing bit her lip. "It's fine. I'm not afraid of zombies. What is there to fear, especially with Ling Lang and the others in front?" Duan gaze deepened. "Yes, however, they cannot hold the line." Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could that be? The main group is also here. If you doubt it, we can wait a while longer." "Until when?" 2 hours. So soon. Duan nodded, mimicking her tone. "So, we can prepare to run." Pei Xiqing blushed and said, "If I flee, I must take Brother Duan with me." With that, she boldly reached out to touch the man's palm, but he made no move, merely gazing at her quietly. Pei Xiqing then dared to press her hand against his broad palm. "I will protect you. If any zombies come, let them bite me. It wouldn't matter to me." Duan pursed his lips, turning to grasp her wrist. "Then I very much look forward to it. Yet, I'm a bit reluctant. If you get bitten by a zombie again, your skin will likely rot away completely." He kissed her lightly near his lips. "I would prefer you to protect yourself. Unless absolutely necessary, do not allow yourself to be bitten again." Pei Xiqing was covered in goosebumps and changed the subject. "However, I am quite curious. Brother Duan, what is your ability?" She blinked. "Can I know?" "You can. Have others seen it?" "Yes." He said. "Those who have seen it before are in prison." Pei Xiqing shivered. "Your ability isn't related to interrogation, is it? Do you have to torture people?" Duan shook his head. "Before you guess my ability, why not let me see yours?" "My ability?" Pei Xiqing was momentarily at a loss. "Why are you diverting the topic? I asked you first, so why is it about me now?" Duan replied. "My ability can no longer be used. Really?" Pei Xiqing took a while to process. "What do you mean? Does not being able to use it mean it cannot be used for life?" He seemed not the least bit concerned that Pei Xiqing would consider this as weakness to spread around, directly admitting, "Correct, but I can clearly sense that you possess an ability fluctuation." The zombies have keen senses. They can easily discern the strength of ability users, and when she looked at Duan it was evident he emanated the aura of a powerful ability user. "That is merely an illusion. If even you believe it, it indicates I have acted quite well in a way." "Are you disappointed?" "A little. I was rather looking forward to your ability, but it's fine. You have Ling Lang and many other powerful ability users by your side. Duan Xiaolin replied nonchalantly. It's just a pity. They are merely them. Pei Xiqing tilted her head slightly. They are them. But they are also your friends. That he appeared to smile. Indeed, do they know? They do. Well then, that's good. No one will think that living without an ability is unworthy of existence. Pei Xiqing felt a bead of sweat trickle down her brow. What on earth was happening? To an outsider, it might seem that their relationship was fraught with tension. Yet, she understood the underlying message in Duan Xiaolin's words. In a world ravaged by chaos, one could not rely on others. However, her faith in both Duan Xiaolin and Ling Lang remained unwavering. Duan Xiaolin stated, "It's your turn. You. How do you wish to perceive this?" Pei Xiqing was at a loss as for her abilities. She herself was uncertain of their nature. How could he possibly know? Unexpectedly, Duan Xiaolin grasped her chin, urging her to meet his gaze. Instinctively, Pei Xiqing complied. The man's eyes were reminiscent of ancient, cold jade, deep and profound. Just a fleeting glance exchanged at such proximity left her feeling slightly overwhelmed. And she instinctively wanted to avert her gaze, but before she could, he gently turned her back. "Look at me a little longer," he commanded. Pei Xiqing braced herself and continued to meet his gaze. "Why?" "Because," he paused deliberately. "How long can you continue to endure like this?" "Huh?" Pei Xiqing thought she had misheard him. What on earth was he talking about? She immediately inquired. "What do you mean by enduring?" Pei Xiqing scrutinized him intently. "Are you interrogating a criminal?" Duan Xiaolin offered no reply, his slender fingers tracing her wrist as the symptoms of the infection worsened. She attempted to withdraw her hand. But it was futile. "I know," she thought. "You ask me this because you are concerned, right? Then I can leave at any moment, or perhaps you are testing whether I might turn on you," he said. "Of course I trust you. However, you need not endure in such a manner." The man's fingers cupped her cheek, coaxing her to relax her jaw. "There's no need to keep biting yourself. I'm merely a bit anxious." Pei Xiqing stammered, her tongue tripping over itself. Her earlier actions were merely a means to alleviate that anxiety. "Then what is this?" Duan Xiaolin lifted her sleeve, revealing scars from a blade and numerous claw marks. "Didn't I remember you had nearly healed before?" Pei Xiqing had not realized that during the restless nights, she had unconsciously clawed at her own arm. She hadn't even felt it. Once the man pointed it out, Pei Xiqing was momentarily stunned, then gasped, "It hurts." Several of the wounds had been inflicted within the last 24 hours, while others had been there for days. But upon seeing her injuries, the pain she had been numb to suddenly surged back, and she clutched her arm. "Why does it hurt so much?" "The earlier scratch has conditioned your body to mask the pain of the infection," Duan Xiaolin explained coolly. "It has also made your body increasingly immune to such physical agony. Judging by your appearance, you still possess the capacity to feel pain, which is not too grave." Once Pei Xiqing comprehended this, she felt as though her arm was on the verge of collapse. "Are you implying that there is still hope for me?" "There is none. Oh. She sighed in relief. The man looked puzzled. "Do you genuinely wish to become a zombie?" "Of course." Pei Xiqing feigned difficulty. "It is the will of fate. Time is irreversible." To her surprise, the man cast her a glance. "Is that so?" Pei Xiqing cleared her throat, about to speak. But the exposure of her wounds and the accompanying pain rendered her momentarily speechless. Weakness flooded her body, and she leaned against the wall, nearly collapsing to her knees. The man reached out to steady her. "Can you no longer bear it?" Pei Xiqing stared at him intently. Her mind was consumed by the allure of those with abilities. The stronger the ability, the more they radiated a unique aura, more precious than water encountered after days lost in a desert. She yearned to bite him, to devour his mind, to feast upon his flesh. In that moment, she truly grasped the essence of the zombie's experience. Pei Xiqing sank to the ground, weakly leaning into his embrace while still attempting to rise, pushing against him. "You need to leave. Stay away from me." Duan Xiaolin remained unmoved, impervious to her attempts to push him away. "Please, just go," she urged anxiously. The man simply watched her, as if anticipating some unpredictable event. This thought crossed her mind. Her head felt utterly blank, disbelief washing over her. How could this be? Duan Xiaolin was affiliated with the Franlin. If he witnessed her attacking someone, even divine intervention would be of no help. After all her efforts to resist the zombie virus, would she ultimately perish at his hands? With a surge of desperation, Pei Xiqing pushed him away with all her strength and bolted. Her misfortune, she collided head-on with a group of abilities users retreating from the battlefield. Hastily, she donned her mask, lowered her head, and attempted to slip away, only to overhear their frantic discussions. "It's over. Our ammunition supply is depleted. We hardly brought any ammunition to begin with, but I distinctly remember checking earlier and seeing plenty. Who stole our ammunition? This is absurd. The zombie horde is closing in fast, and now we are out of ammo. There are too many zombies. Even if we had ammo, it would be useless. What about the other teams? Aren't they in disarray? Who cares about us? Damn it. Let us run. Are we just going to wait here to die? A hasty crowd erupted in chaos, dismantling the team that had taken half a day to organize. The so-called ammunition was perhaps merely a ruse for evasion and panic. The camp descended into inevitable turmoil. Pei Xiqing glanced back at Duan Xiaolin, but it even been 2 hours, barely an hour. In fact, this man seemed to have seen through human nature long ago, playing the game with ease. Pei Xiqing sighed. It seemed she truly needed to prepare to gather her things and flee. Yet her immediate concern was the peculiar situation she found herself in. She had hoped to slip away unnoticed, but just as she lowered her head to walk a few paces, she collided forcefully with a burly figure. Meng Jiankai, who was clad in combat gear and brandishing a weapon, glaring at her with a scowl. Noticing the ordinary woman in a mask, he bellowed, "Who the hell doesn't he have eyes? Don't you know I'm busy? Damn it, where did this woman come from? Disrupting my affairs. Do you have enough lives to waste?" Pei Xiqing's palms were scraped, and the pain ignited a desire to retaliate, but unable to voice her thoughts. She could only glare at him fiercely. "Idiot, though, you dare to glare at me." Meng Jiankai, emboldened, raised his foot to kick her. Pei Xiqing clutched a stone. If he dared to kick her, she would retaliate by smashing his shoe. Yet before Meng Jiankai could even touch her, he was flung away by an overwhelming burst of elemental energy. Ling Lang returned, grabbing Meng Jiankai by the collar and executing a throw. "How many lives do you have that are enough for me to take?" Meng Jiankai's eyes widened. "Captain Ling Lang, I'm sorry, it's all a misunderstanding." Ling Lang delivered a harsh kick. "Get lost." Pei Xiqing picked herself up from the ground and dusted off her hands. "Thank you. How are you all?" Ling Lang gritted his teeth. "I've never fought against cowards. This useless bunch, each one more inept than the last. Everyone, pack your things quickly and leave first. I'll cover your retreat." In battle, he feared neither death nor defeat, but loathed encountering those who cowered. Being with them was akin to inviting misfortune. Pei Xiqing recognized his foul mood and simply nodded. "All right." Long Yin interjected, "I'll stay back with you." "Captain," Ling Lang replied, "the others should leave first." Pei Xiqing sighed, but Long Yin suddenly grasped her hand. "What's wrong, Long Yin?" Long Yin cautioned, "Keep your distance from Brother Duan until we return. Is something happening?" Long Yin shook her head. "Just be careful. Don't provoke Brother Duan's ire." "Understood." Long Yin turned, unable to resist casting a lingering glance at Ling Lang. Had he not intervened in time when Pei Xiqing fell, that ability's user would have met an untimely end. As for how one might perish, that ultimately hinges on the whims of the individual above. Even without her extraordinary abilities, she is certainly aware of various methods. The thought sends a shiver down her spine. It has been quite some time since she last encountered the gaze of someone like Brother Duan, particularly concerning his powers. Had Ling Lang not arrived just in time, the consequences would have been dire. Such a fate, while deserved, is nonetheless a grave sin among ability users within the base to engage in mutual slaughter. No one wishes to see Brother Duan's hands stained with blood. Pei Xiqing, belatedly realizing the situation, notices Duan Xiaolin standing above, his gaze languidly fixed in her direction. Moments ago, she had resented her inability to reveal her identity, to rise and deliver a thorough beating to Meng Jiankai. She straightens her attire and walks forward alongside Fu Feng and Niebin. Each step is an agonizing ordeal, yet the current circumstances demand their retreat. Gritting her teeth, she takes her place in the car. Uneasy and restless in the back seat, feeling as if she might stab herself with a dagger at any moment. As everyone hastily withdraws, the plans for collaboration seem laughable. The car she occupies passes by S1's vehicle, while her mind is consumed with thoughts of battling the zombie virus, oblivious to the woman with black-rimmed glasses glancing back at her from within the other car. The vehicle proceeds to the city gate, where another horde of zombies awaits. Everyone else disembarks to engage in battle, while Pei Xiqing feels as though she is sitting on pins and needles, itching to tear her own skin off. In a fit of pain, she repeatedly bangs her head against the car door, and on one particularly forceful impact, the door swings open from the outside, causing her to tumble straight into Duan Xiaolin's embrace. The man lowers his gaze to assess her, his eyes glinting with a cold light beneath the lenses, and he reaches out to lift her out. "Hold on tight." Pei Xiqing obediently complies. Nestled against him to evade the zombie's attacks, when a zombie lunges at her from the right, She instinctively retaliates, wielding an iron rod she had picked up earlier to strike it down. Duan Xiaolin raises an eyebrow in approval. Not bad, of course, she inquires. Aren't we taking the car? Where are we headed? I'll carry you first. There are too many zombies here, and ahead lies a mountain of corpses, making it impossible for the vehicle to pass. All right. Initially, she had intended to politely decline, suggesting that since he lacked powers, she could manage on her own. After all, she had no fear of being bitten by zombies. However, to her surprise, Duan Xiaolin, even while carrying her, moves with agility and steadiness, displaying no signs of urgency or panic despite the imminent zombie threat. Pei Xiqing slightly tilts her head, her gaze fixating on the man's Adam's apple, swallowing hard. Brother Duan. Do you know what we resemble right now? What do we resemble? Duan Xiaolin carries her across a street littered with zombie corpses, the city gate looming ahead, the prey being chased by a wolf. I am the prey. I was merely using a metaphor. The stoic man remains unfazed, hearing such a description for the first time. Pei Xiqing teases him. I'm the hunter, the kind that wants to devour you. For her, fleeing is optional. Yet experiencing this escape, cradled by someone during such tumultuous times, is quite an extraordinary sensation, particularly when that individual is Duan Xiaolin. Naturally, she wraps her arms around his neck, her cheek gently resting against his neck. The distress is overwhelming, to the point where she feels on the verge of fainting. She resolves to disregard everything else, quietly leaning against him to rest her eyes. Duan Xiaolin carries her out of the city gate and onto a side path. The zombies relentlessly pursuing them, but he takes a moment to glance at the unconscious figure in his arms that he brushes aside the damp strands of hair on her forehead, wipes away the sweat, and softly calls out, Pei Xiqing. Silence follows. He pries her mouth open, noticing blood trickling out, a small cut on her tongue. His expression darkens as he continues forward, merely repositioning her hand on his shoulder when her nose brushes against his neck. The unconscious girl sniffs, akin to a small animal verifying something, while Duan Xiaolin remains motionless, seemingly assessing her next move. To his surprise, she bites down on his neck without the slightest hesitation. Duan Xiaolin feels little pain. Her bite is not forceful, yet her sharp, newly emerged canines puncture his skin. Blood seeps from the wound. The girl does not bite again but extends her tongue to gently lick the tiny cut. Her actions clumsy and inexperienced. She opens her eyes, though clarity eludes her, and she mumbles, Your blood tastes so bitter. Her crimson gaze meets the man's slightly pursed lips, opening and closing. Why can't you use your abilities? She leans in closer, nearly brushing her lips against his, asking clearly. The blood of ability users does not deceive. Blood infused with power is a delicacy for zombies. Yet his blood tastes inexplicably bitter. He appears to possess formidable abilities. A flicker of bewilderment crosses his deep-set eyes, his body stiffening for a moment before he presses his mouth against her vulnerable neck, the hand that was meant to strangle her transforming into a gentle caress. Let go. Pei Xiqing complies, leaning against him and remaining still, eventually closing her eyes and fainting once more. Duan Xiaolin examines the now-stopped bleeding wound, his gaze fixed on her for a couple of seconds in silence before he wordlessly lifts her up. He strides away from the dense woods, making his way to a small town outside City B. The town houses a few zombies, but not many. Upon detecting the scent of the living, they emerge from various corners. The man grips his gun, each shot finding its mark. After neutralizing the zombies, he carries Pei Xiqing into an unoccupied house. Just as he lays her on the bed, a sharp pain suddenly radiates from his neck. The virus begins to spread from the wound. In mere moments, the skin around his neck takes on a grayish-green hue. Missing the window for serum injection and lacking any protective powers, the virus spreads rapidly. As he had anticipated, Duan Xiaolin steps out of the room and retrieves his communicator. I'm in Yunli town. Bring a dose of serum. Pei Xiqing sleeps fitfully, her body ablaze at the extremities. Writhing in agony, suddenly she jolts awake, confronted by an unfamiliar ceiling, her surprise palpable. This is neither the camp nor the team's vehicle. Upon turning her head, she spots Duan Xiaolin seated in a chair, administering serum with one hand. The man, shrouded in dim light, exudes an imposing presence, removing his glasses and setting them aside. His features, usually refined, now carry a wild sharpness. His coat has been discarded, revealing prominent chest muscles, while one sleeve is rolled up, exposing a horrific gray-green zombie infection extending from his neck wound, far more severe than her own, with skin beginning to peel away. Such a virus would cause others to scream and faint in despair. Yet he remains composed, meticulously slicing away the dead flesh with a dagger. The sharp blade scrapes against his arm, each stroke enough to make one shudder. Pei Xiqing's eyes widen. Brother Duan. She leaps from the bed, only to trip and crash to the floor. A man in a black mask stands beside him, a figure clearly possessing formidable abilities, though he is unfamiliar to her. As she attempts to rise, the muzzle of a gun presses against her forehead. His voice, gravelly and indistinct, resembles that of a hellish demon. You're the one who bit him, aren't you? Do you know who you've bitten? The masked man glares at her, his gun firmly pressed against her brow. It seems you're truly seeking death. Fragments of memory flash through her mind. Duan Stalin carrying her away, only for her to betray him by biting him. Guilt surges within her. She stands, disregarding the gun poised to fire, and seizes the dagger from the man's hand. I'm sorry, Brother Duan. The man's expression remains calm. Do you wish to help me? Pei Xiqing's eyes brim with tears as she nods vigorously. Then he grips her hand, tightening around the dagger, as a layer of dead flesh remains on his neck that must be dealt with before anyone arrives. Pei Xiqing's fingers tremble as she clutches the dagger, striving to steady herself. Is the serum still effective? She had been in a state of unconsciousness, utterly unaware of the passage of time outside. The man in the mask beside her spoke coldly. It was already quite late when I brought you here. Whether it will be of any use is left to fate. His grip on the gun remained firm, warning her against any tricks. Pei Xiqing inquired, if we remove this dead flesh, will the serum have a greater effect? Duan Stalin closed his eyes and replied, it will. You must be in excruciating pain. Then, not so bad. The nonchalant response struck Pei Xiqing with a pang of inexplicable sorrow. She pondered whether Duan Stalin had endured even more harrowing experiences to brush off such a brutal form of torture with merely the words not so bad. Taking deep breaths, Pei Xiqing gradually regained her composure. This was not the moment for shouting or crying. She recalled reading about such methods, albeit with only a 50-50 chance of success, and that too under the condition of administering the serum. Steeling herself, she stood behind the man, bringing the dagger closer to the infected flesh. Removing this dead tissue required no finesse. She would employ whatever means necessary to detach it swiftly, regardless of how crude or clumsy her actions might appear. Pei Xiqing had never performed such a task before, and her nervousness was unavoidable. Everyone in the group had treated her with kindness, and despite reminding herself countless times, even in her sleep, to bite her tongue and refrain from harming any of them. She had lost control in that moment. As reality dawned on her, the bloody wound on Duan Stalin's neck served as a grim reminder of her grave mistake. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, the masked man urged. Don't tell me you're tempted again. Do you want me to blow your head off? No need to be anxious, Duan Stalin said gently, devoid of any reproach, given the circumstances. We might as well take a gamble. All right, I understand. Pei Xiqing focused intently on the dead flesh on his back, tightening her grip on the dagger as she began to apply pressure. Unbeknownst to everyone present, the blood seeping from the cut on her fingertip mingled quietly with the blood on the man's body. As she made the incision, the scene turned momentarily gruesome. Ordinarily, she would have turned pale and retched at such a sight. Yet now, her attention was solely devoted to the singular thought of saving Duan Stalin. Half an hour later, the dead flesh was temporarily removed. It was uncertain whether the serum had taken effect. Pei Xiqing was drenched in cold sweat, having also cleared away a small patch of dead tissue from his chest, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion before him. Duan Stalin pinched the nape of her neck, lowering his head to meet her gaze. If anyone asks, just say I was bitten by other zombies. No matter the situation, his voice remained calm and steady, as if any calamity could be resolved in his eyes. I am sorry, Pei Xiqing felt an urge to cry, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sting. I'll bear the consequences of my actions. If you truly become a zombie because of me, I want to evade responsibility. The man appeared to smile, observing her for a moment as if she were a chastised puppy, curled up at his knees, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Perhaps due to her overwhelming concern, her complexion was pale, and her silky black hair cascaded down, evoking an undeniable urge to protect and destroy. Will you run away? He asked, lifting her chin gently. Do you know how I usually deal with those who err? Pei Xiqing's eyes widened slightly, her expression momentarily dazed, as the contrast between the depths of his green eyes and their surface hinted at concealed desires. She swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. Emerging from a circle of zombies had not frightened her, nor did she find it daunting to use a dagger to excise flesh for the first time in her life. Yet now, under Duan Stalin's scrutiny, she felt genuinely intimidated. Pei Xiqing blinked, managing to squeeze out 2 tears. Are you really going to punish me? Well, not for now, he replied. You are, after all, somewhat different from the others. Her tears hung precariously. All right. As she endured the torment, he casually remarked, since you bit me, I've discovered something intriguing during this time. What is it? Duan Stalin remained silent, merely staring at her. Confused, she responded, Huh, how does your body feel? Me. Pei Xiqing had been so preoccupied with his condition that she hadn't considered her own until now. After a moment's reflection, she shook her head. I'm fine now. It doesn't feel as awful as before. Did I really turn into a zombie after I fainted? She paused. Did I attack you in a frightening manner? As long as she didn't drool and scream at him like a mindless creature. She would be fine. Duan Stalin replied. There was some. Why add some? Because to me, you're not frightening. Pei Xiqing blinked. Other people would be afraid of me. Indeed. Her ears turned slightly red. Then I'll be cautious in the future. The man seemed to chuckle, retrieving his glasses from the table and putting them back on, concealing any emotion that might have surfaced because of her. Returning to his usual demeanor, Pei Xiqing waited for him to explain what had transpired earlier. But after a prolonged silence, she was left gazing expectantly. Eventually, the masked man beside them cleared his throat, casually twirling his gun as he spoke. Those who dared to act against Francois are all in the water prison. If you're interested, you might get the chance to visit and experience a lifetime of swimming there for free. Pei Xiqing replied, just by the name, I can tell it's not a good place. If I bite someone again, I might end up locked away there, so you do possess some self-awareness, the masked man scoffed. Pei Xiqing averted her gaze from the man, standing up from the ground. I'll go check outside for any remaining zombies. Having said that, she prepared to leave, only for Duan Stalin to grasp her wrist and softly say, consider it a debt I owe you. We'll settle the score in a few days. Pei Xiqing nodded sheepishly, pushing open the door and dashing out. Inside the room, the masked man's expression shifted. He removed his mask, revealing a face marred by scars, and addressed Duan Stalin earnestly. Are we just going to let her go? She's already bitten uncontrollably, which means she's no different from the other zombies. Should I bring her back? She would make an exceptional test subject. Duan Stalin leaned back in his chair. I believe there is a significant difference. The masked man paused. However, her existence will never be tolerated by Francois. There are regulations against showing any mercy to zombies. Brother Duan Stalin took the dagger he had used earlier, wiping off the bloodstains, and met the masked man's gaze. You ought to know. This time, regarding this matter, I have no intention of adhering to the rules. In this apocalypse, there were many hypocritical moralists who would resort to any means for resources. He had never claimed to be a good person, nor did he feel the need to abide by those nebulous regulations. In this world, self-interest reigned supreme, and human nature was inherently malevolent. His philosophy had always been to fight fire with fire, evil against evil. Yes, I understand. The masked man bowed his head, fully compliant. Deliver this box to Marshal Bai. The masked man accepted the coded box. Understood. After donning his mask once more, he curiously asked, Brother Duan, your earlier statement wasn't merely a jest, was it? It was not. What did you discover beneath the dim light? The man slowly formed a deep green energy mass, like a serpent flicking its tongue, coiling around his fingertips. The masked man gasped, Brother Duan, your abilities. The energy mass solidified for merely 2 seconds before dissipating gradually. Duan Stalin's eyes darkened. I cannot draw a conclusion for the time being. I am uncertain of the exact reason. We shall observe further. The masked man was filled with excitement. I heard from Qiu Zhao that your powers had vanished after that incident 5 years ago. We've explored countless methods without success. This is my first time witnessing your abilities manifest. Though only a mere whisper of it lingered, he could sense the immense and unyielding power that once emanated from Duan Go. It was almost unimaginable to fathom what he must have been like 5 years ago at his zenith, leading the masses through a bloody path carved from the chaos of a zombie outbreak. His extraordinary abilities were undoubtedly the strongest of their time, unmatched even by dual ability wielders. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, he would not have retreated to Falun, shrouded in mystery behind the scenes. Ing suppressed the tumult of excitement within, stepping back to say, I shall take my leave now. If there is any news regarding Duan Go, please inform me promptly, so that I may relay it to Qiu Zhao. Go ahead, came the reply. Understood. Pei Xiqing sat perched upon a stone at the town's entrance, gazing into the distance with a languid chin resting on her hand, her mind swirling with confusion, when she had momentarily lost consciousness. The absence of memory was not entirely accurate. Fragments still flitted through her mind, leaving her with the nagging sensation that Duan Xiaolin was deliberately deceiving her, yet she possessed no evidence. Surely, she had not gone mad and bitten anyone. And what, pray tell, was the true nature of her abilities? Even now, she remained in the dark, only aware of the exhilarating sensation that came with biting. especially the powerful abilities of others, which only intensified her pleasure. She extended her palm, revealing a roiling dark green energy that pulsated with ambition and desire, so reminiscent of someone she knew. Pei Xiqing found herself engulfed in uncertainty, clutching her abilities without understanding how to wield them. The energy in her palm bore a prickling heat. A careless moment could lead to burns on her skin, and if mishandled, the consequences could be dire. Most troubling of all, she had no inkling where this power originated. A strong intuition told her that this was not truly hers, yet it manifested at her fingertips. Caution prevailed. She decided to wait for Long Yin and the others to return before discreetly inquiring about it. She retracted her abilities, staring blankly at the desolate wilderness, when suddenly, a few figures emerged in the distance, gradually approaching. Upon closer inspection, the leading man was none other than Ling Lang, distinguished by his striking white hair. Following him were other members of the team, a group making their way toward her. Pei Xiqing stood up, bouncing on her feet and waving her arms. Over here, Ling Lang had already spotted her. Striding over with purpose, seizing her arm and scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Are you injured?" Pei Xiqing hesitated before shaking her head. "I'm fine." His expression turned grave, his attire smeared with the blood of the undead from a recent skirmish. Several gashes marred his handsome face, blood trickling down like a battle-worn youth general. He must have endured a fierce battle not long ago. She asked, "Are you all right? Do you need me to tend to your wounds?" With other teammates behind him, Ling Lang averted his gaze, scoffing, "As long as you're unhurt, that's what matters. That I don't need any dead weight slowing us down. Besides, you're neither a doctor nor a healer, so best to mind your own business and not complicate matters." Pei Xiqing's lips twitched, ready to retort when he suddenly winced, clutching his arm. Long Yin approached, delivering a hearty slap to his back. "What bravado! You faced a horde of zombies all on your own just now." She then turned to Pei Xiqing. "Our captain just carved a path through the densest throng of zombies, unleashing such power that half of B City nearly met its end. We couldn't keep up with him. And I wonder what urgency drove him, or for whom he was hurrying. I've never seen him so fervent." Pei Xiqing sensed the underlying implications in her words and could only manage a dry chuckle. "Haha, impressive. He must have been in a hurry to find Duan-gu." Long Yin was about to embellish the tale when Ling Lang suddenly interrupted, his voice gruff. "All right, Long Yin, you take your team inside first." Long Yin covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "All right." Pei Xiqing immediately added, "Duan-gu is injured. I'm sorry, it's related to me. I accidentally." Ling Lang. Duan Stalin appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "Bring your people over." Ling Lang straightened his posture. "On my way." He ushered the rest of the team inside. Long Yin remained rooted in place, squinting thoughtfully before turning back to Pei Xiqing. "Injured? Could you have possibly harmed him?" She was astonished. Duan-gu is not someone easily approached. Pei Xiqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Long Yin seemed to piece things together. "Did you bite someone?" Pei Xiqing replied. "Yes." Long Yin scrutinized her for a moment. "You're not concealing anything from me." Pei Xiqing stated, "I have no desire to deceive you." Long Yin sighed. "Just speak the truth to me from now on. As for the others, even Ling Lang, do not divulge anything if they inquire. Simply tell them you know nothing. I don't mind, because I believe you are not malevolent. Your actions must have reasons behind them. Moreover, you are fundamentally different from the other zombies. However, others might jump to conclusions, understand?" From what she observed of Duan-gu earlier, it was evident he wished to keep matters under wraps as long as he remained silent, and Pei Xiqing did not speak out. No one would be the wiser. This foolish girl unwittingly revealed too much. Furthermore, if Duan-gu was intent on concealing the truth, there might be deeper implications at play. She declared, "I heard nothing just now." "You did nothing." Pei Xiqing watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. Shortly after, Ling Lang emerged from the room, his expression darkening. "All our vehicles were left behind in B City. The nearest base is quite a distance away. We shall need to walk the entire way. Everyone should rest here for a day before we set out tomorrow." Fortunately, the town was relatively remote, and the zombies would not arrive quickly. That evening, they gathered around a bonfire, sharing food and warmth. With the loss of their vehicles, conditions were bound to be tough. "Please bear with it. When we had vehicles, we could reach the base in half a day. Now, it seems we must walk for a day or two. Just hang in there," Ling Lang advised. Long Yin joined her, offering a bowl of warm porridge. "If you can't endure it any longer, we have plenty of strong men in our team who can carry you along the way." Pei Xiqing felt a bit embarrassed. "There's no need. Why are you being polite? Ling Lang will be the first to carry you," she teased. Ling Lang, sitting opposite her, retorted, "Who would carry her?" He sipped his porridge and continued, "If she were to plead with me, I might consider it. I am more than willing to assist the weak. Pei Xiqing scoffed. Who would plead with you? Do you think you're so grand? I'm not belittling you. He countered. I merely disdain your weak constitution that collapses after a few steps. I just haven't undergone professional training. She replied. Is that so? It has been 5 years since the apocalypse began. In that time. What have you been doing? Some are eager to grow stronger, others to build bases. And you? I've been busy with important matters. What important matters? Pei Xiqing challenged. I won't tell you that I'm not particularly interested. He replied. Your face is practically screaming curiosity. Pei Xiqing pointed out. Ling Lang suddenly felt a flush creep onto his face. Fortunately, it was night, and she likely could not see it. He stubbornly declared, impossible, as their banter resumed. Long Yin observed them, smirking as she remarked, do they not resemble two primary school kids? Fu Feng chimed in, there are no primary schools anymore, but their childishness is undeniably apparent. Long Yin mused, do they match? Nya Bin, munching on sunflower seeds, replied with mock seriousness, you know, I think they actually do. After their evening meal, Pei Xiqing and Long Yin squeezed together, just as she prepared to quietly ask her something. They heard a commotion outside. Long Yin sat up. Something's happening. I'll go check it out. Pei Xiqing quickly donned her coat, grabbing a nearby shovel as she rushed outside. To her surprise, several ability users were frantically fleeing toward them. Pointing behind them, zombies. Captain, help us. We beg you to save our captain and vice captain. They are trapped up ahead. One of them barely finished speaking before coughing up blood and collapsing. Long Yin rushed forward to assess. They haven't been infected by zombie venom. It's merely exhaustion from overexertion of their abilities. Ling Lang crouched nearby, noticing their battle uniforms. S1. Upon saying this, he cast a glance at Pei Xiqing, his eyes questioning. They were indeed likely S1 members. Likely. She echoed. Shouldn't it be a certainty? Pei Xiqing fixed her gaze intently. Well, yet another individual entwined with the original owner. A gasp emanated from beside her. Where another person? Trembling and wide-eyed, pointed at her, appearing utterly astonished, as if momentarily at a loss for words. Aren't you already dead? It felt as if wherever she ventured, she encountered these so-called old flames. She concealed her emotions. Reflecting on her late arrival to S1, having spent only a brief period there, and thus lacking comprehensive knowledge. However, the attire and equipment of those around her clearly identified them as members of S1. Ling Lang rose to his feet, instructing, drag them in. The rest of you, follow me. It had been impossible to collaborate with them earlier in the town. Are you certain you wish to approach them now? Long Yin inquired. When the incident occurred, our cooperation with them had already concluded. Ling Lang, gun tucked into his waist, remarked, do you recall the leader of S1? Any recollection? Yes, the one named Xiaoyu, I believe. I heard he is the captain of S1. He possesses valuable items, 100 advanced crystals capable of enhancing abilities and 2 special grade crystals, along with a plethora of medications that can regenerate decayed flesh. If we arrive late, I would rather not see those items fall into the hands of others. Especially since my brother is in dire need of such medicine. Long Yin raised an eyebrow. How do you know this? I noticed it during our encounter at the camp. Didn't you observe? I never even spoke to him. She replied. Long Yin chuckled. You actually care for such things. Who wouldn't want items that enhance abilities? I certainly won't engage in a losing trade. Then go ahead. Long Yin cautioned. That fellow possesses an abundance of valuable items. He seems quite significant, so exercise caution. Understood. As Ling Lang turned to leave, he brushed past Pei Xiqing, lowering his voice. Why did the captain of S1 seek you out back at the camp? Did he fancy you? Pei Xiqing retorted. You're overthinking it. That was not the case. Ling Lang cast his gaze downward. Fine, I shall take your word for it. He was about to depart when Pei Xiqing called out to him. Ling Lang, what is it? She proposed. I will retrieve some items for you. I will negotiate with them for my passage. Ling Lang remained unconvinced. Do not jest with me. I am not jesting. Pei Xiqing stepped closer, gripping him firmly. You cannot go. No one can go. Only I shall proceed. Xiaoyu and Pei Yanting are the protagonists. Anyone who covets the belongings of the protagonist group will meet a grim fate. And all who oppose them will be branded as villains or cannon fodder. She was already the malevolent supporting character within that narrative. Engaging in such actions was inconsequential for her. Ling Lang could not be embroiled in this. Noticing her serious demeanor, Ling Lang pondered whether something was amiss. There is nothing wrong. Let me go. I am unafraid of zombies. I could even rescue them unscathed from a horde of undead. Your presence would attract undue attention, drawing the zombies over, and that would create complications. Long Yin interjected, that makes sense. But can you truly manage it? Absolutely, Pei Xiqing affirmed. I will secure those crystals and the medicine for Brother Duan. Ling Lang furrowed his brow. I will accompany you. Not necessary. Your presence would raise their suspicions, making it impossible for them to entrust you with the items. She pushed Ling Lang back. Let me handle this. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. Without waiting for Ling Lang's reaction, she dashed toward the source of the commotion ahead. Ling Lang attempted to pursue her, but Long Yin held him back. Let her go. Perhaps she seeks to rectify some past regret. And besides, she is acquainted with the S1 members. After all, isn't Pei Xiqing her sister? What danger could arise from a reunion between sisters? Pei Xiqing ran forward, attentive to the surrounding sounds. Ahead lay an expansive forest. As she entered, several zombies fell from above, crashing to the ground. Just as they were about to attack her, they stumbled about, seemingly dazed. She pushed past the obstructing zombies and followed the sounds for a considerable distance until she finally reached the valley where the protagonist group was still embroiled in battle. Clearing away the dried grass in front, Pei Xiqing crouched for a moment before climbing a tree to observe the protagonist group's struggle. She patted a nearby creeping zombie, preparing to engage with it when she overheard someone speaking about her not far off. Damn it. If I had truly encountered that despicable Pei Xiqing back in B City, I would have made sure to have some fun first before ending up here, on the brink of death, without having even touched a woman. Don't even mention it. Just thinking of that wretched woman infuriates me. Back then, she was leading me on while flirting with you. Just the thought of it makes me feel filthy. Besides, she has long since turned into a zombie. Her skin must be in tatters, and you still find her appealing. Who cares if she's a zombie? When Shogang last saw her, didn't he say she had beautiful skin? Perhaps he's just gone mad with desire and is seeing things. Still, it's somewhat amusing that she turned into a zombie. A woman with glasses interrupted, frowning. Focus on dealing with the zombies. Why waste breath on such nonsense? Yes, Pei Jie is right. Who told your sister to be so useless? They commenced a full-scale battle against the zombies. Damn it, are there no reinforcements? Wasn't it said that Xiaoga contacted the base for help? The zombie beside Pei Xiqing glared at her with bloodshot eyes. Growing impatient as she remained motionless, letting out a roar, she quickly covered her ears and stuffed the foul-smelling mouth with grass. Calm down. She patted the zombie's shoulder. The zombie continued its incessant howling. Out of nowhere, a mutated zombie dog appeared, joining in the cacophony. For some reason, Pei Xiqing felt a chuckle bubbling up. Lazily perched on the tree, she glanced at the increasingly weary protagonist group, letting out a soft hum as she beckoned the zombie dog below. The little dog, now a zombie, seemed to possess an instinctive obedience, promptly leaping up the tree and circling around her. She stroked the dog's head, though she felt only rigid bone beneath her fingers. It was still a rare moment of cuteness in this apocalyptic world. During dinner the previous night, she had a remaining piece of bread, which she took out to feed the dog. To her surprise, it emitted a disdainful bark. You can't eat human flesh, you know. She rubbed the dog's stiff head, noting that its fur remained somewhat smooth, indicating it had likely only recently transformed into a zombie. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a husky. Pei Xiqing couldn't help but laugh. No wonder it was so amusing. She pulled out her phone. Come here, let me take a picture. The little cutie seemed to understand her. Moving closer and wagging its tail enthusiastically, Pei Xiqing snapped a selfie, capturing the moment and documenting the appearance of the mutated zombie dog. Quite intriguing indeed. As she continued to interact with the dog, a shrill scream erupted behind her, but she couldn't be bothered to turn around. Instead, she thought, perhaps once they're all dead, she could scavenge for equipment. It was not long before an ability user spotted her, who was not even attempting to conceal herself. Ghost. Pei Xiqing has returned as a female ghost. Someone shouted. What nonsense are you spouting? Look at the big tree overhead. She's up there. Ah, a female ghost. It must be a female ghost. Pei Xiqing, petting the dog's head, glanced down from the tree to meet their terrified gazes. Xiaoyu and Pei Xiqing also happened to look up, their eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing her unscathed skin and the vibrant features accentuated by the shadows of the tree. It was no exaggeration to call her a bewitching specter. In this apocalypse, who wasn't disheveled, starving, and shivering in the cold, devoid of any inclination to groom themselves. Yet, she appeared impeccably dressed in a specially designed tactical jacket. Composed and radiant, her complexion akin to that of a peach, with her hair clean and neat. All of them had gone nearly a month without bathing, and encountering her felt akin to seeing a mesmerizing ghost. Particularly with the stiff, red-eyed zombie dog by her side. Pei Yanning furrowed her brow and adjusted her glasses, seemingly reconfirming. No, she's a zombie. Pei Xiqing gently patted the dog's head, and it immediately understood and scampered away. She lowered her gaze to the dazed onlookers, remaining silent. Just a moment ago, they had been engrossed in the spectacle, and now, in the blink of an eye, one was struck down by a zombie and lunged at. Intent on tearing flesh. Amidst the chaos below, she remained unscathed. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, using his powers to fling the zombie aside, helping a person to their feet. Quickly, kill the zombies. If you cannot flee, just hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Everyone was preoccupied with escaping, their focus shifting away from Pei Xiqing. When Xiaoyu glanced back at her, he hesitated, his eyes betraying a mix of guilt. It was ultimately the call of a teammate that snapped him back to reality. He grasped Pei Yanning's hand. Ting, you must leave quickly. Yet Pei Yanning refused, insisting they leave together. There is no way I will abandon you. Besides, my sister is still up there. I must clarify some matters. She had poured her heart out to Pei Xiqing, so why had betrayal been her reward? Everyone was obstructing her entry into S1, yet she had overcome numerous obstacles to gain admission, only for Pei Xiqing's subsequent actions to evoke such disappointment and disdain. We can hardly hold on much longer. If you do not leave now, there will be no chance left. Who says that? I still have some supplies to last a while. No. Amid their argument, Pei Xiqing descended from the tree. Weaving through the relentless onslaught of zombies, the men who had spoken out earlier, witnessing her nonchalant passage, were so frightened that they fled without a backward glance, vanishing in an instant. Useless, she had intended to settle the score with them. Only to find they ran faster than a dog. Pei Xiqing continued to navigate through the horde, but a few male zombies approached her, seeking to invade her space. She recoiled in revulsion, quickly dodging to the other side. Only to stumble upon a discarded pile of supplies from S1. Upon entering, she rummaged through the contents, but she was too late. Much had already been devoured by the zombies. She yanked one zombie, still clinging to a car seat, away and tossed it aside, waving apologetically. Sorry. The zombie seemed to grunt in response, shaking its head before returning to gnawing on a corpse. Observing this scene, her smile faltered, and she forced herself to continue searching among the dead. Crystals, medicine. After several fruitless searches, she knelt on the ground, scanning her surroundings. Xiaoyu was battling in the sea of zombies, a glowing object in his chest pulsating brighter with every drop of blood spilled. It must be it. Pei Xiqing set her sights on the target. Xiaoyu kicked away two zombies. Ting, listen to me. The supplies are running out. I do not wish for you to die here. We all witnessed your sister being bitten by a zombie. Now that she appears here, it is undoubtedly a trap. It is safer for you to leave. I will stay behind if I can take her with me. I will. You have already sacrificed too much for me and the team. I will not let you perish here. Pei Yanting, her eyes reddened, replied, No. We leave together. The gun in her hand had become unresponsive. With only one bullet remaining. Listen to me. I refuse. If I go, you will have no chance of survival. Do you understand what it means to become a zombie? I do not want you to turn into one. The woman finally broke down, shouting, Once you become a zombie, all your efforts will be in vain. The world will shun you, and the base will see you as a thorn in their side. That group from Franceland will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Xiaoyu chuckled softly. If I turn into a zombie, do not come looking for me. No. Do not become a zombie. Xiaoyu raised his hand and struck down with a swift motion, and Pei Yanning collapsed into his arms. He entrusted her to his teammates. Get your vice captain to safety. Leave the rest to me. Ensure her safety at all costs. Another group of teammates lifted Pei Yanting. Yes, Captain. We will complete the mission. Although the vice captain appeared to be a frail woman, her contributions to the team during this time were undeniable. Moreover, she was a genius mathematician. Without her precise calculations and the methods she devised to assist her teammates, they would not have survived this far. The group hurriedly escorted Pei Yanting away. Once everyone had departed, Xiaoyu stood his ground, wielding two types of powers, determined to single-handedly halt the overwhelming tide of zombies that swarmed like ants. Pei Xiqing stood not far behind him, her expression grave as she observed the scene. Everyone was cautiously avoiding becoming zombies. Yet, she had nearly transformed Duan from Franceland into one. As long as she remained with that small team, she would remain an unpredictable variable. Furthermore, she herself was uncertain when the virus might activate. This time, Duan had managed to survive by sacrificing flesh. What about next time? Regardless of whether it was Ling Lang, Long Yin, or Fu Feng and Yebin, she did not wish to harm any of her teammates. Moreover, they were nearing the base, and having a zombie accompany them would be tantamount to endangering their lives. The base strictly prohibited any zombies from approaching, and Francelin mandated that anyone harboring a zombie would face a gruesome death. The male and female leads possessed a protagonist halo. They did not, yet they were the best companions she had encountered in this apocalyptic world, whether from her past life or after traversing the story. Pei Xiqing had merged with the original character. She had long grown accustomed to solitude. She had clawed her way up from being an extra to a leading role, having already learned to endure loneliness. The original character had survived alone in the apocalypse for 5 years without suffering much, and compared to walking alongside a team, her current identity suited her solitary nature more. The thoughts in her mind clashed with the words spoken by Ling Lang and Long Yin. Ultimately, it was Duan Xiaolin's cold and restrained demeanor that lingered in his calm, unfathomable eyes. There seemed to hide an unspeakable secret, a profound sadness coupled with formidable strength. She raised her arm and saw the increasingly heavy green spots spreading uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, her body had turned a zombie-like ashen green. Standing amidst the horde, she had become one with them, yet she still remembered not to bite or harm any of that small team. Xiaoyu was right in front of her. She struck her arm forcefully against a stone, blood gushing forth as she fought to suppress the urge to bite. The blood on her body had even begun to take on a green hue. With Xiaoyu's protagonist aura shining brightly, Pei Xiqing knelt on the ground. Knowing he was likely to encounter fortuitous events soon, she lifted her head, locking eyes with him. I have a proposition, not sure if you would be interested. If you're not interested, sister and everyone in your team will die immediately. The dawn broke. Due to the town's geographical features, it dawned earlier than other places. As the sky lightened in the distance. Ling Lang and the others had not slept a wink all night. He suddenly stood up. I will go find her. The other teammates echoed in agreement. Yes, we've been waiting all night, even if Pei Xiqing is unafraid of zombies. She should have returned by now. Something might have happened. I told you we should go find her. The sooner, the better. Even if the target is too large, we can eliminate them all, no matter how many zombies there are. We cannot let a girl take risks for us. Exactly. Let's go, Captain. We will follow you. Fu Feng and Niebin also chimed in. Ling Lang grasped Long Yan's arm. Duan has been unconscious since last night. You stay here with him. If he wakes up, do not tell him that Pei Xiqing went out. Since last night, after his brother had cautioned him about certain matters, he had fallen into a coma due to his severe injuries. That was why he had hastily sought medicine. Throughout the night, he had endured the pain without disturbing anyone. No one could survive the flesh-cutting punishment without any medication, especially since his brother lacked powers. Long Yin nodded, but I may not be able to keep this from him for long. Just as those words left his lips, the door behind them swung open. A man brushed past him. His tone chillingly cold. How long has she been gone? 3 hours and 18 minutes. Ling Lang replied. The gravity of his expression evident. I will go retrieve her. Long Yin added. According to the search system's data, a large horde of zombies will soon approach this area. Our team must be prepared to evacuate at any moment. Then you all go ahead. Long Yin pulled him back. I have no objections to saving lives. But we are all part of the same team. There is no such thing as leaving first or later. As long as we have the best plan, we will all work hard together. Her departure is also for the sake of all of us. It is unreasonable for any one individual to bear everything alone. Ling Lang nodded. I understand. He turned to look in the direction where Pei Xiqing had left. Resolute in his determination to bring her back at any cost, Duan Stalin's face, usually hidden behind his glasses, revealed an unusual pallor. He asked in a nonchalant manner, what makes her worth such a sacrifice? Ling Lang instinctively lowered his head. I just feel it is worth it. And no matter the cost, he was determined to find her. Even if it meant losing everything, he still wished to retrieve Pei Xiqing. Brother, you've spent some time with her too, haven't you? You should know her better than I do. The man merely glanced at him before calmly commanding, find her. Suddenly, a line of masked figures appeared overhead. Indistinguishable from the shadows of that time, creating an eerie atmosphere in the darkness, Ling Lang exclaimed, Brother, are those people from Fa Lon Luan? Duan Stalin replied, Yes, that wasn't Fa Lon Luan stationed at the base. How could they appear here so suddenly? Ling Lang was bewildered. Although Fa Lon Luan was under his brother's command, their people had never ventured far from the base. He exchanged glances with Long Yin, who also shook his head in confusion regarding the situation. However, it was not unusual for Fa Lon Luan's personnel to appear here, considering he was their principal, the one whom everyone at the base revered with trepidation. Long Yin remarked, with Fa Lon Luan's assistance, we will find her more easily. Let us move forward and strive to locate her quickly. If we keep searching and still can't find her. She paused, contemplating her concerns. She was not afraid of the zombies. They could not harm her, and her safety was assured. What worried her was that she might get lost or that the small team might trouble her. Moreover, if she truly got lost in such a place, even without the fear of zombies, she could starve. Long Yin crouched down, drawing a mark on a tree with her dagger, leaving a sign for her. Should she be unable to find them later? All right. Ling Lang moved ahead, marking the path as he went. However, the group had not ventured far before a man appeared in their line of sight. Xiao Yu, covered in filthy blood, limped towards them, clutching his chest. His combat uniform was tattered, yet his face remained resolute. Ling Lang frowned and rushed to him. Where's Pei Xiqing? Why are you the only one here? Xiao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing before him, barely managing to support himself with his gun. I don't know. She told me to give this to you. Then she left. As he spoke, he retrieved a box containing pills, along with a dozen high-grade crystal cores and 2 special-grade cores, almost everything he had on him. Ling Lang's eyes darkened as he tossed the items aside. Extracting the medicine, take this to brother. He seized Xiao Yu by the collar. Which direction did she go? Take me to the place where you separated. Xiao Yu lowered his head. Long Yin intervened. His condition is critical. If he doesn't receive treatment soon, it could be dire. Ling Lang forcefully shook her off, turning to press deeper into the woods. Yet, in the next moment, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from behind the trees. Pei Xiqing approached. Didn't I just give you meat to eat? Why do you still want more? Not leaving means you won't go. Come on, Xiaobai. You're making me drag you along. You're so heavy. Though she scolded him, her tone was playful, devoid of any real reproach. Everyone was puzzled. Was she speaking to someone? Ling Lang dashed forward, eager to see who remained, only to notice a rope in her hand and, beside her leg, a dog that had long since transformed into a zombie. Ling Lang. Others. Long Yin chuckled. Where did you find this? Pei Xiqing replied, I picked it up on the way. Remarkably, it followed you and didn't bite. Long Yin squatted down to pet the dog's head, reminiscing about how long it had been since he had seen such a creature. Ever since the apocalypse began, it had been nothing but monsters. Seeing this one felt refreshingly out of place, right? I thought it wouldn't bite, so I brought it back. Pei Xiqing had tested its temperament several times on her way back, confirming it posed no danger before deciding to keep it. Perhaps due to its breed, even in its undead form, it wouldn't attack humans. Xiaobai circled around the group, wagging its tail incessantly. Ling Lang fixed his gaze on her. Are you all right? I'm fine. I told you I'm not afraid of zombies. They really won't bite me. Humph. I thought you had run away. Ling Lang secretly sighed in relief, turning to say, pack your things. We're preparing to set off and bringing this person with us. Pei Xiqing moved forward with Xiaobai, catching Duan Stalin's gaze. She paused briefly before asking, Brother Duan, have you taken your medicine? I have. That's good. She smiled. I was afraid I would hold you back and nearly turn you into a zombie. With that, Pei Xiqing slightly lifted her chin, thus covering her, but her beautiful eyes seemed dim. I've actually been thinking about whether I should leave. I'm a zombie, and I'm different from you. You belong to Fa Lan Luan, and my presence cannot be tolerated. It was probably a spur-of-the-moment decision. You don't lack for someone like me. Leaving would be better for both of us. Yet, I didn't want to leave without saying anything, causing you to worry and search for me endlessly. I wanted to inform you first. The man's eyes, typically cold behind his lenses, were now backlit, casting an inky darkness that evoked a sense of danger. A spur-of-the-moment decision, he questioned. Is that what you think? Logically, it should be so. You don't seem to be in need of women. Perhaps we cannot sustain this fleeting novelty between us. Once we return to the base, I want to be able to coexist with you, Pei Xiqing, without feeling guilty and wanting to escape. Yet she did not evade his gaze, calmly expressing her thoughts. I am a zombie, and I cannot truly be with humans. She continued, I also don't wish for us to return to the base, only for you to be caught in the middle, ultimately forced to choose to kill me. Rather than reach that point, it's better for me to leave before we arrive at the base. She understood in her heart that a long-term relationship with Duan Stalin was impossible. Given the external circumstances, her identity, and their differing perceptions, the truth or falsehood of it all, the weak seeking refuge is a natural human inclination. She did not believe that what she had done previously was wrong. Being entangled and unwilling to let go is the true folly. This world is inherently cruel, and among humanity, there are hierarchies, even more so in Fa Lan Luan. Although she had never seen it, she could vaguely discern the shadow of that villainous demeanor from Fa Lan Luan in Duan Xiaolan. The people he commanded likely evoked feelings of coldness and enigma. Such a person, once returned to the base and into the power center of Fa Lan Luan, would likely prioritize immediate gains above all else. At that moment, She truly did not know where she would belong. The struggles between human bases had been mentioned more than once in books, proving no less terrifying than the zombies outside. The main characters had always navigated through these conflicts, defending their sovereignty against adversity. Pei Xiqing had been in the apocalypse for some time now. From her initial struggles to adapt, feeling overwhelmed, she had gradually begun to acclimate to her surroundings. Moreover, as a zombie, the gruesome scenes that once made her nauseous had become more bearable over time. Now, returning to a base filled with humans, she suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. After speaking, Pei Xiqing lowered her eyelashes. The surrounding air seemed to freeze momentarily. Thankfully, the others were busy packing their belongings. Believing they were merely engaged in a routine conversation, with no one paying attention, her heartbeat quickened, and she took a deep breath, bracing herself for the man's questions or wrath. However, after a moment, she heard what seemed to be a soft chuckle from him. Pei Xiqing looked up in surprise. "What are you laughing at?" Duan eyes were long and deep-set, his gaze lingering on the exquisite expanse of her neck revealed beneath her collar. Delicate as if sculpted from jade, reminiscent of a pristine lotus root, the beauty resided not only in her form, but also in the fragile allure of her skin. "That it's nothing," he said, lifting her chin with a gentle yet firm grip. Raising it slightly. "If you were so concerned, you should not have agreed then. Have you forgotten the words you spoke?" His slender fingers wove through her hair, finally resting at the nape of her neck. Applying a pressure that was neither too harsh nor too gentle, yet exuded a formidable sense of dominance, he leaned closer, his voice low and suffused with intensity. "There is no turning back now." However, before Pei Xiqing could question further, Duan Xiaolin interrupted her. "Do you dislike the base?" "No, that's not what I meant," she replied, meeting the earnest gaze of the man before her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she suddenly felt a constricting sensation, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion, with a flicker of suppressed malice that was both aggressive and fearsome. It was as if, should she acquiesce, he might commit some unthinkable act. To him, the base appeared to be nothing more than insignificant ants. Pei Xiqing hastily retreated, but he advanced, cornering her against the door of the room. Once it was shut, blocking out all external light, he spoke softly. "You need not worry about matters concerning the base. Since I have made a promise, I hope you will trust me." Realization dawned upon Pei Xiqing, and she felt a pang of guilt for her previous skepticism. He had indeed promised her before, yet how long could a man's fleeting promise endure? Now capable of self-preservation, she no longer required assurances from him. Lifting her face, she said, "I apologize. Consider it a breach of my word. Your promise has been fulfilled." And from now on, he pinched her cheek, the pressure suddenly increasing, stirring ripples of suppressed anger within him. "That will suffice. Continue speaking, and I shall become irate." His kiss was restrained yet lingered softly at the corner of her eye. Pei Xiqing's eyelids fluttered. It was no exaggeration to say that while the gesture seemed fleeting, Duan Xiaolin's gaze revealed an unabashed sense of invasion. Taking a half step back, she instinctively swallowed, hesitating for a moment before grasping his arm. "Duan Gu, am I wrong in what I say? Or do you simply require a beautiful vase to accompany you when needed, discarding it at will when it suits you?" Duan Xiaolin narrowed his eyes at her, his expression impassive behind thin glasses, lips pressed into a thin line. He was angry. This was the only thought that occupied Pei Xiqing's mind. His calm demeanor only served to heighten her awareness of the terrifying depths of his suppressed emotions. The severity of his anger amplified by his tranquility. She lowered her gaze, too intimidated to meet his eyes, her thoughts in disarray. Duan Xiaolin had not wronged her, yet she had been the one to distrust him first. It was shameless of her to question his feelings based on her mistrust of other men and the tumultuous relationship depicted in the book. Yet, she felt cornered. Avoidance may be disgraceful, but it was effective. She had no desire to return to the base, and no other alternatives remained. Fidgeting with her fingers, she found herself at a loss for words before him, genuinely surprised by his anger. She had thought their relationship was merely a flirtation reminiscent of their university days. Even after entering the entertainment industry, a myriad of men had sought to ensnare her. From propositions of financial support to countless messages on various platforms, she had grown weary of such overtures. Her focus solely on acting and earning a living. Upon arriving here, she had initially believed her fate was sealed, only to be rescued by Duan Xiaolin. She had not faced any significant hardships or dangers since then. Yet she continued to provoke him with her words. After a moment of tension, Pei Xiqing, feeling guilt-ridden, softly said, "Duan Gu, please do not be angry. Let me think it over." Though she remained silent, her heart was beginning to waver. She was uncertain whether she could trust Duan Xiaolin, yet at this moment, she desired to trust herself. She believed in the logic she had constructed, and was willing to give Duan Xiaolin one chance. Worst-case scenario, she could always flee. After all, she was eager to explore the nature of her own abilities. If she truly left, she would encounter few living souls, and no one would explain how her powers worked or how to enhance them. Having spoken, the man advanced a few steps, cornering her against the dilapidated wall of the room. Tilting her head slightly, she asked, "What more do you want?" "I said I would think it over. You are not still angry, are you?" Deliberately drawing closer, she murmured, "Duan Gu, please do not be upset. I am sorry, I was at fault, which is why I have not left, because I still cannot let go of you. I in the dim light." His pupils were nearly indistinguishable, consumed by an inky darkness, his towering figure exuding an oppressive presence. As he leaned in, she felt the very air around her being siphoned away. Did someone not just say, on a whim? He retorted. Pei Xiqing's gaze flitted away, her cheeks flushing. "I said it, but that was merely a figure of speech, for we are not in any defined relationship, are we? Do you seek to clarify our status?" Her face flushed with embarrassment. Before she could finish, he seized her arm, determined to pull her outside. "Wait, Duan Gu," she exclaimed, attempting to reclaim her hand, but his grip was too strong, and she found herself gasping for breath. Struggling to maintain her balance, as he said, "I had intended to wait for a better opportunity to discuss this matter before announcing it at the base, but since you were so eager, I do not mind. No. Pei Xiqing anxiously clung to his arm, exerting all her strength to keep him there. In the back and forth, she had unwittingly ended up clinging to him like a koala. Duan Xiaolin cast his gaze downward. "What are you doing now?" "Do not leave, not now." "Why not?" She bit her lip. "Because I am timid. Please do not frighten me. Is this what frightens you?" Pei Xiqing nodded earnestly, inching closer and wrapping her arms around his neck, cautiously resting against the uninjured part of him. "I am particularly afraid, especially when you remain silent. It makes me anxious. Is that so?" Yes, Duan Gu. I was wrong. I should not have said those things. Even if I do not trust you, I can wait until we reach the base to discuss it. At that time, you surely will not force me to stay. I have faith in that. Oh, who instilled that confidence in you? Have I ever said I would not keep you? Do not tease me. Pei Xiqing's ears turned crimson. You are a member of Falun. You must adhere to the rules and set an example. Duan Xiaolin made no haste to dislodge her, silently observing her flustered reactions with a hint of exasperation. He was at a loss as to how to deal with Pei Xiqing. After a while, with tears welling in her eyes, she continued to coax him intermittently. He sighed, lifting her and placing her atop a nearby table, remarking, "You are quite the handful." Pei Xiqing's cheeks flushed, and she loosened her grip on his neck. "Are you no longer angry?" Duan Xiaolin remained silent, unzipping her clothing and pulling it down to reveal her neck and the expanse of her shirt beneath. His eyes roamed over her skin, and a kiss landed softly at the corner of her lips. Then her chin, finally lingering on the side of her neck, savoring it deeply, just as she contemplated moving. His long fingers rested on her lips, his expression cold, yet his eyes bore an unmasked desire. Pei Xiqing's heart raced violently, and surprisingly, her initial reaction was not fear but exhilaration, though he held her down. Wounded as he was, his imposing stature remained undeniable, casting a shadow over her, his muscles taut and evident. The table was small, and its age rendered it somewhat unstable. She sensed that without his support, she might easily topple off. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "Do not lean too close. I fear the table might collapse." Duan Xiaolin's hand cradled the back of her head as he leaned down to nibble gently at the spot where he had just kissed her. Pei Xiqing immediately covered her neck, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "My apologies, but I cannot assist with that." He merely cast a fleeting glance at her before pushing the door open and stepping outside. Pei Xiqing mumbled to herself, "I truly don't understand how to deal with a mask. This mask was given by Ling Lang. Perhaps it will prove useful if we truly head to the base." As the door swung open, she hastily concealed the mask and remained in the room for a considerable time, mustering the courage to step outside. Once she emerged, everyone was preoccupied with tending to wounds and organizing supplies, leaving no one with the time to scrutinize her. Pei Xiqing sighed in relief and quickly joined them in their efforts. There was a considerable amount of items, many of which had been retrieved from the vehicle. Having a vehicle initially made everything convenient, but now that it had been abandoned in B City, they had to rely on manual labor. Particularly, some documents pertaining to the base were of utmost importance and had to be taken along. Pei Xiqing crouched down to sort through a pile of documents, carefully stowing them into a nearby briefcase. While sorting through the papers, a sheet slipped from her grasp. Picking it up, she noticed the signature and realized it was an application for personnel transfer from Franolin. with none other than Stallin's signature. His handwriting was as cold as his demeanor. Merely looking at it sent a chill down her spine. However, this document appeared to require the signature of the overall head of Franelin. How could Stallin's name be present? Before she could ponder further, Long Yin approached, carrying a stack of documents, and dropped them on the ground, raising a cloud of dust that prompted her to cough. Is this all necessary to take? She asked, waving her hand at the mess. No, Long Yin replied, pulling out a lighter. We must incinerate everything. No trace must remain. Are they useless now? Or is it a matter of confidentiality? They cannot be taken. She said, you might as well sit aside. Many of these documents are beyond your comprehension. That I will handle it, and anything unnecessary will be burned. Very well. Long Yin squatted down and began to categorize the materials with remarkable speed. Her eyes darting over the pages. Within approximately 10 minutes, she had sorted through the entire stack, and with one swift motion, set fire to the documents at her feet, leaving nothing behind. Pei Xiqing felt a sense of confusion. It seemed as though they were concealing something, yet she could not fathom the reason. Perhaps it pertained to the various factions within the base, in conflict with Franelin. Pei Xiqing moved to assist with the medical supplies and, upon lifting her gaze, was confronted by the sight of the unconscious Xiaoyu, his scarred face devoid of color. He lay on the wooden platform, looking as though he had just been dredged from a mass grave. Yet, he was still breathing. Had he separated from the female lead? When he had instructed her to leave in the woods, she and her group had not ventured in this direction. What followed was a series of events where the protagonists escaped the zombie-infested B city only to become separated. That seemed to align somewhat. What came next? Yes, was it not the case that the male and female leads began to individually confront their adversaries in this post-apocalyptic world, encountering various fortuitous events that granted them unique abilities, ultimately leading to their reunion at the base? However, after their separation, the male lead had also faced numerous challenges, akin to the trials faced by Xuanzang on his journey to obtain scriptures, notably with numerous female antagonists reminiscent of seductive female demons attempting to cling to him. Reflecting on herself, Pei Xiqing felt a twinge of unease. Was she destined to serve as a stepping stone or stumbling block in the male lead's journey? Was the fate of female antagonists always thus? She had no desire to be entangled in such matters. After organizing the medical supplies, she hastily made her exit. Just as she was about to leave, Xiaoyu's voice called out to her from the wooden bed behind her. Cough, cough. Pei Xiqing, wait a moment. Pei Xiqing halted her steps to Oh, you need something? Yes. Xiaoyu, his pallid visage displaying effort, sat up slightly. The transaction you mentioned, has it been completed? It has. From what she could observe, Xiaolin's injuries appeared to have stabilized. The rest was up to time, and she hoped he would not succumb to infection. That is good to hear, he inquired. That man, was he your new interest? You actually went to such lengths to rescue him. Cough, cough. Pei Xiqing reflected on the circumstances. I do not hold you accountable for what transpired. During this time, Tingting has been quite worried about you. I do not know how you became entangled with those individuals. But as your brother-in-law, I must advise you to sever ties with them, especially with Long Yin and that injured man. They are not good people. Pei Xiqing retorted, what a coincidence. I am not a good person either. She shot back. Otherwise, why would I climb into my brother-in-law's bed? Cough, cough. Xiaoyu's demeanor grew solemn. He was not one to joke lightly and often held rigid views. Do not speak like that. It does not reflect well on your reputation as a young lady. Moreover, I am your brother-in-law. If you merely acknowledge your mistake, I can treat it as if nothing ever happened. Pei Xiqing had no desire to engage in further conversation, pushing the door open to leave. Yet, upon stepping outside, she found Long Yin standing there. Her expression one of shock, mouth agape. She was momentarily taken aback. Sister Long Yin. Long Yin retreated. It's nothing. Her hand instinctively pressed against her chest as she inhaled deeply. I am perfectly fine. I didn't hear anything, and you didn't say anything. Let us leave it at that. Pei Xiqing felt an overwhelming embarrassment. No, Sister Long Yin, it is not as you think. No need for explanations. I understand you. Women, after all, I get it. Ling Lang appeared from an unknown location, carrying a barrel of gunpowder. You two still have time to chat? What are you discussing? Can I listen? Long Yin pushed him away. You cannot. Pei Xiqing echoed. You cannot. Ling Lang scoffed. I wouldn't want to listen anyway. He then turned his gaze back to Pei Xiqing. Why is your face so flushed again? You turn red too easily. Are you sure there is nothing wrong? You're the one with an issue. Is it someone in particular making you blush? Pei Xiqing felt a surge of guilt. Her agitation palpable. Mind your own business. TSK. Ling Lang raised an eyebrow and looked behind her. Captain Xiaoyu emerged, his face ashen. Thank you for saving my life. I wonder if Captain Ling Lang has seen my other teammates? Not at all. Then I shall search for them. However, he had barely taken a few steps before the pain coursing through his body caused him to lose consciousness once more, collapsing heavily to the ground. Ling Lang cast a glance without concern. Sister Long Yin, please summon El Sudong. You both are responsible for him. Whether you bring him back or leave him behind is your decision. Understood. Long Yin knelt down to check Xiao Yu's breath. After all, he was the captain of S1, and it was not appropriate to simply abandon him here. He still had a plethora of valuable items on him, the origins of which were unclear. Look at this gun. It's clearly top-notch, and he has various equipment. TSK, is this really the standard for S1? She squinted and smiled. His abilities are quite impressive as well. Whether he is friend or foe remains uncertain. If he cannot serve our purposes, it won't be too late to eliminate him later. Pei Xiqing cleared her throat. Let us hold off on killing him for now. We still do not know the source of his equipment. He might reveal something valuable. If all else fails, perhaps we should simply leave him be. If they were to harm the male lead, they could inadvertently invite disaster upon themselves. They could either let him face his fate alone or choose not to rescue him at all. Indeed. Long Yin smiled at her. We will not kill him, but we must rescue him. She deliberately emphasized the last two words. Pei Xiqing discreetly signaled her to stop. Do not say anything. Long Yin wore a knowing expression. Patting her shoulder. Do not worry. I will spare his life. However, his condition is critical, and we lack adequate medical resources. We must reach the base quickly. Ling Lang interjected. We are close. After we cross this mountain and walk for another 2 hours, we will reach the base line. That sounds excellent. Long Yin forcefully dragged Xiaoyu by his legs. Prepare yourselves. We shall set off shortly. Pei Xiqing felt her heart race. They were merely a stone's throw away from humanity's base. She instinctively glanced over her shoulder. Duan Xiaolin was approaching her, lowering his voice. Let us go. Pei Xiqing sniffed and hesitated for a moment before following him. They all set off again, traversing the terrain for most of the day. After crossing a towering mountain, Pei Xiqing initially felt invigorated, but exhaustion soon overwhelmed her. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself being carried on Ling Lang's back. Pei Xiqing was taken aback. Had she not been in Long Yin's care? Ling Lang walked and spoke. You fell asleep, calling out in your dreams, insisting that I carry you. How is that possible? How could it not be? Ling Lang replied. Everyone heard it. Pei Xiqing felt an acute embarrassment, wanting to struggle down, but Duan Xiaolin was adjusting the last button of his suit sleeve, passing by them in his formal attire. He remarked calmly, carry her to the north courtyard first. I have a meeting to attend and will arrive later. Pei Xiqing suddenly lifted her head, and a magnificent, towering skyscraper came into view. The surrounding walls were tightly sealed and soared over 100 meters high, imposing and awe-inspiring, perfectly encircling the inner city and the building with hundreds of unmanned aerial combat drones. Ling Lang deliberately jostled her on his back and teased. We've arrived at the base. Are you scared? Pei Xiqing suppressed the reverence brought on by the colossal structure and made an effort to remain calm. Not really. Such a building seemed entirely beyond the technological level of the 21st century, far surpassing that of her own world. Considering that it had been 5 years since the apocalypse, humanity had managed to construct the base into its current form, it was evident that this world, even 5 years prior, was a distant future compared to her own. Ling Lang chuckled. Then we shall have a full body examination later. Why do that? Even the slightest trace of the zombie virus on her could be detected by the instruments. Do you want to test it? Are you not worried that the equipment might explode when I go over? Pei Xiqing patted his shoulder. Put me down. You asked me to carry you. Now that we've arrived, you want to unload me? Who speaks of their own in such a manner? Long Yin approached, smiling as she said. Ling Lang just enjoys teasing you. When we were climbing the mountain, I initially planned to carry you while you dozed off on the rocks. But I had to keep an eye on Xiaoyu, so it was Brother Duan who carried you. His injuries are almost healed, so he can carry you without trouble. However, when we were near the base and just passed through the checkpoint, he had to go report, so Ling Lang volunteered to carry you. She knew she could never bring herself to ask Ling Lang to carry her. Fortunately, Long Yin provided an explanation. Otherwise, she might have doubted herself. Ling Lang snorted. Brother has matters to attend to. I will take you to the north courtyard now. Long Yin nodded. Go with him. I have some matters to handle as well, so I won't accompany you. I will find you later. Pei Xiqing blushed. I didn't know how I fell asleep on the mountain. I'm sorry for the trouble. It's fine. The mist on the mountain was strange. It contributed to your drowsiness, and no one blames you. Don't take it to heart. Pei Xiqing watched as she and the others from the team departed. Ling Lang waited ahead, and as she approached, she added, "Please don't make such jokes with me again. You can't take a joke? You're so sensitive." Pei Xiqing shook her head, saying with sincerity, "No, I just don't want to misunderstand Brother Duan. Nor do I want you to think of me in such a way." Ling Lang interjected, "What kind of person do you think I don't know?" Pei Xiqing looked up, "Perhaps in the future. You might regret hearing some gossip. I might not be such a good person after all. Am I so easily misled? Do you think I lack intelligence? No, I just mean you should know me better. And what about my brother? Does he know me fully?" His gaze was piercing. "Does he carry you because he knows you completely? Or does he harbor different thoughts about you?" Pei Xiqing blinked. What if that were the case? Then it is. Brother has never had a romantic relationship in the base. Many women are drawn to him, but it would be more accurate to say they are attracted to the power he wields. Ling Lang replied nonchalantly, "What do you mean by that? If someone genuinely likes another, then so be it. It's not a monumental issue. Just as I feel about you. I've never regarded it as a significant matter." Pei Xiqing's eyes widened. "What did you say?" Ling Lang observed her reaction and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I told you, you're such a fool. I was just saying it casually. You wouldn't actually believe me, would you?" He lowered his head, staring into her sparkling eyes. "No way. Did you really believe it? Or perhaps, do you actually like me? You're quite shameless to speak such nonsense. You're rather naive if you didn't realize I was teasing you." Pei Xiqing fell silent. Ling Lang averted his gaze, recalling the look his brother had given him before leaving, feeling a bit downcast. "All right, I understand now. I apologize for what happened earlier. Let us hurry along. Everyone will be busy upon returning to the base. You should settle in quickly and rest well, so you don't waste my time." After saying this, he hurried off. Ling Lang was a person of conviction, possessing his own thoughts, arrogant yet carefree. Perhaps he truly meant it when he said he regarded everything as unimportant. Pei Xiqing sighed and quickened her pace to catch up with him. They were already within the confines of the base. Ahead stood a fully armed sentry post, and the soldiers on guard were clearly powerful abilities users. The area was heavily fortified, surrounded by walls, with at least 1,000 personnel. It seemed even a fly could not penetrate. And this was merely the third line of defense. She turned back to see layers of strict checkpoints behind her. There were many individuals like her, seemingly coming from outside, attempting to enter the base. Some were driving vehicles to transport goods. Without exception, everyone had to disembark for thorough inspections through infrared scanning corridors. Some people, having merely touched a zombie's pocket or rummaged through a corpse for something, would be flagged and subjected to strict searches. Standing just a step away from the inner city of the base, Pei Xiqing felt as though she were dreaming. "Ling Lang, are you still daydreaming? If you don't move, I want to wait for you. Coming." The inspection passage ahead was guarded, and Ling Lang spoke to them. They simply inquired about Pei Xiqing's name and age before allowing her to pass. Pei Xiqing's heart remained uneasy throughout. She felt a sense of guilt and stealth. Such a formidable base, and she had managed to infiltrate it, even as a zombie. However, this thought was entirely dispelled upon seeing the other zombies within the inner city. In a fleeting moment of eye contact with several zombies through the bars, a profound despair and sorrow enveloped her heart. Their eyes no longer held any semblance of rationality, and every corner of their bodies, every inch of skin and bone, was pierced with specially designed iron chains, firmly anchoring them in their cages. Whenever they saw a human, they would open their mouths, yearning to bite, but the iron chains around their jaws would act, tearing at their decaying skin, forcing them to maintain a state of silence and absolute submission. Pei Xiqing stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to move. Perhaps it was because there flowed the same blood within her veins. Her body turned icy in an instant, as if she were sharing their plight, her face paling as she felt her own skin being pulled. Ling Lang frowned and came over to pull her away, explaining in a low voice, "Don't look. These beings are no longer human, nor can they even be considered zombies. Why? Initially, they were living test subjects within the base, newly infected zombies, used for research and drug trials. As the number of infected individuals increased, some people's minds within the base began to deteriorate." Ling Lang scoffed. Most of them held power and had blood on their hands. Some simply enjoyed collecting, while others, unable to withstand the pressure of the apocalypse, resorted to digging up their closest ones who had already turned into zombies from the mountains of corpses. They initially dubbed it mourning and remembrance, but later, realizing they could not control the zombies' mutations, they placed these specially designed chains on them, condemning them to a lifetime in cages, eventually claiming they had transformed into pets, no different from livestock. Pei Xiqing's eyes were filled with shock. And now, they are just abandoned on the streets. It's just as you imagine. They are displayed like commodities, devoid of privacy and dignity. Exactly what you think. Ling Lang replied, "As for commodities, they are arranged thus because they are tamed monsters. Once the chains are on, their fate is sealed." He refrained from elaborating further, yet Pei Xiqing could surmise that, for the past 5 years, a certain transactional industry chain had likely formed behind this, with interlocking elements and layers of concealment and indulgence leading to the emergence of such a nefarious industry. Without lingering too long, Pei Xiqing was pulled away by Ling Lang. She glanced back, her eyes filled with helplessness. The street was almost devoid of vendors, lined instead with cages pushed out into the open. There were at least several hundred cages down the street, each containing a tightly locked and trapped zombie, unable to survive or perish. It was no wonder that the base prohibited any zombies from entering. Once a zombie stepped inside, its identity would be stripped away. She had thought of the base as humanity's salvation, but in truth, wherever there were people, there were money and desires, which in turn spawned a myriad of issues. Pei Xiqing followed Ling Lang to the north courtyard, her emotions a tangled mess. The north courtyard seemed to refer to the northern area of the inner city of the base. The street she had just traversed bore a completely different atmosphere. It surrounded the military shipyard in the northern residential area. If the southwest she had come from resembled a communal dormitory, this area was a world of high-rises apart from the central base. She wondered if every base was like this, pondering, which base is this? Ling Lang unlocked one of the large iron gates with a command, ushering her inside while explaining, "This is the third base. I seldom come here. Either I'm leading a team at the first base or working on construction at the fifth base. This is my second visit here. So, does that mean the infrastructure of this base is merely at a moderate level? You could say that. Honestly, I don't feel much difference. It doesn't matter which base I'm in, as long as I can take on missions." Ling Lang continued nonchalantly, "But I haven't paid much attention to these details. When you have the time, you might want to explore the other bases for comparison. In truth, she had lost interest. The larger the base, the more monsters akin to those on the streets would likely be present. The apocalypse had cast a significant shadow and trauma upon humanity. However, this was not a justification for them to perpetrate cruelty. Sometimes, she felt fortunate that the original character in the book had no ties to the human base. A mere entanglement with men was inconsequential. Had she entered such a predatory place, the original character might have spent a lifetime weeping in a cage, completely unaware that those men she had previously flirted with could easily turn her into a commodity. Passing her from hand to hand, Pei Xiqing shivered. Surely, there was no one in the space who had connections to the original character, right? She rubbed her arms to dispel the goosebumps and glanced around surreptitiously. Good, there was no one in sight. It seemed that everyone she had encountered along the way were unfamiliar faces. Moreover, with her mask and tightly wrapped attire, it should be quite challenging for anyone to recognize her. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, someone behind her exclaimed in shock, "Isn't that Miss Pei?" "Oh my, it truly is. Tsk. Why have you returned?" Pei Xiqing's spine stiffened, turning around in disbelief to confront several somewhat aged faces. "Who are you? Miss Pei, have you forgotten us so quickly?" Behind her stood a few women carrying baskets, their eyes lined with wrinkles, scrutinizing her unkindly. "Miss Pei, why are you wearing a mask? We can tell your figure at a glance. Who would have thought you'd become shy after just a few days? You once refused to marry my son, insisting on chasing after some captain to build a career in the apocalypse. And now, just a few days later, you've returned in disgrace? I say, this business of hunting zombies should be left to men. What sense is there for women to venture out, stay at home, wash clothes, cook, and await their triumphant return? That Captain Xiao of yours doesn't seem like a good sort. My son is far more reliable, serving in the base's security team with a promising future." Pei Xiqing understood. These women mistook her for the original character's sister, Pei Yanting. She lowered her voice. "You have mistaken me for someone else. Impossible. We remember your figure clearly. Don't pretend not to know us. My son lacks for nothing in women. Proposing to you is merely out of courtesy. Many wish to marry him, yet we turned them all away, thinking you were a decent match. You truly have mistaken me. If you continue with these nonsensical remarks, I will call for help." Ling Lang approached. "What is going on here?" The women, upon seeing Ling Lang, were momentarily stunned. "Why has the captain changed again? My heavens, it seems Miss Pei is indeed extraordinary." Surrounded by men one after another, just like her brazen sister. "Stop. Didn't the previous Miss Pei seem a bit thinner?" One woman noticed the peculiar gaze directed at Ling Lang and quickly intervened. "I recall that the previous Miss Pei was skin and bones, while this lady has a curvaceous figure, quite striking." They exchanged glances, confirming their error. "Indeed, we mistook you. Sorry about that, Captain." Pei Xiqing watched them hastily depart. Deep in thought, Pei Xiqing must have visited this base before. How else would she have connections with these women? It dawned on her that this was part of the book's plot, events that transpired during the 5 years of the apocalypse. The original character had been entangled with several men, completely unaware and lacking any memory of it. Clearly, over the past 5 years, Pei Xiqing had traversed many places before ultimately choosing to leave with Xiaoyu. Ling Lang remarked, "Aren't we leaving? I'm coming. Do you know them? I don't. Then why do I get the feeling they recognize you? The sister of Pei Xiqing they mentioned is you, isn't it?" "That's me." Ling Lang nodded, having known all along. "Then why ask? Just testing to see if you would deceive me. The houses here were independent. Although there were tall buildings, the residential area resembled a vast courtyard filled with people. As they arrived, many gossiping heads popped out to observe. Who is that? The woman in the mask, too ugly to show her face. Who knows? Probably some man from a team brought back a woman from outside. TSK. Looks like we're gaining new neighbors again. Wait, why are they heading towards the front houses? That seems to be the residence of a high-ranking official. My goodness. What is her background? When there's time, I must greet this new woman to see what she possesses that allows her to reside in such a fine place. By the way, do you know who the big shot in that base is? Not sure. My man mentioned that it's someone referred to as that esteemed person in the base, and the fees are quite significant. Why come here instead of the first base? When my man returns tonight, I must speak to him about it and let him take a gift. Pei Xiqing followed Ling Lang until they halted before a tightly shut door. The house was simply designed, embodying a minimalist post-apocalyptic style. With a large banyan tree beside it, its branches extending to a small window on the second floor. The surrounding houses were already filled with residents, and the branches reaching towards them had been cut off. Ling Lang said, "The command to open the main gate was 3A11, a universal code for residents here. Now you can set the command for this door." "Can I?" "Of course." Pei Xiqing devised the simplest one. Ling Lang crossed his arms. "Oh, isn't it easy to remember?" "Indeed, people's brains aren't as developed these days. They probably take a moment to think about your password, but it can still be opened." Pei Xiqing remarked, "Then I'll reverse it. 0.95141.3. When reversed, it becomes pi.my. Decimal point will surely stump them. As long as you can remember it." Ling Lang sighed. "I'm leaving." Pei Xiqing called out to him. "Wait a moment. What is it? If I need to find Brother Duan or Sister Longyan, how should I go about it?" Ling Lang replied, "Why not look for me? Forget it. Even if you come to find me, I won't have time to attend to you." He shrugged, pointing towards the base's main building ahead. "Do you see that? That is the heart of the base. That vessel is the Han ship, capable of engaging in combat and departing at any moment. Everything surrounding it is merely ancillary. Within lies the military stronghold of the base, and all of us must venture inside. Surely, I cannot enter, can I? Only with orders. Oh, what kind?" Ling Lang remarked. "To seek my brother requires no orders. For ordinary individuals seldom encounter him. To find me, simply recite the reverse sequence of pi you just uttered. As for Sister Longyan, wait a while. She will speak to you herself. Thank you. Should you need anything, reach out to me. If you input commands aimlessly, prepare to face reprimand." "Understood." After Ling Lang departed, Pei Xiqing opened the door and stepped inside, only to be suddenly pounced upon by a dark figure. Startled, she quickly realized it was a husky attempting to lick her. She swiftly raised her hand to halt it. "Xiaobai, how did this silly dog end up here?" She had brought it back yesterday, intending to feed it a little before letting it go, never anticipating encountering it here. Xiaobai circled around her incessantly, and it wore clothes, making it difficult to discern it as a mutated dog. Pei Xiqing patted its head. "Did Dongge bring you here?" Xiaobai spun around once more. It seemed that was more or less the case. Pei Xiqing led it further inside. The room was impeccably tidy, comprising a living room and a bedroom, with all items placed neatly. However, it was evident that no one had inhabited it for a long time, as a thin layer of dust had settled on the table. Pei Xiqing opened the bedroom door and first made the bed inside. Then, she and Xiaobai played while tidying up the living room. Ultimately growing tired and feeling somewhat lethargic as she lounged on the sofa, stroking the dog's head. "Perhaps I should give you a bath. You're filthy, and your fur could use a wash." Xiaobai emitted a soft whine as Pei Xiqing dragged it into the bathroom. After much effort, she finally finished washing the dog. Upon emerging, she felt its fur was considerably softer. "Since you don't bite, we shall be kindred spirits from now on. Let us coexist amicably." She herself was damp. And after her bath, with no one yet returned, Pei Xiqing lay idly on the sofa, entertaining the dog while closing her eyes to rest, eventually drifting into unconsciousness. When she opened her eyes again, a soft yellow lamp illuminated the living room, and Duan Xiaolin, clad in a suit, sat upright nearby, reviewing documents. She rolled over, causing the blanket to slip off and reveal her loosely fitting shirt worn after the bath. The man's brow furrowed slightly as he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on her rounded shoulder. Awake, Pei Xiqing rubbed her eyes, feeling a chill run down her spine as she quickly retrieved the fallen blanket and draped it over herself. Curling up on the sofa. What time is it? It was nearly 2 in the morning that, if her memory served correctly, after finishing Xiaobai's bath, she had also bathed and emerged around 8 o'clock, yet she had somehow fallen asleep. During the day, she had been carried, feeling dazed and having slept quite a while. Perhaps it was linked to the mist she had discussed with Sister Longyan. Even now, her head still ached, and she felt lethargic. Unable to summon much energy, shaking her head, she noticed her vision was somewhat blurred. Before she could react, a pair of cool fingers pressed against her temples. Pei Xiqing opened her eyes in surprise as the man softly instructed. Do not move. He moved closer, wrapping his arm around her. As the fingers at her temples began to massage gently, the dizziness in her head dissipated significantly, prompting her to close her eyes and enjoy the sensation. The cool scent of the man enveloped her, and his sturdy, broad chest behind her provided a sense of security. Leaning back slightly, she found herself resting against his shoulder. Raising her gaze, she noticed the weariness etched on his brow. She reached out, intending to touch him, but he grasped her wrist. That forest was merely a dead end we took as a shortcut. Most individuals who venture there succumb to the mist and become trapped in a cycle of unconsciousness. Then how come you are unharmed? It varies from person to person. That forest acts as a protective barrier for the 3 bases, deterring many outsiders from approaching recklessly. We have been undergoing specialized training at the base since 5 years ago, and have long since developed immunity to such mist. So that's how it is. I wondered why I was the only one who slept so soundly, and my head still hurts. Duan Xiaolin continued to massage her temples for a while longer. His touch measured and meticulous, nearly causing Pei Xiqing to feel embarrassed. Just as she was about to call a halt to the massage, the man tugged at her shirt with his fingertips, pulling it up to her arms and exposing an expanse of pale skin. The only flaw was the faint greenish marks scattered across her shoulder blades, small yet unmistakable evidence of a zombie's presence. Although Pei Xiqing could not see her back, she had noticed similar marks on her arms and thighs during her bath before sleeping. She could make an educated guess, hastily attempting to evade his touch, only to be caught by his grasp on her shoulder. Feeling him draw closer, tension surged within her, her breath nearly halting as a gentle kiss landed on her neck. Her ears instantly flushed crimson as the man, leaning down behind her, murmured, "Does this make you uncomfortable?" Sometimes, especially when encountering zombies, the more there are, the itchier I become, as though I might be infected and compelled to bite. She had previously observed this. Often, it would subside on its own. However, whenever zombies were nearby, her entire body would begin to itch, and her gums would tingle, making her yearn for something to gnaw on. Once the zombies departed, her skin would revert to normal, and those unsightly marks would fade away. Perhaps a little experiment could be in order? The man's suggestion made her eyes widen slightly. An experiment. In a few days, I will take you to the center of the base. Pei Xiqing replied, all right. She busied herself searching for her phone, which had run out of battery. During this period, she had been exceedingly frugal with her phone's power, yet it had still succumbed and shut down a few days ago. The man inquired, "What are you doing? Do you have a charger? I wish to accompany you, and perhaps I could check in as well. However, I assure you, if there are areas that cannot be photographed or any confidential matters, I will not look and will fully cooperate with Lord Falunlun's arrangements. I merely wish to take a tour." Given that she had managed to infiltrate the human base, she had a fair understanding of the capabilities of the man before her and Linglong's team. Since he could bring her in, there was no need to ponder further. Now that she was here, what harm could come from a little exploration? As she gazed at the towering central base building from outside, she was both awestruck and curious about the advancements in future technology and the structure's internal layout. Duan Xiaolin affirmed, "You can photograph whatever can be displayed. Anything off limits will not be shown to you." "That's fine. I'm not here to be a spy. I just want to check in," she chuckled. "Very well, I shall take you." Clearing her throat, she felt the man's arms encircle her from behind, her shirt threatening to slip off, exposing her skin against his chest, where she could distinctly feel the texture of his suit and the placement of the buttons. The fabric and buttons were cold to the touch, causing a slight itch. She shifted away, but still sensed the man's gaze focused on her back. It felt as if 1,000 needles were pricking her, sending electric sensations coursing through her. Instinctively, she turned to look back, only to have him guide her head back around. Pei Xiqing. Startled by his sudden call, she jumped slightly. What is it? Continue removing your clothing, if you please. Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you saying? I said to remove your clothes. Unable to turn back, she could only fix her gaze on the immaculately arranged bookshelf before her, her mind racing with confusion. Why? Why on earth? She nearly stumbled over her words. Taking a moment to regain her composure. Duan, go. Could you let me see you instead? I'm a bit nervous and don't quite understand your intentions. You would be better off not seeing me at this moment. He glanced at the almost flushed skin of the woman before him, her feigned calmness revealing a delicate and bashful demeanor, her slender shoulders trembling slightly. Without needing to see, he could easily imagine the alluring expression in her eyes at that moment. Rarely interested in a woman, he was reluctant to reveal his other side to her. Pei Xiqing sensed the impending danger, remaining still as she softly inquired, What do you intend to do? Nothing at all. He replied, seemingly to soothe her. Just leave it to me. Pei Xiqing closed her eyes, feeling the man's fingertips glide over her spine and skin, the sensation causing her breath to quicken. In mere moments, the blanket and her shirt fell away. She was already clad in shorts meant for sleep, barely reaching her knees, and the man held her long legs firmly in his grasp. She struggled lightly. Her skin flushed as if scorched. Oh, you want to remove my pants? She asked, breathlessly. No need. But do you wish to? His gaze traveled from her ankles to her calves and further up, causing her cheeks to burn with a fiery hue. Finally, she lifted her eyelids to meet his gaze, asking, What do you intend to do? He raised a hand to caress her face, saying, I wish to do many things, but first, I need to confirm something. Pei Xiqing, in a fog, inquired, What is it? Duan Stalin grasped her wrist, his eyes fixed on her chest. When did this snake mark appear? Beneath her fair skin, her ebony hair cascaded down her back, and her eyelashes fluttered, exuding a beauty that was both enchanting and innocent. Duan Xiaolin chuckled softly. Did you not notice? Pei Xiqing, her mind nearly in a haze, snapped back to reality at his words and glanced down at her chest. Mark? It was indeed the snake's symbol. How had she been unaware? There, near her heart, a dark green serpent pattern was plainly visible. The mark even shifted in intensity with her blood flow and breath, as if it had fused with her very being. Pei Xiqing's eyes brimmed with confusion. I had no idea. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious. I didn't even notice it while bathing. It felt as if it had manifested out of nowhere, perhaps related to Duan Stalin. She looked at him intently. Do you know something? I wasn't certain at first, he replied, his palm slowly pressing against her. With only her undergarments remaining, the strap of her bra slipped down, and she felt his calloused hand, her body trembling. She grasped his hand, her voice wavering. And then? Now I am certain. Certain of what? Your abilities. What are they? A form of mental manipulation and an enhancement ability. Am I a dual ability wielder? Pei Xiqing asked. No, he clarified. They are essentially one ability, not now, but perhaps in the future. In that moment, Pei Xiqing felt a surge of emotions. She was a zombie. How could she be a dual wielder? She felt increasingly monstrous, a rare and absurd aberration. That impressive. It depends on how you choose to wield it. What do you mean? I find it somewhat unclear, she said, sneezing abruptly. Duan Xiaolin covered her with the blanket, explaining that understanding one's talent and limits required time and introspection. I will try my best, she said, clutching the blanket and rubbing her slightly reddened nose. With this, no one will bully me anymore. If a zombie dares, I shall use my abilities. If a wielder oppresses me, I shall bite them. While it was somewhat unexpected, she felt a sense of relief that she no longer needed to fear anyone. Even without abilities, her constitution likely deterred most from provoking her. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaolin seemed to endlessly explain, gentle and patient, as if all the previous intimacy had merely served to validate his suspicions. Yet, she noticed the meticulous creases in his clothing, as if he were gradually revealing the depths of his inner world. Peeling away layers of a long-concealed facade, she yearned to sit upon him, to kiss the cool indifference of his brow behind his glasses. Pei Xiqing swallowed hard, and while he continued his explanations, she propped herself up on her knees, half kneeling on the carpet, tilting her neck. Brother Duan. He responded, Yes, what do you not understand? She reached out, tugging at his suit sleeve. Do you have nothing else to say to me? Duan Xiaolin looked down, a smile gracing his lips. What would you like me to say? For instance, do you not want to kiss me? The darkness in his eyes deepened. Nothing could be more impactful than her speaking such words in this manner. Despite witnessing countless women in the apocalypse, he had never experienced this feeling before. Where should I kiss you? On the lips. Her heart raced. Her cheeks flushed as she implored. Hurry, kiss me. He raised an eyebrow, his fingers curling a strand of her soft hair. I desire to kiss more than just your lips. His gaze, dark as ink, held her captive. With her chin lifted, Duan Xiaolin finally granted her the kiss she sought. Their lips tenderly mingling. The cold air enveloped them, seeping into the blanket, sending shivers down her spine, but it was nothing compared to the heat he ignited within her. Pei Xiqing felt her face burn as the kiss deepened. And before she knew it, she had wrapped her arms around his neck, climbing from the carpet to his shoulder. As they continued their kiss, she felt herself weakening, as if drained of strength, yet he made no move to support her. The carpet beneath was somewhat rigid, not ideal for sitting, and her knees began to redden, but she paid it no mind, for his kiss followed her every movement. Her glasses were nudged askew, hindering their actions. Yet Duan Xiaolin did not remove them. She boldly flicked her tongue out, and in an instant, he captured her, deepening the kiss. She realized that his gentleness was but a facade. Ferocity and dominance were his true nature. They spiraled deeper into a web of tender seduction, one a hesitant explorer, careful yet audacious, the other indulgent and guiding, patiently coaxing. Their intimate moment was abruptly interrupted by the sound of communication, unbeknownst to them. In the central base's building, Long Yin and others were embroiled in heated discussions about significant matters, oblivious to the fact that their presiding judge was lost in a woman's embrace. If you ask me, just drop a bomb and be done with it. I disagree. There are surely survivors inside. Who do you think you are, to suggest bombing? I am a member of Falun. Who do you think I am? Do you know how many wielders in the recent bases are insubordinate? Their actions have shown utter disregard for the base, smuggling, selling internal blueprints, and developing various weapon schematics, some involving high-ranking officials. This can only be decided when the presiding judge arrives. Be quiet. I am trying to contact Brother Duan. Stop arguing. Long Yin interjected. However, ordinarily, when the communicator was activated, the other end would respond promptly. Yet this time, there was only silence. The Falun member frowned. Is the presiding judge preoccupied with something? I will try again, Long Yin stated. We must await his orders for the next steps. Pei Xiqing, initially thinking she was imagining things, only understood when the device in Duan Xiaolin's chest vibrated again. Brother Duan, your device is ringing. Is someone looking for you? Her breath was shaky, her fingers trembling, unable to maintain her kneeling position. The man paused, extending an arm for her to lean on. The muscles in his arm evident in this moment. She held on cautiously, observing his movements. The communicator was a chip embedded in his device, and upon activating the video, it projected into the air that he gave no glance, cutting off the video, retaining only the audio. His voice, hoarse and deep, resonated. What is it? The individuals in the conference room, having caught a fleeting glimpse of the video, were left puzzled as only audio remained. Is the presiding judge busy? Ordinarily, in such situations, he would confirm via video and wait for the necessary signatures to be transmitted. Some matters even require his personal facial and fingerprint verification to proceed. Especially now, they are about to connect with the high-ranking officials from Falun at headquarters and the various senior management there. It is the first time the presiding judge will not be making an appearance. However, the two Falun members who had just been embroiled in a heated dispute seemed to exhale in relief. Typically, they only heard of the presiding judge remaining at headquarters, although both held significant positions there and had been assigned to handle various cases at the third base, achieving considerable results during this time. It had been over a year since they last laid eyes on the presiding judge. Upon hearing of the sudden arrival of the esteemed presiding judge, they felt a twinge of trepidation. Falun members are known to be exceptionally astute individuals. They pride themselves on their ability to perceive everything and perfectly manage the operations of the third base. Yet, in the presence of the presiding judge, they still felt an overwhelming pressure. With the presiding judge not making an appearance, they found some ease. Long Yin was somewhat taken aback, but quickly composed himself. Brother Duan, there are two Falun members here. And later, the base leader mentioned that a document requiring the presiding judge's signature will be brought over. Are you busy at the moment? The man seemed to pause for 2 seconds before responding. In a hurry. Indeed, in 2 minutes, we are scheduled to connect with the commander at headquarters in Falun. This time was set by you. If we were to cancel at the last minute, Marshall and Qiu Zhao would. Understood. Long Yin inquired, Brother Duan, when might you arrive? Or will it be like this? The man on the other end hesitated for a brief moment. Faint sounds barely audible, and just as Long Yin was about to ask if there were unfinished matters, he saw the man's figure slowly materialize on the blue screen above. Duan Xiaolin, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, subtly adjusted his tie, his expression indifferent, with a cold glint in his eyes and a jawline that was as hard and serious as ever. Long Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Duan, I have gathered some new information and will send it to you immediately. In a minute. We have their call, and there are ongoing tasks for Franlin as well as several major cases from headquarters. The Marshal also wishes to inquire about your handling opinions. Send it to me. The man leaned back on the sofa, his long legs slightly apart, casting a glance downward that met the gaze of a woman languidly sprawled at his feet. In his deep-set eyes, desire simmered beneath a veneer of restraint, his expression betraying nothing, save for a slight shift in the air that only Pei Xiqing, close beside him, could detect. She gazed up at the flawless contours of his jaw and furtively glanced at the holographic projection above, where, hidden from view, she playfully hooked his pinky. Duan Xiaolin lowered his eyes, seemingly in inquiry. Pei Xiqing smiled mischievously, mouthing, "Lower a bit more," he complied. Pei Xiqing tilted her head and placed a kiss on his prominently defined Adam's apple. Duan Xiaolin paused, his large hand firmly grasping the back of her head, deepening the kiss with intensity. In a moment of lost control, she flinched away, a faint smear of blood appearing at the corner of her luscious lips. Pei Xiqing's heart raced as he stroked the wound at the corner of her delicate lips, narrowing his eyes with dangerous intent. In an instant, she felt a tightening around her wrists, a blend of slight pain and undeniable pressure. She blinked in surprise at the black ties that had seemingly materialized around her wrists. The projection flickered, and Duan Xiaolin had completely vanished from view. Pei Xiqing, emboldened by his preoccupation, had taken the initiative to provoke him. But he casually discarded the projection chip onto the coffee table, casting the projection onto the blank wall. Pei Xiqing knelt by his feet, the once meticulously arranged tie now wound around her wrist twice. Ultimately grasped by his long, elegant fingers, her arms felt suddenly devoid of strength, and the blanket draped over her was barely clinging to her, rendering her as exposed as if she were wearing nothing at all. The conference had already established communication with headquarters, and she intermittently heard the voices of several different men. Glancing up, she saw the video divided into multiple segments, each displaying different figures. One man appeared in the lower right corner of the projection, his clothing disheveled, revealing a broad expanse of chest muscles, casually cradling a long-haired woman, his eyes glinting with mischief. After discussing a few important matters, he seemed to notice something amusing. Where's Brother Duan? Why do we only hear his voice and not see him? Duan Xiaolin was still holding Pei Xiqing's chin, kissing down her injured lips, relentlessly invading her mouth. Pei Xiqing found herself utterly overwhelmed. She finally understood that Duan Xiaolin had been holding back before. This kiss rendered her voiceless, suffocating her with pressure as she was forced to tilt her head back. His fingers wove through her hair, mastering every inch of her being. Regarding the cases on the Franlin docket, I have reviewed the few you sent. I will provide you with a detailed handling plan separately, considering the leverage held by those involved. As for the issue you mentioned earlier, it's not uncommon at the third base. I will begin an investigation here. I have already drafted a preliminary list of personnel. Duan Xiaolin remained absent from the screen, his voice calm and steady from beyond the frame. Someone on the other side expressed surprise. UVE already compiled the personnel list? Yes, I can provide it to you at any time. No, keep it for now. With several bases in turmoil, a leak of the list would be ill-advised. Understood, presiding judge. There has been recent progress regarding last month's explosion in the western suburbs of headquarters and the numerous heinous robbery and murder cases. Our suspicions were correct. Someone has developed a new type of virus. Conducting experiments using the bodies of zombies and various human abilities, the man lowered his gaze, tucking Pei Xiqing's hair behind her ear, revealing her flushed face, his expression grave. I have some leads. The latest drug experiments have been sent back to headquarters for your continued follow-up. Understood. He issued commands with composure, his actions starkly contrasting the casualness of his words. Pei Xiqing's ears rang, drowning out his specific instructions. She could only hazily see his lips moving, calm and collected. She could hardly fathom how he could maintain such seriousness while simultaneously rendering her breathless. However, she intermittently caught snippets of conversation regarding the arch-villain, yet she lacked the energy to contemplate it, finding herself unable to resist, unable to fight back. As he pressed further, she finally succumbed with a whimper. tears streaming down her face as she clung to his neck in surrender. The discussion continued on the other side, filled with terms and cases she could not comprehend, yet Duan Xiaolin remained silent. Not participating, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. She had no concept of how long she had endured this, until finally, she heard the sound of the communication severing. The individuals in the conference room began to depart one by one, though some remained on the line. Among them was the man who had been playfully embracing a woman in the video. He spoke with a tone of casual irreverence, teasingly addressing, "Hey, you lot, especially you, Long Yin. You were once my soldier. How did you end up turning your elbow outward? Why are you so concerned about the women around me? As long as it doesn't interfere with business, it's fine. Instead, you should focus on when your boss will find a woman." His languid tone carried an air of mischief. Brother Duan was already in his 30s. If he delayed for a few more years, he would have even less time to search. If you ask me, that woman who brushed against his coat last time seemed to be a rather young major, or perhaps a lieutenant general. I think she is quite lovely, a good match for him. Long Yin chuckled. Forget it. That lieutenant general clearly has ulterior motives and has been trying to get close. Haven't there been enough of those in recent years? Have you seen Brother Duan take any interest? She was still downplaying it. If it were the Duan Xiaolin of the past, who had possessed extraordinary abilities, he would have likely dealt with it far more severely. Ling Lang chuckled. Xiao Zhao, you can try to persuade him, but I know I can't convince my brother. Why hasn't he even shown his face? Where is he? I have no idea. Ling Lang shrugged. Long Yin remarked, Xiao Zhao, we recently encountered a particularly intriguing girl. When the opportunity arises, I'll introduce you. I'm sure you'll like her. The man in the video patted the shoulder of the woman beside him, signaling her to step aside. His interest piqued as he asked, "Oh, are you certain that I should develop feelings for her? That is not what I meant. I merely expressed a simple fondness for her. And indeed, I hold her in considerable regard." Long Yin then remarked, her identity is rather unique. I may need to trouble you later. Trouble me? What did Brother Duan say? If he does not give his consent, it will be quite difficult for me to proceed. Do not worry, he is in agreement. Oh, if there is an opportunity, I must meet her. Xiao Zhao half-jokingly asked, how many of you in the team are fond of her? Long Yin replied, I am uncertain, perhaps several, and I count myself among them. Xiao Zhao retorted, that is not the kind of fondness I meant. He cast a glance at Ling Lang through the lens and mockingly scolded. You little rascal. Ling Lang leaned back, questioning, what are you doing? Who permitted you to address me in such a manner, aside from my brother? While they discussed her, Pei Xiqing found herself breathless from the man's advances. An overwhelming sense of shame enveloping her. She pushed against his shoulders, but he was unyielding, forcing her to draw closer and plead in a whisper, with tear-filled eyes and a visage of humiliation. Duan Xiaolin paused, like a small creature being bullied. She bit her lip, emitting only faint sounds. How brazen of her to call him by his name directly. One could fear that he might soon unleash his claws. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he severed the communication entirely. Leaning close to her ear, he planted a kiss on her slightly damp cheek, lifting her effortlessly and pressing her onto the sofa. Continuing unabated, this demeanor always seemed to invite others to take advantage of her. The tears she shed did not evoke disdain. That he believed he had comprehended every creature in the world, yet regrettably, he did not fully understand her. Alas, her feeble courage was insufficient to endure until the end. Indeed, with merely a subtle application of his methods, before he had truly begun, she cried out in pain, her body trembling uncontrollably in panic. You have the audacity to entice me, but lack the courage to persist? He inquired with a smirk. Pei Xiqing attempted to maintain her composure, but her facade crumbled. All her emotions and thoughts were evident on her face. Wait, you must have matters to attend to, right? Look, your communicator is vibrating again. The man turned his head. As expected, the items on the coffee table were indeed shifting. He chuckled coldly, adjusting his glasses before removing them to wipe away the moisture, gazing at her meaningfully. The individual you just encountered is Xiao Zhao, the deputy judge of Franolin. Recently, peculiar occurrences have transpired in several bases. You should exercise caution. What peculiar occurrences? Pei Xiqing asked, her cheeks flushed, wishing to bury her head in a pillow, still inquiring. I didn't clearly hear what you all discussed. For instance, headless corpses. Abilities users who had appeared in the base mere days ago being discovered in the putrid waters, transformed into grotesque figures, or the imminent underground auction set to commence at the third base. That he asked, would you like to know what fascinating items will be up for bid at the auction? Pei Xiqing was momentarily taken aback. Is everyone in this post-apocalyptic world truly so depraved? Have they all been driven mad by the zombies? I can somewhat imagine, she remarked. I saw those zombies on the streets. Well, those are remnants from 3 to 4 years ago. Why are they still not satisfied? In a world where survival is paramount, with bases providing security, why engage in such acts? It is due to greed and desire. Once stability is achieved and life is assured, many become restless, seeking new thrills and curiosities in the apocalypse. He caressed Pei Xiqing's cheek, stating, I have indeed been quite occupied lately. I had hoped to spend quality time with you at the base. But Franolin has far too many responsibilities, and I must be present in person. I understand. It is fine, she sighed in relief. Torn between fear and anticipation, she felt a slight void. Perhaps this was the essence of her true character. Setting aside those thoughts, if the situation here were indeed as dark and terrifying as implied, she would have no inclination to remain, constantly contemplating escape. Additionally, she wondered if the tattoos appearing on her body, should she engage with Duanxiaolin, would have any repercussions. Would the virus be contagious? All these factors weighed heavily on her mind. The man seemed to perceive her inner turmoil. Why do you appear so despondent? I am not. Your body is unique, he stated. Acting too rashly may jeopardize this rare quality you possess. Pei Xiqing inquired. Are you afraid I might lose this ability? Who knows? Perhaps you will transform into a human due to my essence within you. Or maybe I will become a zombie. Pei Xiqing was taken aback, pushing him away. Do not say such things, he chuckled softly, readjusting his glasses, but we cannot wait too long. Huh? I am indifferent to this matter. I merely fear that someone might end up in tears because of it. Pei Xiqing shot him a glare. He cast a fleeting glance before leaning closer. There is still some time. Pei Xiqing, exhausted, eventually found herself carried back to her room and tucked into bed, oblivious to how it all transpired, her mind fixated on the notion that men should not be easily provoked or teased. Especially not Duanxiaolin. Should he desire, he possessed countless methods to leave her in a state of indecision. She slept soundly until dawn, only to be awakened by the incessant blaring of alarms outside. Noting the faint marks on her wrist, she was unaware of when they had been removed the previous night. Recalling the events of last night, Pei Xiqing felt a flush of heat wash over her. He had only stayed until a little after 3 before departing. Pei Xiqing rose, her stomach growling as she rummaged through the sparsely furnished room for something to eat. Regrettably, it had long been uninhabited, and there was nothing to be found. She had been too tired the previous night to consider food, but now she felt famished. Before she could find anything, there came a knock at the door. Long Yin entered with a lunchbox. Ah, you're awake. I came by earlier this morning, but after knocking for a while and receiving no response, I figured you were still asleep, that I was just busy for a bit. And since Ling Lang went to eat, Brother Duan was also there, so I had him prepare a portion for you. Thank you, Sister Long Yin. I appreciate it, and please extend my gratitude to Ling Lang as well. No need for formality. We have much to attend to. Here, this is for you. She handed Pei Xiqing a card. This is my card. There are plenty of places to eat and shop in the base. You can explore there. Feel free to use the funds in my card without hesitation. No, I am not lacking anything. You should buy a couple of new outfits and some toiletries. We will be staying at the 3rd base for a while. And our vehicle has been readied. Please help us replenish some supplies with the funds on this card. It will make our journey much more convenient. I see. Very well then. She accepted the card. Thank you. Then I shall take my leave. All right. Pei Xiqing waved goodbye, turning to see Xiaobai, who lay weak and hungry on the floor. Upon opening the lunchbox, she could not help but marvel at Ling Lang's culinary skills. The box was packed to the brim: 5 chicken legs, a large piece of steak, several lamb chops, and an assortment of unknown vegetables and mushrooms. Xiaobai, come here. She shared the meal with Xiaobai. After finishing, Pei Xiqing recalled Long Yan's words and touched her own clothes. It was indeed time to purchase some new garments. Otherwise, her current outfit and the spare one she had for changing, along with the shirt Sister Long Yan had given her, would soon become moldy due to lack of washing and drying. She tidied up for a while, washed her face, and patted Xiaobai on the head, observing that it followed her closely. Unable to resist, she said, No, Xiaobai, you cannot go outside. Its fur was clean, and it wore a doggy outfit, making it less conspicuous, but having a dog in an apocalyptic base seemed somewhat out of place. To be cautious, she decided to first venture out herself to assess the situation. After all, she was dressed quite securely, and aside from the zombie stains on her back, everything else appeared normal. No one would tear her clothes off to investigate. Calming Xiaobai, She opened the door, only to come face to face with a masked figure. Shadow. Pei Xiqing recognized him as the masked man who had appeared beside Duan Xiaolin when he was injured, bringing him serum, intimidating and not to be trifled with. Yes, it is I. Remember me well. Leaning against the wall, Ying languidly toyed with a gun, as the boss had instructed her to follow you, allowing you the freedom to wander wherever you pleased. Pei Xiqing broke into a smile. How delightful. I truly need a bodyguard. Now, I can venture forth without a shred of fear. Ying replied, You may proceed. I will discreetly follow you, that I merely came to greet you. All right, thank you, she said. Ying turned and vanished from her sight. After walking a short distance, Pei Xiqing unexpectedly collided with the very ants who had mistaken her for someone else last time. They were completely oblivious to her presence, as her attire was exceedingly androgynous and loose-fitting, complemented by a hat that concealed her face. The women, however, were adorned in somewhat lavish and refined clothing. Living in the north courtyard, they were certainly not of ordinary stock. Pei Xiqing had no intention of engaging with them, but as she brushed past, she overheard their incessant chatter. Oh yes, how dreadful. My goodness. Do you know that I just witnessed that esteemed lord in the south courtyard? The one from Falunlun. I saw him too. My son's official rank is nothing in his eyes that he was publicly executing a criminal. What immense power must one possess to carry out such an act? TSK, he shows no regard for anyone, not even those of high status. The scene was utterly gruesome, terrifying. How can such a hellish creature exist? Who would dare marry him? Pfft. Isn't Falunlun merely an enforcement agency? How formidable can they be? I reckon they can manage only the superhumans. If a horde of zombies were to descend, who knows how cowardly they would become? Pei Xiqing halted in her tracks. She recalled hearing about that lord on the communicator last night, the presiding judge, the notorious villain, was he not? Unfortunately, her memory was hazy due to Duan Xiaolin's interference, and she had missed crucial details. She changed her direction. Public executions? She had always harbored a fascination for villains. The formidable boss of Falunlun, a powerful entity in the novels, had it not been for the forced dumbing down of the storyline in later chapters. The protagonist group would have been no match for him. She yearned to meet this grand antagonist and discern the relationship between him and Duan Xiaolin. During last night's conversation, she had felt that the man had deliberately targeted her, allowing her to catch only a few words while the rest eluded her ears, her mind consumed by his every action. However, she sensed that Duan Xiaolin was not only a member of Falunlun, but also held significant standing within the organization. He even had a degree of influence at the base. It was precisely this that piqued her curiosity about the connection between the villain and him. Hearing the mention of the topic again in close proximity, she thought it permissible to indulge in the excitement of the moment. Yet, her unfamiliarity with the surroundings posed a challenge. The base was even larger than she had anticipated, a labyrinth of alleys and streets interwoven. After departing from the north courtyard, she seemed to have stumbled into a bustling market, teeming with people, vendors shouting and haggling that an outsider might easily mistake it for the era before her immersion in the narrative. The only stark difference lay in the sight of zombies confined in cages, their bodies secured with iron chains. One could hardly take 2 steps without encountering one. Traversing a single street would unveil at least 300 to 500 of them. For someone hailing from the modern world, the sight was jarring, as several zombies screeched and clamored for her attention. Coming to a halt before a cage, she could sense their desperate attempts to communicate. Yet they had ceased to be mere zombies, rendering her efforts to connect with them futile. However, she could vaguely surmise that they yearned for liberation through death. Pei Xiqing crouched down, gazing into the lifeless eyes of a zombie within the cage. Just as she was about to speak, she was noticed by the superhuman guard responsible for overseeing them. The group, numerous and scrutinizing, issued a warning. Hey girl, these are our boss's possessions. If you fancy one, you'll need to pay. How many crystal cores do you have? These creatures are slaves that our boss has invested considerable effort to tame. Can you afford them? Just take a look at you. It's clear you have nothing. Where did this girl even come from? Move along. Go see something else. Fine then, she conceded. The group brushed past her, one of them kindly advising, don't look at things you shouldn't see, or these beasts might take a bite out of you, and then you'll end up like them. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, several gazes fell upon her, but upon noticing her loose-fitting attire, they quickly lost interest. Pei Xiqing remained unfazed by their taunts and threats, straightening her posture, silently observing the direction they had departed. She surveyed the multitude of zombies treated as commodities around her. A mere facade of prosperity coexisting with despair. Thoroughly lost in the market, she sought assistance from passers-by, but upon seeing her attire, they merely shook their heads with a complex expression. She sighed in exasperation. Was her clothing really that dismal? Wasn't it considered normal? Yet, compared to those around her, she did indeed feel somewhat out of place. Conditions within Base 3 were generally above average, and those residing there typically had superhumans in their families, often related to superhumans serving in the base's military, thereby enjoying preferential treatment. Consequently, clothing, grooming, and various material standards were held to a degree of scrutiny, with nearly everyone placing importance on appearance and demeanor. She felt a slight disconnect but was ultimately content with her simplicity. After some time, she finally found an elderly woman selling vegetables who was willing to offer directions. "Dear girl, you're headed to the South Courtyard. That's where the Base's water prison is located. Those who go there are all criminals, and I've heard there are quite a few serious murderers. What business does a young lady have there?" Pei Xiqing inquired. "Water prison. Wasn't that the place Ling Lang had mentioned before?" "Yes, indeed, the water prison. Each base has its own, and previously, these facilities did not exist. However, during these past few years of the apocalypse, the base has quieted down considerably, leading to an increase in criminal activity. Murder and arson have become commonplace. What more do you know? If you ask others, they probably won't know as much as I do. My son works in the water prison. He is the captain of the patrol team. He has mentioned the South Courtyard's water prison more than once. The IT has 3 levels. The first and second levels house the less serious offenders, while the third level is truly terrifying." As she spoke, the elderly woman cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning in to whisper, "It's filled with formidable superhumans who have committed crimes. Nowadays, many people abuse their powers, and it's fortunate that someone can keep them in check, namely that Falun Lun. Otherwise, the base would descend into chaos." "Why do you say that? Isn't it simple? Once a person becomes stronger, their desires and needs tend to escalate as well. With the increasing number of superhumans in the base, those who refuse to be disciplined will surely multiply. Before Falun Lun emerged, what kind of life did we ordinary folks without powers lead? You probably have no idea." As she spoke, the old woman's dull gray eyes gazed into the distance, and she sighed. "Without order, we would all be like those trapped in cages." After learning the route, Pei Xiqing expressed her gratitude and proceeded toward the South Courtyard. To her surprise, following the directions took her over an hour. The complexity and vastness of the base were evident. Out of curiosity, she initially intended to merely observe the water prison from the outside. But upon arrival, she noticed a throng of people gathered, blocking passage entirely. At first, she had no intention of joining the crowd, but as the numbers swelled, she was inevitably swept into the tide of humanity. Unwillingly carried along, she felt an increasing number of eyes upon her. Pei Xiqing zipped her jacket all the way to the top, leaving only her eyes exposed, gradually shutting out the curious gazes. Nearby, conversations began to swell, and she found herself caught in the middle. Falun Lun truly seems to dominate everything. Just now, they executed those individuals in front of everyone, and I heard they were quite influential superhumans. Falun Lun simply decided to kill them without hesitation. To kill is to find relief. One ought to consider what they have truly done. The external threats remain unsteady, yet our base is infested with so many traitors. If we do not swiftly eradicate them to prevent future calamities, we may all become their puppets. Nevertheless, the methods employed by Falun are as ruthlessly decisive as ever, showing no mercy whatsoever. Did you witness the blood ahead? It is truly the result of a gruesome and torturous demise. Even those with abilities cannot withstand it. Just the thought sends chills down my spine, the blood pooling beneath my feet." Pei Xiqing lowered her head. And indeed, her shoe sole was stained with blood. She struggled to push through the crowd, eager to ascertain the situation ahead, but the throng was simply too dense. It seemed Falun had deliberately summoned such a multitude to instill fear. Yet she could not squeeze her way in. "Why are you pushing so much, girl? Excuse me. Allow me to see ahead," she said apologetically while maneuvering through. Just as she managed to catch a glimpse of the blood-soaked ground, her path was blocked. Ing, adorned with a mask, concealed his cold, piercing gaze behind it, advising, "I strongly suggest you refrain from proceeding." Pei Xiqing replied, "I merely wished to take a look." His presence alone had already deterred many from pushing forward as they had before. The manner of death inflicted upon those above may exceed your comprehension. If you wish to avoid becoming nauseous, I would recommend against witnessing it firsthand. Pei Xiqing rose on her toes, catching a faint glimpse of a group of ability users stationed near the execution ground. It seemed the individual she sought was not present. The closer she drew, the more pungent the nauseating stench became, an amalgamation of not only the scent of blood but also the foul odor of decay. As if it had materialized and engulfed her. Some in the vicinity began to retch, clutching their knees and leaning against others as they heaved, while others, upon merely stealing a glance, fled in terror. Never daring to look back, that a moment of silence ensued. Oppression, disgust, and despair permeated the consciousness of all present. Pei Xiqing had encountered numerous zombies and faced them directly. Though her complexion had paled, she pressed onward. A glance at the vast execution ground revealed a shocking vista of blood and bodies stripped of flesh, a scene indeed striking in its horror. Her pupils constricted slightly. She maintained her composure, though her stomach churned uncomfortably, as if something were incessantly roiling within. Ying expressed surprise at her reaction, stating, "Those individuals were the masterminds behind the smuggling case, receiving a punishment of 100 lashes. Their skin flayed, and their abilities stripped away. This is already a minor punishment for their grave offenses. What sort of case is this?" In brief, they conspired to smuggle arms and ammunition, as well as human organs and attractive women. Ying explained, Fraulein had pursued them thrice, yet they evaded capture each time, and in just half a year, their death toll exceeded 10,000. How could there be so many? Because many are homeless, without a base to shelter them, and lacking any abilities. They have exploited the opportunity to leave the base and hunt zombies, secretly abducting unfortunate and helpless ordinary humans over the past 6 months. They have not spared many ability users, particularly those from vulnerable groups. Women, regardless of the era, hold potential value for exploitation. Once they fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, the consequences are dire, he continued. As for the organ trade, the depths of this matter are unfathomable. Research has revealed that the majority of human mutations leading to abilities are linked to the heart and brain's neural connections. Thus, some specialize in studying these aspects to enhance their powers or, worse, extract the hearts and brains of living ability users to assimilate their powers into their own bodies. Pei Xiqing was unaware of when she had stepped out of the crowd. She patiently awaited its dispersal. Standing beside a trash bin to vomit, she heaved violently, expelling bile until she finally found some respite. Ying chose not to elaborate further, vanishing from her sight, even at a distance from the execution ground. She could still detect the repulsive odor. Yet now, she craved solitude. She chose a concrete bench to sit upon, staring vacantly into the distance. This was not her first encounter with such a world. Yet many elements still surpassed her comprehension and endurance. She longed to revert to being a zombie. But who could guarantee that, should she become one, she wouldn't be captured and caged once more? Pei Xiqing believed that without a particularly resilient inner world and experience, her previous life had been one of striving and progress. The most arduous period was merely when her funds ran dry, compelling her to humbly traverse every film set in Hongdian in search of opportunities, only to face repeated rejections and derision during auditions. These were trials one encounters on the path of choice. And she had persevered. What had once seemed insurmountable now appeared trivial, hardly worth mentioning. This world was terrifying. No wonder the protagonists, led by the main characters, sought to overthrow the current order and rebuild. Being within this world, she began to understand why the protagonist would ultimately succeed. Pei Xiqing rested her chin in her hand, remaining beneath the eaves for an entire afternoon, only to realize as the sun set that she had forgotten to purchase the items she had intended to get with the card given by Long Yin. Oh no. Oh no. She had failed to prepare supplies, neglected to buy clothes, and now wondered what she would wear that night. She rose hastily, making her way to the commercial street Long Yin had mentioned. So engrossed in her thoughts and hurried movements, she failed to notice the shadowy, damp cell across from her, where Duan Xiaolin stood at the threshold of light and darkness, wiping the blood from the muzzle of his gun. 2 men wearing Fraulein's distinctive masks trailed behind him, reporting something as he kept his gaze lowered. With a cold, oppressive demeanor, he kicked over the body that had attempted to flee, which was now kneeling and begging. Commanding, "Drag it away." The body was removed, leaving a trail of blood that further darkened the water prison's floor. Duan Xiaolin turned from the water prison and spotted the hurried figure in the distance. Narrowing his eyes, Ying appeared beside him, saying she didn't see what transpired earlier, but she did witness the scene at the execution ground and subsequently vomited for quite some time, remaining in a daze. From now on, prevent her from approaching. Understood that I will follow her. You may return. Pei Xiqing rushed toward the commercial street, glancing at the time on her phone as she ran. She had intended to clock in, yet had spent an entire afternoon lost in thought, her mind consumed by the narrative, failing to capture a single photograph. Now, time was of the essence. Pei Xiqing hurriedly ran, accidentally colliding with someone, only to discover it was the elderly woman who had directed her earlier that afternoon. I am so sorry. Pei Xiqing squatted to help her retrieve the vegetables from her basket. Let me help you with these. The elderly woman quickly replied, no need. Dear, it's just a minor inconvenience. Don't take it to heart. I'm quite all right. These vegetables are my favorites. I plan to cook dinner tonight. Is that so? The elderly woman nodded. Yes, cooking is wonderful, but who do you belong to? Buying vegetables at such a late hour. You might get scolded by your man. Pei Xiqing responded with some confusion. It should be fine. I want to be scolded. That's good to hear. I must return soon to prepare dinner, or else my husband and son will be displeased. However, today, having sold all the vegetables, they likely won't complain. Thank you, dear girl. Take care, Grandma. As she searched for her card while picking up the items, a slender hand reached in to take away some of the vegetables. She looked up. Duan Stalin inquired, do you wish to have these vegetables? Yes. Then let us pack them up. Upon seeing him, the elderly woman's complexion paled, her lips trembling, momentarily at a loss for words. Duan Stalin produced a crystal nucleus and extended it toward her. The elderly woman remained motionless, as if turned to wood. It was only when Pei Xiqing reached out to take it and presented it to the elderly woman that she slowly regained her composure, clutching the nucleus and nodding nervously before relinquishing the vegetables and departing without a glance back. Pei Xiqing questioned, what happened to her? Perhaps she is simply in a hurry to return and prepare dinner. I in the base. Cooking late fills one with trepidation, doesn't it? Indeed, she replied with a slight frown. The man removed his blood-stained coat and held it in his hands. He raised a bag, gazing tenderly at her profile. Most would, but not all would act thus. Pei Xiqing was oblivious to his stare. Her focus fixed on the path ahead as she spoke. It's rather astonishing, isn't it? Quite absurd, really, in a world where technology and equipment far surpass that of the modern era I hail from. It is laughable to encounter such antiquated and ludicrous norms that it leaves one utterly speechless. However, this may also be related to the disproportionate awakening of abilities among men and women in this post-apocalyptic realm. If memory serves, the ratio stands at a staggering 50-1, 50 men for every one woman who awakens her powers. This imbalance inevitably steers the world toward a male-dominated society. As her thoughts deepened, she became aware of the man's amused gaze lingering upon her. Pei Xiqing inquired, what is it? Nothing, merely contemplating your words. What did you just say? She had momentarily lost focus, recalling only a fragment of what Duan Stalin had mentioned. I said nothing. Let us proceed. Curiously, Pei Xiqing asked, Duan Go, what brings you here? The area was teeming with elderly individuals shopping, resembling another market within the base. I came to attend to some matters, he replied. Not far behind is the base's water prison. Were you there just now? I was, he answered, his pace unhurried, having also visited the water prison. She surmised, since the execution site was under the jurisdiction of Franlin, he would undoubtedly be present. Pei Xiqing glanced back at him. What are you looking at? He inquired. Pei Xiqing responded, I was checking to see if anyone was following us. Is there anyone? Duan Xiaolin took her hand to prevent her from colliding with a cart behind her. No. Who were you hoping to see? He immediately discerned her thoughts. Someone from Franlin? Pei Xiqing, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her gaze. No, it's nothing. Really, it doesn't matter. Encountering the antagonist is a matter of luck. Perhaps she didn't possess such fortune. For now, her priority lay in procuring the supplies the team required and returning home to dine with Duan Xiaolin. She tightened her grip on his hand, pulling him in another direction. Quickly, Long Yin Jie asked me to buy things, and I haven't gone yet. Come with me. Duan Xiaolin allowed her to lead him, his gaze subtly resting on her hand. What are we purchasing? They mentioned we'd be staying here for a while, but we will eventually leave. I was tasked to gather some daily necessities and load them onto the vehicle. She pulled him along, recalling that their vehicles had all been left behind in B City. Let us go, he said, guiding the increasingly distracted woman back. This way is correct. Pei Xiqing, bewildered, responded. Huh. The street ahead appeared bustling, with numerous vendors. Why not venture there? It seemed far more prosperous. That area is a black market. Pei Xiqing widened her eyes slightly. There's a black market within the base. Indeed, he affirmed. While officially prohibited, it thrives in secrecy. Most of what is sold there consists of items scavenged from the deceased by ability users. The network is extensive, making it difficult for the base to intervene. Or, would you like to go? Perhaps you might uncover some treasures. What might one find inside? Jewelry, rare antiques, and some valuable medicinal herbs. All items once belonging to the deceased. I presume, The notion of profiting from the possessions of the dead seemed rather grim, akin to trafficking in stolen goods from graves. She had no interest in such matters. Pei Xiqing glanced back at the street adorned with black cloth and opted to depart. If you wish to go, you may enter, the man suggested. No. Thank you. She shook her head. Did I feel it would shorten my lifespan? Duan Xiaolin squeezed her hand, chuckling. I'll pay. The toll will be mine to bear. Then it's even less of a reason to buy, she replied earnestly. I was merely jesting. Please don't take it to heart. Besides, I truly have no interest in those items. Understood, he nodded. Together, Pei Xiqing and Duan Xiaolin ventured toward a nearby commercial street. This place differed significantly from the areas they had traversed, with its interconnected streets and shops showcasing the variety of resources available in this post-apocalyptic world, resembling a military supply depot. Here, numerous shops offered a multitude of knife types. Even the simplest dagger was available in dozens of variations. Pass by, don't miss out. Our new stock is the most comprehensive and the latest in the base. Seize the opportunity before it slips away. Check out our wares. We offer a 10-year warranty. If it breaks, feel free to return for a replacement. For equipment, come to us. We provide a 20-year warranty. Absolutely reliable. Pei Xiqing, overhearing their calls, discreetly tugged at Duan Xiaolin's sleeve. 20-year warranty? Is that genuine? Surely, after 20 years, even if it doesn't break, it would at least rust or dull. Such exaggeration. Could these weapons truly be crafted from special materials? Roughly speaking, Duan Xiaolin casually pulled out a sharp dagger, its blade glinting coldly. Weapons made from a fusion of crystal cores and iron would indeed be more durable than ordinary ones. Though 20 years seemed excessive, around 10 years would be more reasonable. That's still quite impressive. The commercial street was bustling with patrons, predominantly ability users replenishing their gear. Soon, the shops were filled to capacity. Pei Xiqing initially intended just to browse, not planning to purchase anything. But the busy shopkeeper, upon spotting her and Duan Xiaolin, eagerly approached them. My humble shop is graced by 2 esteemed guests. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. There is no need for formality. I have everything available, from the commonplace to the rare. Pei Xiqing shook her head. No. Thank you. She had no interest in weapons. She wouldn't know how to use them, especially cold weapons that in times of danger. Speaking her way out was far more convenient. Oh, dear miss, we have the latest models. The trendy MA sword and the heavy machine gun J.01389 are quite popular among the girls in the base. In close combat, one could wield the sword. For ranged attacks, just pull out this gun, and no zombie stands a chance. Pei Xiqing smiled faintly. A sword. How curious that in a world so advanced technologically, why resort to using swords? Isn't that rather simplistic compared to the high-tech alternatives? The sword is the latest innovation developed by the base, not just an ordinary sword. It can utilize crystal cores. When you insert a high-grade crystal core, the system will automatically harness the energy within. Many girls ask their boyfriends to find them crystal cores to insert into these swords, rendering them quite effective against zombies. Pei Xiqing replied, "You're making this sound increasingly fantastical. I suspect such a weapon would only suffice for chopping down trees if zombies were truly that easy to handle. Why would these items be so poorly received? Moreover, judging by the materials, it seems only compatible with the most basic crystal cores. Chopping down trees would likely be a challenge." The shopkeeper forced a smile, realizing she was quite discerning. My apologies. Let us peruse some of the firearms instead. Pei Xiqing shook her head. She was well aware of the narrative within the stories she had read. She would not be fooled by these trinkets aimed at naive young ladies. She turned to the man and winked. Let us not bother with these weapons. We're here to look at other supplies. The team from Ling Lang was composed of base personnel, and their weaponry was already top-notch, requiring no additional purchases. The shopkeeper paused. Other supplies, you say? I have plenty of those as well. Whatever you need. I am sure to have it. Whether it be the combat uniforms designed for executing missions or the functional attire crafted from various fabrics, as well as tents, water bottles, and all necessities for sustenance and shelter. Everything is readily available. Pei Xiqing carefully selected some equipment suitable for prolonged outdoor operations, intended to replace her clothing and footwear. The quality is undeniably exceptional, clearly designed to withstand the elements, rugged terrains, and the rigors of combat. After completing her purchase, just as she was preparing to leave, Duan Xiaolin retrieved the card and handed it back to her, saying, "Take it." Pei Xiqing accepted it, but before she could respond, the man had already lifted the gear and placed it in the vehicle parked at the entrance. Long Yin rolled down the window and waved at her. "Hi, I'm here." Pei Xiqing assisted in loading the equipment into the car. Sister Long Yan, I bought everything in larger sizes, but I'm unsure if they will fit. The boss mentioned that if anything is ill-fitting, I can exchange it. She insisted on purchasing the largest sizes, as the team members would certainly not fit into smaller garments. Thank you for your efforts, Xiqing. You can keep the card, and with the remaining funds, treat yourself to something nice. Long Yan pointed ahead. Crossing the street leads to a shopping paradise for girls. Don't waste your time buying clothes in a supply store for soldiers. She continued, go pick out some attire for yourself. Also, please buy me 2 outfits, one long black dress and another casual ensemble. I can't quite articulate what I want. I trust your taste, so please take a look. Pei Xiqing inquired, but I don't know your size. Large, L. Wait a moment. I have something to attend to. Why is Brother Duan here too? What a coincidence that I'll talk to you later. I must head to the laboratory now. Goodbye. The vehicle swiftly departed, taking the supplies with it. Pei Xiqing turned around, gazing at the street not far away. Quietly adjusting her coat, Duan Stalin, surprised, asked, aren't you coming? Pei Xiqing shook her head. I will go, but I prefer to shop here. Although that area might be filled with garments that many girls adore, she realized she could not wear them just yet. Let us choose something for Sister Long Yin. Duan Stalin understood her reservations and chose to respect her wishes. All right. Ultimately, Pei Xiqing selected an elegant long black floral dress and a sporty casual outfit for Long Yin. As for herself, she casually picked 2 sets of casual outerwear and long trousers, along with 2 sets of undergarments. After all, she needed to replace nearly everything she wore, once they completed their purchases. The sky had turned completely dark. As Pei Xiqing and Duan Stalin walked back, they caught the attention of the neighbors in the courtyard. My goodness, are they new residents? They seem to reside in that prominent standalone house up front. What an impressive background. In the dim light of night, the neighbors likely could not discern much, and Pei Xiqing ignored their gazes as she returned to the house. Upon opening the door, Xiaobai dashed towards her with uncontainable excitement, nearly overwhelming her as she stumbled back, ultimately leaning against the man's chest. His muscles were firm, causing Pei Xiqing's back to ache from the impact, and she quickly patted Xiaobai. You're too much. At this rate, we both might be knocked over. Sensing the warning from her and the man behind her, Xiaobai finally settled down. She turned on the lights and began preparing dinner. The man remarked, there should be some meat delivered at the entrance. Please bring it in. Meat? Yes, it just arrived. Great. Pei Xiqing exclaimed, eagerly going outside with Xiaobai. Sure enough, a bag of fresh beef hung at the entrance. She patted the dog's head. We have meat to eat. Starving. She was about to take charge in the kitchen when the knife landed in the man's hands. His long fingers deftly handled the washed vegetables, slicing them with practiced precision, and in mere moments, the ingredients were prepared. Everything was organized, from cooking to plating, all meticulously planned. He was meticulous, efficient, and the warm light in the kitchen softened the coldness of his sharp features, concealing the emotional detachment beneath. As he focused intently, Pei Xiqing found herself at a loss for words, her heart racing uncontrollably. In the past, he had never appeared this way. He often exuded a distant aura, making it difficult for her to perceive him as a flesh and blood individual rather than a cold machine devoid of feelings, merely executing tasks. Pei Xiqing stared at him for quite some time, and upon catching the aroma of the food, she realized her proximity and moved closer. Duan Xiaolin was painstakingly preparing another ingredient when he noticed her gaze and lifted his eyelids. I can cook too. Would you like to try? Next time. Today, I will handle it. Pei Xiqing chuckled. All right, we can invite others over for a meal sometime. Others? Duan Xiaolin inquired. Who do you mean? Of course, Sister Long Yin and Ling Lang. Among others. Just as she was about to mention Fu Feng and Nye Bin, she felt the man's inscrutable gaze upon her. Pei Xiqing's eyelids fluttered. It seemed Duan Xiaolin was particularly concerned about Ling Lang. Was it due to their brotherly bond? She replied, I will strive to avoid conflicts with Ling Lang. He merely moved his lips, his tone calm. I am not concerned about that. Pei Xiqing realized something. He did not harbor any affections for her, nor did she for him. Her heart belonged solely to him. The more time she spent with him, the less fear she felt. Instead, she learned to be more assertive, playfully saying, hurry and cook. I'm really hungry. Duan Xiaolin remained still, silently observing her, the shadows concealing his inner desires and possessiveness. His gaze traveled from her clear eyes to her lips, then down to her delicate neck, fixating on the thin skin where the veins pulsed beneath. All right. When the meal was finally served, Pei Xiqing eagerly took a bite. Duan Xiaolin's culinary skills exceeded her expectations, thoroughly satisfying her modern palate. As she ate, she scrutinized the man. He handed her a porcelain spoon and poured half a bowl of soup for her. Leaning down to inquire, "Is it to your liking?" No, his dishes were not overly bland, yet neither were they excessively rich. They possessed the comforting flavor she cherished from her school days. Pei Xiqing sipped the soup. "I really like it." After a brief pause, she continued, "When I was busy in the past, I longed for meals like this. Even during my childhood, I wished for such home-cooked meals, and I never imagined I'd be enjoying them here." Originally, she intended to lament the hardships she faced during her university years and the grueling life that followed graduation. However, upon lifting her gaze, she found the man silently staring at her, and an uneasy feeling washed over her. "I don't think I've shared my past with you. Have I?" She recalled that she had not. He likely only knew about her departure from S1, but the details of her previous life were unknown to him. The man nodded. "No, I only know that you left S1, and that the reasons were related to another man." How ironic it was, she thought, to dig her own grave. Speaking of this made Pei Xiqing feel guilty. She could not explain to anyone that she was not the original her, and that the actions of the former her were never her true intentions. Who would believe her if she spoke of it? Pei Xiqing took a hefty bite of rice and, after swallowing, said, "Well, that is true. But there is something I want to tell you." After much hesitation, she decided to give him a heads up. She did not want him to feel deceived if complications arose later. "Go ahead. I'm listening." He pulled out a chair and sat beside her. Pei Xiqing gathered her thoughts. "My expulsion from S1 was not solely due to my involvement with a man, even before joining S1. I had some entanglements with others." After speaking, she looked intently at the man's expression. Duan Xiaolin's demeanor remained composed and unflustered as ever. She hoped to discern something different in his gaze. Yet he merely smiled faintly. "I understand. You know," she exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape, barely able to piece together the implications. He remarked, "For young girls, surviving in a post-apocalyptic world is significantly more challenging compared to their male counterparts." As he spoke, he deftly served her food, his movements steady and deliberate, a common occurrence for him. It seemed that many matters did not require her to voice them. He appeared to possess a certain awareness. Pei Xiqing sighed in relief, grateful that she had not deceived him. Managing to navigate the situation without falsehoods, he continued, "I understand that this pertains to your personal privacy. If you choose not to disclose, I shall not press further." "Thank you," Pei Xiqing replied softly. "The reason I refrained from telling you earlier was my reluctance to trust others. Do you trust me now? To a slight extent. I trust you a bit more." The man chuckled lightly. Pei Xiqing said, "Please, do not laugh. I am being serious. Indeed, it is quite commendable to trust someone in a world like this. It appears I must continue to make an effort." As he spoke, his gaze turned toward Pei Xiqing, seemingly concealing a fierce possessiveness beneath his calm demeanor. Pei Xiqing's eyelashes fluttered, her heart racing uncontrollably in response to him. "I share this with you to convey that in order to survive, I will employ every means at my disposal and utilize everything around me. I do not consider myself naive or the pure, innocent person you might envision. This is not shameful. It takes courage to confront one's own desires and ambitions as an ordinary human being, striving to seize opportunities and devising alternative strategies when those efforts fail. Having navigated the murky waters of the entertainment industry in my past life, I have seen my fair share of human dynamics. To survive, one must adapt to the rules of the circle." His somewhat dim eyes scrutinized her. "I can accept you, regardless of who you are." Pei Xiqing smiled, her eyes curving with delight. "It seems many here would unconditionally obey you. For them, you are the one who establishes rules and maintains order." "How impressive." The man raised an eyebrow, continuing to serve her food. "You see, I do not belong to the category of good or bad. Indeed, I am aware. Yet they constantly pursue what is right. Despite their somewhat extreme methods or public perception, I find it quite remarkable. And what are your thoughts about me?" "Impossible to define," Pei Xiqing replied, "from different perspectives. There exists varied recognition and contemplation, leading to entirely distinct behaviors. People need not be strictly black or white." But he smirked. "Let us eat, that be why the meal's end." Pei Xiqing's stomach was pleasantly full. Glancing down, she noticed Xiaobai still engaged in a battle with a bone at her feet. She poured a bowl of water for Xiaobai, finished her meal, and prepared for sleep, instructing, "Do not make a racket." The modest one-bedroom apartment featured a spacious courtyard and balcony, clearly designed with consideration for those possessing capable vehicles within the base. Xiaobai seemed to understand. wagging its tail as it continued gnawing on the bone. After spending some time with it, Pei Xiqing felt her food had sufficiently digested and began to head inside. Just then, Duan Xiaolin emerged from the bathroom, and their eyes met. The man wore loungewear, the open collar revealing a well-defined chest that captivated her gaze uncontrollably. Pei Xiqing quickly stepped aside to let him pass. Yet, as they brushed shoulders, he tightened his grip on her wrist, prompting her confusion. "What is it? Are you going to wash up?" "Yes, all right. There is only one room. You should sleep inside." Pei Xiqing inquired, "What about you?" "I'll sleep on the sofa. Is there an extra blanket?" "There should be. Please do not catch a cold." "All right." Pei Xiqing nodded, grabbing her clothes and slipping into the bathroom. The lingering warmth enveloped her as she closed the door. Staring at her flushed yet blurred reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. After approximately 10 minutes, she finished her shower and changed into a newly purchased set of pale moonlight-colored pajamas. Barefoot, she stepped onto the carpet and noticed that her undergarments had been freshly laundered and dried with the apartment's dryer. The attire was simple and modest, featuring long sleeves and pants, yet the fabric was silk-like, smooth and delicate. With the slightest movement, her figure was easily discernible. She had hesitated for quite a while between this outfit and a darker set, ultimately deciding on this one based on Duan Xiaolin's suggestion. Indeed, it was a fine choice, though the other set had its own merits. Pei Xiqing placed her freshly laundered clothes back into the dryer and proceeded to brush her teeth at the sink. After sorting out these matters, she exited the bathroom to find the man seated on the sofa, sipping tea, a stack of case files nearby. As she emerged, he did not lift his gaze, engrossed in the documents. His expression calm and distant. It was only when she turned toward the bedroom that he slowly raised his head, his eyes resting on her damp hair, droplets cascading down her cheeks, collarbone, and chest. Soaking the fabric of her attire, the man's gaze caressed every inch of her, and he reached for the cigarette beside him. The bed was already made, with fresh sheets and blankets, soft and warm upon sitting. She could not help but bounce slightly on the mattress. Accustomed to the hard back seat of a car and rigid tints, she found this plush bed rather unfamiliar. Pei Xiqing dried her hair, unable to resist lying on the bed, rolling around as if transported back to the first time she purchased a home in her past life. The tinge of regret washed over her. The notion of returning to that life felt utterly hopeless. Even if she could not bear the thought of her likely impaired body. After lying there for some time, she began to drift into slumber, her eyes gradually closing. Unaware of when she lost consciousness, in the middle of the night, she was stirred awake by a noise nearby. In her dream, she believed she was in the wilderness, with Long Yin reminding her that a horde of zombies was on the way. Urging her to flee, Pei Xiqing jolted awake, startled to see Xiaobai's grayish-white face, and instinctively swatted at it. Xiaobai immediately lay down, looking utterly dejected, as if on the verge of depression. Pei Xiqing patted her chest. "Xiaobai, what are you doing here?" Xiaobai whimpered softly, appearing very pitiful. Pei Xiqing lifted the covers to comfort her. "I apologize. I thought you were a zombie. It doesn't hurt. I promise." Xiaobai remained on the ground, warily watching the outside. Pei Xiqing glanced outside. It was already 2 in the morning, and Duan Xiaolin was still dealing with matters. The living room window was ajar, and the lingering scent of smoke wafted through. "Did he come looking for me because you were too scared to sleep?" Xiaobai let out another soft whimper, looking even more forlorn. Pei Xiqing sensed that Xiaobai was somewhat intimidated by him and opened the balcony door, saying, "You can go outside." There was a small room on the balcony, housing the dryer, washing machine, and various electronic devices. After Xiaobai scurried out, Pei Xiqing donned a jacket and made her way to the living room. The man looked up from a pile of documents, a half-burnt cigarette pinched between his left fingertips. He raised his head, revealing bloodshot eyes. "Did I wake you?" "No," Pei Xiqing replied as she settled beside him. "Why aren't you resting? These documents are due tomorrow. They must be finished tonight. Then let me keep you company for a while." Yawning, Pei Xiqing leaned closer, their arms brushing against each other. "I promise I won't look at any confidential material." He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, drawing her closer. "Just don't tell me if you see anything." Pei Xiqing chuckled. "You wouldn't know even if I did." She leaned against his shoulder, lazily stating, "You're working so hard. 10 minutes of rest." Feeling his body lacked warmth, she pressed his hand down and nestled herself into his jacket. "Close your eyes." Duan Xiaolin tightened his hold around her waist, playfully bouncing her on his knee. "Okay." Feeling her soft fingers gently pressing against his temples, he took a moment to calm his mind. a rare opportunity to pause and rest. Pei Xiqing's fingertips brushed over his brows and eyes, silently appraising him through the lenses. Since arriving at the base, it seemed he had never truly rested. While she would fall asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, Duan Xiaolin hardly had the luxury of sleep. After massaging him for about 10 minutes, Pei Xiqing's fingers began to ache. Just as he opened his eyes, pinching her lower back, the sensation made her giggle, and she cupped his face, asking, "What are you doing?" "Let us rest a little longer," he replied. His tall frame enveloped her entirely as he leaned his head against her neck. "Just 10 more minutes, wake me up on time." "All right." Those 10 minutes felt particularly prolonged for her. His slow, rhythmic breathing echoing in her ears, their heartbeats sinking in a silent exchange. The surrounding atmosphere was so quiet that even their breaths were audible. Not a single creature stirred outside in the night. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon them. Gradually, Pei Xiqing found her own tranquility, closing her eyes and waiting for time to pass slowly. Uncertain how long had elapsed, she unexpectedly drifted into slumber in his arms. Duan Xiaolin noticed and gently brushed his cool fingers against her delicate face. He carried the sleeping figure into the bedroom. As he tucked her into bed, he spotted green spots on her arm, remnants of her earlier encounter with the cat. Xiaobai. His gaze darkened. The culprit, Xiaobai, sat innocently at the door, its expression betraying a hint of guilt. The man rose to close the door, ignoring its pleading eyes, effectively shutting it out. The sun had long risen, its rays warming her face before Pei Xiqing finally stirred awake. The brightness was somewhat blinding, prompting her to shield her eyes as she turned over in the cozy bed. Glancing at the time, it was 10 o'clock. She yawned and sluggishly sat up, only to find Xiaobai pitifully squatting at the door. "All right, let me prepare something tasty for you," she said, scratching her arm. While washing up, she discovered the green spots on her arm, itching unbearably. She resisted the urge to scratch for a considerable time, though the itch remained persistent. Several times, she contemplated simply tearing the skin open to relieve the discomfort. But the fleeting relief could result in permanent damage to her skin. In the morning, she used the leftover ingredients from yesterday to prepare a meal for Xiaobai and had a simple breakfast herself, allowing the time to pass quietly. However, while she was eating, she received a call from Duan Xiaolin, instructing her to come to the base center that evening. She had mentioned wanting to go, but did not expect it to be arranged so swiftly. "All right, what time should I arrive?" "Whenever you wish, I will be here." "Okay." On the other end, he added, "By the way, they will take a blood sample to check your health. That we need to find a way to suppress the zombie scars on your body." Meanwhile, Duan Xiaolin continued to sift through the stack of documents on his desk, having just finished one pile when another thick stack of photos and forms was handed to him. "Chief Justice, these are updates and evidence on the latest case. Please have a look." As Ling Lang pushed open the door, he happened to catch sight of his brother still engrossed in work. He casually snatched a document, swinging his legs over the chair as he settled in, boldly declaring, "Humph, these people are like selling dog meat under the guise of sheep's head. They think they can fool us. The so-called evidence is clearly fabricated." He tossed aside the document, deeming it unnecessary to peruse further. "Brother, your workload seems to be increasing by the day. Aren't these from yesterday? You haven't even finished those, and now they've sent over so much more." "Do they think you're a robot?" Duan Xiaolin explained. "I had hoped to finish yesterday, but an unexpected incident occurred. The responsibility lay with him, as he had initially lost focus, unable to concentrate. What should have been a brief respite turned into an extended delay." "What kind of incident?" Ling Lang inquired. "You probably wouldn't want to know." Ling Lang, puzzled, replied, "Huh, why do you say that? After all we've been through together, is there something regarding you that I wouldn't want to know?" Duan Xiaolin adjusted his glasses, his gaze calm. "It concerns Pei Xiqing." Ling Lang retracted his crossed legs, pausing for a moment. He hadn't seen her for several days. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, focusing on more pressing matters. As he fiddled with the gun on his desk, his tone became nonchalant, yet his body remained tense. After a prolonged silence, he finally looked up, his gaze intense. "Brother, are you serious?" Duan Xiaolin's eyes remained fixed on the evidence photos, highlighting several discrepancies before writing a few words on the confession letter and handing it to Ling Lang. "Take this to Executive Officer Zhang at the base and have him bring people to see me in half an hour." Ling Lang took the document, contemplating before speaking again. "Brother, you picked me up at the onset of the apocalypse. If it weren't for you 5 years ago, I wouldn't be who I am today." He had always held a deep respect for Duan Xiaolin, who had remained solitary over the years. Even when others sought to draw near him, he remained indifferent. Many in the base had gradually begun forming families and settling down. But Ling Lang felt no envy, only concern for his brother. Pei Xiqing was an unexpected variable for everyone to TOM. She was both an unforeseen development and a delightful surprise that he couldn't articulate the emotions that surged within him when he heard his brother's admission. Ling Lang tightened his grip on the document, turning to leave. Just as his hand brushed against the doorknob, he heard his brother's voice softly call Ling Lang that he halted. "Brother," Duan Xiaolin spoke slowly. "You only need to observe my actions. There's no need to ask too many questions." "Understood." Ling Lang paused before continuing. "Brother, do you think I'm quite bothersome?" He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Before the apocalypse, I was just an unwanted child. No one would ever like me. Even during the apocalypse, I found myself in positions that garnered disdain. Compared to you, I feel rather like a failure." The man remained silent for a few seconds before responding earnestly. "Is this truly how you feel? Do you want the people at the base to dislike you? Or is it unintentional?" Ling Lang hesitated, then shrugged with a careless smile. "Brother, you know me best," Duan Xiaolin replied. "Sometimes, recognizing your own heart is not a shameful matter." Ling Lang appeared carefree and indifferent to everything, yet beneath that facade lay a meticulous mind, able to discern the truths and falsehoods of any situation. He often employed tactics that led others to misjudge him as simple-minded. He shrugged. That was simply who he was. What was sincerity? It held little significance for him. He cast aside any remnants of self-pity from earlier, adopting a rebellious demeanor, no longer resembling the pitiful puppy he had been in front of Duan Xiaolin, but rather a wolf. "Brother, I'm off," he declared, opening the door. His hand rested on the doorframe, glancing back with a carefree tone. "But, brother, I think that fool won't easily fall in love with someone. Perhaps we should wait and see?" Duan Xiaolin seemed to ponder for a moment, then chuckled softly. "Perhaps you're right. Ling Lang has departed." After a few seconds, the man lifted his head and gazed in the direction of his departure. Fidgeting with the pen in his hand, Ling Lang was far more enviable than he. Pei Xiqing spent the afternoon lounging in the yard with Xiao Bai, basking in the sun while swaying in her chair. Utterly at ease, the front yard was spacious and devoid of parked cars, and she initially played frisbee with Xiao Bai. After growing weary, she dozed off for a while. When the alarm rang, she yawned and rose from her chair. After feeding Xiao Bai a bit, she tidied herself up to prepare for her outing to the central building of the base to find Duan Xiaolin. Xiao Bai was often well-behaved, aside from the nights when it was frightened by Duan Xiaolin and came to her pitifully. It otherwise remained quietly by her side. Whenever she stepped out, Xiao Bai would curl up in the room, emerging like a reclusive child, somewhat fearful of the sunlight outside. Just as she was about to leave, Xiao Bai lay pitifully on the ground, motionless. Pei Xiqing pondered for a moment and took out her phone to message Duan Xiaolin. Presumably, he was in a meeting. He had mentioned that there would be meetings throughout the day. So she dared only to send a message to "Is it possible for me to arrive half an hour late? I wish to take Xiao Bai for a walk nearby. It seems to be getting a bit depressed." She thought she would have to wait a long time, but to her surprise, he replied swiftly. "You can bring it directly over." Pei Xiqing quickly typed. "But isn't that a bit inappropriate? Although it has been bathed and its fur looks quite fluffy." Wouldn't he be easily recognized at the base? There was no response from his side. Pei Xiqing felt somewhat anxious. Xiao Bai whimpered pitifully by her feet. Huskies were known for their boundless energy. Previously, in the wild, Xiao Bai had likely reveled in freedom, but now it could only stay indoors every day, unable to expend its vigor. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, startling Pei Xiqing. She realized it was a call from Duan Xiaolin. Once connected, the line was eerily quiet, almost allowing her to hear the man's breathing. She asked, "Aren't you busy? Why did you suddenly call me? Put some clothes on it and bring it over. No one will stop you." "Will it need a physical checkup? All right, I'll prepare to come over immediately. After hanging up, Pei Xiqing excitedly rushed to find clothes for Xiao Bai in her room. Once dressed, Xiao Bai seemed to sense that she was taking it out, and it joyfully leaped onto her. Pei Xiqing hurriedly patted its head. All right. We're going out for a stroll to lift your spirits." After being cleaned, Xiao Bai was hardly recognizable. Previously, its fur had been matted with blood and various stains, making it appear like a zombie dog that had been stiff for centuries. Now, freshly bathed and dressed with a hat, it looked utterly adorable. Initially, she was somewhat concerned that passers-by might find her and Xiao Bai out of place. But after walking for about 10 minutes, the pedestrians seemed oblivious to them. Pei Xiqing sighed in relief. It seemed there were indeed dog owners at the base. At least Xiao Bai was not an oddity. As soon as Xiao Bai stepped outside, It was like a tiger returning to the wild, sniffing everything around, and soon began to frolic wildly. Had she not been holding the leash, it would have been impossible to control. Fortunately, as soon as she spoke, Xiaobai would calm down. After a playful romp, it became much more subdued by the time they reached the central building of the base, quietly walking beside her. Before Pei Xiqing could approach the building, she noticed an array of security checks even more stringent than those at the base entrance. At every entry point stood a line of extraordinary soldiers with remarkable poise. Behind them loomed the towering central building of the base, resembling a magical metropolis, nearly reaching the clouds. The interior, she imagined, was not only technologically advanced, but also filled with high-ranking officials or the affluent. Several vehicles were parked at the entrance, and the individuals disembarking were either sharply dressed or exquisitely adorned. Standing outside with her dog indeed drew attention, especially as she wore the casual jacket she had purchased just the day before. Remembering what Duan Xiaolin had said earlier, she took a deep breath and boldly moved forward with Xiaobai. However, as they neared the entrance, someone ahead of them managed to pass the soldier's inspection first. The individual seemed to present some sort of directive, and after a successful verification, glanced back at Pei Xiqing and then at the dog at her feet. Bringing a dog to the central base? Which officer's family are you from? The guard at the entrance also took notice of her, extending a hand to inquire. Who are you? May I ask who you are looking for? Please input your directive. Pei Xiqing only remembered Ling Lang's directive, but she wasn't there to find him. She had no idea if he was inside or out on a mission. After a few seconds, the person who had spoken earlier turned around. It was a short-haired woman, striking and dressed in formal military attire, donning a military cap. Not a family member? Are you here for testing? Do you have an appointment with the laboratory and the executing physician? Pei Xiqing found her words somewhat perplexing and hadn't yet responded when another door suddenly swung open. Ing stood at the doorway. This is Miss Pei. She is a guest. Please allow her to enter. The guards immediately bowed their heads. Yes. The short-haired woman looked somewhat astonished. Tio have Ing, the direct subordinate of the head of the Framlin judgment, personally intervene. This woman must have significant connections. Pei Xiqing was granted unimpeded access. The short-haired woman, striding in her high boots, seemed to be heading in the same direction, and asked, I am Xia Jingyu, a major general at the base. May I know your name? Pei Xiqing, she replied graciously. Hello. Xia Jingyu nodded, and, once inside the elevator, inquired again. Are you a family member of a Framlin member? Pei Xiqing smiled, and evasively replied. Sort of, half. Xia Jingyu did not quite grasp her hesitation, but was somewhat accustomed to the notion of bringing dogs into the base. This puzzled Pei Xiqing. You seem unfazed by my bringing a dog. Not just her. Even the soldiers outside had not asked too many questions, Xia Jingyu explained. Do you see that building behind us? The elevator was ascending rapidly, yet inside, one felt no pressure or dizziness. It was a transparent blue, allowing glimpses of the building's interior and the outside world. I see it. Xia Jingyu continued. That place is where the privileged and high-ranking officials' families enjoy leisure. Many high-ranking officials' wives and children accompany them to the base, settled there to eat, drink, and entertain, and some even bring their pet dogs. That I have even seen a few with pet zombies. Pei Xiqing smirked. So that was the case. Xia Jingyu's gaze lingered on her face. You don't look too bad. Isn't that's so? Not really. All right. Understood. Xia Jingyu paused. I see I misjudged you. Not really a misunderstanding. Is your sister a staff member here? Xia Jingyu was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. Not quite, just half. Pei Xiqing remarked. Why are you mimicking me? Why can't I? You seem quite quirky. I didn't expect you to enjoy deceiving. There are indeed some things I cannot clarify too well. The term family member is somewhat too serious, as if we've elevated to another level. She and Duan Xiaolin hadn't reached that stage yet. So she amended. We are more like a couple. Refreshing to as the elevator halted at one of the floors. Xia Jingyu adjusted her hat and suddenly reached out to tidy Pei Xiqing's somewhat disheveled collar. Little Qinger, if fate allows, we shall meet again. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Pei Xiqing's eyes widened slightly. What? Did that sister just call me what? Xia Jingyu turned back, glancing at her with a knowing smile before exiting the elevator. The doors closed once more. Pei Xiqing was still in a daze. Ing, leaning against the side, remarked nonchalantly, Do you know who she is? Pei Xiqing tugged at the dog leash, her confusion evident, though she bore no malice. I could sense that. Ingu, do you know her? Ing replied, What are you shouting about? Why do you call everyone Go? Is that inappropriate? It is a form of respect towards you. After all, Pei Xiqing blinked. Should I address you by your name directly? That seems rather improper. Da Ying's expression behind the mask momentarily faltered. Suit yourself, that he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Which truly explained why. Pei Xiqing did not hear him. She turned her gaze to inspect the interior of the base. Each floor appeared to be transparent, allowing a clear view of the activities within the various studios. Even enabling inspections of each area from the elevator, suffused with an aura of science fiction and advancement. She inquired of Ing, is it really possible to construct such a vast project in just 5 years? In less than 5 years, it was completed in 2. The third base was finished so quickly. It may not be considered fast, but one must not underestimate the capabilities awakened in humanity after the apocalypse. Ing continued, the woman you saw earlier is a junior general from the base headquarters, sent here for supervision. Thus, she has the authority to use this elevator, which is typically reserved for internal officials. And what else? She is the daughter of the Marshal. Impressive. Is this character present in the storyline? Indeed, she is one of the rare female generals in the base. Pei Xiqing had no recollection of her. To clarify, you might not understand, but if I mention her past deeds, you should recall. What deeds? Ing explained. Has Long Yin mentioned the woman who once touched Duan Ji's military uniform? Is she the one? Pei Xiqing remembered Long Yin mentioning a woman who had touched Duan Xiaolin's attire, prompting Duan Xiaolin to incinerate it. Indeed, she is. Pei Xiqing was somewhat astonished. The sister she had just seen seemed utterly incapable of engaging in such audacious behavior. Just then, the elevator arrived, and as the doors opened, the view outside captivated Pei Xiqing. She stepped forward, leaning against the railing to gaze into the distance. This was the upper echelons of the base, offering a panoramic view of the entire establishment, even allowing her to spot the mountain she had previously traversed and other scattered cities and the desolate surface of the world. For the first time, she vividly perceived the stark contrast between the land of post-apocalyptic infrastructure and the polluted terrain. After observing for a while, Ing called out to her, Miss Pei, Duan Gu is waiting inside. It's time for your health examination. I also need to take this dog away. Pei Xiqing queried, will the examination harm Xiaobai? Ing chuckled, Duan Gu only said not to harm you. As for the dog, I am uncertain. At that moment, Pei Xiqing noticed that despite the height of the building and the breathtaking view, the surrounding areas were filled with laboratories, all soundproofed with some transparent material. Looking around, she saw countless zombies and experimental subjects writhing in agony, their mouths emitting silent moans. As Pei Xiqing traversed the laboratories, she stopped before a room devoid of warmth. The doors and windows were tightly sealed, letting no light through, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of chemicals. Upon opening the door, she was met with a suffocating scent. From her vantage point, she could see zombies in the adjacent room, confined within experimental pods, howling in despair. She could faintly sense their profound hopelessness and rage. Xiaobai, trailing closely behind her, anxiously circled before resolutely refusing to step further inside. Ing opened the door, sighing in resignation, and approached the doctor inside, saying, handle this dog gently. The examination must proceed, but he genuinely did not know how to manage the dog. The doctor's demeanor was gentle as he observed the dog, noting its severe infection from the zombie virus, rendering it hopeless. Keeping it nearby posed significant risks. My recommendation would be to inject it with medication and confine it in a cage, as it could serve as an excellent experimental subject. As he squatted down, he added, in fact, I would like to dissect it. My heavens, it could yield fascinating findings. Pei Xiqing retorted coolly, why not just dissect me instead? Simultaneously, Xiaobai began barking furiously at Ing and the doctor, seemingly preparing to attack. Pei Xiqing quickly calmed him down, and he ceased his ruckus. The doctor was taken aback. You, before hastily glancing at Ing. Dissection? Wasn't that the judgment officer's arrangement? He certainly did not dare proceed with such an act. Only a routine health examination and blood analysis were authorized. Ing cleared his throat, admonishing, let us not go down that path. This is not your experimental subject. The doctor chuckled awkwardly. Oh, my apologies. I got carried away with my professional habits. However, this dog does warrant further study. Pei Xiqing knelt down, gently stroking Xiaobai's anxious form, softly stating, if that is the case, then the examination is unnecessary. May I leave directly? She asked. He nodded. The superior did not insist on her remaining for an examination. Pei Xiqing stood up, grasping the leash. Let us go. Xiaobai obediently followed suit. Ing crossed his arms, watching her retreating figure, shaking his head. Miss Pei, please wait in the elevator for a moment. Duan Gu will arrive in 15 minutes. You may speak with him then. Just then, he found himself meeting the inquisitive gaze of the doctor, who slapped his chest in surprise. You really should learn to communicate better. Perhaps you should take a page from your master's book. Jean scratched his head. My master Chiu is at headquarters. I would like to meet him, but alas, he is elusive, sometimes even mingling with the zombie hordes outside. However, Ing, who was that girl from earlier? She hardly resembled a zombie. Why did the judgment officer personally send me to conduct her examination? I have performed numerous experiments, yet I have never encountered an infected person capable of speaking so coherently. Ing retorted bluntly, Fool, you followed your master for so many years and still remain such a simpleton. Jean protested. Why are you suddenly berating me? Ing shot back. What do you think? Jean, realizing belatedly, exclaimed, It can't be. If the judgment officer took personal interest, their connection must be significant. Ing regarded him as if he were a simpleton. If you frighten her away, the superior will hold you entirely accountable. Wait, Ingu, at least say a few words on my behalf. My master is friends with the judgment officer. It's a bit heartless of you. If you had informed me earlier, how could I have made such a blunder? Hey, Ingu, brother. Ing had mentioned for her to wait. Pei Xiqing fumbled with the elevator controls for a while, mimicking Ying's earlier movements to input commands. However, the elevator seemed to have a mind of its own. Ascending directly, this high-tech contraption was beyond her comprehension. She could only decipher its operation but not its control, especially with so many buttons resembling a miniature control panel. Holding Xiao Bai's leash, she felt a twinge of anxiety as the elevator came to a stop. She hoped not to inadvertently intrude upon someone's workspace, which would surely be quite awkward. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a group of officers in neatly pressed military uniforms met her gaze. Their expressions filled with confusion. Who are you? They collectively inquired, their faces displaying bewilderment. Pei Xiqing, accompanied by her dog, shuffled slightly within the elevator. Could you squeeze in a bit? Several officers, caught off guard by her gaze, suddenly flushed, instinctively adjusting their hats. We can squeeze in. Yes. A group of 7 or 8 individuals entered, filling the elevator's space adequately. Yet Pei Xiqing found herself unavoidably squeezed into a corner. Xiao Bai was on the verge of barking at these strangers. But fortunately, Pei Xiqing acted swiftly to restrain the eager creature, preventing it from making a scene in front of the crowd. Perhaps due to its anxiety and fear, Xiao Bai persistently attempted to position itself closer to her. It was perplexing, as they had previously been amicable towards the team in the wilderness, with no such incidents arising. A few officers began discussing matters pertaining to the meeting within the elevator. Their conversation rife with the future development of the base and pressing issues that required immediate attention. Eventually, they mentioned someone familiar to her. It was noted that the presiding judge had been exceptionally busy today. Hardly pausing for breath, he had been dealing with paperwork before the meeting and had even stepped out mid-session to take a phone call. Whose call could warrant such a private conversation? Could it be the marshal from headquarters or perhaps Chiu Shao? Uncertain, she admonished herself not to speculate, especially with outsiders present, being cautious about what could be said. One of the officers glanced at Pei Xiqing, who was crouched down petting Xiao Bai. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he mused aloud, You must be a relative of one of the officers, right? Are you aware that this is a private elevator for prosecutors? And everything inside is confidential. What business does a woman like you have here? I understand, she replied. Then how is it that I took a wrong turn? The officer scoffed. Is that so? One does not simply wander into such a place by mistake. Perhaps you are a spy intending to steal classified information. Maybe we should send you to the water prison for a few days. Then you might be more inclined to speak the truth. Pei Xiqing thought, Xiao Bai, if he dares to make a move, bite his hand off. Xiao Bai wagged its tail excitedly, fixating intently on the man's arm. The officer raised an eyebrow. You. Another officer cleared his throat. Shifting the topic, Miss, shall I escort you back later? There's no need for the trouble, thank you. Pei Xiqing declined their offer, regardless of whether it stemmed from goodwill or ulterior motives. She did not require assistance. What an unexpected wild girl, they thought. Enough of this. There's no need to pick on a young girl. It's rather petty of you. What are you trying to intimidate her for? If she made it in here, she must have some standing, so why bother worrying about it? They returned their thoughts to the case the presiding judge had mentioned earlier. If they failed to uncover the truth, it would be they who ended up as guests in the water prison. That case was troublesome, and they had little knowledge of this presiding judge, only hearing that he was ruthless at headquarters, with individuals there suffering greatly. Just a few days prior, he had executed a group in the water prison, performing public bloodletting. who knew how he would treat them at the third base. To put it bluntly, this Duan's surname was a merciless fiend, appearing genteel yet wielding cruel methods. They had heard that during the execution of several ability users, he had killed them publicly despite there being a chance for salvation. Sighing, they remarked, "This job is already burdensome enough, and the superiors are so intimidating. Today, I actually came face to face with him. After he spoke to me, I felt as if I were already imprisoned in the water dungeon that it seemed the presiding judge was currently in the water prison, with time pressing and tasks urgent. He needed to extract information swiftly. They should hurry over, or they would truly be in trouble." The elevator came to a halt once more in the relatively cramped space. The officers who had been engaged in lively discussion moments ago swiftly composed themselves and exited the elevator. Just as the doors were closing, Pei Xiqing reached out to press the control panel's switch. She poked her head out of the elevator and tapped a few buttons on the control panel. If her memory served her correctly, this was how Ying had operated it, and they too had followed suit, with no one around. It seemed unlikely that anyone else possessed the authority to use this elevator. Pei Xiqing examined the control panel for a while, and a multitude of documents and codes suddenly appeared in midair, scrolling before her. The blue and white light screens flickered in her eyes. None of it was what she sought. This elevator had extensive permissions. Eventually, the internal surveillance footage of the base emerged. She located the water prison's IP and input the only command she knew. Connecting to the water prison's visuals to as the name suggests, the water prison was both a literal and metaphorical gathering place for all things dark and filthy. Pei Xiqing was specifically headed there. Connecting their earlier conversation, she had an instinct. The presiding judge, the villain from the book, was not only someone she recognized but had encountered several times. Despite the risk of being accused, she yearned to clarify the truth. Even if she were to be exposed, she would accept the consequences. The water prison 3 levels underground. In the darkest, most damp recesses of the cage, an ability user was bound with iron chains, pierced through his body. Firmly secured to a cross, blood had thoroughly soaked his garments. Several razor-sharp iron hooks had punctured his chest, rusty and stained with blood. He hung his head low, the sound of approaching footsteps growing nearer. The sound of polished leather shoes echoed on the floor as someone halted before him. With a cold scoff, he declared, "I will never speak. I suggest you consider ending this line of inquiry. Otherwise, you pathetic fools from the third base may not even realize how you met your indeed. It would be futile for anyone else. If they wish to learn about the underground black market's contact points and connections." He advised them to abandon their hopes. Ashes from a cigarette fell onto the immaculate leather shoes, and Yikue finally sensed something amiss, slowly enduring the searing pain as he raised his head. His gaze locked with the man's indifferent eyes behind his glasses, and his pupils trembled violently. You are," Duan Xiaolin pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, after a moment's hesitation. The other man opened his mouth to accept it. The cigarette was lit by the Yikue bit down on the cigarette, his speech slurred, yet still able to convey, "Who are you?" "From Franlun. Franlun, that group cloaked in righteousness while pursuing self-serving agendas. I've heard they oversee all bases and execute tasks beyond the capacity of ordinary people. Indeed, Franlun may have its shortcomings. But I've heard of a formidable officer named Chiu, whose methods are exceptional. Is that you?" "Not me." Yikue pressed further. "Besides Chiu Zhao, the one who can command Franlun is the infamous presiding judge." "Where is he?" As he spoke, he began to cough violently, disdain evident in his eyes. "I've heard that the presiding judge can solve any case. Why not let him come? But I've also heard that your Franlun leader seems to lack abilities and has never been seen using any. In a world devoid of abilities, do you know what becomes of a person?" "Huh, what a waste." Yikue inhaled sharply, then spat the cigarette but onto the ground. "Isn't it strange? How did someone without abilities ascend to such a position?" The man remained silent, merely asking, "Do you have any other questions? You are from Franlun. What abilities do you possess?" "I have many. Which one are you inquiring about?" The chains binding Yikue emitted a harsh scraping sound as he pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth with a mischievous grin. "Too bad your leader is an ability-less waste. Perhaps you should let him come meet me. I could enlighten him on what true abilities are." With that, his muscles suddenly tensed, and he broke free from his chains, forcibly tearing the hooks from his chest. The sound of flesh being ripped apart echoed through the air as Yikue laughed maniacally. "You cannot confine me. Franlun cannot control me." The man opposite him glanced at the time, a slight frown forming. The The control over electricity and gravity surged towards him. You have delayed me for 5 minutes. What? Are you in a hurry to find a woman? The man seized a brand new iron lock from the torture rack, his fingers tracing the terrifying patterns and grooves etched upon its surface, while he disregarded the electric current coursing through him. Unfeeling, he ruthlessly pierced the chains through Yi Kuei's flesh, shattering every bone in his body. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Yi Kuei's lips as he endured unimaginable agony. His entire body convulsed in spasms. Do you wish for me to speak? The man's patience was wearing thin. Not inclined to speak? He slowly crouched down, tugging on the iron chains, tearing at every inch of Yi Kuei's muscle. Yet, his expression remained dispassionate. You had your chance during the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. I demand to see Chief Judge Franlin. Where is he? The man's fingertips glimmered with an enigmatic energy, reminiscent of green scales glowing faintly in the dark. After a moment, he chuckled softly. Right before you. Simultaneously, the visuals of the water prison abruptly cut off within the elevator, triggering an alarm. The system announced that Captain Ling Lang had not authorized the command. The command was erroneous. Warning, your facial recognition, fingerprints, and all identifiable features have been recorded. The alarm has been activated and the entire base has been alerted to a third-party breach. Pursuit will commence in 10 seconds, pending prosecutor approval. Pei Xiqing took a step back, nearly colliding with the small white figure at her feet. With no time to ponder, she hastily pressed the elevator button, pulling the small white creature along with her. We must hurry. Perhaps it was merely a trick of her anxious mind. But the personnel within the central base seemed to be stirring restlessly as she exited. She traversed the corridor designated for those permitted to use the elevator, encountering little obstruction. Yet, Pei Xiqing felt as though the eyes of those she passed were scrutinizing her, filled with suspicion or malice. Nevertheless, they remained inactive. Perhaps she was simply overthinking? Just as she and the small white creature were about to exit the building, the soldiers stationed at the entrance instantly assumed a state of alert, sealing the doorway tightly. Subsequently, dozens of supernatural beings began to enter the building, conducting searches. She halted abruptly, stepping back a few paces. A throng of individuals rushed in, indiscriminately inspecting everyone passing by, sparing hardly anyone. Seeing them approach, Pei Xiqing swiftly pulled the small white creature back. It was still perplexed, spinning in circles, when she yanked it into the stairwell. The stairwell was nearly deserted, primarily occupied by those utilizing the elevator. Pei Xiqing donned the hat from her pocket and concealed her face. Cautiously, she navigated through the stairwell and various floors. It was vast and spacious, and she had lost all sense of her whereabouts. There was no way for her to return to the elevator now. The stairwell undoubtedly housed surveillance cameras, and the group of supernatural beings would soon be on her trail. Pei Xiqing's mind was consumed by a singular thought. She could not be captured. If apprehended, it would spell her doom. Both she and the small white creature would become caged monstrosities, bound in chains, imprisoned by these individuals, destined to become mere commodities on the streets. Frantically ascending, the height of the building was unimaginable. She had no idea how many flights of stairs she had climbed, but eventually, it was the small white creature that urged her onward. Pei Xiqing felt utterly drained. The stairwell seemed interminable, and despair began to creep in. Exhausted, she collapsed against the railing, gasping for breath, while the small white creature sensed the impending danger, tugging at the rope, urging her to continue upward. Pei Xiqing could barely move, feeling as though her heart might leap from her chest. If this continued, she would surely faint from the exertion of climbing the stairs. She had no clue which floor she had reached, but as she lifted her head, there stood Ling Lang in the stairwell, leaning casually against the wall, assembling a firearm with practiced ease. Having not seen him for several days, he had changed out of his usual combat attire into something more relaxed, resembling a clean and crisp training outfit. His white hair was partially concealed beneath a cap, with a few strands falling onto his forehead. He had likely spotted her long ago. After assembling a gun, he tucked it into his military boot. His gaze laced with amusement, but he whistled, engaging in thievery. Are we? Pei Xiqing jumped in surprise. What are you doing here? Ling Lang straightened, stretching casually. Just came to handle a few matters. Those old geezers enjoy bickering with me. I was preparing to assemble a gun in the stairwell and confront anyone who annoys me, he continued. But can someone explain why, upon my arrival, I find a certain individual looking quite guilty? Have you stolen something or offended someone? His gaze sharpened. In the base, no one dares to bully you, right? Not at all. TSK. Ling Lang scrutinized her. Is that so? Absolutely not. Well then, That's a relief. I thought there might be some fool in the base who would dare to cross you, leaving you to cry in a corner somewhere. That is not the case at all. Pei Xiqing whispered, you truly startled me. Are you genuinely planning to confront them after assembling that gun in the stairwell? Of course. Ling Lang shrugged. It's you who feels guilty. Only those with a guilty conscience would be frightened. Pei Xiqing suddenly recalled something. Are you here all day? Just returned from the outskirts after killing some zombies. But things have been quite peaceful lately. That he glanced at Pei Xiqing, deliberately intimidating her. Beneath the calm, great conspiracies often brew. Something significant will transpire in the base soon. Do you believe it? Pei Xiqing paused. What do you mean? Hard to say. That it pertains to some underhanded dealings at underground auctions, and it's rather troublesome that in any case. During this period, if you can avoid going out, do so. Be cautious, or you may not even know how you met your end. As for walking the dog, you can easily delegate that task to someone else. Does the base have dog walking services? What? Pei Xiqing responded, I doubt anyone would be willing to walk the small white creature for me. It is a zombie, just like me, and many would be frightened. Ling Lang fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Am I not human? Pei Xiqing was taken aback. Do you even have time to walk a dog? I thought Captain Ling Lang was a busy person. That I have no time, but walking a dog isn't much different from training. Take it out for a run of 10 kilometers, and it'll behave. Pei Xiqing pressed her lips together. That makes sense. Taking a dog for a walk truly is about exhausting their energy. Once they return, they'll be ready for a deep slumber. Ling Lang crossed his arms. Honestly, in the coming days, don't venture out too often. There are numerous unstable factors. If anything happens, I won't have the time to look out for you. I understand. Pei Xiqing was inexplicably reminded of the scene she had witnessed in the elevator earlier. The criminal impaled by iron chains and the composed man confronting him sent a chill down her spine. Do you have any witnesses or evidence? She inquired. When you went out? Of course that I was with Fu Feng and Nye Bin. Why do you ask? Never mind. Having witnesses was sufficient. Should anything occur and Ling Lang be held accountable, it wouldn't matter. Pei Xiqing felt somewhat guilty around him. Earlier, when she used the control panel in the elevator, she had input the command for her home, only to remember later that Ling Lang had used the same command. As she continued to ascend, Ling Lang leisurely followed behind. Why do you suddenly ask me this? Usually, you don't behave like this when you see me. Noticing she could barely stand yet insisted on climbing further, he frowned slightly and grasped her arm. Where are you heading? Pei Xiqing replied. No time to explain. You'd best keep your distance from me. What's wrong? Ling Lang didn't release her grip, tightening his hold. What happened? I can help you. The sky is falling. Ling Lang chuckled. How can the sky be falling? Your sky seems far too fragile. Pei Xiqing struggled against him. There's truly no time for explanations. Either come with me to find a hiding place, or keep your distance. Ling Lang asked. Do you even know which floor this is? I don't know. The 28th floor. The 30th floor is my office area. Shall I take you there to hide? Observing her frantic demeanor, Ling Lang ceased his relentless inquiries, releasing her with a prompt. If you wish to come, do so swiftly. Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in protest. No, we cannot go to Duanji's office. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized that the most perilous places could also be the most secure. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to follow him, prioritizing the need to evade the group of superpowered individuals pursuing her. Following Ling Lang, the path was clear and unobstructed, with no one in sight on the upper floors. As the door swung open, Pei Xiqing pulled Xiaobai inside, urging Ling Lang to enter hastily. The office boasted a futuristic decor, replete with high-tech electronic devices. It was spacious and serene. Upon entering, she began to search for hiding spots for Xiaobai. Ling Lang lounged casually on the desk, his legs draped nonchalantly, watching her frantically rummage through the contents of the room. That's my brother's safe. It contains crucial documents. That box is my arms cache. Opening it will trigger an explosion. And that over there is the central control panel of the base. If you press anything, you'll be globally wanted in 2 seconds. Pei Xiqing turned back, unable to suppress a glare at him. If you're of no help, just leave. I wouldn't want to drag you down with me. Ling Lang raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. You really are acting like a thief, yet you fear to burden me? Indeed, I am about to become a significant criminal within the base. Now I'm somewhat intrigued. I wonder if my brother would truly imprison you. Pei Xiqing paused, her gaze dropping as silence enveloped her. Ling Lang approached, hands in pockets. Regardless of what trouble you've stirred, as long as it isn't murder, arson, or moral depravity, My brother hasn't expressed any stance. Why the rush? Even if something goes awry, both my brother and I will take care of you. Don't look so pitiful. One might think I'm bullying you. That made sense. Stalin had yet to utter a word. She need not crumble under pressure. Even if something had transpired, it was already too late to change it. Ling Lang sensed an unease. Why does it feel like every time I encounter you, I land in a pitfall? Are you ensnaring me? Pei Xiqing replied, Guess that it matters not if you're worried. I can go help you check things out. Then swing by my brother to gauge the situation. Ling Lang declared, You stay here. Even if someone comes, they wouldn't dare enter casually. With that, he departed. Seated in the chair, Pei Xiqing caressed Xiaobai, her hand propping up her cheek. A frown etched with concern. Xiaolin was the presiding judge, embodying the brooding antagonist from the stories. Cruel, cunning, and perpetually at odds with the protagonists. Her mind was in turmoil. Regarding Xiaolin, she felt a complex blend of fear rather than the anger and defiance that typically followed deception. She genuinely felt lost as to how to proceed. Even if Xiaolin posed no threat to her, having triggered the system's pursuit meant the base might no longer harbor her. The secrets of the base exposed to an outsider could spell punishment for countless individuals. If she were to be captured by those within the base, her chances of escape would vanish. Here, it was an unending hell for the undead. Even with Xiaolin nearby, she remained an outlier. Outliers would never find acceptance in the mundane world. Pei Xiqing stared at the still quiet door, softly murmuring, Zombies and humans cannot coexist. Can they? Xiaobai, unable to comprehend, remained silently by her side. She gently stroked its fur. Xiaobai was her sole companion. Traversing this alternate realm, her wholly different identity and circumstances had repeatedly stripped her of a sense of security. Perhaps solitude and silence were the paths she was destined to tread. Meanwhile, within the water prison, Xiaolin received a warning directive from the system. Initially dismissive, he continued to interrogate Yi Kuei, but as Yi Kuei painfully uttered a name, the communicator chimed simultaneously that a directive from the base arrived, a capture order. The man wiped his bloodied fingers with a handkerchief, his eyes narrowing. Opening the capture order's detailed document, he recognized a familiar, beautiful face. How intriguing. When did this occur? A subordinate murmured, 10 minutes ago. Should the capture order be approved? The higher-ups had already initiated the apprehension efforts. Xiaolin discarded the handkerchief, a smirk playing on his lips. Where is she now? She seems to be evading pursuit, likely circling the building, and is currently in your office. The man's gaze deepened as he turned to leave. Entering the elevator, he ascended rapidly. The third floor below the water prison connected to the base building. The elevator sped upward, finally halting on the 30th floor. Xiaolin arrived with his team, while the base's head was leading a group of superpowered individuals toward them. The head, his face marred with worry, muttered curses under his breath, yet upon spotting Xiaolin, he adopted a respectful demeanor. Judgment leader, Xiaolin inquired. Looking for someone. There's a traitor in the base. We are conducting a comprehensive lockdown and search. It's a woman who doesn't know her place. We are unsure how she infiltrated, yet she has manipulated our internal elevator and potentially stolen numerous documents. But rest assured, Judgment leader, we will apprehend her swiftly. Have slipped unnoticed into the heart of the base. She must be quite formidable. If she proves to be tough, we may require your assistance in prying information from her. Xiaolin's expression was inscrutable, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. When it came to his expertise in interrogation, he remained indifferent. The base head, feeling anxious, hesitated to speak and decided to lead his team away. In that case, I won't delay further. I'll take my squad and search below. Just as they were about to depart, the man spoke slowly. Cancel the pursuit. The head was taken aback. Why? That woman's origins are unclear. She likely aims for the base's secrets. She is in my grasp. What? I will interrogate her personally. Very well, that's splendid. I trust the judgment leader will provide us with a fair assessment. Xiaolin remained non-committal, soon leading his team inward. Standing before the office door, he raised his hand to push it open but found it immovable. Open the door. Pei Xiqing, lost in thought on the sofa, was startled by the voice and instinctively retreated with Xiaobai. Hearing the door creak open, she had nowhere to hide and collided directly with Xiaolin. The man's sleeves were stained with blood, his eyes filled with a menacing fury, the very visage of a dark antagonist. Noticing her gaze, he casually rolled up his sleeve, advancing step by step toward her. Pei Xiqing found herself at a loss for words, instinctively stepping back to evade the bloodied touch of his hand. Duan Xiaolin's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with an icy smile beneath his glasses. What are you avoiding? Or what are you truly afraid of? Pei Xiqing's back pressed against the office desk, forced to retreat 2 steps as the man closed in. The desk felt chilly against her palm, and she flinched upon contact, struggling against the chilling pressure emanating from his gaze. Just as she was about to speak, the man encircled her waist, drawing her onto his desk. Are you afraid of me? Duan Xiaolin's gaze lowered, his demeanor somber, his towering figure wedged between her knees, blocking all avenues of retreat. She found herself utterly restrained, unable to move even slightly. Pei Xiqing fell silent for a moment. Feeling his grip tighten around her waist, she slightly tilted her head to meet his piercing gaze. I merely find this situation rather astonishing. Why? I never imagined you would be that lord from Falinlun. Shall I fault you for not informing me sooner? Pei Xiqing's body stiffened, myriad thoughts flashing through her eyes, but none bore resentment. No, it was my oversight. In hindsight, there were numerous clues. I simply failed to connect the dots. Pei Xiqing spoke softly. I mentioned before that I held a keen interest in Falinlun and wished to meet that lord. You chose not to point it out. So it is you, she murmured. Realization dawning upon her, I should have figured it out sooner. Duan Xiaolin has always been associated with Franlin, regardless of his connection to the arch-villain, as long as he bears the identity of Franlin. It is likely that he will ultimately converge paths with the antagonist. In some sense, the outcomes are rather similar. Pei Xiqing blinked, mustering the courage to meet his gaze, her eyes betraying a mix of regret and shyness. Duan Ge. If only you had informed me sooner, I would not have had to take such risks. Had you mentioned being the arch-villain earlier, I would not have been left to guess so wildly. In fact, she found herself more eager to meet the villain, especially upon discovering that he alone could match the protagonist blow for blow. She was curious to see him, to understand the essence of the man who possessed such formidable abilities and a rich inner world. She longed to know why he was subjected to forced diminishment later on and what the true ending of his tale was. Yet, had he not spoken, she would not have ventured to think in that direction in the immediate term. It was the words of those individuals in the elevator that had sown the seeds of doubt in her mind. Duan Xiaolin inquired, Then why did you run? I feared being captured. If they seize me and Xiaobai, wouldn't that spell disaster for us? She retorted. Am I about to gain notoriety at the base? Indeed, Duan Xiaolin affirmed. They all believe a spy has infiltrated, mistaking you for someone involved in the black market and underground dealings. Instinctively, Pei Xiqing clutched the hem of his garment, her knuckles paling. What? A spy? What nonsense is this? Xiaobai, being nearby, let out a pitiful sound, as if to convey its grievances. Duan Xiaolin remained silent, his gaze fixed on her features. Noticing her delicate fingers gripping the bloodstains on his sleeve, he seized her wrist, commanding, Let go. Pei Xiqing assumed he disapproved and hastily released her grip, though her body swayed unsteadily, prompting her to brace herself against the table. Duan Xiaolin removed his coat and tossed it aside, inching closer once more. Had she not seen the earlier scene, she had indeed been somewhat intimidated by him just moments before, hesitating for a few seconds before shaking her head and then nodding. At times, she was unafraid. Other times, a flicker of fear lingered within her. Duan Xiaolin inhaled deeply. When was she fearless? Pei Xiqing met his gaze, her beautiful eyes clearly reflecting his handsome visage. She extended a hand, slowly caressing his face. When I'm in your presence, I am unafraid. The man paused. Pei Xiqing continued. Like now, she was not deterred by his bloodied attire, nor did she fear his darker, more ominous side. Astonishment dominated her thoughts. Do you think I would be frightened into fleeing from you? Which is why you were angered before? She clarified. It was merely a reflex. Please do not take it to heart. Duan Xiaolin appeared to exhale in relief. He turned his head, his lips brushing against her soft palm. Did I frighten you? Pei Xiqing felt a jolt. Wanting to withdraw but being firmly held in place, she could only muster the courage to nod. A bit, but I can understand. Without rules, one cannot establish order. If one must always wear a pleasant facade in the face of heinous criminals, then Franlin serves no purpose, and no one would dare to confront crime, nor would anyone fear punishment. If you do not exhibit a fierce demeanor, you will be bullied. She lifted her delicate face, expressing concern. What crime did that person commit? It is evident he is a criminal. Why is he so overbearing, attempting to harm you with supernatural abilities? At that moment, she was equally attentive to Duan Xiaolin, worried he might fall victim, which ultimately led her to feel frightened. The coldness in Duan Xiaolin's gaze gradually dissipated. The sharpness and iciness from before softened into gentleness and indulgence. He was one of the informants in the organ trafficking organization. No wonder he had been so reluctant to reveal the mastermind behind it. Indeed. Then I believe what you did earlier was not wrong. It was merely my inability to bear such a scene, she confessed, still shaken. I am slowly coming to terms with the cruelty and various bloody horrors of this world, as well as the dark base you speak of that is anything but tranquil. Yet, I am not a person who can remain entirely unperturbed by such brutal images. There is little choice. In comparison to their existence, modern individuals often lead monotonous lives, enduring the daily grind of mundane existence. Although I am a star, I cannot escape this reality. She could accept it, but that did not imply her heart remained unaffected. Initially, I was indeed taken aback, but upon considering your identity, it felt normal. Those people deserve their fate. Their actions are intolerable by any moral standard. Why can't you adapt? He inquired. 5 years have passed. Those who have survived until now should have adapted. Pei Xiqing refrained from disclosing her experience of transmigrating into a book. Instead, recounting her past encounters, that it was her first time bringing this up, and the man listened with great patience. He wished to convey to Pei Xiqing that in his presence, there was no need to force herself to adapt. Yet, the stubbornness in her eyes made him smile, prompting him to rephrase, "You are not the only one who struggles to adapt." "What do you mean?" "I, too, did not achieve this composure in and out of prison cells overnight. Nor do I face criminals with unflinching calmness. There were moments of anxiety. 5 years ago, I was just like you, plagued by sleepless nights, haunted by dreams of innocent blood staining my hands." Pei Xiqing's eyes widened in surprise. "Then how did you adapt? What qualifications do those unworthy of being called humans in this apocalypse have to instill fear?" "I understand now," Pei Xiqing replied. "No longer fixating on the matter, I will continue to strive to adapt. After all, I am a survivor. And no matter what happens in the future, I will ensure my own safety. Above all else, I must escape with style." She turned her gaze back to the man. Puzzled, "How did you know I was having nightmares?" Duan Xiaolin remained silent. He followed the path of her fingertips, kissing his way to the corner of her lips. The kiss came swiftly. Pei Xiqing barely had time to react. Her fingers clutching the fabric of his shirt, exerting a slight pressure to keep herself upright. She knew it. Duan Xiaolin was indeed someone who could be soothed, and far more easily than she had anticipated. Expressing the words that had been trapped within her heart alleviated much of the tension she had felt. She ceased to evade the kiss, closing her eyes, until her body could no longer sustain itself. Toppling backward until her back met the cold surface of the table, realizing only then that her jacket had been lifted without her notice, her entire back lay exposed to the air. And as it made contact with the exquisitely cold table, she shivered involuntarily, clutching at the collar of the man's shirt, quietly protesting. "It's so cold." The indoor temperature was not low, yet the surface of the table was indeed frigid. "I should have told you sooner to prevent you from running about in such a panic," Duan Xiaolin conceded softly, loosening his grip on her. "It was my fault." Pei Xiqing wrapped her arms around his neck, murmuring, "It's not entirely your fault. I share some responsibility too. Do tell." "What?" She hadn't anticipated he would take her seriously. She had merely been polite. Unable to restrain herself, Pei Xiqing playfully punched him. "What on earth? I was not at fault at all." Duan Xiaolin's pupils darkened, a deep meaning flickering in his eyes. "You change your stance quite swiftly. Do you not? Were it not for my accidental intervention, would you have continued to deceive me?" The words of this man were riddled with traps. "I have long since informed you." "How would I know?" Pei Xiqing caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye at the documents on the table. Spotting the signature beneath the heading that required the presiding judge's personal sign-off, boldly inscribed with Duan Xiaolin's name, several documents he had previously taken home for processing bore the address to the Honorable Presiding Judge. Had she taken a moment to scrutinize the documents, this predicament would not have arisen. Pei Xiqing's ears flushed crimson. "They said it was confidential, which is sufficient proof that I genuinely did not peek at the documents in your possession." Duan Xiaolin chuckled. "Indeed." Pei Xiqing struggled to extricate herself. Pushing against his chest, before her toes could touch the ground, the man swept her back into his arms. "You have yet to acknowledge your mistake. My integrity stands firm against shadows, and I am bold enough to face the consequences. Yet, you fail to commend me. You wish for me to acknowledge my faults?" Pei Xiqing bit her lip. "You are simply..." "Simply what?" He arched an eyebrow. "Simply bullying me." Duan Xiaolin, clearly in high spirits, pressed her against the table, cupping her cheeks and showering her with gentle kisses, one after another. However, before long, His baser instincts emerged uncontrollably. Standing at the edge of the table, his expression inscrutable, his hands roamed freely, gliding from her delicate skin down into her loosely draped coat, parting the thin straps within, caressing every inch of her body. Pei Xiqing felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Each time, he delighted in teasing her, especially in such circumstances. Breathless from his kisses, she couldn't help but bite him. The force of her nibble seemed to awaken something deep within him, drawing her into a passionate kiss that nearly left her gasping for air. You have committed a grave error. Pause. His breath remained steady, his demeanor unchanged. He whispered in her ear. What? He replied. Even if you unleash chaos, you may always come to me. Kissing her lips once more, the cold-hearted man uttered a tender phrase. Have faith in me, my dear. She jolted awake, her eyes wide open. Duan Xiaolin was calmly fastening the loosened straps for her. His glasses remained impeccably in place, undisturbed by their prior actions that he worked meticulously. Having inadvertently damaged the straps of her innerwear, which were particularly loose, exposing glimpses of what lay beneath, his touch was gentle, yet lacking finesse. After 5 minutes, he merely tied a couple more knots in her shoulder straps. His fingers brushed against her shoulder with a deliberate slowness, each stroke lingering. She couldn't help but suspect that Duan Xiaolin was intentionally tormenting her. Having been kissed senseless and thoroughly groped, she felt as if she were stripped bare. Her sensitivity heightened, his careless touches made her body flush with heat, igniting a yearning for more of his caress. She hastily grasped his hand. Let me do it myself. Duan Xiaolin's gaze darkened, and as he withdrew his hand, his eyes glinted ominously. Very well. Just as she managed to fasten her undergarments, he seized her arm, pinning it behind her back, leaning down toward her. His voice was husky. Not secured properly. I have secured it. No, you haven't. His fingertip flicked, sending it slipping down again. With one hand firmly holding her arm behind her, he leaned in close. He lowered his head, his breath cascading over her collarbone, each kiss growing more fervent. Pei Xiqing instantly realized his intentions. He intended to kiss her without restraint. Summoning unexpected courage, she extracted her hand and grasped his chin. Wait a moment. Duan Xiaolin allowed her to turn his face. Merely inquiring, do you desire me in more places? Was that question too presumptuous? Pei Xiqing deliberately arched her eyes, her fingertips tracing his Adam's apple, trailing downwards. Should I still acknowledge my faults? Duan Xiaolin narrowed his eyes. No need. Though she was said to be naive about love, her gaze alternated between innocent and alluring, resembling a bewildered enchantress. He stated coolly, are you sure you wish to continue this game with me? Pei Xiqing's fingers twitched. Oh no. She had touched a sensitive nerve. Yet, she felt no fear. Her heart raced, quickening with excitement. Duan Xiaolin's sensitive areas were indeed open to her touch, though they would come with corresponding consequences. As for what those consequences entailed, she chose not to ponder at this moment. Do not be angry, dear brother, she said, wrapping her arms around his neck. There are many outside who wish to capture me, accusing me of being a spy. That I feel rather anxious. I fear we might be interrupted mid-encounter. Would that leave you with a psychological scar? That could impact your performance, you know. Duan Xiaolin gripped her chin. Who taught you to speak such nonsense? Pei Xiqing replied. Do you not wish to engage in such activities with me? The man's expression remained stern. Yet you clearly enjoy it, she added. Her words struck a chord deep within him. Duan Xiaolin had lost count of how many times a woman had ensnared him like this, but he knew it was always because of her. When Ling Lang arrived, the search team was rigorously combing through each floor of the base. Upon spotting him, the guard stationed at the entrance approached to block his path. Captain, routine inspection. He nonchalantly raised his arm. Proceed. After a thorough examination, the soldiers stepped aside, allowing him passage. Captain, please. Ling Lang inquired. What have you found? Nothing yet, but they say a spy has been captured, currently in the judge's office. That we are searching for any accomplices, ensuring no second spy has infiltrated. The judge's office? Ling Lang responded. And then? The judge should be interrogating the spy now. It should not be long before they confessed. He scoffed. A spy. Merely a panicking fool. Upon learning the details, he found Pei Xiqing remarkably bold and clever, managing to figure out how to operate the base's control panel. Ling Lang took the elevator upstairs. As he arrived, he noticed the office door was firmly shut. His hand hesitated mid-air, then stopped. Leaning against the wall, he seemed lost in thought, vexedly raking his fingers through his hair. Revealing his agitation, for anyone else, he would have barged in and taken them away, but the individual inside was someone he deeply respected. Ling Lang sighed. his inner turmoil becoming increasingly apparent, his expression darkening. Just then, the door swung open from within. Duan Xiaolin, adjusting his cuff, lifted his gaze to meet Ling Lang's. "You've arrived?" Ling Lang stood tall. "Brother, you wouldn't actually be interrogating her, would you? I can vouch for her. She is no spy, merely someone who took a wrong turn." The man replied coolly, "I know. Then all is well that I have already arranged for her image records to be deleted. I just consulted Long Yin and requested her to erase the records." "Okay, come find me later. I have tasks for you." "Sure. Where is she?" As Ling Lang spoke, his eyes inadvertently caught a glaring kiss mark on his brother's neck, quickly obscured by the collar he had adjusted. He barely heard what his brother said next. His mind was a flurry. It wasn't until someone waved a hand in front of him that he snapped back to reality. Pei Xiqing, holding a small white dog, looked at him with curiosity. "What are you daydreaming about?" Ling Lang collected himself, gazing at the woman before him who was petting the dog. Her face flushed, he chuckled lightly. "Oh, nothing much. Just found you rather displeasing." "Is that so?" She replied, "I heard everything you discussed with Brother Duan." Speaking of which, she lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Moments ago in the office, she had nearly ignited a firestorm. Thankfully, her later charm had successfully diverted his attention, allowing him to deal with those attempting to apprehend her as a spy. After much coaxing, she had managed to persuade him to temporarily spare her. Ling Lang paused. "What a nuisance." Pei Xiqing patted the dog's head. "When will you learn to change your insincere ways?" "Who is being insincere?" "You. I am not." He replied, "If it weren't for my brother's sake, I wouldn't bother with you." Pei Xiqing smiled sweetly. Ling Lang was indeed stubborn, but he had a good heart, though she was unsure why Duan Xiaolin cared about her feelings towards him. However, it appears that she and Ling Lang share nothing more than a simple friendship. She desires to interact with him as any ordinary friend would, without the need for misunderstandings arising from trivial matters. Her feelings towards him remain unchanged from the past. Furthermore, Ling Lang has yet to express anything. Perhaps he is merely assisting out of consideration for Duan Xiaolin. If she were to respond with hostility, would she not be considered ungrateful? "Xiaobai seems to take a liking to you. Would you care to pet it? Did you not mention wanting to help me walk the dog?" Ling Lang hesitated for a few seconds before crouching down, extending his hand to tentatively touch Xiaobai. The dog, in turn, eagerly rubbed against him. Ling Lang froze momentarily, then stroked its fur, murmuring, "I understand. I apologize for the unnecessary trip," he added, dismissing the matter with indifference. Indeed. Pei Xiqing playfully nudged him with her shoulder. "Captain Ling Lang, you are magnanimous and will not hold this against me." Startled by her touch, Ling Lang abruptly stood, exclaiming, "You, don't touch me so recklessly. What's the matter? Are you injured?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." She fumbled, unsure of how to respond. Ling Lang gazed at her, his expression suddenly darkening, and he turned, leaving in a hurried and somewhat awkward manner. Pei Xiqing was left in a state of confusion. Was he truly injured? Halfway down the corridor, Ling Lang turned back. "What did my brother just say?" Pei Xiqing, bewildered, pointed upstairs. "It seems he mentioned you should go upstairs. There's a case for you to handle. And he asked you to gather your teammates. Did you not hear?" Ling Lang averted his gaze. "This is all your dog's fault for barking incessantly. Starting tomorrow, I shall personally take it out for military training." Pei Xiqing looked down at Xiaobai, who appeared to comprehend and lay down in a pitiful manner. She chuckled. "At last, you have a way to expend your energy." Ling Lang inquired, "And what about you? Do you need me to escort you home?" "No need," she replied. "I shall remain here. After all, I am still a spy." Although this accusation seemed somewhat absurd, it bore a semblance of truth. Who would have thought she could genuinely manipulate the control panel of the base? Even she had not anticipated that, if the charges are unfounded, you may leave whenever you wish to. "No, you go ahead and attend to your matters." The part of her reluctance stemmed from Duan Xiaolin's explicit instruction before his departure. "I will return once I have dealt with the matters at hand." It was clear he intended to come back personally and accompany her home. Any further contemplation on her part was unwelcome. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the atmosphere was tense, and the temperature plummeted following the man's proclamation from the head seat. Duan Xiaolin flung the falsified documents at several individuals, sneering, "This is the outcome you present to me." The man's face stiffened as he stammered, "Your Honor, this falls entirely outside your jurisdiction. Must you delve so deeply?" Before making such assertions, it would be wise to familiarize oneself with the laws of Franlin. After a brief pause, he continued, however, the base has always revered the powerful. One's ability is paramount. What we humans currently require is the strength to eliminate zombies decisively. Rather than becoming entangled in these trivial matters, are you not being overly pedantic? The true challenge lies in combating the zombies and the apocalypse itself. Your Honor, some matters ought to be overlooked. In this apocalypse, who doesn't wish to acquire some crystal cores to enhance their abilities? Only those without powers would prioritize the insignificant lives and human trafficking. Those few civilians, if sold, so be it. Our primary objective must be to rally the capable in this dire time. Indeed, Your Honor, not long ago, while on a mission, I encountered a team known as S1. Their captain and a woman are both exceptional talents, dual ability users. Such genius, if we could recruit them, they would undoubtedly be invaluable assets to the base. Precisely, dual abilities are exceedingly rare. Your focus should shift in that direction. Many in the meeting echoed this sentiment. Casting glances at Duan Xiaolin, their expressions tinged with skepticism and reproach, a loud crash reverberated through the room, startling everyone. Ling Lang had kicked over a chair and stood on it, glaring at the man who had spoken. Leaning in slowly, care to repeat that? The man, overwhelmed by Ling Lang's dual abilities, could barely utter a word and hastily retreated, ultimately collapsing in fear. Ling Lang scoffed derisively. You all revel in your luxuries while harboring trained zombies at home. Should I expose that fact? Or do you require me to gather your monstrous pets and investigate their identities one by one before you cease your mockery? Commissioner Chun, you have 8 at home, right? Major Lin, let me see. Ling Lang seized the list from Duan Xiaolin and displayed it on the monitoring screen. Oh, Major Lin, the dungeon houses over 20, several of whom were once living beings, drugged into monstrosities. And Commissioner Tang, your household. Tang Duan immediately coughed, lightly tapping the table. That's enough. Captain Ling Lang, I understand your point. Those we have are merely unfortunate souls. Without our intervention, they would not have survived to this day. We saved them. You're talking nonsense. Ling Lang seized his collar, ready to strike. Such a noble savior you are. For 5 years, the base has approached stability, yet the hearts of men are filthy, rife with scheming. If no one curbs these actions, in the end, only the powerful will remain, leading to an even more pronounced hierarchy, one tier consuming the next, ultimately leaving behind a pile of bones and those endlessly striving to ascend. No ordinary person will survive this. What need have we for abilities? The core issue is corruption. In this post-apocalyptic era, nearing a semblance of stability, the human heart is far more terrifying than the zombies. Captain Ling Lang, are you truly prepared to lay hands on me? The presiding judge has yet to speak. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are overstepping your boundaries. This is a provocation against the base's authority. I could easily report your behavior. You have also grossly violated my personal privacy. This datasheet is nothing but a farcical fabrication. Duan Xiaolin interjected calmly. Ling Lang turned to face him. Duan Xiaolin continued. Release Tang Duan. Taking a deep breath, Ling Lang relented. Thank you for your judgment. The man began to voice his gratitude, only to have his face struck askew. He was hurled against the wall with force. Ing appeared from nowhere, his face obscured by the unique mask of Franlin's members. He advanced slowly, dragging the man before Duan Xiaolin. The man, still struggling, managed to lift his head, only to find Ying's gun pressed to his temple. Franlin possesses the authority to execute anyone, be they high-ranking officials of the base or formidable ability users. With a dispassionate tone, Ing stated, Captain Ling Lang is not a member of Franlin and cannot act. But I can carry out your execution on behalf of the presiding judge. He then pulled the trigger. Blood splattered across the mask, momentarily blurring his vision. Without a flicker of emotion, he turned and asked, Judge, shall we continue the execution? Everyone present was acutely aware that the presiding judge of Franlin possessed no abilities, yet they were even more aware of the perilous nature of this man during the first year of the apocalypse. Franlin was not an organization to be trifled with. Each of his subordinates was a formidable character. The conference room plunged into an icy silence, blood trickling down, accompanied by an unsettling chill. Everyone held their breath, gazing at the man's cold, indifferent visage, struggling to find their own breaths. Duan Xiaolin had yet to utter a word, his calm gaze fixed upon the bloody documents in hand, sending shivers down the spines of all present. A few individuals crumpled to the floor, their legs giving way. Your Honor, We were mistaken. We shall return and immediately deal with those monsters. I assure you, there will be no more incidents. Absolutely. After a considerable duration. As the beads of sweat began to descend from their foreheads, the man in the main seat leisurely spoke. Now, I believe we can engage in a proper discussion. Indeed, we can converse. I shall grant you the opportunity to redeem yourselves. Yes, 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 honorable presiding judge, we shall certainly comply. Ling Lang kicked him aside and returned to his seat, attentively listening. Yes, yes, yes. A group of individuals obediently settled back into their chairs, their eyes filled with terror and unease. Yet the hatred simmering within them grew ever more intense. Pei Xiqing had nearly succumbed to sleep while awaiting in Duanstalin's office when she was roused by Xiaobai's gentle nudging. Just in time to hear a knock at the office door, Xiaobai fixated on the entrance with a watchful gaze. Clearly, it was an unfamiliar visitor. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already past 8 in the evening. The knocking persisted. She remained still. After all, no one dared to open this door without caution, especially as she had deliberately locked it. Unless it were a thief. The knocking continued for several seconds, gradually fading away. It seemed as if the visitor had departed. Through the partially open window, she caught the sound of voices complaining. A few individuals appeared rattled, frequently wiping the sweat from their brows in a secluded corner. One of them muttered, "Damn it, if it weren't for the support from Franlin and headquarters, those without abilities wouldn't stand a chance against us. They probably couldn't even handle a single one of our subordinates." Exactly. How dare they investigate so deeply? Let me speak plainly. No matter who comes, not even the King of Heaven could unearth the truth. His arrogant demeanor and ruthless methods would inevitably lead to retribution. Just wait and see. Moreover, wasn't it rumored that he had a beautiful woman by his side? Humph, I once thought he was truly noble, but it seems otherwise. What news do you have? Come here, I wish to speak with you. Pei Xiqing cautiously approached the window, but they had already moved far away. Their voices dwindled until they became inaudible. Her expression turned grave. No abilities. Who are they referring to? Duan Xiaolin. She ground her teeth. The urge to bite someone uncontrollable. Something stirred at her feet. The unusual tugging sensation jolting Pei Xiqing back to reality. She glanced down at Xiaobai, who looked up at her with an anxious expression. Its tail drooping, it bit her pant leg, only releasing its grip when it noticed her reaction. She crouched down, raising her hand to pat it, only to see her skin had turned a pale green. Rolling up her sleeve, she discovered greenish zombie lesions had spread across her entire arm, even reaching her neck and chest. The color was not yet deep, but her skin had begun to itch uncontrollably. As she stood, she steadied herself against the sofa, enduring the onslaught of intense itching and pain while silently striving to calm herself. She had not caught the specifics of their earlier conversation. The latter part had been too distant, but it was undoubtedly not good news. The meeting Duan Xiaolin had mentioned might not go smoothly either. Otherwise, those individuals would have recognized the people from the base and would not have spoken so freely. For some reason, hearing their discourse instilled an uncontrollable sense of unease in her. By the time she regained her composure, she had already transformed. Could it be that the spread of the zombie virus was linked to her emotional state? Contemplating this, Pei Xiqing attempted to steady herself, taking a deep breath just as the sound of a door opening echoed from the entrance. This was not the usual sound of a door being opened with a command, but rather the jangle of keys. Realizing it might not be Duan Xiaolin, she swiftly crouched down, hiding behind the sofa. Xiaobai followed suit, their breaths audible in the quiet office. If an outsider were to enter, she absolutely could not be seen in her current state. Before Pei Xiqing could ponder other possibilities, a somewhat familiar female voice drifted through. Xiaqing Yu stood just outside the office, separated by a mere door, her gaze scanning the empty room. Pressing her ear to her headset, she remarked, "He is not here, and I cannot retrieve the documents. You should seek other means." The response from the other end was inaudible, prompting her to turn away, disinterested. "Come on, do you really think I'm a spy? The fact that I can risk standing here already raises suspicions that I cannot obtain the items, so you must find someone else." With that, she abruptly ended the communication. Xiaqing Yu cast a glance at the closed door. She had tried every possible command, but could not gain entry. It was truly infuriating. Only after she left did Pei Xiqing peek out from behind the sofa. Her brow slightly furrowed as she watched Xiaqing Yu's retreating figure. This person, wasn't she the one mentioned by Ying? What was she doing here? And with whom had she just been conversing, seeking to take something from Duan Xiaolin? Ugh, lacking the energy to contemplate further, Pei Xiqing pressed her hand firmly against the increasingly unbearable itch. her hair damp with sweat within moments. Sweat trickled down her forehead as she softly gasped. Sliding down to the ground and leaning against Xiaobai, silently enduring the outbreak of the virus. Time stretched on, each passing moment an agonizing torment, when Xiaobai stirred beside her once more. She opened her eyes to see a familiar figure striding towards her. She attempted to utter something, but found herself unable to hold on, collapsing to the ground. She had not completely lost consciousness. Rather, her body was devoid of strength, unable to lift even her arms. It was only when Duan Xiaolin seized her arm to raise her that she realized how her awareness had returned. Blood. The floor was stained with her blood. Somehow, she had cut her arm with a shard of glass, her mind devoid of any recollection of the event. Duan Xiaolin immediately called for a doctor. Tightly gripping the wound on her arm as he performed emergency measures with the bandages at hand. The bleeding was relentless, and Pei Xiqing, half-lidded, whispered, "Don't stop the bleeding just yet." Only then could she experience some relief. The pain from the virus within her body began to subside. Duan Xiaolin pressed his lips together, wordlessly insisting on halting the bleeding. An hour later, the doctor she had seen earlier, Zhanda, treated her wound. Drawing a vial of her blood to place in a cooler before standing and addressing Duan Xiaolin, "Honorable presiding judge, this young lady's blood requires further examination. It may take some time to yield results. So please be patient over the next few days. Ensure she avoids emotional fluctuations and contact with high mutant zombies." As he spoke, he glanced at Xiaobai in the corner. "I just conducted a preliminary examination on it. The zombie virus it carries is relatively mild. As long as proper precautions are taken post-contact, the previous intense itching should not recur. Her condition is quite peculiar, and I will need to consult my master. Otherwise, I cannot decipher it alone. It is extraordinarily unusual. Fortunately, Miss Pei's situation is not overly perilous. Although the injected serum was ineffective, the bleeding has been staunched. Had we delayed any longer, she might have bled out and faced the risk of fainting at any moment." Pei Xiqing listened, her mind racing. If her previous itching had stemmed from contact with Xiaobai, and the zombie virus had not dissipated, what then caused this latest emotional turmoil? Could it truly serve as a reference? Her thoughts jumbled. She did not even notice when the doctor departed. Once she regained her composure, only she and Duan Xiaolin remained in the office, along with a zombie and a zombie dog. Pei Xiqing inquired, "Brother Duan, did the doctor mention what would happen to Xiaobai?" She remembered the doctor stating that Xiaobai would be treated as a test subject. The man sat silently at his desk, organizing the papers before him. She pressed her hand against the wound on her arm and stood up, approaching the desk. But before she could take 2 steps, Duan Xiaolin interjected, "Sit." The building remained brightly lit, revealing numerous areas where work continued. It seemed the base operated without a set schedule. Shifts were ongoing around the clock. She asked, "What is going on? Weren't we supposed to go home together? Haven't you finished yet?" "Almost." "All right then, I shall wait for you." Pei Xiqing settled back into her seat, yet her gaze frequently drifted toward the man. Duan Xiaolin maintained an impassive expression, betraying no hint of emotion. It wasn't until she finally took hold of Xiaobai's hand and followed the man home, only to notice his continued silence and the way he trailed behind her, that she began to sense his apparent anger. Throughout their journey, Duan Xiaolin had not uttered a single word to her. His countenance was cold, and his eyes radiated an unmistakable aura of detachment that deterred anyone nearby from approaching. As they neared home, a cluster of gossiping aunties obstructed their path, and she swiftly maneuvered past them. When the front door came into view, she deliberately slowed her pace, waiting for the man to catch up, and then, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, grasped his hand. Duan Xiaolin glanced down and asked, Please don't be angry," she implored. "I don't quite understand what happened. When I heard those people speaking, I lost control a bit, but I promised to learn self-restraint in the future." She surmised that Duan Xiaolin was likely upset over her injury in the office, where she had refused to stop the bleeding. Yet, at that moment, she felt powerless. Only the sensation of pain could quell the physical discomfort and incessant itchiness. She recounted everything she had witnessed in the office, including the incident with Xia Jingyu. The man's reaction was predictably muted, as if he had anticipated her words. Pei Xiqing squeezed his palm, realizing they were likely preparing some form of retaliation, and urged him to be cautious. With a hint of vulnerability in her voice, she added, "But I fear that one day, if I truly lose control and become a monster, what would you do?" Duan Xiaolin's grip on her hand tightened suddenly as he pushed open the door and pulled her inside. In a lowered voice, he queried, "What do you think?" You might occasionally think of me." She replied with a flutter of her eyelashes, and that would suffice if such a day were to come. She would only occasionally remember him. Should any unforeseen calamity arise, the chasm between zombies and humans would remain insurmountable. She was acutely aware of this reality and did not harbor excessive hope regarding their romantic entanglement. Sometimes, knowing when to stop or indulging in the present moment was more than enough. No one was irreplaceable. In the next instant, Pei Xiqing found herself lifted off the ground, her back colliding against the door with a jolt. Though it stung, his hand cushioned the impact, yet the force of the motion was significant. In shock, she wrapped her arms around his neck, calling out, "Duan Gu." The shadowed gaze behind his glasses was foreboding. Through the thin lenses, she found herself unable to decipher his thoughts. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she softly murmured, "Isn't it true? If, before completely losing consciousness and turning into a monster, I could share this memory with you, it would be worth it to me." After all, it was remarkable that a character meant to perish had survived this long. Far exceeding her expectations in any case, it was a gain. If she could share more time with Duan Xiaolin, it would be a form of enjoyment, compared to those who endured trials together or couples who had to face countless hardships to find their happiness. She preferred direct and bold connections, especially since Duan Xiaolin seemed to share this sentiment. "Don't you think so, Duan Gu?" she probed. "Life is long for both humans and zombies. Where will I go next? And what will I become? No one knows that if we cherish these days together, wouldn't that be a significant gain for both of us?" Duan Xiaolin fell silent. Moments later, he suddenly smiled. Yet, Pei Xiqing felt a chill run down her spine. Her optimistic and bright vision for the future appeared somewhat naive in his eyes. Her fingers trembled as she instinctively clutched the fabric of his shirt, wrinkling it and robbing it of its elegance. Duan Xiaolin's long, cold fingers brushed against her cheek, resembling a frigid serpent as he said, "Your condition today is unusual. We will discuss it in detail later. For now, go take a shower and avoid touching your wounds." As he carried her into the room, his movements were gentle, and his tone devoid of any anger. All emotions seemed to be under his control. A sense of unease gripped Pei Xiqing, persisting even as she washed up in the bathroom. Once she emerged, dressed in her sleepwear with her hair tucked behind her ears, she expected to find Duan Xiaolin waiting on the sofa, but he was actually in the yard. Shadow and two others donning identical masks were also present. They were from the Franlin organization. Seeing her exit, Shadow lowered his gaze and stated, "Chief Justice, I shall take my leave now." The man nodded in acknowledgement before turning away. "It's getting late. You should rest," he advised. "Didn't you want to discuss what happened earlier?" She inquired. "There's no rush," he replied. "We have time, so let us take it slow." The last two words were pronounced softly. Pei Xiqing felt a pang of trepidation, thinking that Shadow had come to convey something of great importance, indicating that he would soon be busy again. She nodded obediently and retreated into her room. The wound on her hand still throbbed faintly, and while the zombie virus was no longer as itchy as before, several areas bore visible scratches from her inability to control herself. The zombie spots on her skin began to fade over time. Lying on her bed, she could hear the sound of Duan Xiaolin showering in the bathroom, but despite her attempts, sleep eluded her. It was unclear how much time had passed. Fatigue overwhelmed her, and she eventually succumbed to sleep. Perhaps it was due to the chaotic events of the day that she initially felt anxious, but soon her slumber became clouded, leaving her unaware of the occurrences outside. She slept soundly, though she lost track of time. Feeling as though she could not open her eyes, trapped within a series of nightmares, an indeterminate moment, she once again slipped into a dream, where she encountered the Pei Xiqing of this world. She had long since transformed into a zombie. Her face smeared with filth and her body covered in oozing sores and decaying flesh. In the apocalyptic landscape, the main group was ahead, and she yearned to catch up, but with each step, her body felt heavier. As if ensnared, upon glancing down, she saw that her lower body was grotesquely intertwined, organs spilling out in a terrifying display. In this state, iron chains bound her neck and limbs, the kind used in the base. She was a mere spectacle for the base's inhabitants. A twisted human ornament. Startled, Pei Xiqing jolted awake, sitting up from her soft bed, her entire body icy cold. Even under the covers, she felt no warmth. The room was empty. Duan Xiaolin was nowhere to be found. Pei Xiqing panted heavily, the horror of the vivid dream still fresh in her mind. She threw aside the covers, slipped on her slippers, and checked her phone. To her astonishment, she had slept for an entire day and night. It was now nearly 10 o'clock on the second evening. Swiftly, she pushed open the door and stepped outside. The man stood in the yard just as he had before she fell asleep. The night was profoundly dark, the yard unlit, and his tall silhouette loomed like a specter. Pei Xiqing bit her lip and cautiously approached, but as she opened the door, she heard a squelching sound from the ground, accompanied by a heavy, slithering noise. Looking down, she saw nothing but emptiness. Swallowing hard, she moved closer to speak to the man, but from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a pair of bloodless feet, their flesh pale and marred by dried blood, being dragged away by someone from the shadows. Pei Xiqing's mind spun, and her face drained of color. Who was Duan Gu, and what creature lurked in the yard? The man was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his stature upright, with faint splatters of dark blood marring the surface of his coat. In his hand, he held a new black chain, thicker than her hand. A portion of the chain dangled to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The man lowered his gaze to her. "Come before me." Pei Xiqing flinched as she raised her eyes to meet his. Her body trembled involuntarily, guiding her to step forward until she stood before him. With a quivering voice, she inquired, "I have slept for so long. Why did you not call for me?" "The medication has caused some side effects," the man replied. "Resting a little longer will aid in your recovery." "Was it the drug that Dr. Zhandu administered when I was injured?" "Indeed." Pei Xiqing rubbed her temples. She pondered why she had suddenly slept for such an extended period, repeatedly ensnared in nightmares, always feeling as though she could not awaken. The details of her dreams had begun to fade, yet she still recalled visions of the original owner and the tragic fate that befell her. Those images were undeniably gruesome. With a sigh, she noticed that the wounds on her arm had nearly healed, and the greenish bruises had substantially lightened. It seemed that this prolonged slumber, combined with the medication in her system, had indeed facilitated her recovery. However, she was somewhat curious about the nature of the drug that Dr. Zhandu had used on her, a mere zombie, yet it proved effective. It appeared that the base was home to many capable individuals. It was said that her condition merely required consulting a master. Curiosity gnawed at her. Pei Xiqing was jolted back to reality by the sharp clinking sound of the chain as someone was attempting to contact Duan Xiaolin. The phone rang repeatedly, yet he paid it no mind. Pei Xiqing remained silent, assuming he had his reasons for not answering. Her attention fixated on the chain in his hand. It resembled the ones used in the water prison and those binding the cages on either side of the street. Yet upon closer inspection, there were notable differences. This chain was new, devoid of the sharp, poisonous hooks that rendered the others so fearsome. Pei Xiqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, biting her lip. She hesitated before asking, "Brother Duan, what do you intend to do with that?" The man lifted his gaze. "This is a new one, specially procured." "And then, do you like it?" Pei Xiqing was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape. "What?" He stared at her intently, silently closing the distance between them, the chain scraping against the ground. She found herself retreating until there was nowhere left to go. "What do you want to do?" She stammered, her tongue knotting in her mouth. The man averted his gaze, continuing to inquire, "Do you like it?" "I do not," she asserted. He appeared contemplative. "That I had thought you would if you do not like it. Then we shall discard it." Duan Xiaolin tossed the item onto the floor. Just as Pei Xiqing was about to exhale in relief, he abruptly shifted the topic. "What do you like then?" "I have many options. Why not bring them all for you to choose? Once you have selected, we can commence." Her heart raced, and her eyelids trembled. "Brother Duan, please do not jest with me." He chuckled lightly. "I am not joking." Pei Xiqing's expression stiffened. Her lips moved, but before she could articulate her thoughts, a knock resonated at the door. The voice was unfamiliar, yet upon closer listening, she discerned fragmented keywords: help, forgive, death penalty. Pei Xiqing perked up her ears, straining to hear. To her astonishment, a group of individuals outside was pleading for mercy, their voices tinged with desperation. There were not only women weeping but also children crying out. The sound was heart-wrenching. The man they implored for mercy stood in the courtyard, methodically selecting chains of varying types, meticulously disinfecting each one with a handkerchief. "Sir, I implore you to spare my husband. He was merely momentarily bewitched, and he never intended to harm you." One woman cried that my husband was misled, deceived. "He has always been loyal to you. Sir, I beg you to let him go." The cold, detached voice of the judge soon echoed from outside. They had violated numerous regulations of the base, their hands stained with blood, and had participated in underground auctions. Each offense was a capital crime. The judge's decision to spare them a life was already an act of extraordinary mercy. They have been released. You may seek them elsewhere, he declared. The group seemed to have received some momentous news, rushing out with renewed vigor. Yet Pei Xiqing understood the implications of the judge's words clearly. It was far from a good omen. She cautiously lifted her gaze to Duan Xiaolin, who remained impassive, seemingly unfazed by how to deal with those individuals. They were likely the same people she had overheard discussing matters in the office previously. Since yesterday, she had been in a deep slumber, entirely oblivious to the events transpiring outside. The fleeting glimpse she had caught earlier was enough to send chills down her spine. The cries and voices gradually faded away, and silence reclaimed the courtyard once more. Although her arm's wounds healed faster than ordinary injuries, the depth of her wound from yesterday was severe, leaving her with lingering pain. She heard her own shallow breaths, striving to blend into the air, but this method could only conceal her temporarily, not indefinitely. The courtyard grew increasingly silent as night deepened, the wind stirring her clothing and hair. The man approached her slowly. Shall you choose, or would you prefer I select for you? Pei Xiqing stood on her tiptoes, clinging to his shoulder, feigning innocence that I do not wish to choose. Must I? I am afraid. Duan Xiaolin held her securely, cradling her in his arms. Indeed. Why? I am very obedient. I do not want to choose these things. Are you truly obedient? Pei Xiqing nodded vigorously. I am indeed obedient. He carried her to a box behind him, one arm supporting her while the other rummaged through its contents. A mere glance. Pei Xiqing's complexion paled, and she shut her eyes tightly. Inside lay an array of chains, just as he had described, various styles and models, all present. Realizing she could not escape, as he casually selected a chain, Pei Xiqing opened her eyes and felt for the thinnest, shortest one, smooth to the touch, with a pleasant feel. Embarrassed, she said, let us go with this one. Please do not take out the others. They are rather frightening. Duan Xiaolin closed the box. That I prepared this especially for you. You may take your time using it in the future. Pei Xiqing hurried to cover his mouth, her face flushed with more than just fear. What nonsense are you speaking? Duan Xiaolin continued. Do not worry. It will not be too painful. What kind of pain are you referring to? The mere thought of it sent a wave of discomfort through her mind. Simultaneously, a hidden, shameful anticipation arose within her. Pei Xiqing pouted. Brother, would you truly treat me this way? Do you dare speak such words to me? This man. Clearly, he was still preoccupied with the events of the previous night. What she had said was undeniably reasonable. Why was he fixated on it? Logically, he should possess a far clearer and deeper understanding than herself that he was, after all, a super boss capable of overshadowing the protagonist group with his intellect and prowess. Pei Xiqing pouted. That is different. I merely spoke casually. You are now serious about it. Duan Xiaolin carried her into the house, pushing open the door and placing her onto a nearby table, his palm resting on her slender waist. I find it to be the same. In fact, your heart is even more ruthless. Pei Xiqing clung to him, refusing to let go, deliberately raising her voice. What an injustice! Dear presiding judge, how could I ever dare to treat you that way? I clearly adore you the most. I can't bear to see you hurt. The man's brows slightly furrowed. Is that so? Then let me see how you express your concern. Pei Xiqing pouted and placed a kiss on his cheek. Those people deserve their fate. They brought it upon themselves. If they hadn't committed such transgressions, how would you have punished them? Don't you agree? She spoke passionately, her hands stained with the blood of many. Believing in the principle of blood for blood, a matter of natural justice, I did not mean for you to worry about this, he said. Power and governance, greed and restraint have always been at odds. They cannot fathom how someone without special abilities could truly affect change. It is the same everywhere. But last time I saw you deal with that criminal in the water prison, you clearly exhibited special abilities. What does that even count as? Does it not count? You have never witnessed true special abilities. Indeed, I have not. The strength of those with true abilities, as described in books, is such that they could carve a bloody path through a war against zombies. As the male lead, Xiaoyu was later revered as a deity for such prowess. However, since my arrival, I have faced nothing but various zombie viruses. Merely managing to keep myself safe is commendable. That I have seen Ling Lang use his abilities to dry my clothes. But nothing more. Pei Xiqing's fingers twirled around the ends of the man's hair. What were you like when you still had your abilities? It is a pity I did not witness it. I truly wish you could return to your former self. Since you are unaware of my past, why make such claims? I am merely guessing. she replied earnestly, regardless of whether you possess special abilities. I believe you are inherently formidable, emotionally stable, and capable of instilling hope in others. The position of presiding judge is not one that just anyone can assume. Hope, Dazed mused on those words. Is quite an intriguing notion that it was the first time he had heard someone describe him in such a manner. The words uttered in scorn towards him were countless, and all feared him. Although Pei Xiqing's words held an element of flattery, he found genuine pleasure in them. Dazed pressed his lips to hers. That I hope to witness that. Does this mean there is hope for the restoration of your abilities? I do not know. Dazed had already removed her nightgown. A damp kiss landed on her chest, where the snake tattoo resided. If there truly is a miracle. His sentence remained unfinished, leaving the true meaning of his words ambiguous. Pei Xiqing shivered at the sudden cold air. The iron chains coiled around her smooth arms like serpentine creatures. Goosebumps erupted across her skin. She pushed the man away, but Dazed grasped her wrist, saying, "It does not hurt. It will only bring you joy." Pei Xiqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Really? The man's hand slid downwards, gripping her calf and lifting it. Pei Xiqing found herself uncontrollably stepping onto the table. The chains were gradually slipping from her wrists. With an innocent inquiry, Pei Xiqing asked, "Aren't you going to bind me? Or do you?" His gaze shifted downward. "Do you wish to be bound? Do you long for punishment?" Pei Xiqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Her throat constricted, unable to utter a sound. Her face flushed a deep crimson. "All right, I apologize. I should not have spoken out of turn. Punishment? How would that occur? And where would it be inflicted?" Her gaze traced the man's distinctly knotted fingers upwards to his aloof and indifferent visage. Pei Xiqing could scarcely imagine him wielding the chains as a weapon. The man caught her gaze with precision. Dazed raised an eyebrow and leaned closer. "What are you thinking?" Pei Xiqing blinked rapidly, chiding herself for her wandering thoughts. Dazed's hand glided along her back, gripping her neck and pulling her towards him. "Brace yourself, steady your arms." Pei Xiqing's body stiffened. Within mere seconds, she felt the urge to retreat. Her mind buzzed, overwhelmed by the effort. Holding the position was more taxing than a plank. And the shame was paramount. Failing to remain upright will result in additional punishment. You must weigh the consequences yourself. The eerie coldness against her skin gradually transformed into an impending heat, just as her mind raced with anxiety. She suddenly felt two sharp smacks on her behind. Pei Xiqing nearly gasped aloud, her body teetering on the brink of collapse. The man coldly scoffed, "Is this too much for you?" with embarrassment flooding her being. Pei Xiqing's breathing quickened. She trembled, desperately maintaining her posture. Closing her eyes, her fingers curled, her face flushed, she heard his calm voice. "Last night in the office, recount everything that transpired. I want every detail, with no omissions." Whether there were omissions, she could hardly recall. So how could he know? Dazed narrowed his eyes, a gentle light glimmering behind his glasses. "I know." This implied she could not lie. That a single misstep would double her punishment. Taking a deep breath, Pei Xiqing recounted every aspect clearly and concisely, only to receive no response. Cautiously, she grasped the man's sleeve. "I was wrong. I will never again harm myself due to others' words. If it happens again, I am willing to accept 10 times the punishment." Dazed finally seemed satisfied as he pinched her chin. "Consider this a lesson that I wish for you to understand, that I am not a heartless and untrustworthy individual. Others may be inconsequential, but you must remain within my sight. I will never allow you to escape." Pei Xiqing's gaze was timid, her demeanor pitiable. Her delicate skin had turned a bright red in an instant. He continued, "There are no exceptions, nor is there any chance." Pei Xiqing swallowed her tears of grievance. "Understood. What if someone bullies me?" she asked. The man inquired, "Who?" Pei Xiqing opened her mouth and bit down on his palm, feigning ferocity. "You, beast." The moment she finished her retort, she discovered a slender chain had been fastened around her ankle. It did not hurt, but felt unsettlingly cold, especially with the two small bells attached that jingled with the slightest movement. She anxiously attempted to remove it, but it clung to her like a lock. What appeared to be a simple chain was far more intricate. After much effort, all she managed was to make the bells ring louder, rendering her attempts futile. Looking up, she met the man's deep, dangerous gaze. Biting her lip, she dared not continue her insults, fearing the consequences would be unbearable. That he asked, "Shall we continue?" Pei Xiqing, in considerable pain, especially in her backside, felt as though it was already swollen from the blows. She shook her head vigorously. "No more." Duan Xiaolin appeared somewhat unsatisfied. It seems someone has yet to learn their lesson that I have learned. I understand. She grasped the man's hand, lacking strength but managing to hold on to his movement, pleading softly, "Trust me." Duan Xiaolin paused, his dark eyes slowly appraising her. "Very well, I believe you." Nevertheless, Pei Xiqing said, her eyes glinting with fervor as she hurriedly pressed her lips against his. Silencing the words that were yet to escape his mouth, Duan Xiaolin's hand encircled her waist from behind, a faint smile gracing his lips as he deepened the kiss, for 3 consecutive nights. Pei Xiqing found herself restless, haunted by the nightmares that had plagued her before, the original owner's tragic fate entwining with her thoughts, lingering stubbornly in her mind. Regardless, she could not find solace in sleep, often seeking refuge in Duan Xiaolin's embrace, nearly every time he was there. Yet, she sensed that he would discreetly slip away to attend to his matters once she succumbed to slumber. One afternoon, awakening to find only Xiaobai by her side, she noticed the little creature wagging its tail in excitement, eager to lick her face, yet it was startled by her sudden sneeze before it could reach her. "You might have a bit of rhinitis," she mused, petting its head. "I'll take a shower." Xiaobai followed her in circles. After feeding it a morsel, she instructed it to enjoy its meal while she retrieved a set of sun-dried clothes from the balcony and took a bath. It felt as though several days had slipped by without stepping outside. She recalled Ling Lang advising against venturing out during this period. Playing in the yard with Xiaobai had been quite pleasant and comfortable, particularly for Xiaobai, who had been taken out for military training by Ling Lang early one morning, returning utterly exhausted each day. However, since yesterday, Pei Xiqing had felt an unsettling discomfort, a damp sensation reminiscent of an impending menstrual cycle. Rubbing her temples, she undressed for a shower, acutely aware of the uncomfortable stickiness of her underwear that in the past, when her period arrived, Long Yin had always been by her side, even in the wilderness. With Long Yin's presence, she had managed well, but now, back at the base, she hadn't seen her for quite some time. Presumably caught up in her own affairs, it seemed certain matters would have to be tackled alone. She had never been one to relish the idea of frequent outings in such circumstances, even less so in her previous life, where she could easily remain indoors for an entire month when not on assignment. Stepping out only to be chased by paparazzi, the resulting headlines were often outrageous. She was rather timid, preferring to avoid going out whenever possible. Duan Xiaolin indulged her whims, allowing her to come and go as she pleased. With no restrictions, a mere notification to him sufficed. It had nearly been a week since she last ventured outside, leaving her entirely oblivious to the recent happenings at the base. She walked Xiaobai through the chaotic streets. She felt a tinge of confusion and disorientation. The once bustling vendors had diminished by half, vehicles haphazardly parked, obstructing the sidewalks. Some cars had even crashed into residential buildings, shattering walls and damaging several homes. Scattered about were a few homeless elderly and children. The number of caged zombies had multiplied exponentially compared to her last visit. The air was filled with the haunting cries of zombies and the wails of children, painting a dismal, sorrowful picture. Aside from these, the majority of people seemed undisturbed, going about their affairs as if nothing was amiss, as though the chaos around her was merely a figment of her imagination. This inexplicable sense of discord made Pei Xiqing question whether she had indeed arrived at the same orderly third base she had known before, donning a hat and pulling down its wide brim. She lowered her head and walked Xiaobai for half an hour, until it had sufficiently exhausted itself before leading it to the base's supply store to purchase some sanitary pads and a few sets of new undergarments. To her surprise, the sanitary products available for women here were quite similar to those from her past life, and she even spotted some nearing their expiration date. This led her to ponder whether the few packages she possessed were remnants from 5 years prior, merely yet to expire. With technology having advanced so significantly, it was astounding that these items had not undergone any upgrades. The sights along the way were unremarkable, and Pei Xiqing had no desire to mingle. Opting instead to head back home with Xiaobai.as dusk had yet to fall, she spotted a vendor selling vegetables and decided to purchase some fresh produce to cook. As she casually selected a few items, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to inquire, "What happened to the old lady selling vegetables next door? You know, the one who gave me directions the last time I was heading to the execution ground." She remembered buying quite a few vegetables from her then, enjoying the flavors, and found herself missing that taste. Last time she had come by at this hour, the old lady had still been there. Could it be that she had quickly sold out and gone home to prepare dinner? To her surprise, The male vendor's expression changed immediately upon hearing her question. He hastily bagged her vegetables and said, "Have a low-grade crystal core, young lady. Some questions are best left unasked. There might be ears lurking behind the walls at any moment. Is it that serious?" she asked. Indeed. The soldiers and officers at the base had been preoccupied with apprehending spies these past few days, and they had recently been busy with internal inspections. The vendor abruptly fell silent mid-sentence. Pei Xiqing handed over the crystal core and, noticing his reluctance to elaborate, turned to leave. Yet he called her back. Clearing his throat, "What's your relationship with the old lady Wang next door?" "No particular relationship," she replied. "I simply bought some vegetables from her previously and found them quite delightful. Young lady, you'd best return home early. The base isn't peaceful at night. No, it's not just tonight. It has been peaceful at the base for quite some time. It's safer for girls to stay indoors. Thank you for the warning. Old lady Wang's son has gotten himself into some trouble. He's probably at home trying to figure things out," the vendor continued. "But frankly, that son of hers, along with his heartless wife, wouldn't be missed even if they didn't rescue him." However, most women at the base rely on men to make a living, especially those who manage to enter the military. It's often said that when one person ascends, their entire household benefits. Pei Xiqing pressed further. "What happened?" "Just a few days ago," he replied. She noted his suspicion and the way he scrutinized her. "Yeah, I'm not a spy sent by the base, are you? You don't look like a woman who is constantly working under men at the base. Yet here you are buying my vegetables. How can a woman who is constantly oppressed by men have such delicate and beautiful fingers and features?" He had noticed her hands were unblemished, clearly untouched by hard labor when she had handed him the crystal core. Pei Xiqing smiled. "I'm merely a military officer's girlfriend. He treats me with respect, and I reciprocate that respect. I willingly cook for him when he is too busy to eat." The vendor clicked his tongue in disbelief. "Is that true? Which officer? That is not something I can conveniently disclose. You needn't worry. I can always find out myself. However, I assure you I am not who you think I am." The vendor sighed in relief. "Well, you don't seem like a bad person, especially since you're concerned for that old lady. I'll tell you. Her son was originally the patrol captain of the water prison. A few days ago, he was lured into smuggling and even bought a mutated zombie woman to keep at home. After the incident, he was taken away, and it's been 3 or 4 days since he returned. It's likely he is in grave danger. Once inside a place like the water prison, it's a one-way ticket. Even if one manages to escape, they're often left in a state of utter disrepair." Pei Xiqing whispered, "What happened a few days ago? You're aware that high-ranking officials from headquarters visited, right?" "I know. The base had been raining for several days, washing away most of the bloodstains on the ground. Had you come a few days earlier, you might have still seen the horrifying traces of blood on the streets." The vendor's face reflected terror as he recounted. The military officers and staff at the base underwent a complete overhaul. "And I mean it in the truest sense of the term." "What do you mean? Did they die?" "If only that were the case," he murmured, lowering his voice. "They were tortured beyond recognition. I didn't witness it myself. But my friend did, and he hasn't slept well since. He has been plagued by nightmares day and night. TSK. The relatives of those officials even came looking for them, and each returned in a state of shock. That night, they were supposedly plotting something, planning to target someone. However, as the saying goes, cleverness can lead to one's own downfall. Even before the plans had been set into motion, she was apprehended, and the consequences were all too predictable." Pei Xiqing pondered whether the individuals she had seen conversing outside the office days prior were involved. Lost in her thoughts, her boss hastily remarked, "They've arrived. The patrol team from the base is here. You mustn't mention our earlier conversation, nor that old lady next door if it comes to it. Perhaps you should check on her. She is quite frail, and it's not easy for her." The old woman had been missing for several days, and he couldn't fathom how to help her son. If assistance wasn't rendered, her husband might very well succumb to drunken rage. He was struggling to safeguard himself. Yet this young woman before him was the only one who had shown concern for the elderly lady in recent days. If she could help, it would be a merit to his character. If not, they would have to leave it to fate. With that, the boss began tidying the remaining items, hastily pushing the cart away. Many vendors and shopkeepers nearby, upon spotting the patrol team, swiftly closed their doors. Pei Xiqing quickly adjusted her hat, and, with Xiao Bai in tow, blended into the crowd. The patrol team swept through, inexplicably commencing another search, though it was unclear what they were seeking. Observing this, she swiftly made her escape. The officer leading the patrol noticed someone slipping away in the corner and halted his subordinates who were about to pursue, saying, Leave it be. One of the subordinates scratched his head, inquiring, why not? Had he forgotten what Ingo had advised? Ah, yes, I nearly overlooked it. He mentioned seeing a woman with a dressed-up husky and instructed us to ignore her. The officer nodded. Isn't that dog at her side the dressed-up idiot? Pei Xiqing returned home, placing the vegetables and meat in the kitchen as dusk was approaching. Her thoughts lingered on the elderly lady's predicament, causing her to cook at a slower pace that it wasn't until she heard the sound of the door opening that she realized. Ah, Duan Go, I haven't finished cooking yet. You're back so early today. In a flurry, she began preparing a second dish, while the man entered, loosening his cufflinks and taking over the half-prepared meal. No worries, I came back early specifically to cook, but it seems you've beaten me to it. Pei Xiqing washed her hands and offered him a bite of the braised ribs she had just made. Then I suppose I won't have the chance to showcase my culinary skills. Duan Xiaolin savored the rib, nodding appreciatively. How would you rate it? A perfect 10. Pei Xiqing chuckled. Then I leave the rest to you. The man deftly began preparing the remaining dishes. Leaning against the refrigerator, Pei Xiqing heard him casually ask, where did you go today? To buy some things. What did you buy? For women, she replied, sanitary pads. Duan Xiaolin paused. When did your period start this month? Today, right after I got back. He turned to her. How do you feel? Not too bad, she replied, but that is not the main point. I want to tell you something important. Go on. Pei Xiqing recounted the situation regarding the elderly lady, omitting the part about her boss, and tentatively expressed, I'm not concerned with her son's affairs, nor do I wish to meddle. But I've heard her husband treats her poorly. I fear for her safety and wish to check on her. Duan Xiaolin calmly chopped vegetables. All right, I'll make arrangements. Pei Xiqing's eyes lit up. Really? It's no big deal. She might be injured. You can accompany her to the hospital and perhaps visit a few churches nearby while you're at it. Pei Xiqing replied, if that's the case. I'll gladly comply. After finishing the last dish, Duan Xiaolin swept her off her feet, placing her on the nearby counter, casually asking, I've never dealt with a girlfriend's period before. Would you care to enlighten me on what I should do? Pei Xiqing leaned close and whispered a few words in his ear, her ears reddening. Did you remember? Duan Xiaolin smiled lightly. I've got it. She wrapped her arms around him, but then hesitated. I have a question. Pei Xiqing opened her mouth, hesitating before deciding not to continue. Reflecting back, she realized that during her time in the wild, her periods hadn't been so pronounced. They were merely light and brief, lasting only 2 to 3 days, which was hardly bothersome. She had attributed this to her body's zombie-like state, but just earlier in the restroom, a moment of inattention in the bathroom had led to a sudden rush. And her underwear had become significantly stained that it felt as though she had returned to the sensations of a normal human life. Noticing that Duan Xiaolin was watching her intently, she blinked and deflected. It's nothing. I'll just go find Long Yen J. It's completely normal for men not to understand women's affairs. She spoke. She suddenly realized. Wait a moment. Duan Go, what did you just say? Which part? He asked. You mentioned a girlfriend. Who is your girlfriend? Was someone intentionally playing a riddle with her? Pei Xiqing's eyes sparkled. Oh my, it's rare to hear you refer to me that way. It's quite a novelty. Duan Xiaolin pinched her cheek and carried her to the dining table. Let us eat first. After finishing her meal, Xiaobai approached, looking pitiful as he nudged her leg. She patted Xiaobai's head. Let us walk in the yard for half an hour, and then I need to sleep. You must be a good boy and rest too. Xiaobai's drooping tail perked up. She loosened the leash and walked with Xiaobai for a while until she felt sufficiently digested, then retrieved a fresh set of clothes to take a shower as she emerged, drying her hair. Duan Xiaolin happened to enter, and she noticed the bag in his hand, asking, What's this? He opened it. New sanitary pads. New. Pei Xiqing widened her eyes slightly. Where did you get these? The man walked over to the cabinet, inspecting the few packages she had bought earlier, then remarked, These are barely used. The expiration dates have been tampered with. Are they expired? Not quite yet, but they're close. You can use these. You still haven't answered my question. How did you come by them? She examined the sanitary pads in his bag, noticing not only were they of the latest production date, but the quality was also several times better than what she had purchased. He remained nonchalant. The researchers at the base have plenty of good supplies. You went to the central building. Did they inquire about anything when you took these? They did. Pei Xiqing hadn't spoken yet when he continued. They asked who they were for. And what did you say? He narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you wish to know? Forget it. Sensing his mischievous intent, Pei Xiqing rationally chose to maintain her curiosity, retreating into her bedroom with the items and ignoring him. In the middle of the night, she lay still, suddenly awakened by a damp sensation beneath her. Touching the sheets, she discovered they were warm with blood. Instantly alert, Pei Xiqing rose to address the situation, only to have her hand pressed down. Duan Xiaolin was seated at the edge of the bed. Perhaps he had been there all along. He pressed his lips together slightly. "What's wrong?" Pei Xiqing quickly replied. "It's leaking." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she added, "I need to go to the bathroom." "All right." He released her, carrying her into the bathroom. "And if you feel uncomfortable, let me know." "Okay." She closed the door, beginning to deal with the bloodstains on her pants. After a lengthy process, she washed and hung her pants out on the balcony, returning to find the bed already fitted with fresh linens and tidied up. Leaving her astonished, Duan Xiaolin entered with a cup of hot water. Placing it beside the bedside table, Pei Xiqing couldn't imagine how he had managed to tidy the bed. Climbing back into bed, she pulled the covers around herself, patting the empty space beside her. "It's almost 3 o'clock. Wouldn't you like to join me for a rest?" Duan Xiaolin replied. "You sleep first. I'm afraid I might disturb you. It's all right. I'm already awake." She likely spent the entire night restlessly. Just moments ago in the bathroom, she had tightly wrapped her bottom, convinced that this would prevent any leakage. The man hesitated for a brief moment before he began to unfasten the buttons of his coat. Pei Xiqing nestled deeper into the covers, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she turned over, only to be encircled by the man behind her. His chest was solid, his muscles firm. As he leaned closer, he felt as hard as a rock. She instinctively pressed against him, whispering, "You're so cold." It was late at night, and she couldn't fathom what he was doing sitting at the edge of the bed. His body felt as frigid as ice. Pei Xiqing wrapped her arms tightly around his sturdy waist, her cheek resting against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. "You can't keep burning the midnight oil like this. At 30, if you don't take care of yourself, wrinkles will start to appear. Do you think I'm old at 30? Pei Xiqing closed her eyes and chuckled. "I never said that. You claimed it yourself." Whether before entering this world or as the character in this post-apocalyptic realm, she remained in her early 20s, and the only team member close to her age was Ling Lang. She hadn't anticipated that Ling Lang would be roughly the same age. Yet he had already attained the dual abilities of the male lead. Xiao Yu that if he continued to work hard, a promising future awaited him. "Are you thinking about Ling Lang?" A sudden remark startled Pei Xiqing into opening her eyes in disbelief. She quickly dismissed it. "What? That's impossible. Don't say such things. I wasn't thinking about anything." He countered. "What do you think changes in a man after 30? Pei Xiqing stammered. I believe there shouldn't be much change. Perhaps just a bit more maturity. Is that so?" He leaned closer. "But your eyes tell me otherwise. My eyes." Duan Xiaolin scrutinized her. Pei Xiqing nonchalantly turned her head away, gazing at the ceiling and the window. Deliberately avoiding his gaze, it was often said that once men passed the age of 25, their capabilities began to decline. Several of her close friends had mentioned this repeatedly, advising her to seek boyfriends younger than herself, preferably around 18. In that era, men tended to lose their physical prowess as they aged, and most neglected their fitness and routines, becoming so frail that they could hardly lift a woman. She had once found this reasoning quite sensible, but now she was beginning to doubt it. When she turned her head back, she found the man staring at her unblinkingly. Pei Xiqing awkwardly smiled. "Brother Duan, you're the best. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Duan Xiaolin caressed her soft, long hair, lying beside her, his cold gaze observing her attempts to cover up her discomfort. "How many days does a typical menstrual cycle last?" "Typically, it could last 5 to 6 days. But it might extend a day or two. It varies from person to person. I can't say for sure." Understood." The man pressed her down. "Sleep." Pei Xiqing anxiously waited for a moment, and, hearing no further words from him, secretly sighed in relief. She closed her eyes and soon drifted off to sleep, her mind occupied with a single thought. Duan Xiaolin could be rather petty at times. She awoke well past 10. Yawning. She had not slept soundly the previous night and had taken a brief nap in the morning. The first thing she did upon rising was to check if the bed was soiled. Seeing no traces, she tidied up before heading to take a shower. After changing into fresh clothes, she felt invigorated. While feeding Xiaobai in the yard, someone knocked on the door. To her surprise, it was Long Yin. Dressed in casual training attire, her hair neatly tied behind her ears, Long Yin exuded an air of competence. She stepped inside, glanced around the yard, and patted Xiaobai. "I've been in the lab for the past few days, so I haven't had the chance to visit you. but seeing you living so comfortably puts my mind at ease. Sister Long Yin, would you like some tea? She went to pour a cup of hot tea. Long Yin took it and sampled a sip. The flavor is delightful. Pei Xiqing then retrieved a bag of newly purchased clothes from her bedroom. Here's the dress and a set of casual wear I got for you last time. Long Yin opened the bag, nodding in satisfaction. Very nice, just what I wanted, but I wasn't sure of your exact size. I was worried I might get it too big or too small for you. She had measured the clothing against herself. Long Yin was slightly taller and possessed a figure that would make countless people in the entertainment industry envious. With an enviable hourglass shape, anything that fit Pei Xiqing would undoubtedly fit Long Yin too. If it fits, I can wear L size, but it might be too large for you. Given your figure, it would be a pity not to wear something attractive. Pei Xiqing laughed. It doesn't matter. It's the apocalypse now. I don't care about such things. Indeed, your face alone speaks volumes. Long Yin teased. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry you in the future. Pei Xiqing blushed and smiled awkwardly. Long Yin continued. Speaking of which, some friends in my lab mentioned that a brilliant researcher came to the third base recently. She's quite an impressive mathematician, a top talent in mathematics and physics before the apocalypse. And then, they said she resembles you a bit, but wears glasses and is much thinner. I saw her photo. Perhaps she has been too focused on her research, as her cheekbones appeared somewhat sunken. That must be my sister, Pei Xiqing. Ah, I see. Long Yin remarked. However, she is indeed remarkable. Many challenging problems in the base were solved by her, and several plans could only proceed with her assistance. After saying this, Long Yin observed Pei Xiqing's expression, relieved to see her face remained calm without any hint of jealousy. She teased, I thought you would dislike her. There are some things I hesitated to mention to you. Pei Xiqing asked, why's that? Long Yin lowered her voice. I can guess a bit about what happened in S1. You and your sister fell for the same man, didn't you? And since you didn't manage to win him over, you used some means and ended up being discovered and expelled. Pei Xiqing nearly choked on her tea. Cough, cough. Long Yin warned, you mustn't let Ling Lang know about this. Why not? I'm afraid he might go after the captain of S1. She just woke up a few days ago. Guess what? Had Long Yin not mentioned it, Pei Xiqing might have forgotten that Xiaoyu and Pei Yanting had been separated due to the zombie tide in City B. With Xiaoyu severely injured and taken to the base for treatment, it was surprising that he had only just awakened now. What happened? Long Yin continued. I've been busy these past few days. Partly due to him. His constitution is incredibly unique, and being a dual ability user, his powers are far beyond what any of us can imagine. I'm worried Ling Lang might confront him and end up losing. She elaborated, aside from your unique constitution, I haven't encountered anyone with such an extraordinary physique. If he could be utilized for something, I can't imagine how much it would enhance the team's strength. Pei Xiqing, however, was not particularly surprised. Sipping her tea, she remarked, he is indeed formidable. The male lead is the chosen one, and he is already beginning to shine, destined to be the strongest in this apocalypse, the unrivaled dual ability user. So it's best he doesn't find out. That kid has a fiery temper and would likely confront Xiaoyu. He won't find out. Pei Xiqing reassured, for now, you are the only one who knows. Sister Long Yin, what about Brother Duan? He probably knows, right? Long Yin smiled lightly, gazing at her earnestly. I can't help but feel that there's more than one person who cares about you. Pei Xiqing responded. Long Yin merely smiled, saying nothing. That foolish Xiaoyu had passed up Pei Xiqing. If it were her, she would undoubtedly choose Pei Xiqing. Pei Xiqing poured her more tea. Long Yin then mentioned her intention to visit Grandma Wang. Pei Xiqing nodded. Yes, I do want to take a look. Then let us go together. If we head to the hospital, Xiaoyu will be there too. Speaking of which, he mentioned wanting to see you after he woke up. I wonder what he wants to discuss. He's looking for me. Are you sure it's not my sister? It's definitely you. I really don't want to see him. Then don't. Long Yin stood up and said. You tidy up a bit. I will take you to find Granny Wang and see how things are. Oh. Alright. Then I must trouble you. Long Yin. Pei Xiqing went into the room to change her clothes. Just as she lifted her hand to take off her pajamas, Long Yin appeared at the door, offering her 2 crystal cores. She happened to notice the hickey on her neck, as well as several conspicuous red marks on her delicate waist. The red marks trailed down her waistline, extending to her hips, resembling not scratches from claws, but rather marks inflicted by some instrument. Long Yin raised an eyebrow and inquired, Does it hurt? Hurt? Pei Xiqing responded in confusion. Where does it hurt? Long Yin chuckled. You can't feel the pain? It seems the other party's technique is quite skilled. Pei Xiqing, unable to see what was behind her, felt perplexed. What? Long Yin, recalling something, smiled as she glanced at her. It's nothing. Young people enjoy playing. I understand that. There's no need to be afraid. I can certainly keep your entanglements with those men from S1 under wraps. Pei Xiqing, feeling a bit guilty, said, Thank you, Long Yin. Once Long Yin waited for her to change, she wrapped an arm around her shoulder and cautioned, But you must be careful. With so many men vying for your attention, you certainly wouldn't want to find yourself in a compromising position with no way to escape. As she spoke, she deliberately added, I have a friend who has entangled herself with everyone from the chief executive to the squad leaders in a base. Can you guess what happened in the end? Long Yin's friend. Pei Xiqing pondered for a moment. In the original story, even Long Yin rarely mentioned her, let alone her friends, so she shook her head truthfully, I'm not quite sure, but hearing you say that makes her sound formidable. Unafraid of gossip and authority, boldly engaging in actions that others might deem shocking. Formidable? Long Yin laughed. Indeed, you understand her well. My friend endured quite a bit back then. But eventually, she escaped and is likely living carefree outside the base now. She continued, at that time, several high-ranking officials and even capable squad leaders were seething with hatred towards her, yet they could do nothing. By the time those men realized what was happening, she had long since slipped away. But they really are despicable. Who told them to be so easily fooled? Humph. These men, every one of them thinks with their lower halves a mere glance, and they start to waver, rushing over to seek her out. Pei Xiqing chuckled softly. As Long Yin spoke, she added, However, she did suffer quite a bit. The people in the base wanted her dead. She had nowhere to escape and nearly lost her life to a fire set by those in the base. The more dangerous the situation, the greater the price paid. Pei Xiqing looked at her, and now? Is she all right? Is there no danger? She's an ability user. She was in the same squad as me before. So it's not so easy for her to be in peril, Long Yin replied. But in this world, playing with men's hearts is something she excels at. Who says women must forever follow men? Raising children and cooking. She's a prime example. Relying on men is not shameful. Relying solely on men is. Having ulterior motives and achieving one's goals is the truth. What does enduring some suffering matter? In any era, being a heartbreaker is merely a sign of moral decay. In this post-apocalyptic world, where the strong prey on the weak, what need is there for morality? It would be far better to take advantage of a few men and gain some benefits. Which is 1,000 times better than empty promises. After Long Yin finished speaking, she suddenly realized something and quickly looked at her. Wait, you must understand these matters better than I do. When you have time, do impart some wisdom to me. Although I might not be able to use it, I must admit, I envy you. Pei Xiqing couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean I understand better? Long Yin. Don't speak nonsense. You, my dear, must have even more secrets. Long Yin teased. Don't think that just because I didn't know you before, I can't guess. Pei Xiqing coughed lightly. Let's just go for now. In truth, to call her formidable would be an understatement. The original character indeed possessed foresight in this regard, perhaps due to her experiences and work prior to the apocalypse, a popular online streamer. Especially in a state of financial ruin, she faced a myriad of people daily. Each time she opened her phone or checked her messages, they were filled with flirtations and indecent proposals, having to endure various forms of verbal treatment while flattering others to earn a living. Though this was a path she chose for herself, it also allowed her to see through men, leading her to fish for them in the post-apocalyptic world, seducing one after another, and changing partners when the time was right. She lowered her gaze. The original character's situation also bore some relation to her family background. After all, who could have anticipated that an older sister known for being a pampered math genius would have a younger sister who sought attention as a controversial internet celebrity? Long Yin spoke earnestly. Xiqing, you must be cautious that my friend has entangled with too many men and has some regrets. She ended up getting involved with quite a few useless individuals, which later became hindrances along her path. I just want to tell you to be discerning. As she spoke, she playfully nudged Pei Xiqing's shoulder. Don't be so foolish as to be deceived by bad men. The most important thing, she said solemnly, is to treat the previous matters as if they never happened. Though my friend appears carefree, she has endured a great deal of suffering. If your affairs were to be exposed, I fear you might not escape unscathed. Pei Xiqing touched her nose. Yes, I understand. Long Yin pulled her into the car, saying, I have already located that old lady's residence. We are setting off now. Her son is in the water prison. Do you want to go take a look? She added, as for her son's crime, he deserves to pay dearly. When she spoke of paying dearly, it was in the most literal sense. To dare conspire with that group of beasts, the water prison would teach him a lesson about consequences. Pei Xiqing leaned against the car window. Then there's no need to go see that. It's better not to go, Long Yin said. You might end up feeling sick at the sight. Pei Xiqing turned back. Isn't it bad for him to treat his mother this way? Not just bad, Long Yin scoffed. He's worse than a beast. Long Yin drove around the base, entering a narrow street. The sides of the street were almost entirely filled with homeless individuals, huddled together in dark, damp corners, most appearing emaciated, barely clothed, with faces that were both dark and sallow, clearly malnourished. Pei Xiqing took a glance, and Long Yin explained, it's unavoidable. Every base is like this, even without the apocalypse. There are still people suffering. Pei Xiqing nodded gently as the car drove in. The people by the roadside hurriedly stepped aside, fearful of the vehicle's insignia, keeping their distance. Some even feared they would be captured. Quickly retreating into the ruins, trembling in fear, Long Yin pressed the brake, stopped the car, jumped out, and circled around the old yard. She quickly found the small house mentioned in the investigation and pointed to the right. It should be over there. Let us go take a look. Just as Pei Xiqing approached, before she could even knock, a loud thud resonated from the door, as if something heavy had struck it. She exchanged glances with Long Yin. It's a person, Long Yin declared. With a forceful elbow, she shattered the window, stepped onto it, and pointed at the elderly man inside who was attacking with a kettle. Shouting, "Put her down!" Pei Xiqing also leaned in to look through the window. Granny Wang had been kicked over by an old man, lying on the ground in a twisted position, her forehead covered in blood. Having long since lost consciousness. Who the hell are you? I'm teaching this old hag a lesson. I advise you to mind your own business, or I'll make sure you all get a beating. Long Yin fired her gun, a bullet piercing through the old man's hand just as he attempted to continue his assault. Watching him clutch his hand and wail, she sneered, "Who do you think you are?" After delivering the unconscious old lady to a nearby hospital, Pei Xiqing spent the morning at her bedside. Only after hearing the doctor confirm that she was out of danger did she nod. "Thank you. The doctor mentioned that the old lady would need to stay in the hospital for about a week. Were you a relative?" "I am not. This grandmother has no relatives left. Her relatives have passed away?" "One could say that." "Then please come over and handle the formalities for her. There will be someone specifically assigned to take care of her. Once the treatment is complete, we will transfer her to the nursing home. You can rest assured about the conditions there. There will be plenty of caregivers. Is that truly possible?" "Yes, but it would be best to inquire about her wishes first. If she is unwilling, then we are left with no options." As soon as the doctor finished speaking, the elderly lady in the hospital bed opened her eyes and grasped Pei Xiqing's hand, saying, "Good child, go ahead and take care of the procedures. Grandma is ready to go. She no longer wishes to return." Pei Xiqing nodded. "All right." Grandma Wang tightened her grip on her hand, her voice barely above a whisper, almost requiring one to lean in to catch her words. "I never expected to see you again. Dear, you must be cautious of that man who came with you last time to buy vegetables. He is not a good person." Grandma coughs. "I fear you might be deceived, leading to a life of suffering just like mine." Seeing her in distress, Pei Xiqing hurried to comfort her. Although she did not understand the source of her animosity towards Duanstalin, she realized that calming her emotions was the priority. She proceeded to handle the formalities for the elderly woman, ensuring that her family would not pursue her before finally entrusting her to the hospital staff. This place was recommended by Duanstalin, and it was likely that he had given them a heads up. The surroundings were secured by tight perimeter fencing and various patrolling personnel, allowing her to roam freely. Even the few churches behind the hospital, which bore the hallmarks of a post-apocalyptic world, were accessible for photographs. Long Yin had already left, and she found herself walking alone along the forest path, unwittingly arriving before the church. Outside, a stone tablet stood, inscribed with words chronicling the 5 years of the apocalypse, the establishment of the third base, its gradual strengthening, the promotions and movements of various leaders, and the casualty counts from notable battles against zombies. Inside the church lay numerous relics of martyrs. The passers-by were dressed in finery, some even accompanied by pets, perhaps the family members of the military officers mentioned by Xia Jingyu a few days prior. She joined the throng, accepting a candle and a cross from an attendant, and slowly made her way into the main hall. The architectural style within was indeed worthy of admiration, resembling a vampire's castle by night, as well as a tower of redemption for all beings. The church was tall and spacious, and Pei Xiqing wandered, pausing frequently to observe various representative artifacts from the apocalypse. There was even a museum showcasing the weapons and the earliest serum samples from these 5 years of change. On the adjacent loft, several noble women clad in elegant attire sat together, sipping tea and chatting. Initially oblivious, Pei Xiqing was suddenly roused by someone calling her name. Xiaoqing'er. She turned around to meet Xia Jingyu's smiling gaze. Momentarily taken aback, "What brings you here?" "Those are the family members of many military officers from the base. This is a favored gathering place for the elite women of the base that I've come to mingle a bit and gather some information." "What about you? Are you here for covert photography or intelligence gathering?" Pei Xiqing explained. "I'm merely taking photographs. Oh, I thought you were here to steal base secrets." Xia Jingyu chuckled, crossing her arms. "Just a joke. Don't take it to heart." "All right." Xia Jingyu then asked, "Did you come alone?" "Yes. Do you need me to accompany you?" "No, that's unnecessary." Xia Jingyu raised an eyebrow. "Why do I feel as though you were rather wary of me? You don't seem as innocent as when we first met in the elevator." Pei Xiqing pressed her lips together. She had overheard Xia Jingyu communicating with someone outside Duan Xiaolan's office, likely seeking something from within. With such a person, it was difficult to feel at ease. Until she had clarity on the situation, it seemed prudent to maintain some distance from Xia Jingyu. Xia Jingyu shrugged. "Whatever the case, feel free to explore on your own. This church is vast, just don't get lost." Pei Xiqing watched as Xia Jingyu joined the group of noble women on the balcony as previously mentioned. Xia Jingyu was the daughter of a marshal, a female general of the base, yet she had not been mentioned in the books. Someone of her standing mingling with the elite would seem entirely natural. She adjusted her hat and turned to continue taking photographs. Much of the post-apocalyptic scenery was novel to her, and with time on her hands, she relished the opportunity to document it. She wandered from noon until after 6 in the evening, only lifting her gaze as darkness began to descend. This world was indeed unlike anything she had known. 5 years prior, before the apocalypse struck, the technological advancements had already reached a level far beyond her era. After perusing the exhibits, it felt akin to diving into a science fiction novel, leaving her yearning for more. Exiting the church, she began her solitary walk back, inevitably crossing paths with the noble women once more. Xia Jingyu, amidst the crowd, glanced at her and offered a slight nod. They brushed past each other. Just as Pei Xiqing was about to continue on her way, she looked up to see someone standing at the end of the church's corridor, Xiaoyu. His body was wrapped in bandages, his forehead similarly adorned, resembling a large rice dumpling, and he leaned on a cane, his gait unsteady. Pei Xiqing furrowed her brows. Why was the male lead so intent on seeking her out? She was merely an annoying supporting character. Sighing as he approached, she felt compelled to greet him. Xiaoyu regarded her. "Where is your sister?" "I don't know. You said that if I traded the medicine and crystal course, you could protect your sister." "When did I ever say that?" Pei Xiqing replied, somewhat bewildered. "I only mentioned a trade. Your survival at that moment was unforeseen." Xiaoyu tightened his grip on the cane. "Your sister and my teammates have gone missing. They may be together, but the outside world is teeming with zombies. If they are still wandering out there, how will they survive the next wave?" As he spoke, he seized her wrist. "Come, let us go find your sister." Pei Xiqing truly believed this man was somewhat deranged. She was the one who wished to climb into his bed and compete with her sister for a man. Yet he still sought contact, fully aware of her intentions. She was merely sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. If you were to misjudge her, Yen Ting would surely forgive you. Even injured, Xiaoyu's grip was formidable, thanks to the innate strength of an ability user. Pei Xiqing found it difficult to break free. She struggled, but he held on her tightly. What could the sisters not discuss? "Do you remember our S1 team? Your love interest is there, although there are more than one. I respect your choice. Since you are still alive, come back with me to see them." "Let go." Yet Xiaoyu insisted. "I only learned recently that after you left, you had been involved with several powerful figures before joining S1. Remaining here poses a risk. It would be wiser to leave with me to avoid attracting their attention and suffering the consequences." Pei Xiqing could not fathom why he would suddenly voice such concerns. What did he mean by stating that staying here was risky, and what of these so-called powerful figures? Before she could ponder further, her body was uncontrollably tugged forward by Xiaoyu. She stumbled, nearly falling. Xiaoyu was solely focused on finding someone. Intent on locating Pei Yanting as swiftly as possible, he hurriedly adjusted the bandages on his body, striding forward with urgency and force. He didn't consider her lack of abilities until he finally paused, realizing that his grip was too strong for her. Pei Xiqing's foot twisted as she stumbled over a stone due to his reckless pace, and she was left pale and speechless. Xiaoyu halted. "Are you all right? I'm worried about your sister. Don't you care?" She is still out there. Let go. Pei Xiqing coldly interrupted him, stating, if you do not release me, you may find yourself charged with kidnapping and harassment. Shall you let go of her? Continuing earnestly, time is of the essence. Each second we delay increases their peril. You must comprehend my perspective. Despite the discord between you and your sister, her life hangs in the balance. How can you remain at ease? Pei Xiqing felt a smile threatening to escape. He was truly amusing. Xiao Yu pressed his lips together, speaking with gravity. I speak sincerely. Why are you so insistent on remaining here? Do you not realize that if you linger any longer, I cannot guarantee your safety? Guarantee my safety, she retorted. You failed to do so back at S1. Why would I trust someone who cast me aside from the team? It was unavoidable. Who could have foreseen your infection by a zombie? Abandoning you was a necessity. Now, you are not infected and are in good health. The team will accept you, as will your sister, provided you offer an apology. Fearing Pei Xiqing would remain skeptical, he continued his incessant pleading. What transpired then was likely not your intention. Let us consider it a misunderstanding. I shall advocate for you, stating that your presence in my quarters was merely due to intoxication or sheer terror, leading to a moment of panic. Pei Xiqing grimaced. This male protagonist was evidently lacking in comprehension. In literature, he embodied the very essence of righteousness, yet he was a stubborn fool. To utter such conciliatory words was astonishing, and did he not fear the female lead would be incensed? Pei Xiqing was unwilling to engage further with him. Seeking an opportunity to flee, Xiao Yu caught up to her in mere strides, asserting, do not be deceived by my current injuries. Subduing you would be no challenge that I sincerely advise you to refrain from lingering at the base. The consequences could be dire. Pei Xiqing had reached her limit. When he forcibly grasped her wrist, she retaliated with a sharp kick. Xiao Yu seemed taken aback. Instead of loosening his grip, he tightened it. Exclaiming, Pei Xiqing, how dare you kick me? He had never encountered such defiance from a woman before. That kick had nearly struck a vital area. This woman, will you not release me? Pei Xiqing ground her teeth. The serpent-shaped brand on her chest beginning to radiate heat, a faint green energy subtly coiling around her fingertips. Her pupils momentarily glinted with green. Xiao Yu's heightened awareness and dual abilities allowed him to detect an unusual aura emanating from Pei Xiqing. Before he could fully comprehend it, a vibrant surge of energy struck him with force. Kick if you must, Xiao Yu approached, her eyes glinting with coldness. What gives you the right to lay hands on a girl within the base? Xiao Yu nearly relinquished his hold the moment the light energy neared. Evading an attack was no trouble for him. He lifted his gaze to the newcomer. And who might you be? Xiao Yu narrowed her eyes. Someone who disapproves of your actions, Xiao Yu replied. This matter does not concern you. I hope you refrain from meddling. Xiao Yu's tone dripped with mockery, yet I shall intervene. What will you do about it? The faint glow surrounding her matched the intensity of Xiao Yu's dual abilities. Would you like to experience the power of light? Xiao Yu was not one to provoke trouble. Preferring to blend into the crowd and conceal his brilliance, being overshadowed by Xiao Yu's energy was something he had grown accustomed to. He pressed his lips together, stating, this is an internal affair of S1. I trust you will not interfere. What I said was genuinely for her benefit. He had already discerned that this woman was acquainted with Pei Xiqing. Otherwise, she would not have approached so directly. Xiao Yu, unimpressed, replied. For her benefit, respect her choices. I detest self-righteous hypocrites like you, who disguise their meddling under the guise of goodwill. Such excuses are frankly embarrassing. Xiao Yu's face flushed red, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yu pulled Pei Xiqing aside. Let us depart. Xiao Yu began to cough violently as he watched them leave. He felt a surge of anger rising within him, followed by a bitter taste in his throat. And he spat blood. Pei Xiqing was led away by Xiao Yu, quietly observing her retreating figure. Once they reached a bustling area, Xiao Yu remarked, stop dawdling. It is getting late, and the base is unsafe at night. You should return home promptly. After a moment, she added, would you like me to escort you? Pei Xiqing shook her head. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Xiao Yu released her. Very well, then take care on your way home. Pei Xiqing regarded her with gratitude. I truly appreciate your assistance. No need for thanks, she replied with a smile. I take great pleasure in helping others. Pei Xiqing hesitated. Leaning in slightly with a serious expression, she whispered, Sister, may I ask you a question? Ask away, the woman said, lifting an eyebrow. I assure you, I will answer. Are you a spy? Xiao Yu chuckled. A spy? Hardly. I am an inspector dispatched by headquarters. Then why did I see you lurking outside Judge Duan's office a few days ago? Xiao Yu stroked her chin. Someone needed my assistance to retrieve something. but I cannot disclose the specifics. I can only say this much. Rest assured, I am here on official business. There is no need for espionage, as my gains are minimal. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. Her smile widening. So that is why you were so wary of me in the chapel earlier. Pei Xiqing laughed. Because I could not discern your true identity or intentions for being here. You were quite forthright. Not holding back for long before approaching me with your inquiries, Xiaojing Yu remarked. Did my response satisfy you? It did, she replied sincerely, and Pei Xiqing could sense her honesty, being the daughter of the marshal at headquarters. There was no need for her to engage in espionage. Most spies would sell information to the black market, but with her status, it was unnecessary. Well then, you need not avoid me in the future, Xiaojing Yu teased, gently lifting Pei Xiqing's chin. However, little Xiqing, I overheard your conversation with that man earlier. I am curious, how many men are you involved with? Pei Xiqing opened her mouth, offering a dry laugh. Okay, I understand. Personal privacy is important. However, should anything arise, feel free to seek me out. Agreed, Xiaojing Yu responded with a grin. But I must still impart a piece of advice. What is it? Be cautious. Men are rarely reliable, regardless of who they are. Pei Xiqing nodded earnestly. Half an hour later, Pei Xiqing returned home, having purchased some groceries. Ling Lang was just arriving with Xiaobai from the training team, standing at the door. Upon seeing her, he inquired, Where have you been? I went to the chapel to check in, noticing the lights on inside. She surmised that Duan Xiaolin had returned. She asked, Have you eaten? Not yet. Then let us eat together. Brother Duan has probably already started cooking. You have been busy outside lately. How long has it been since you dined with him? Her eyes sparkled. I remember you used to eat together all the time. Ling Lang paused, his posture stiffening. Brother has been busier lately. I will go in to help. Very well, Pei Xiqing replied, taking Xiaobai in her arms and stroking its head. Go bring your bowl inside. We shall dine together. Upon careful reflection, it is evident that Ling Lang and Duan Xiaolin have not dined together for quite some time. Previously, in the wilderness, they shared meals from a communal pot, allowing for casual conversation. However, upon returning to the base, they have each become engrossed in their own affairs, often lacking even the time to eat, let alone to share a meal together. Pei Xiqing entered just as Duan Xiaolin emerged from the kitchen. Carrying a platter of dishes, Ling Lang was inside, chopping vegetables. She playfully winked at the man and gestured towards the kitchen, but he smiled gently and leaned in to caress her cheek. Pei Xiqing's eyes sparkled as she clasped his hand against her face. Although neither spoke, the tenderness in their gazes seemed poised to overflow. After a while, the meal was served, 4 dishes and a soup. Ling Lang took a seat, feeling an unusual sense of restraint. It was the first time he and Duan Xiaolin had shared a meal at home, as their usual dining experiences took place in the wild or at the cafeteria. Nevertheless, he was naturally sociable, and it did not take long for him to relax. His interaction with Duan Xiaolin remained unchanged, marked by the same arrogance and boisterousness. He recounted several recent events, including the capture of a few criminals, crossing his legs and raising an eyebrow with confidence. Hard nuts to crack. I haven't encountered many truly tough ones. Regardless of their bravado, a good beating soon renders them compliant. Duan Xiaolin chuckled. Violence. Pei Xiqing chimed in softly. Rude. What else could it be? He replied, but I rather like it. She added, such methods are fitting for those who are utterly deranged. Gentleness is utterly ineffective with them. Ling Lang suddenly felt a twitch in his brow. Could you please eat properly? Must you interrupt so casually? Why not? She retorted, Are you forbidding me from speaking? Not at all. He rubbed his brow. It's just that every time you speak, I forget what I was about to say. You disrupt my train of thought. Did I ask that so? Pei Xiqing shrugged innocently. Perhaps it's your own poor memory. How can someone so young have such a flaw? Just be quiet, he snapped, taking a large bite of rice and lowering his head in silence. Just moments ago, everything was fine, but once Pei Xiqing spoke, he found himself at a loss for words, his mind consumed by thoughts of her. Realizing what he was thinking, Ling Lang hastily coughed and wolfed down the remaining food. Standing up, he declared, I still have duty tonight. You both enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. Pei Xiqing, chewing on a piece of beef, was still processing his sudden departure when he vanished from sight. Bewildered, she turned to the man. Is he really that busy? Duan Xiaolin's gaze darkened as he wiped the corner of her mouth. Perhaps. Pei Xiqing felt as though she had said something amiss. Yet, upon further reflection, she acknowledged that this had always been the case with Ling Lang. They would often find themselves at odds after only a few exchanges. Never mind. she thought. She had grown accustomed to it. Did you enjoy yourself today? The man handed her a bowl of hot soup. Yes, indeed. I discovered so many new things that I had never seen before and took plenty of photos. She eagerly pulled out her phone to share her pictures with him, and whenever she encountered something unfamiliar, Duan Xiaolin patiently explained. Her interest piqued even further, and she continued to bombard him with questions long into the night. Even as they prepared for bed, Duan Xiaolin pulled her into his embrace. His large palm resting against her abdomen, with his eyes closed, he murmured, "Yes, 5 years ago, the world already possessed the technological capability to colonize other planets. However, despite extensive searches, we could not find any habitable ones, and ultimately chose to establish ourselves on Earth, only for the zombie crisis to erupt as, oh, that's how it is." Pei Xiqing listened intently, completely unaware of her fatigue as the time for sleep approached. It was only when Duan Xiaolin covered her eyes that she finally quieted down and drifted into a deep slumber. Yet, once he fell asleep, the man discreetly began to tug at her sleeve. Noticing a red mark on her skin, his expression turned cold. The following day, Pei Xiqing was awoken by a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. She hurried to the bathroom to attend to her menstrual cycle. Once tidied up, she sat in the yard feeding the dog, her complexion pale and lethargic. Before long, the weather darkened, ominous clouds gathering as if rain were imminent. She busily collected clothes from the balcony and Little Bai's garments from the yard, then stepped outside to clear away fallen leaves and the dirt where Little Bai had been playing. Just as she began to feel the strain in her back, she spotted a car approaching. It drove straight to her doorstep. As she squinted to see who it was, Long Yin rolled down the window. "Pei Xiqing, get in. What's going on? There's a sensational news story. You must see it." Huh? Before she could fully process the situation, Long Yin yanked her into the car. "You'll know once you get there. It's absolutely explosive gossip. If we arrive late, we'll miss it." "Wait, Long Yin, at least tell me what this explosive gossip is." She had barely fastened her seatbelt when the car took off, and she called out, "Little Bai, shut the door yourself." Long Yin, driving and speaking animatedly, said, "We're catching a cheater. I've heard that man has more than one mistress. There are even a few more on the side. The legitimate wife has arrived and is looking for another one of the cheating mistresses. If we arrive late, we'll regret it for life. I thought you might be bored at the base, so I brought you to join the excitement." Pei Xiqing let out a dry laugh. The original owner had engaged in such affairs, which had left her with psychological scars upon hearing such news. Her instinct was to run away. Pei Xiqing had little interest in such spectacles. They were often rife with melodrama and chaos, and in matters of infidelity, it was typically true that it takes two to tango. However, Long Yin seemed genuinely excited, likely trying to alleviate Pei Xiqing's boredom. After all, these past few days had been filled with eating and sleeping. To an outsider, she may have appeared somewhat dull. In truth, she relished these idle days of doing nothing. She accompanied Long Yin to the scene of the incident. Just as they stepped out of the car, rain began to pour. Pei Xiqing and Long Yin held up an umbrella, standing at the rear of the crowd, which remained steadfast in their desire to witness the unfolding drama despite the downpour. Long Yin clicked her tongue. "Look at that. Even in the rain, they are still fighting. That just shows how monumental this affair is. Too bad we can't see anything from here." Long Yin tugged at her. "Let us head to the building next door. Their SAT house that offers a great view of the scene." Many people were also seeking refuge from the rain there, but not everyone could access the second-floor loft. Long Yin led her up with ease, merely showing her work ID. Below, a bustling street thrived. Even in the rain, with a considerable foot traffic, the buildings around them boasted a European architectural style, wide and clean, with luxury cars passing by, a stark contrast to the place they visited yesterday to see Granny Wang. This was a completely different scenery. Standing in the loft, rain occasionally drifted in, yet it did not reach the interior. Long Yin handed her a cup of hot tea. "So, what do you think? Have you never been here before?" "Never," Pei Xiqing replied. "This place is popular among the influential in the base. If you go a bit further, you'll find many luxurious hotels and various entertainment venues. The base is not merely about survival and hardship. There are also novel pleasures to explore." Long Yin continued, "especially in the underground black market. The auctions there are truly lucrative, thriving in the apocalypse. By the way, I haven't told you what that woman down there did. The original wife is the childhood sweetheart of a high-ranking official in the base. The official undertook more frequent missions. The original wife learned of his affairs when the time came for confrontation. Only this mistress remained in the villa while the others fled." Pei Xiqing took a sip of tea, Frowning slightly, Long Yin laughed. Not to your taste. This tea is brewed from herbal ingredients. It's good for your health. What herbs? You probably won't want to drink it once you know. It's better if you remain unaware. Just know it's highly nourishing. The tea had an unusual fishy taste. Heavy and difficult to swallow. She took a small sip and set it back down on the table. Below, the annual drama was reaching a particularly thrilling moment. The original wife ruthlessly assaulted the mistress. With the two women fiercely tugging at each other's hair, a crowd gathered around, applauding and cheering in approval, with some even urging for the mistress to be beaten to death, stripped of her clothing, and paraded through the streets in disgrace. Long Yin observed the lack of amusement on her face, noting her absence of excitement for the spectacle, and inquired, "Do you not enjoy such scenes? Or are you simply fatigued?" Pei Xiqing shook her head and replied, "Sister Long Yin, I just feel that it is unnecessary." "What is it?" she asked. "Infidelity is a shared responsibility between the man and the third party, and both should face consequences." Leaning against the intricately carved railing of the loft, she languidly remarked, "In such a scene, the man will hardly face any punishment or moral condemnation." "What is there to see?" Long Yin replied, "It has always been this way in recent years. Just yesterday, the elderly woman we rescued was in a similar predicament. Her husband had sought out no fewer than 5 women, squandering all their money on them, only to return home and unleash his fury on her. The old woman had to rise at 5 each morning to tend to the garden and sell vegetables at the market, not returning until 5 in the evening. Did she not promise you in the hospital to go to the nursing home?" Indeed, Pei Xiqing sensed something amiss. She did not go? She did, but upon arriving at the nursing home, she sought connections to plead for help for her son, even sending all the provisions provided by the home back to her husband and son. Pei Xiqing lowered her lashes. A new round of tearing began below. The mistress had completely stripped the mistress of her clothing. Most of the crowd consisted of men, their lecherous gazes greedily fixated on the woman's naked form. Had there not been onlookers, they would likely have succumbed to their baser instincts and dragged her into a corner. The original wife continued to beat her with a stick. Soon, the mistress was held down by the original wife's companions. Her hair clutched tightly as she was dragged across the ground, determined to ensure that everyone witnessed her humiliation. As she was pulled along, nearly every passerby reached out to touch her, with some vile individuals trailing closely behind, groping her incessantly. The scene became increasingly chaotic and unbearable. The woman's screams pierced the air, a haunting wail of despair. Ultimately, she collided with a stone, blood splattering upon impact. Pei Xiqing's expression stiffened momentarily when she turned to look again. The woman's forehead was a gruesome sight, flesh mangled and bloodied. Long Yin clicked her tongue, exclaiming, "This is truly becoming more chaotic. I thought it was merely a scene of capturing a mistress, yet it has escalated to loss of life." Just as she spoke, the patrol team arrived to intervene. A cloth was swiftly draped over the corpse, and it was decisively removed. They then began to clean up the bloodstains on the ground. Within 10 minutes, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind the impression that nothing had ever occurred. Pei Xiqing felt dazed for several seconds, pondering what would happen next. Long Yin remarked, "Nothing will happen. This is how it ends." "The show is over." Pei Xiqing struggled to regain her composure, feeling a tightness in her chest. Long Yin patted her shoulder, saying, "I apologize. I did not expect it would lead to death. However, it is quite realistic. The base operates this way. She will likely be drugged and imprisoned in a cage by the roadside, becoming a commodity, or sold into the underground market. I mentioned my friend to you before. Do you recall?" "I remember," Pei Xiqing replied. Long Yin had previously shared that her friend had been entangled with numerous men at the base. She had also been drugged and subjected to various tormenting substances, nearly ending up in a cage. The base shows no mercy or sympathy towards disloyal women. Pei Xiqing instinctively sipped her tea, the bitter metallic taste assaulting her senses, causing her to choke. She coughed violently, utterly unaware that in the adjacent room, someone stood on the balcony and caught sight of her, flushed and breathless against the railing. The individual stared at Pei Xiqing's face for several seconds before hurriedly retreating to the room. Reporting to a well-mannered man engrossed in his artwork and conversing with those nearby, "Young Master Gu, we found her. The person has been located." He was still engaged in conversation with several officials when he heard the commotion. He subtly furrowed his brow, indicating that any matters could wait, and asked, "What did you say?" "The person has been found." His subordinate exclaimed excitedly, "Young master, your beloved has been found." The officials, upon hearing this, chuckled and patted Gu on the shoulder, teasing him, You just returned and are already busy searching for women. Huh? Let's not disturb you during your romantic escapade. We will take our leave, but do bring your little sweetheart to the hotel for a meal sometime. So we uncles can have the chance to meet her. Gui humbly replied, I am undeserving of such praise. She was not someone he felt compelled to contact immediately. Rather, she was akin to a pet that had strayed. He saw no need to disrupt the official's evening. We shall wait for your wedding. You must keep her well hidden. There was quite the scene downstairs just now. Do not let your little sweetheart end up stripped and cast into the streets. They were undoubtedly aware of the earlier events that transpired below, their expressions laden with meaning. Young master, you are the future pillar of the base. You must know what to conceal and what should remain hidden from public view far better than we do. Gui smiled, masking the darkness in his eyes. Uncle is right. Now that I have found her, I will ensure she is well hidden, and she shall never have the chance to escape again. Just last month, he had been promoted to the rank of Major General, and there were numerous matters requiring his attention. He could not afford to let a woman disrupt his professional ambitions. Yet, he felt an insatiable urge to reclaim her, as though his heart would not rest until she was back in his grasp. Once the officials departed, his subordinate leaned closer and whispered, Miss Pei is in the next room. I just saw her with my own eyes. She is the one who slipped away from young Master Gu not long ago. Not alarm the prey, Gui cautioned, if she dares to flee. I will ensure she knows the consequences of her escape. First, find someone to follow her and inquire where she resides. I will personally pay her a visit tonight, understood? He scoffed coldly. 6 months ago, Pei Xiqing had approached him, pitifully pleading for his shelter, promising to remain by his side for eternity. He had dismissed all his other women for her, granting her everything he possessed, going to great lengths to fulfill her every desire. Yet, just as he was on the verge of obtaining her, she vanished without a trace. Over the course of his search, he had scoured numerous locations, at times believing her to be dead, only to learn days earlier that she had been spotted entering the third base. When he had business to attend to in this vicinity, he had investigated for several days without any leads, only to fortuitously encounter her here. He instructed his men and opened the window, gazing toward the adjacent loft from a distance. The occupant of the loft had long since disappeared. Pei Xiqing remained oblivious to these developments, still reeling from the earlier scene. After a while, she exited the private room with Long Yin, rubbing her slightly aching abdomen as she inquired, Sister Long Yin, do you have any medication for my period? I feel rather unwell. Yes, just wait. I will drive you to get some. Long Yin replied, perplexed. You did not feel this way while we were in the wild. Did you? Perhaps it is because there is no constant need to be on the move at the base that I should get checked. All right. Long Yin got into the car, instinctively glancing at the rearview mirror. Squinting slightly, Pei Xiqing fastened her seatbelt, asking, what is it? Nothing, she replied, stepping on the gas. Before long, they arrived at the laboratory. After retrieving the medication for Pei Xiqing, Long Yin placed it in a plastic bag, which contained dosage instructions and timing for consumption. Take a look at this. It is quite easy to understand. Thank you, sister. Long Yin turned the steering wheel, suddenly asking, Xiqing, have you offended anyone recently? Pei Xiqing, still perusing the medication instructions, replied, not that I am aware of, though I did kick someone not long ago. Who? Xiaoyu. What? Long Yin turned her head in surprise. You kicked him? Pei Xiqing blinked. He came to find me. It's so annoying. She recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Long Yin slapped the steering wheel, exclaiming, what a coward, sister. Later I'll drag him to the lab. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. He won't have the strength to crawl out and harass you again. Pei Xiqing chuckled. All right. Mainly because he is truly bothersome. Rest assured, Long Yin said, starting the engine. Let's go. I'll take you home. Okay. Long Yin watched as Pei Xiqing entered her house and closed the door before turning off the engine. She lingered at the entrance for a while. 10 minutes later, she sensed someone sneaking closer. Long Yin rolled down the window, her gaze locking onto the individual. That's someone from Xiaoyu. Aren't the S1 members still outside the base? How did you manage to sneak in? The person was taken aback and turned to flee. However, they barely took a few steps before being ensnared by a lightning ability around their ankle. Yanked back to the front of the car, Long Yin kicked the door open and sauntered over to confront him. Lowering her gaze, she asked, You're not one of Xiaoyu's people. Nor are you from S1. Who are you from the base? Do you know who you were stalking? An hour later, Gui was in a meeting with his subordinates, discussing border defenses when he received news. After concluding the meeting, he held a document and inquired, What's the situation? A subordinate, nursing a bruised and battered face, with singed hair and clothing, began to weep. I was discovered, and it was a woman who found me. And she said? Gui pressed. What else did she say? She said Pei Xiqing is now someone we cannot afford to offend, and if we continue to follow her, she would break your legs. General Gui frowned, then let out a cold laugh. Is that so? He further revealed. She also mentioned that if we want to settle the score, we should directly go to the central base and find a captain named Ling Lang. If Ling Lang isn't around, we should head to room A on the 30th floor and look for someone with the surname Duan. She said to deal with them first or next time. She would kick my head like a ball to you. This is what that woman said? Yes, it was the woman who discovered me. Her abilities are strong, lightning-based, and top-tier. I'm simply no match for her. Gui was not an impulsive individual. Top-tier lightning abilities were rare even within the base. Had Pei Xiqing found herself a new man after just a few months, he organized the documents on his desk, thinking it was the perfect opportunity to visit the central building and meet the individuals she mentioned. If it was merely a case of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, it wouldn't pose much of a threat. He was also curious to see what sort of man Pei Xiqing had recently taken up with. That very night, Gui brought his men to the central building. Upon arrival, he engaged in serious discussions with several well-connected uncles and friends of his father. Although the third base lacked the authority of the central base, it remained a significant outpost, frequented by influential figures. Just days into his arrival at the third base, on his first visit to the central airship building, he was constantly approached by individuals eager to converse, despite the area under his jurisdiction not being here. His father's esteemed position at headquarters, coupled with his own promotion to Major General, compelled even the base leaders to come and inquire about the situation. Grinning, one of them shook his hand, saying, Major General, you just arrived at the base a few days ago. Why did you only come to report to the building today? Did you tire yourself out on the journey? Do you need me to arrange a full suite of massage services for you at the hotel? Gui's eyes flickered with understanding as he reciprocated the handshake politely, replying, It can wait a few days. There are more pressing matters to attend to at the moment. The military defense arrangements for the third base? You can rest assured, whatever the Major General says, I will follow. I am absolutely obedient to your guidance, and I hope that when you return, you can speak favorably of us in front of the General. In the future, if there are any supplies to be distributed from headquarters, please think of us at the third base. He smiled courteously. Of course, I will. It's commendable that the Major General is here at the building so late. I won't take up any more of your time. Many people have already returned to rest or dine, so don't work too late. He nodded. After watching them leave, he turned around and asked, Have you found anything out? His subordinate leaned closer. We've found